an ordinary young man, yet revered like a deity by business magnates. Not only is there a shrine built for him in the villa, but he is also willing to hand over half of his wealth. All because this young man can not only see others' fates, but also possesses the ability to alter their destinies. Li Chen, who has traveled through time, feels a mix of confusion, surprise, unexpectedness, and excitement. As long as he grasps the big picture, achieving financial freedom is not difficult at all. To alter fate and possess such power, one must be willing to remain dormant and never use it. Once used, even just once, it could be exposed, and such power will surely be remembered. Thus, the first candidate to reverse fate becomes particularly important. After several days of observation, Li Chen finally found a suitable target, a scavenger. An elderly man, hunched over, stands by a trash bin. He is thin, with a scruffy face and bloodshot eyes. He appears extremely weary. The old man often appears near the university, coming and going early and late, collecting bottles, cans, and cardboard discarded by students from various trash bins. Li Chen watches the old man from a distance, observing his information. Yang Xingcai, male, martial artist. At 14, his fate took a turn for the worse. 18 years ago, Yang Xingcai drove his wife and daughter to the Magic City for a trip. Due to drunk driving and fatigue, the car crashed, resulting in fatalities. His wife and daughter died tragically on the spot. Since then, he has been downcast, and his company went bankrupt 2 years later, leaving him all alone. 18 years ago was 1986. To afford a car back then meant the family was quite well off, yet his wife and daughter died tragically, and the company went bankrupt. Li Chen shook his head secretly. Fate is unpredictable and hard to grasp. However, this is indeed a very good target. Those with regrets and hardships in life are easier to manipulate. After a moment, Li Chen bought 2 portions of stir-fried noodles with shredded meat and handed one over, saying, "Old man, I see you often here. I have some questions to ask you, if you don't mind." Yang Xingcai was taken aback for a moment, took a few seconds to respond, hurriedly wiped his hands on his worn clothes, and then carefully accepted the noodles, saying, "Thank you, thank you. What do you want to ask?" "Nothing major. I'm conducting a social survey on the history of Jiangbei City and would like to ask you some historical questions." Upon hearing this, Yang Xingcai instantly relaxed. Perhaps he hadn't talked to anyone in a long time, so he became quite talkative, recounting the ups and downs of Jiangbei City over the past 30 years as if they were precious memories, and soon began to share his own past. "In my early years, I was quite a prominent figure in Jiangbei, involved in engineering, and my family was wealthy. Believe it or not, over 20 years ago, we had 2 cars, a Hongqi and an imported BMW. At this point, Yang Xingcai smiled, but it was a bittersweet and helpless smile, reminiscing about the past, reflecting on how he ended up in his current state. How could anyone believe that? "I believe you," Li Chen said softly, but in Yang Xingcai's ears, it sounded particularly loud. "I don't have any special abilities, I just have a knack for reading people, and I do it quite well. Ha, it's all just past events. I've long since come to terms with it. In the end, what is the use of worldly riches? What is the meaning? If the closest people are not by your side, having all the wealth in the world still leaves you lonely." At this point, Yang Xingcai touched his chest pocket, reached in, and took out a wallet. He opened it to reveal a photo, which had yellowed with age but was still well preserved. The photo featured 3 people. The man was a younger and more handsome version of Yang Xingcai, smiling brightly. The woman was gentle and virtuous, not stunning but quite pretty, and between them was a girl. As Yang Xingcai looked at the photo, tears began to fall from his eyes, glistening in the sunset. He let the crimson tears trail down his weathered cheeks, choked up as he said, "The only thing I can't let go of is my apology to them." Li Chen silently watched, waiting for Yang Xingcai to release his emotions. 3 minutes later, Yang Xingcai sniffled and wiped his nose, self-deprecatingly laughing. "Sorry for making you witness this." Li Chen said, "Old man, you are a person of character, you deserve respect." "Respect? Someone like me has nothing worth respecting. It's all self-inflicted, all fate. In that car accident years ago, I was the only one who survived. This is the punishment from heaven." Li Chen squinted at Yang Xingcai and casually asked, "If given the chance to change your fate and avoid that car accident, what price would you be willing to pay?" "Ha ha ha, price? Look at me now. What do I have left to hold on to? If heaven truly gives me the chance to change my fate and avoid that car accident, I would pay any price." Unfortunately, there's no such thing as a pill for regret in this world. Yang Xingcai gazed blankly at the fiery clouds, feeling melancholic and somewhat helpless. In life, where is there a chance for a do-over? As Yang Xingcai sighed, Li Chen's eyes subtly lifted, a flicker of surprise passing through them. At that moment, he felt an inexplicable yet clear understanding in his heart. The contract, driven by the current goal and a strong desire to change fate, can now manifest a powerful destiny contract. This destiny contract is a vow woven from the power of fate, once violated, it will bring about fate's backlash. Right here, Li Chen immediately used his right index finger as a pen, drawing in the air. As strands of radiant light emanated from his fingertips, this was the glimmer of fate. As Li Chen's thoughts took shape, the power of fate intertwined in the air, as if countless shimmering threads of light, floating in mid-air, then woven into fabric by an invisible, skillful hand, evolving into an ancient scroll, exhausted, sacred, and mysterious. Yang Xingsai's eyes widened in disbelief, not even noticing the half-burnt cigarette fall from his hand. He stared blankly at the scroll, his mind occupied by a single thought. What on earth is this? The celestial Li Chen finished writing the contract and explained, this is a destiny contract. By signing it, you will receive a chance to change your fate, but it does not come for free. How do I sign it? Yang Xingsai asked urgently, gritting his teeth. He wasn't sure who Li Chen was or what this unreasonable thing before him was, but even if it were just a dream, he wanted to try it. Even if it were just a fantasy, he wanted a chance to atone. Li Chen remained silent for 2 seconds, then placed his hand on the contract, mentally affirming his agreement to sign it. Upon hearing this, Yang Xingsai eagerly pressed his hand onto it, and instantly a searing pain shot through his palm, as the destiny contract erupted with a brilliant light. Then it burst open. It transformed into countless bright threads, flowing from his palm into Yang Xingsai's body, leaving a mysterious rune on his palm. Li Chen watched intently, carefully observing every change, the changes in the contract, the changes in Yang Xingsai. As he used his abilities for the first time, he too wanted to know what powers they held and how they could alter history and reverse the future. Bright sunlight filtered through the dense treetops, resembling streams of gold falling from the sky onto the muddy ground, where purity and filth intertwined, and light coexisted with darkness. A red flag sedan was parked in front of the restaurant. A man and a woman, along with a 4 or 5-year-old child, walked out of the restaurant. It was Yang Xingsai's family. As they exited the restaurant, Yang Xingsai picked up the little girl, playfully rubbing his rosy cheek against her face, and said affectionately, "My little piggy, when we get to Magic City, what do you want to buy? Daddy will get you the best gift." The little piggy giggled innocently and happily, pushing Yang Xingsai's cheek with his small hand, and in a childish voice, said, "Daddy smells so bad." Oh, Daddy wants to give Piggy the best gift, and Piggy actually thinks Daddy smells bad. Daddy is so sad, he might cry. Yang Xingsai pretended to be aggrieved, smiling lovingly at his little treasure. "I told you not to drink at noon. Whose fault is it that you insisted on drinking?" the woman complained, helplessly glaring at Yang Xingsai. "But I drank anyway, huh? I'm used to it. Besides, around here, if you want to get things done, you have to drink. I can't change this habit. Daddy, I want a transformer." Okay. When we get to Magic City, Daddy will buy you a transformer." Yang Xingsai laughed as he opened the car door, placed his daughter in the back seat, and fastened her seatbelt himself. "Hey, honey, what's going on with your palm?" Yang Xingsai, puzzled, opened his hands and noticed a mark on his right palm that he hadn't seen before. It looked strange, like a talisman, shimmering like the Milky Way. "Maybe it was left over from when I was drinking," Yang Xingsai said as he gently stroked the mark on his right palm with his left hand, feeling a hint of unease. "Honey, when we get to Magic City, let's go to a big hospital and have this checked out. It doesn't look like an ordinary mark." "All right," Yang Xingsai readily agreed. The three of them got into the car and drove towards the highway. The highway was quite serene, with few private cars, while buses and trucks were constantly passing by. Lush green trees lined the riverbanks. However, despite the dense foliage blocking most of the sunlight, the car still felt somewhat stuffy, making people drowsy. The little piggy sat obediently in the back, pecking like a chick at grains, his spotted head resting with drool at the corner of his mouth, already asleep. The woman, with a dazed look in her eyes, was also struggling to resist the call of sleep. Yang Xingsai was slightly better, but the combination of drinking, high temperatures, and the stuffy environment still affected his condition. His cheeks were slightly flushed, and his eyes were glazed. Suddenly, a flurry of sheep bleating came from the roadside, the ba-ba-ba sounds urgent and high-pitched. The bleating of the sheep startled Yang Xingsai, instantly waking him up. He glanced out the window, and under the thick trees along the highway, a farmer was herding sheep that were grazing. For some reason, two goats started fighting, their cries sharp and angry. Before they knew it, evening had arrived, and they were 3 hours away from Magic City. However, as night fell, visibility was affected. The traffic on the road gradually became sparse, and all that could be heard was the faint hum of the engine, like a lullaby lulling one to sleep. Yang Xingsai yawned, contemplating whether to stop at the service area ahead to stretch and grab a bite. Driving for 4 hours was indeed exhausting. Just as Yang Xingsai was deep in thought, at the bend ahead, a yellow cow suddenly bolted from the trees by the roadside onto the highway. It was unclear whether it was startled or for some other reason, but the yellow cow ran toward them at high speed, its cries filled with a mix of fear and urgency. The sudden change caused Yang Xingsai's face to turn pale. He had no time to think and hurriedly tightened the steering wheel, trying to dodge the sudden appearance of the cow. However, the car was already turning at that moment, and the hasty turn of the steering wheel caused the car to lose control, veering almost 90 degrees directly toward the riverbank beside the road. The roadside trees, thick as an arm, could do nothing to stop the out-of-control car, which was soon crashed into by another vehicle rushing toward it. The car flew into the air, with a steep drop of about 5 meters below it, where a rushing river flowed, clear under the night sky. It resembled a lurking giant beast. Inside the car, Yang Xingsai's face was twisted in shock, his eyes wide and strained. The woman gasped in shock, her face pale with fear. But at that moment, he first thought of you. The woman hurriedly turned her head to look at the back seat. Wujiu had unbuckled her seatbelt at some point and, under the violent impact, flew up, her little face filled with confusion, still unaware of what was about to happen. Seeing her daughter in this situation, the woman urgently opened her mouth and shouted, "Hold on," trying to remind her daughter to grab the seatbelt. But the accident came too quickly, leaving him no time to react. At that moment, Yang Xingsai finally snapped back to reality, seeing you rushing forward through the rearview mirror. His heart felt as if it were being scraped slowly by a sharp knife. At this moment, he felt unprecedented regret and fear, shouting in his heart to the Jade Emperor, the Buddha, and God Jesus, "Whoever it is, please save us, save my child." Tears welled in Yang Xingsai's eyes as his inner voice transcended time and space, piercing through fate and causality. At that moment, he suddenly felt a burning pain in his palm. It was painful, but compared to the pain in his heart, it was nothing until brilliant starlight surged from the palm of his right hand, and only then did Yang Xingsai and his wife notice this change. As the starlight flowed out, time seemed to slow down, like frames of a movie flickering in motion. In the void, a grand voice echoed, unknown in origin and destination, as if it had arisen from ancient times or emerged from the future. Ethereal and divine, nameless, proclaimed in the heavens, transcending the void, observing the wonders of the world, all human experiences enter the divine mechanism. Fate is crafted by oneself and granted by the divine. With a flash of divine light, destiny is set for Yang Xingsai. Are you ready to reverse your fate? Yang Xingsai shuddered, as vague and sorrowful memories inexplicably surfaced in his mind. In the haze, he seemed to see his wife and daughter tragically dying, himself gravely injured, and in the distance, the vision of being separated from his wife and children. The meaning of a broken home and lost family surged from deep within him, nearly plunging him into hell. Yang Xingsai nearly tore his throat, choked as he shouted, "I'm ready." As the words escaped his lips, he himself was taken aback. His voice was hoarse and aged, nothing like his own, resembling that of a dying old man, a tragic and lonely soul. As his words fell, the starlight surging from his right palm nearly filled the entire car, saturating every corner. Due to the almost frozen time around him, the little piggy floated in midair, his big, shiny eyes curiously examining the surrounding specks of light. The specks of light resembled a long river, unknown in origin or destination, like a brilliant galaxy, and above the galaxy, a figure flickered in and out of view. He walked above destiny, drifting beyond time and space. The figure was both illusionary and real. The face was both genuine and dreamlike, resembling a wise sage. At this moment, Yang Xingsai's gaze was vacant. The woman was dumbfounded at this moment. Shushu cast a curious and astonished gaze, struggling to reach out her hand, trying to grasp the figure above the river of fate. For Li Chen, this was also a very special experience. She stood in the void, watching everything unfold before her, feeling it was extraordinarily real, not like the accident 18 years ago, but more like a tragedy of today. However, if it was real, his current state felt ghostly, unable to directly touch anything in this world. As far as the eye could see, a brilliant galaxy spanned the world, grand and magnificent, coming from and heading toward the starry sky, as the vehicle passed through. Gazing at this splendid galaxy, Li Chen instinctively understood what she needed to do, how to defy fate. She thoughtfully waved her right hand, saying, "Go back from whence you came, return to where you belong." In the void, a soft, ethereal, and mysterious whisper lingered around the ears of the three. Accompanied by that enigmatic murmuring, fate began to reverse, and the dazzling galaxy surged backward. Driven by the river of fate, the surrounding scenes resembled a video played in reverse, initially at a slow-motion pace. Then, the speed gradually increased. Eventually, it became too fast for the eye to capture. In an instant, everything returned to a minute ago, with the sedan driving on the slightly dim highway, the trees on either side glowing in the afterglow of the setting sun, silent and dim. As Yang Xingsai was driving, he shuddered, covered in cold sweat, feeling as if he had just had a nightmare. Everything before him seemed eerily familiar. Yang Xingcai pondered, slightly distracted as he looked at the road ahead. Before he knew it, he had once again arrived at that bend. At this moment, Yang Xingcai's heart raced, unknowingly hitting 180, as if engaged in some intense activity. "Be careful, slow down," a voice in his head shouted frantically. Yang Xingcai involuntarily pressed the brakes, causing the car's tires to lock, leaving a long black skid mark on the asphalt road. Before the car came to a complete stop, at the end of the bend, a frenzied old cow suddenly bolted out of the trees. It was running wildly on the highway. Ah! Upon seeing the old cow, Yang Xingcai's face turned pale, and he trembled suddenly, as the previous dreamlike scene replayed in his mind, the car losing control and falling into the ditch, the brilliant galaxy, the mysterious voice, and that godlike figure. Thinking of this, Yang Xingcai looked down at his right palm, vaguely recalling the brilliant specks of light that had burst forth from it, followed by the sound that came to his ear. His wife's fearful and confused voice echoed, "Honey, did you just see something strange?" Yang Xingcai was astonished. "You saw it too?" The woman stared blankly at Yang Xingcai and then looked at his right hand, vaguely remembering that the root of all the changes lay in it. Seeing this, Yang Xingcai parked the sedan by the roadside, opened the window, and focused intently on his wife. He then described the scene he had witnessed. The woman gasped, her lips parted in surprise. "I saw it too, Piggy." The piggy saw it too. So many beautiful lights, and there was a big brother. The little piggy suddenly popped her head out from the back seat, raised her tender, fair hand, and laughed joyfully. Yang Xingcai and his wife exchanged a glance, then turned seriously to Wujiu. The three of them had witnessed the same scene, undoubtedly confirming that the earlier visions could not have been mere illusions. Wujiu, still young and unaware of what everything she had just seen meant, cheerfully asked, "Daddy, is that big brother a fairy?" Yang Xingcai opened his right hand, looking at the mysterious rune in his palm. After a few seconds of silence, he said firmly, "Wujiu is right. A fairy saved us, saved our family." The woman clasped her hands together, staring at Yang Xingcai in shock and confusion. Although she couldn't quite understand what was happening, she could vaguely ascertain one thing. This matter was related to Yang Xingcai, and the connection was deep. After all, that fairy had called out Yang Xingcai's name and mentioned the reversal command. It was too incredible. Yang Xingcai exclaimed, "Yes, it's incredible. Although I still don't know who he is or why he saved us, he is our family's savior. When we get back, I'll set up an altar for him and worship him day and night." At this point, Yang Xingcai thoughtfully stroked the rune in his palm, feeling that all the answers lay within this rune, and that the future would surely reveal them. Near the modern university town, brilliance flowing, the contract transformed into a ray of radiant light. It enveloped Yang Xingcai, as if in a fairy tale, and in an instant, his body became ethereal, like a projection. After the transformation into light, the radiant glow surged with Yang Xingcai straight into the heavens, disappearing into the vast sea of stars. Li Chen looked in the direction of the disappearance, a graceful arc forming at the corners of his lips. He finally understood how to use his abilities. However, Li Chen turned and looked back, gazing at the towering cityscape, lost in thought. Had the future really changed? If Yang Xingcai succeeded in defying fate, what would the situation be now? At night in Jiangbei, it was quiet yet lively. The streets were becoming less crowded, but shopping malls, night markets, and various entertainment venues were bustling, brightly lit and extremely lively. In front of the Pinnacle building, Li Chen stood on the road, gazing up at the towering 49-story building, which loomed like a monument on the ground. While not unique in Jiangbei, it was certainly among the rare few. After helping Yang Xingcai defy fate, Li Chen immediately went to an internet cafe to research the history of Jiangbei City over the years and found information about the Pinnacle Group. The Pinnacle Group, Jiangbei City's leading real estate company, owns multiple shopping malls and high-end villa communities. The current chairman and CEO of the Pinnacle Group is none other than Yang Xingcai. "Hey, little brother, what are you looking at?" A middle-aged man in a suit approached, looking quite respectable, his clothes neat and unwrinkled. Li Chen turned to look and smiled. "Nothing, just browsing," he casually replied, already confirming his ability to defy fate through all he had observed. Xiao Buofan laughed. "Ha, little brother, you're quite interested here, too. This is the strongest real estate group in Jiangbei, with salaries and benefits that are top-notch, top-tier. The uncle wants to work here too. Of course, to prepare for this interview, I've gathered a lot of information about the Pinnacle Group." Saying this, Xiao Buofan patted his briefcase with pride. Li Chen instantly became interested, raising an eyebrow and asking, "Oh, so you know a lot about the Pinnacle Group?" "Not really, but I know a bit about many things." Xiao Guofeng's answer was vague. Li Chen pointed to the restaurant across the street. "To be honest, uncle, I'm a student at Jiangbei University, currently preparing a research paper on the real estate industry in Jiangbei. If you don't mind, let's go over for a drink. I'll treat you." Upon hearing this, Xiao Buofeng silently gave a thumbs up, thinking, this kid is sharp. It's rare to meet such an interesting little brother. Alright, let's go. The two arrived at the restaurant, ordering drinks and dishes, and the atmosphere became even livelier. Xiao Buofeng raised his glass and said generously, little brother, feel free to ask anything you want to know. Li Chen pondered and asked, Uncle, how much do you know about Yang Xingcai? Yang is a legendary figure in Jiangbei. The scale and strength of the Pinnacle Group today cannot be separated from Yang's abilities. Do you know about the origins of the Pinnacle Group? The history of how it started long ago? Xiao Guofeng laughed heartily. Speaking of the origins of the Pinnacle Group, we must mention the old man of the Yang family, Yang's father. He was a bold and meticulous person. The Yang family first made their fortune in the 1970s. The old man was involved in smuggling activities in his early years, sourcing various embargoed high-tech products and crafts from friends along the Xiang River, bringing them to Jiangbei for sale. With scarce goods, the old man operated in both the legal and illegal markets, accumulating hundreds of thousands in wealth by the 1980s. However, as the domestic situation changed, the Yang family's smuggling business became increasingly difficult. In the early 1980s, when the old man fell gravely ill, Yang Xingcai resolutely took on the family responsibilities, shifting from smuggling to legitimate business. Utilizing his father's extensive connections, he contracted several projects in Jiangbei, successfully transforming the Yang family and rising to prominence in the city. Later, with his keen business sense, Yang Xingcai sensed the potential of the real estate industry and led the Yang family into it, which ultimately resulted in the establishment of the Pinnacle Group as it is today. Li Chen felt a slight sweat and pondered, realizing that this was where the change began. Come on, let's have a drink. Cheers. Xiao Guofeng set down his glass and said, however, the most interesting thing about Yang isn't just this history of making a fortune, but a habit he has. A habit? Li Chen questioned, is he particularly superstitious? Do you know how superstitious Yang is? He not only has altars in his home, but even at their various businesses. Moreover, the first thing Yang does when he gets to work is lead the company's management to the altar in the company to offer incense and worship. But none of this is the strangest part. The oddest thing is that the altar has no named deity. A nameless deity. Isn't that so? Many places have altars, even roadside vendors worshipping gods like the god of wealth and Guanyin, but a nameless deity? Isn't that eerie? Xiao pondered, a nameless deity. Could it be? Xiao Buofeng leaned forward and whispered, there's actually a reason behind it. It's said that many years ago, Yang faced a disaster while away, and a fairy appeared to save his family. Since then, he's become particularly superstitious. But hey, this is just an urban legend with little credibility. If you ask me, there's likely another reason for that altar. Li Chen and Xiao Guofeng chatted for a long time, learning a lot of information from him, gaining a thorough understanding of the current situation of the Yang family and the Ding Sheng Group. Among the information, there were many very useful points. First, General Yang, also known as Yang Xingcai, is particularly superstitious. This is quite significant. Xiao Guofeng was unsure about the truth of that matter, but Li Chen knew. The more superstitious Yang Xingcai is, the easier he is to control. This is good news. Second, the situation of the Yang family. Yang Xingcai has one son and one daughter. The eldest daughter is Yang Chen. The eldest son is Yang Qihua. Yang Chen is 23 years old, graduated from Harvard University in America, and returned to the country last year, working at the grassroots level for about half a year. Currently, she is a senior executive at Ding Sheng Group. Yang Qihua is 16 years old and studies at Jiangbei No. 1 High School. Li Chen pays special attention to the members of the Yang family because, in a sense, these people should not exist. Their existence is, in itself, a paradox of fate. Third, the assets of the Yang family. The Yang family has developed in Jiangbei City for decades, starting in the 1970s, and has a history of over 30 years. Although the Yang family currently focuses on the real estate industry, no one would be foolish enough to invest all their funds in one place at their level of assets. Besides real estate, the Yang family also has shopping malls, hotels, and other industries. The total assets may be around 300 million. This is 300 million from 2004. At that time, the average housing price in Kyoto was over 5,000. After bidding farewell to Xiao Guofeng, Li Chen took a taxi back to his rental apartment. As he walked through the narrow stairway, just as he reached the corridor on the 5th floor, he heard a familiar call. Li Chen turned to look. In the dim light of the corridor, a beautiful young girl stood in front of the rental apartment door. Her round, egg-shaped face resembled an Eastern beauty stepping out of an ancient painting. Bright eyes and white teeth, with a sunny disposition, her refreshing ponytail added a touch of elegance. The girl wore a light blue dress, exquisite yet not vulgar. Li Chen gazed at the girl, his eyes filled with a hint of daze and a touch of melancholy. Wang Xinya, his girlfriend from university. After graduation, they both went to different places to develop their careers. Li Chen went to the Magic City, while Wang Xinya went to Kyoto. Although they kept in touch afterward, Li Chen could no longer remember when their relationship began to fade and contact decreased. Later, he vaguely remembered that it was he who suggested breaking up. Long-distance relationships were difficult, and at that time, he had started dating a new girlfriend in the Magic City. A local girl. The relationship was quite good, but the girl's parents required him to buy a house in the Magic City and insisted on having a local household registration. Ultimately, that relationship ended without resolution. Later, Li Chen returned to Jiangbei. Wang Xinya approached Li Chen with a bag, leaning forward to examine him. The fragrant breath of the girl brushed against his face, causing Li Chen to feel a bit dazed. Since his rebirth, he was certain that his behavior and demeanor were noticeably different from before. After all, how could an old man returning to over 20 years ago act as innocent as he did in his youth? What's wrong? Is there something on my face? Li Chen asked with a smile. Have you encountered some trouble recently? Wang Xinya frowned slightly, her beautiful face showing a hint of concern and worry. I heard Lu Guodong say that you've been absent-minded these days. You even skipped class tonight. At this point, Wang Xinya wrinkled her delicate nose, sniffed at Li Chen, and muttered, You smell like alcohol. You didn't go out drinking, did you? Drinking is bad for the stomach. I ran into an acquaintance and had a couple of drinks less, Li Chen explained, reaching out to lightly scratch Wang Xinya's nose with his right index finger. Forget it. You men just don't listen to advice. Wang Xinya rolled her eyes at Li Chen helplessly. As she spoke, she raised the bag in her hand and playfully said, I specially bought 2 pieces of cake and some snacks. I originally wanted to invite you to eat together, but now it seems I can only eat by myself. Li Chen teased as usual, little glutton. I'm not afraid of gaining weight. I won't. Wang Xinya pouted, but the corners of her lips curled up, casting a charming glance at Li Chen, and huffed, I'm a genius beauty who won't gain weight no matter how I eat. Li Chen laughed, alright, the genius beauty Wang Xinya will never gain weight. That's too perfunctory. And I even bought you a piece of cake, this is the latest mousse cake. Wang Xinya's eyes sparkled with laughter as she deliberately pouted, looking quite aggrieved. But she quickly dropped the aggrieved look and laughed. But forget it, who told the genius beauty to be magnanimous? I'll forgive you this time. Thank you for the genius beauty's magnanimity, Li Chen responded with a smile. The two joked as Li Chen opened the door. Once inside the room, they sat in the living room enjoying the mousse cake that Wang Xinya had bought. It was soft and sweet. After finishing the cake, Wang Xinya rested her chin on her right hand, her almond-shaped eyes gently gazing at Li Chen, her red lips slightly parted as she asked with concern, Are you feeling better? Much better. Eating the genius beauty's cake is like ascending to immortality, Li Chen exaggeratedly replied, making Wang Xinya cover her mouth and giggle. Wang Xinya softly said, My mom often says that there's no bad mood that a dessert can't solve. If there is, then it takes 2 desserts, haha. As Wang Xinya said this, she couldn't help but laugh. Auntie is wise, Li Chen gave a thumbs up, laughing in agreement. Whether analyzed from a physiological or psychological perspective, this statement held true. The sugar in desserts can be quickly absorbed by the body, raising blood sugar levels and stimulating the brain to release dopamine, a neurotransmitter associated with pleasure and reward. The pleasurable experience of enjoying desserts can promote the release of endorphins in the brain, which are natural sedatives that reduce pain and create feelings of happiness. Wang Xinya's smile became even more enchanting as she teased, my mom loves it when others praise her. If my mom heard you flattering her, she would definitely say, ahem. Wang Xinya cleared her throat and then imitated her mom's demeanor, exaggerating, This young man has insight, auntie likes smart young men like you. As she spoke, Wang Xinya's eyes squinted into crescent shapes, and she couldn't help but laugh. I can't take it, just thinking about it is so funny. Li Chen looked at the beauty laughing so hard she was shaking, and deep inside, he felt a bit of comfort, a bit of indescribable complexity. This pure feeling was something he had hardly experienced after entering society. Now, experiencing it again, the feelings were completely different. What once felt taken for granted now seems so precious. What's wrong? Why are you suddenly looking at me without saying anything? Wang Xinya noticed Li Chen's unusual behavior, feeling a bit puzzled and shy. Li Chen withdrew his gaze, concealing his feelings, and said, Stay tonight. Wang Xinya's face instantly turned crimson, like a blooming peach blossom. She shyly lowered her head, not daring to look into Li Chen's eyes, her heart racing rapidly, her delicate white hands nervously twisting together, with a slight tremor in her voice. Are we, going too fast? Silly girl, what are you thinking? What time is it now? Even if you want to go back, you can't get into the dormitory. Li Chen smiled and pinched Wang Xinya's cheek. This made Wang Xinya's face flush even more. She shot Li Chen an annoyed glance and then hurriedly dashed into the bathroom. It wasn't until a long time later that she tiptoed out, much like a primary school student who had done something wrong and wanted to avoid the teacher's gaze, which was quite adorable. That night, the two of them squeezed onto a bed that was only 1.5 meters wide. Li Chen slept deeply and soundly. It could even be said that it was the best sleep he had had since his rebirth. However, Wang Xinya did not possess Li Chen's calm heart or low moral standards. It was her first time at a boy's house, her first time staying overnight at a boy's house, and her first time lying down to sleep next to a boy. Wang Xinya felt feverish, dazed and confused. By the time she opened her eyes again, it was already dawn. When Li Chen woke up, Wang Xinya had already quietly escaped. On the table lay a bowl of cooked rice porridge and some meat buns bought from outside. A note was stuck to the pot. "You must eat breakfast, it's bad for your stomach if you don't. Be good." Wang Xinya, looking at the message, Li Chen couldn't help but smile. This girl, how had he never noticed before that she had a maternal quality? After finishing breakfast, Li Chen reorganized the information he had obtained last night and took the bus to the city center again. As for school? Who goes to school after being reborn? The Hongtian community is located in Qishan, Jiangbei City, built around the mountains. There are a total of 110 villas distributed throughout Qishan. In addition to the villas, there are also a library, swimming pool, gym, and other entertainment facilities, all free for the owners. It is said that when the Hongtian community was built, the Dingsheng Group specifically hired masters to survey the area, and the layout of all the buildings was carefully considered. However, the specifics of these considerations are naturally unknown to outsiders. Currently, the occupancy rate of the entire community has reached 70%, with almost all the villas having their own owners. The reason it is almost is that since the community was built, 2 villas in prime locations have never been put up for sale. These 2 villas have no numbers. It's not that no one wanted to buy them. After all, there is no shortage of wealthy people anywhere, nor is there a lack of influential individuals. But the Dingsheng Group has never let go of them. As for the reason, many people are curious. The answer given by the Dingsheng Group is very simple. There are deities worshipped inside. Upon learning that it was a place of worship, some wealthy and powerful individuals who were initially dissatisfied immediately had no objections. Villa No. 6 in the Hongtian community is the residence of the Yang family. Located halfway up Qishan, it has a broad view, allowing one to overlook almost half of Jiangbei City. As dawn broke, the morning light fell like golden powder from the horizon onto the villa cluster on the hillside. A luxurious Rolls-Royce slowly drove out from the villa. There were 2 people in the back seat. Yang Xingcai, who was over 50. Although he was past 50, he was very well preserved, looking nothing like someone of that age, more like a refined and easygoing middle-aged man. Only the crow's feet at the corners of his eyes made him appear a bit more mature. Yang Xingcai was dressed in a crisp white suit, which accentuated his well-proportioned figure. Beside him sat a cold and beautiful woman. With phoenix eyes and arched eyebrows, her gaze was disdainful, as if she were a queen ruling over the world, sending chills down one's spine. She was Yang Xingcai's eldest daughter, Yang Chen. Yang Chen wore a gray-blue professional suit, her ample curves lifting the white shirt high, her slender waist easily grasped, and the fullness of her rear accentuating the elegant arc of her skirt, embodying the posture of a strong woman. "Dad, why do we have to agree to the Yunzhou Group's investment?" Yang Chen frowned slightly, her cold beauty showing some confusion and anger. "The Yunzhou Group comes with ill intentions. They clearly want to completely swallow us, Dingsheng. Letting them invest in our Dingsheng is like inviting a wolf into the house. The Yunzhou Group is not a local force in Jiangbei City but an investment company from Su Province. In comparison, while Dingsheng Group is still somewhat powerful, the two are not on the same scale at all. The market value of the Yunzhou Group is over 10 billion, while Dingsheng Group's market value is less than 1 billion. Yang Xingcai faced his daughter's questioning with a deep gaze, not answering immediately. He certainly knew that the Yunzhou Group was not here with good intentions. He was also aware of their purpose for coming to Jiangbei City this time, to swallow the Dingsheng Group and achieve their goal of merging the real estate industry in Jiangsu Province and its surrounding areas. But, in Xia country, many things, even if known, cannot be changed. The Yunzhou Group's aggressive approach must have its reasons. They are backed by the Tianguan of Jiangsu Province. If the Yang family were sensible, it would be one thing. If not, well, for over 2,000 years, Xia country has always been based on officials. Why is it based on officials? Because only by being an official can one grasp the power of resource distribution in society. This is the origin of the official businessman relationship. Official businessman, with the official first and the businessman second. Only by becoming an official can one obtain the ticket to become a great businessman. Every great businessman inevitably has a series of Tianguan behind them. Whether they are local or national businessmen, they are merely representatives of the Tianguan. In a society that has been based on officials for thousands of years, a businessman without the backing of a Tianguan is ultimately just a delicacy on the dining table. The county magistrate who ruined his family and the prefect who exterminated a clan exemplify this principle. In terms of officials, the Yang family cannot compete with the Yunzhou group. But Yang Xingcai squinted, looking meaningfully out at the rising sun, and murmured with anticipation, "Soon. Soon. Dad, what are you talking about?" "The savior of our Yang family." Yang Chen furrowed her brows, already understanding what Yang Xingcai meant. He is coming." Yang Xingcai had been saying this for over a decade. Yang Chen had never doubted his existence, because from childhood to adulthood, she had always been having the same dream. In the dream, a magnificent galaxy spanned the universe, and she floated like dust in the vast sea of stars, the only feelings she could sense being humility, coldness, and darkness. Occasionally, she would catch a glimpse of a shadowy figure from the brilliant galaxy. He stood above the galaxy, radiating warmth like the sun. Having the same dream was already very strange, and having only this one dream for over a decade was beyond scientific explanation. So Yang Chen had always believed her father's words. 18 years ago, their family had defied fate with his help and escaped death. This was the price of defying fate. But there was one thing. Yang Chen was very dissatisfied. "Dad, you've been saying this for over a decade, but you still refuse to tell me what he is and where he is," Yang Chen complained. For years, since realizing how unusual the things happening to her were, Yang Chen had been seeking an answer. Who exactly is he? Where is he? What is the relationship between Yang Xingcai and him? And Yang Xingcai had never answered her. He only said that when he arrives, everything will have an answer. Yang Xingcai smiled, somewhat helpless. He could understand his daughter's worries, but he really couldn't say. Because of the contract. That contract of defying fate prevented him from revealing Li Chen's situation to anyone, in any way. Yang Xingcai pondered. "Do you remember the secret I told you about?" Yang Chen replied, "I remember." At this point, the corners of Yang Chen's eyes lifted slightly, as if in thought. Back then, she had been troubled by dreams, waking up startled countless times. Initially, neither she nor Yang Xingcai realized the reason, thinking only that Yang Chen was ill. They consulted many doctors, but no problems were ever found. Later, when Yang Chen was about 12, Yang Xingcai thought of a possibility. The price of altering fate. For this reason, he revealed a secret to Yang Chen. Since that car accident years ago, Yang Xingcai would occasionally see another version of himself in his dreams. A version of himself who lost everything after the accident. On that timeline, he lived a very miserable life. This memory is fragmented, unlocking continuously as time passes, making Yang Xingcai realize how immense the impact of that car accident was on himself and the Yang family. He also understood one thing more clearly, how great his power is. Therefore, out of reverence and fear of fate, he named his son Qihua. It was precisely the hope that this son, who should not have existed, could grow up healthy and happy, unaffected by fate. Yang Xingcai was silent for a few seconds before suddenly laughing. He gazed out the window and sighed. "Last night, I saw him in my dream." Yang Chen was momentarily stunned, then quickly reacted. Her red lips parted slightly, her cold demeanor vanished in an instant, leaving only surprise and anticipation. "Dad means?" Yang Chen asked cautiously, her voice trembling. "That's right, that was the time we first met, and also the time he changed my fate against the heavens. Fate has been fulfilled, he will definitely come to find me," Yang Xingcai said solemnly, his words powerful and resolute. He was very confident, because one of the terms of that contract was that the Yang family needed to pay him half of their wealth. That was the price. But Yang Xingcai never regretted this wealth. In fact, he was very pleased. This is the bond. It is the connection between both parties. As long as this bond exists, the Yang family has nothing to fear, because he will never give up on the Yang family. Li Chen took the bus to the city center, got off at Qingshuan Road, and hailed a taxi driver to Jintai Square. Once in the car, Li Chen directly stated the destination. However, upon hearing this name, the taxi driver was stunned for a few seconds, seriously recalling, but ultimately could not remember where it was. He asked in confusion, "Where is Jintai Square?" Li Chen was taken aback and then frowned. Jintai Square is the most famous shopping mall in Zhongbei City. Such a place, anyone who knows a bit about Zhongbei City. Wait a minute. Realizing this, Li Chen suddenly woke up. The history has changed. Previously, the most famous square in Jiangbei City during this period was indeed Jintai Square, but that timeline did not have the Yang family, nor the Dingxing Group. And now, the Dingxing Group has become the number one in the real estate industry in Jiangbei City, and many things have naturally changed. For example, Jintai Square. Li Chen remained calm and said, "Oh, I might have remembered it wrong. Let's go to the department store instead." The driver laughed. "Ha, so it's the department store. That place is called Dingxing Square. You must be new to Jiangbei City, but your accent sounds like a local." The driver was very talkative, chatting non-stop about everything under the sun, domestic and international events, celebrities, and family matters. Li Chen only occasionally responded, his mind completely elsewhere, because he realized a very important issue. The timeline has changed, fate has deviated, but it seems he has not been affected at all. This is a good thing, but it is also not a good thing. The benefit is that as the number of fate lines he interferes with in the future increases, he won't end up with dozens or hundreds of different memories. If that situation arises, he would likely first get lost in the fluctuations of the timeline, becoming a madman unable to distinguish between reality and illusion. The downside is that the changes in the fate lines have bypassed him, and he cannot immediately know about the changes in the world and reality. This could affect some decisions, some plans for the future. Li Chen closed his eyes, understanding the most important issue at hand. Intelligence. If he wants to develop, he must establish a department specifically for collecting intelligence. Of course, this department can disguise itself as many things, or rather, use another pretext to cover up this true purpose. For example, starting an internet media company that specializes in collecting news and other information from a certain area, or establishing a forum dedicated to gathering historical archives from different places. There are many ways to disguise. It's not a troublesome matter. The only issue is money, and that issue is not a problem now. One of the conditions under which Li Chen helped Yang Xingcai defy fate was half of the Yang family's fortune. Money is a good thing. Without money, how can one talk about establishing an organization or development? Compared to investing in the stock market, real estate, the internet, and other industries, Li Chen found a better investment direction. People. A person who is currently down and out but once shone brightly. Such investments yield quick returns and are relatively more stable. Li Chen got out of the car and stood in front of Dingxing Square, his gaze somewhat dazed. The square is large, over 30,000 square meters. At the entrance stands a statue, a 5-meter-tall tripod cauldron. Built of blue stone, wrapped in a layer of metal, it looks like it was cast in bronze. But Li Chen clearly remembers that the statue that used to be here was not a tripod cauldron but a giant statue of Guangong. Obviously, the changes here are closely related to Dingxing Group. Li Chen observed the situation and murmured, "The changes are really significant." Li Chen frowned slightly, thinking of a question. The fate paradox arises from a changed fate. He changed Yang Xingcai's fate, bringing so many changes to Jiangbei City. Although he was still unsure why he had not yet received the value of the fate paradox, if he understood correctly, every change in Jiangbei City, every change related to Yang Xingcai, should generate a fate paradox. If he did not clarify how many changes had occurred in Jiangbei City, he would not be able to understand the output value of the fate paradox. With this thought, Li Chen exhaled. It seems I need to seriously investigate the changes in Jiangbei City. The fate paradox concerns the enhancement of his abilities, and he cannot afford to be careless. Li Chen pondered and immediately abandoned his original plan to visit various properties of the Yang family to gather information and search for Yang Xingcai's whereabouts. Instead, he bought a map of Jiangbei City and then marked the places that had changed based on his memories of Jiangbei City. After that, Li Chen walked through this familiar yet strange Jiangbei City, exploring those changed places one by one. After a busy day, Li Chen had only explored 1/3 of the area, mainly Dingxing Square, Shanghu Park, Jinding Building, and so on. As the sun set, Li Chen walked out of Jinding Building, his map scribbled with notes, with 7 or 8 places still unexamined. Dingxing Group Building, Hongtian Community, Dingxing Hotel, etc. These places are either properties of Dingxing Group or have direct or indirect relations with Dingxing Group. Standing in front of Jinding Building, Li Chen contemplated writing a brief record, mainly about the differences between Jinding Building and his memories. Jinding Building, a high-end shopping mall in Jiangbei City, mainly sells various luxury goods, such as brand-name watches, high-end jewelry, and branded furniture, etc. In Li Chen's memory, it was originally called Baifu Building. The business projects are extremely similar. At the same time, on the 3rd floor of Jinding Building, there is a French restaurant. The restaurant has a great location, and sitting by the window allows one to overlook the entire square, taking in the hustle and bustle below. Yang Chen elegantly sat at table number 7. A windowside seat. This is her favorite spot. From here, she can overlook the entire square. She loves this feeling, as if she were a queen surveying her kingdom. But today, Yang Chen was in a bad mood, because sitting across from her was someone she disliked the most. A handsome, gentle, and refined man. The man was dressed in designer brands, his demeanor and appearance exuding the aura of an exceptional talent and a successful man. His name was Hong Ji-cheong, the son of the Tianhong Real Estate Group. Tianhong Real Estate Group ranked third in the real estate industry in Jianbei City, far behind the prosperous Yang Families Group. However, 3 months ago, Yunzhou Group acquired Tianhong Real Estate Group at a high price. This was consistent with Yunzhou Group's usual style, first acquiring small local companies, then using them as a springboard for large-scale commercial invasions of the area. This effectively reduced local resistance to outside groups, facilitating business mergers. And now, the target was the prosperous group. Hong Ji-cheong elegantly picked up his goblet, raised it to Yang Chen, and smiled, "Here's to a pleasant cooperation." Yang Chen's expression was cold, but she still raised her glass in response. She took a sip and set the glass down, looking at Hong Ji-cheong's smiling face, feeling a wave of nausea. The Hong family had a background in the underworld. They were once a well-known local gang in Jianbei City, but later they accepted the righteous guidance of the Tianguan and became a respectable company in Jianbei City, mainly engaged in assisting with demolitions. They dealt with non-violent, uncooperative demolition households through physical means, making them feel the weight of social responsibility and the spirit of great sacrifice. Eventually, the Hong family, having accumulated enough capital, established Tianhong Real Estate Group. Although the Hong family seemed to have turned legitimate, they still engaged in many shady industries, casinos, brothels, and everything in between. If it were just a matter of the Hong family's foundation, Yang Chen wouldn't despise Hong Ji-cheong so much. After all, the Yang family's background wasn't exactly clean either. The key issue was Hong Ji-cheong's character, which she found extremely detestable. He appeared refined and cultured, but in reality, he was a complete beast in human clothing, having harmed nearly 100 women over the years with the power of the Hong family. If those women were drawn to him by money and willingly approached him, Yang Chen wouldn't bother to comment. After all, it takes two to tango, that's just how the world works. But the problem was that many of those harmed women were coerced. Watching Hong Ji-cheong's pretentious performance made Yang Chen feel nauseous. She irritably looked out the window. Gazing at the bustling square outside, her mood improved slightly. Suddenly, she felt a sense of awareness and looked toward the mall's exit. The location of Gate 6. It wasn't far away. A man stood there. Very quiet. A bit handsome. Dressed simply. He stood at the door, holding a map in his hand, seemingly writing something. The moment she saw the man, Yang Chen's pupils constricted, and her heart raced. It was him. He had come. Although she had never met Li Chen, the moment she saw him, a strong sense of familiarity washed over her. It was the breath of destiny. Grand. Mysterious. Magnificent. An indescribable power. She instinctively knew that Li Chen was the one who would change her fate. Yang Chen couldn't care less about Hong Ji-cheong sitting across from her. She hurriedly rushed toward the mall's entrance. However, by the time she reached the door, Li Chen had already left, walking to the edge of the square. Yang Chen could only see his departing figure from a distance. Her red lips parted slightly, wanting to speak, but she didn't know what to say. She knew nothing about Li Chen. The only impression she had was from that childhood encounter. Standing at the door, staring at Li Chen's back, her fists clenched, and she bit her red lip. "I will find you. I will," Yang Chen murmured, unwilling to let this opportunity slip away. For over a decade, that dream, that strange past, had brought her too much pain and too many questions. She had many doubts. So many things she couldn't understand. How had Li Chen accomplished all of this? What kind of agreement did he have with Yang Xingxai? What does he want to do? Yang Chen wanted to understand everything about Li Chen, every single detail. She thought for a moment, paying attention to the direction Li Chen had left, and then took out her phone to call the driver. "Hello, Uncle Yuan, come pick me up in front of Gate 6 of the Jinding building." "Yes." A steady and powerful voice came from the other end of the line, without any unnecessary words. After hanging up, Yang Chen hurriedly followed after Li Chen. On the 3rd floor, in the restaurant, Hong Ji-cheong, who had been stood up, wore a gloomy expression, his eyes resembling those of a hunting eagle, sending chills down one's spine. He stared intently at Yang Chen, who was rushing across the square below, a cold, knife-like smile curling at the corners of his lips. Good Yang Chen, good Yang family." Hong Ji-cheong sneered twice, muttering under his breath, "Damn bitch," giving face but not knowing how to take it. "Do you really think it's still your Yang family's era? Your Yang family's backing has already fallen, don't pretend to be holy. Giving face but not knowing how to take it. Since your Yang family doesn't want this dignity, don't blame me for being ruthless. With a face as cold as ice, Hong Jicheon picked up his phone and dialed a number. The screen displayed only 2 words, Black Panther. Hello, Black Panther. There was silence on the other end, only the faint sound of breathing indicating that the caller was listening. Hong Jicheon paid no mind and got straight to the point. How's the matter going? 2 more to go. The voice on the other end was short, dull, and slightly hoarse. Upon hearing this, Hong Jicheon's earlier anger and indifference vanished instantly, replaced by a cruel and triumphant smile. Good. Get it done as soon as possible. He coldly hung up the phone. Although the Dingsheng Group was not publicly listed, it was not solely dominated by the Yang family. The major shareholders were 3 in total. The Yang family held 35% of the shares. The Liu family held 22%. The Zhongbei Investment Group held 18%. In addition to these 3, there were dozens of smaller shareholders, collectively holding 25% of the shares. This 25% was the target of the Yunzhou Group. Previously, the Yunzhou Group had disguised itself as the Tianhong Group, acquiring 5% of the Liu family's shares and taking 3% from the Yang family, totaling 8%. As long as they obtained this 25% of the shares, the Yunzhou Group could gain 33% of the Dingsheng Group's shares. Looking at it this way, although they still couldn't achieve absolute control over the Dingsheng Group's affairs, the Zhongbei Investment Group was absolutely controlled by the Zhongbei local government. And the head of the Zhongbei Investment Group was one of the disciples of the celestial official behind the Yunzhou Group. Once the Tianhong Group secured 33% of the shares, they could join forces with the Zhongbei Investment to kick the Yang family out, thus swallowing the Dingsheng Group. Hong Jicheon pondered, lightly tapping the table with his right index finger, coldly watching Yang Chen as she walked further away. Soon, it was time for your Yang family to exit Zhongbei. Yang Chen closely followed behind Li Chen. Although Li Chen's pace was not particularly fast, Yang Chen was wearing high heels and could barely keep up with him. She watched as Li Chen boarded the bus and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. She hurriedly took a photo of the bus's license plate with her phone. A few minutes later, a silver-gray Rolls-Royce appeared beside Yang Chen. Miss. The car door opened, revealing a burly middle-aged man inside. It was Uncle Yuan. Uncle Yuan, whose real name was Yuan Hua, had a father who had smuggled alongside Yang Xingsai's father and was an elder of the Yang family. After Yang Xingsai rose to power, Yuan Hua became his trusted aide due to his family's connections and served as Yang Xingsai's bodyguard. He was now the head of the Yang family's security team, responsible for the safety of everyone in the Yang family. If it were in the past, there would be no need for him to personally pick up Yang Chen. But now, the situation with the Dingsheng Group is complicated, and the Yunzhou Group and Tianhong Group are not coming with good intentions. Although times have changed and it's no longer fashionable to solve problems with violence, the Hong family has its roots in the underworld and is still operating in the gray industry. Who knows if they might go mad for a moment. For Yang Chen's safety, Yang Xingsai entrusted his most trusted aide with the responsibility of protecting his precious daughter. Yang Chen got into the car and took out her phone to snap a picture of the bus, anxiously saying, "Uncle Yuan, follow that bus." Yes. Yuan Hua glanced at the photo, curious about why Yang Chen was doing this, but he didn't ask further. He was an old hand in Zhongbei City and was very familiar with the roads and bus routes there. Just by looking at the bus number, Yuan Hua already knew the route it was taking. The car started and followed the route of the 18th bus. The bus had a fixed route, so Yang Chen was not worried about losing it. The only thing she was concerned about was not knowing where Li Chen would get off and what the destination was. Sitting in the car, Yang Chen nervously watched the road ahead, searching for the bus's trace, while dialing Yang Xingsai's number. "Hello, Miao Xian, what's up?" came Yang Xingsai's voice from the other end. Steady and strong. "Dad, I saw him." Yang Xingsai paused, momentarily not understanding what it meant. "It's him. Dad, it's him." It was only when Yang Chen's anxious voice repeated him that Yang Xingsai finally realized. "Are you sure?" Yang Xingsai's voice suddenly rose by 8 degrees, losing its previous steadiness and becoming particularly urgent. The volume was so loud that Yang Chen had to frown and hold the phone a bit farther from her ear. Even Yuan Hua, who was driving, heard Yang Xingsai's exclamation. He raised his eyebrows, increasingly surprised. Yuan Hua had followed Yang Xingsai since he was 24, and it had been 17 years. In his impression, Yang Xingsai was always very composed in whatever he did, never showing such a reaction. But now, him? Who on earth could make the boss and the young lady so excited? Yuan Hua clicked his tongue in wonder and sped up, fearing he might not catch up with the bus ahead. Yang Chen affirmed, "I'm sure." Although I've never seen him before, the moment I laid eyes on him, I felt a very subtle connection. I can't explain it, but it feels like there's some kind of bond between us, a very clear bond. I can feel the power within him. Yang Chen was somewhat incoherent, saying things that Yuan Hua completely couldn't understand. But Yang Xingcai on the other end could grasp what Yang Chen meant. He asked, "What does he look like?" "A very young man, in his early 20s, looks about my age. Dressed simply." Yang Chen furrowed her brows, recalling Li Chen's appearance and trying her best to describe it. The distance between them at that time wasn't close, and she was too busy chasing after him to take a good look. Yang Xingcai exhaled, excitedly saying, "It must be him. The figure I saw in my dream was blurry, but it closely matches your description." "Ah, good. Where are you now?" "I'll go meet him in person." Yang Xingcai laughed heartily, his voice so loud that even Yuan Hua couldn't help but glance over. It had been a long time since he had seen the boss lose his composure like this. Yang Chen immediately explained the current situation. Upon hearing that Li Chen was on the bus and that Yang Chen was chasing after it, Yang Xingcai sighed, feeling somewhat anxious. He too had many doubts, many questions, that needed Li Chen's answers. The other fate line he saw in his dream kept him restless, like a nightmare, fearing that one day he might repeat the same mistakes. Yang Xingcai said solemnly, "Once you determine his location, call me back immediately." "Got it," Yang Chen replied readily. Sitting on the bus to the university town, Li Chen gazed out at the scenery, contemplating the future. Today had been quite fruitful. Although he had not yet fully explored the significant changes in Jiangbei City, Li Chen had gained a clear understanding of his own power. An incredible force. Just one Yang Xingcai, an old man who had once fallen to scavenging, could bring about such a great change in a city. If he could create 100 characters like Yang Xingcai, or even some more powerful figures, how much change could that bring to the world? With this thought, Li Chen took out his notebook and pondered as he wrote on a fresh page. What is the limit of fate? Leaving this question, Li Chen paused his pen. Altering fate is undoubtedly an incredible power, but this power is very dangerous, whether for others or for oneself, because the changes brought about by altering fate are completely unknown and unpredictable. As long as he remains in this world, he will inevitably be affected. For example, if the direction of a country or even the development of the world is changed, could it possibly trigger a world war or provoke large-scale wars between nations? This is entirely possible. Currently, although he can only alter the past through people, if his abilities improve in the future, could it be possible to alter more distant fates through objects, some items that others have used and preserved? And once alterations are made to a more distant era, the chain reactions that follow are bound to be terrifying and far-reaching, even more difficult to control. Therefore, how to use this power while ensuring one's own safety is a very important question. Li Chen pondered and continued to write. How to use it safely. After finishing, Li Chen furrowed his brow, his thoughts racing. This question is quite troublesome. Altering fate is like forcibly changing the structure of a tall building. The most troublesome part is that this change is chaotic and uncontrollable. This year is 2004, if the entire world is likened to a 2004-story building, altering the past is akin to recklessly modifying the already constructed floors without blueprints. It could be 1987, or it could be 1965, or even 1954, and even lower floors. And if a load-bearing column is broken during the modification process, boom! The entire building could collapse from the damaged floor, ultimately leading to complete destruction, a world war, or even worse scenarios. With this thought, Li Chen had already jotted down several words on the paper. Tall building, structure, chaotic change. After writing, Li Chen stared at the 3 words, and a sudden flash of inspiration crossed his mind, causing him to smile. That's right. Chaos. This is the root. Chaotic changes to the past, unpredictably altering the past, could lead to great collapse. But if it were a systematic transformation, a purposeful change, everything would be different. Li Chen felt a surge of inspiration and wrote a line on the paper. How to systematically change everything. If history is a building under construction, how should I effectively and systematically change the already constructed floors? What do I need? Pausing here, Li Chen took a moment. Then he wrote decisively. An anchor. A load-bearing column. After finishing, Li Chen's smile was like a summer flower, bright and radiant. He finally understood what he should do and how he should do it. Yes, an anchor. A load-bearing column that carries history, the past, and fate. This load-bearing column is called organization. To change history in an orderly manner, the most effective way is to establish an organization, one that has a purpose, a goal, and a system. Previously, Li Chen had thought about creating an organization and had been working to lay a solid foundation for it as much as possible. For instance, what kind of organization should be created? Where should it be established? What is the goal of this organization? What is its purpose? Such questions. However, there was one thing Li Chen had never considered. Why must this organization be created now? Is there a possibility of establishing this organization in a much earlier past through a fate changer? Is there a possibility of constructing this organization in different eras and places around the world through a fate changer? The answer is affirmative. It is entirely possible. From Yang Xingcai's changes in Jianbei City, Li Chen could almost confirm that this matter is completely feasible and achievable. As long as he establishes this organization in the past, he can limit the scope of the fate changer's actions and their impact on reality to a controllable range, thereby minimizing the risks of disorder. Most importantly, this would greatly accelerate the pace of establishing the organization and its growth. Thinking of this, even Li Chen couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement and passion. Establishing an organization in the past. What an interesting and great endeavor this would be. Li Chen smiled as he wrote in his notebook. To create an organization in the past that restrains fate changers, controls modern changes, guides world development, and stabilizes fate. This organization. Li Chen pondered for a few seconds and drew a symbol in his notebook. Infinity, infinity, meaning limitless. This will be the emblem of the organization. An organization with infinite possibilities, infinite power, and destined to master an infinite future. This organization is called wujiu. In the Tao Te Ching, the characteristics of the Tao are formless and shapeless, without beginning or end, boundless and limitless, which is wujiu. At the same time, wujiu symbolizes a state of infinity that transcends the limited world, the primordial state before all things exist, and the ultimate destination to which all things return. No word is more suitable than wujiu for the organization he is about to create. Without beginning or end. From modern to past, and then back to modern from the past. The purpose of this organization. Li Chen's gaze shifted up to the excerpt from the Tao Te Ching he had written. This passage, in its entirety, reads, "Know the masculine, keep to the feminine, and be the stream for the world. Being the stream for the world, constant virtue does not depart, and returns to the infant. Know the white, keep to the black, and be the model for the world. Being the model for the world, constant virtue does not err, and returns to wujiu. Know the glory, keep to the shame, and be the valley for the world. Being the valley for the world, constant virtue is sufficient, and returns to simplicity. Simplicity disperses to become vessels. When the sage uses it, it becomes the head of officials, thus great governance is not severed." The meaning of this passage is to deeply understand the importance of strength yet willingly occupy a position of softness, wishing to be the stream in the deep valley. Willing to be the stream in the deep valley, virtue never departs, returning to the purity of an infant. Deeply understanding the brilliance of light, yet willing to dwell in the dark, wishing to be the model for the world. Willing to be the model for the world, virtue never loses, returning to the infinite truth. Deeply knowing the nobility of glory, yet content to guard a humble position, wishing to be the valley of the world. Willing to be the valley of the world, virtue will always be abundant, returning to the natural simplicity. The simple and primordial things are made into vessels. Those with the Tao use the true simplicity, thus becoming the leaders of all officials, so perfect governance is indivisible. Know the white and keep to the black. This is the principle that wujiu should adhere to. Before it has grown, the wujiu organization should remain in the shadows, silently changing, recording this world, and waiting for the day when the hidden dragon emerges from the abyss. After writing the 4 big characters "Know the white, keep to the black," Li Chen exhaled, feeling very pleased. Today has truly been fruitful. Not only did they resolve significant issues such as the name of the future organization and its purpose, but they also found an extremely brilliant and unique path for development. In the following journey, Li Chen continuously refined this plan. By the time he returned to the vicinity of Zhongbei University, an hour had already passed. The sky was dim, and the food street not far from the school was bustling with activity. After packing his things, he got out of the car. Just as he reached the school gate, Li Chen heard a familiar shout. "Li Chen! Li Chen!" The voices were urgent, tinged with a bit of tension and helplessness. Li Chen looked in the direction of the sound. He saw 2 people standing at the school gate, waving at him repeatedly. One of them was Wang Xinya. The other was a tall, thin boy wearing glasses. He was Lu Guodong, one of Li Chen's friends at school. Upon seeing Li Chen, both of them showed worried expressions. The moment he saw them, Li Chen realized something had happened, and it was definitely related to him. However, the memory was too distant, and he couldn't recall what exactly it was. "What's wrong with you? You look so worried," Li Chen approached and asked with a smile. Lu Guodong sighed, patted Li Chen on the shoulder, and gave him a thumbs up, saying, "You're amazing, you even dared to skip Professor Yu's class. Yesterday and today, you skipped his class for 2 days. It's not that we don't want to help you, but this matter can't be contained anymore." As he spoke, Lu Guodong made a cross over his chest to show his condolences. Li Chen was stunned for 2 seconds before he realized. Yu Buchuan, whose real name was, well, it was indeed Yu Buchuan, a professor in his 50s, responsible for teaching European history. He was a stern, serious, and somewhat ill-tempered old professor. Of course, despite his bad temper and seriousness, the old man had many merits. For example, he was very responsible. When faced with students' questions, he would always admit what he knew and what he didn't, never pretending to be profound. When students sought help, he was warm-hearted and never refused reasonable requests. And such a professor despised and loathed one thing the most: students skipping class, especially during his lectures. Once caught, well, you were done for, my friend. Lu Guodong sighed, a mix of pity and schadenfreude in his voice, and reminded, Yu Buchuan is calling you to his office. He said if you don't give him an explanation today, he'll call your home. Saying this, Lu Guodong shook his head solemnly, wearing an expression of this child cannot be taught. Li Chen suddenly understood. So that was what it was about. He rubbed his forehead, feeling a bit speechless and helpless. Whether he could get his graduation certificate, he truly didn't care at all right now. But if this matter led to his parents being called, that would be a real trouble. This world, although it had many differences for him, also had many similarities. For example, himself. For example, his parents. Based on Li Chen's understanding of his parents, if this matter reached them, his dad, who loved face, would definitely not call immediately. If he didn't, it would be because the train broke down, not because he lacked initiative. His mother, an ordinary rural woman, would surely be pointed at by the villagers if this got out. It might be an exaggeration to say she would be devastated, but she would definitely cry her eyes out. At that time, Li Chen shivered. Although Wang Xinya was not a history major, she had heard of Yu Buchuan's great reputation. She comforted him, saying, Li Chen, why don't you have a better attitude when admitting your mistake, and then come up with a better excuse? Like saying there was something at home, maybe Yu Buchuan will let you off the hook. Li Chen pondered. This was indeed a good idea. Crafting a story, Li Chen thought, already having an idea. He smiled and said, it's fine, I'll be back soon. After saying that, Li Chen strode towards the school. Wang Xinya and Lu Guodong hurriedly chased after him. Damn, Li Chen, are you really confident you can handle Yu Buchuan? But to be fair, your performance just now was amazing, so cool. Lu Guodong looked at Li Chen's confident stride, utterly astonished. He and Li Chen were high school classmates and had known each other for many years. In his impression, when Li Chen encountered such situations, well, he couldn't say he was flustered and lost, but he would definitely be fidgeting. But now, it was like he had become a different person. Li Chen, calm down, don't act impulsively. Wang Xinya also caught up, gently advising Li Chen to stay calm. She didn't want Li Chen to get a demerit or even face punishment because of this matter. With Yu Buchuan's personality, if Li Chen made a big deal out of it, it would really be impossible to resolve. The three of them walked towards the campus together. Just as they left, a silver-gray Rolls-Royce drove around the corner of the street, slowly approaching the school gate. It was Yang Chen's vehicle. As soon as the car appeared, nearby students, pedestrians, and vendors all turned to look. Damn, that's a Rolls-Royce Phantom. What? What Phantom? This car is the Phantom series produced by Rolls-Royce last year. I don't get it. It's just a car. What's so special about it? Dude, what do you mean it's just a car? Do you know how much this car costs? I don't know. How much can a car be? Even if it's a big brand, it can't be more than several $100,000, right? Several $100,000? Isn't it? No way, this car costs about $8 million when it hits the road, and that might not even be enough. How much? $8 million. Oh my god, this thing is worth $8 million? You haven't seen much. Damn, $8 million, $8 million, is this something I haven't seen much of? Do you know how much I earn from my part-time job in a month? 700. Damn it, I would have to work for over 10,000 months without eating or drinking to afford this. That's over 1,000 years. Alright, stop complaining, there are plenty of rich people in this world. Even if there are rich people, how many can afford a car like this? In all of Zhongbei, there can't be many. True, not many. The allure of the Rolls-Royce was far stronger than that of handsome men or beautiful women. Almost everyone who understood cars, even those with a little knowledge about automobiles, was astonished by the appearance of this luxury vehicle. Inside the car, Yuan Hua looked at Zhangbei University not far away and said, Miss, he has entered, should we follow him? Yang Chen frowned slightly, her gentle eyes gazing at the school in front of her, and she couldn't help but rub her forehead in frustration. After all, the school was not like the outside, the roads were intricate and complex, and just because someone entered the school didn't mean they would take the main road. Following them in at this time might actually lead to missing out. As Yang Chen pondered, she noticed the students coming in and out of the school gate, and her eyes lit up. She said, "Drive to the school gate." Yuan Hua, upon hearing this, asked no further questions. He drove the car to the school gate and stopped, attracting a lot of onlookers. Yang Chen rolled down the window and asked a boy walking by, "Can I take up a bit of your time? Excuse me, how many entrances does your school have?" The boy was taken aback for a moment, looking at Yang Chen's cool and beautiful face, and couldn't help but feel a bit dazed. He stood there for 2 seconds before coming to his senses. The boy's cheeks turned slightly red, and he hurriedly replied, "There are 2, the east gate and the south gate, but the south gate usually doesn't open, only the east gate can be used to enter and exit." After saying that, the boy ran away as if escaping. Yang Chen's lips curled up. 1 entrance for entry and exit. That certainly saved a lot of trouble. The only question was, when would he come out from inside? Just as Yang Chen was contemplating, a security guard approached and cautiously asked, "Excuse me, do you need assistance?" Yang Chen replied coldly, "I have a friend here, may we come in?" "Ah, okay. The security guard was momentarily taken aback but quickly reacted and opened the school gate. Meanwhile, Li Chen, Lu Guodong, and Wang Xinya had already arrived at Yu Buchuan's office door. Lu Guodong patted Li Chen on the shoulder, looking as if to wish him good luck. Wang Xinya squeezed Li Chen's right hand, signaling him to hold back and absolutely not to clash with Yu Buchuan. Li Chen returned a confident and calm smile and pushed open the office door. The office was not large, about 14 or 15 square meters. The furnishings were quite simple. A desk painted in red, a row of bookshelves filled with various books, and 2 old sofas placed at the entrance. Near the window, there were 6 pots of green plants. The lush greenery brought some vitality to the room. An elderly man with graying hair sat behind the desk, and upon seeing Li Chen, his expression instantly darkened. Yu Buchuan cast a cold glance at Li Chen, then shifted his gaze to the course materials on the desk. He said indifferently, "I will give you 3 minutes to explain why you skipped class. You only have 1 chance to explain." Yu Buchuan's voice was very calm, devoid of emotion, yet it carried a terrifying pressure like a tsunami, as if it could destroy everything. If it were an ordinary student, they would have been trembling with fear by now. But Li Chen, he was no longer the naive college student he once was. Li Chen sighed. The sound was heavy, very heavy. He did not speak, and it was this inexplicable sigh that drew Yu Buchuan's attention away from the course materials. He looked at Li Chen in confusion, waiting for his explanation. Li Chen did not answer Yu Buchuan's question but instead asked, "Professor, do you remember last Tuesday's class?" Before Yu Buchuan could inquire further, Li Chen continued, "The hardest stage in life is not when no one understands you, but when you do not understand yourself." This is a quote from the famous philosopher Nietzsche in the late 19th century that you once cited. Upon hearing this, Yu Buchuan's expression softened slightly. Remembering a quote he had casually mentioned indicated that he had been attentive in class. Well, if he hadn't skipped class, he would definitely be a good student. Li Chen continued, "This quote has benefited me greatly, and it made me think of our country's Zen Buddhism. Zen Buddhism advocates, the nature of the mind is inherently pure, the Buddha nature is inherent, and enlightenment does not require external seeking, but directly penetrates the source of the heart. That is, one should seek within, value oneself, understand oneself, and tap into one's own strength, rather than worshipping deities or Buddhas. Master Huanglong once said, if one only understands oneself but does not realize the present, this person has eyes but no feet. If one only realizes the present but does not understand oneself, this person has feet but no eyes." Yu Buchuan nodded repeatedly, his gaze towards Li Chen changing. Zen Buddhism. It is extremely rare for someone Li Chen's age to understand Zen Buddhism and grasp its fundamental principles. This child, well, although he skipped class and has significant issues, he is still a child. Who hasn't made mistakes when young? Li Chen noticed the change in Yu Buchuan's expression and continued to ramble. "I received your teachings and went home that night to read many books. Buddhist scriptures, Taoist texts. Taoism emphasizes rebirth and valuing oneself. Taoism believes that an individual's life is the most precious and should be highly valued and protected. The Lu Shichuanshu also mentions, now my life exists for me, and its benefits are great. In terms of value, a noble title is not comparable to being an emperor. In terms of weight, wealth cannot be exchanged for it. In terms of safety, losing it at dawn means it will never be regained in a lifetime. This tells us, my life belongs to me, and it is very important to me. When it comes to how precious it is, even the position of an emperor cannot compare. In terms of its importance, not even the wealth of the entire world can exchange for it. Speaking of its irretrievability, once lost in the morning, it can never be regained in this lifetime. When I first came across this sentence, I suddenly awakened. It was a very strange feeling. Who am I? What do I want to do? Our lives are limited, so what is it that I truly want in this limited life? Li Chen's voice suddenly grew louder, and his expression changed. These words came from the heart. Who am I? What do I want to do? What should I do? He had pondered these questions in his previous life as well. But not now. It was 8 years later, after turning 30. After years of struggling in society, he finally realized these questions. Yu Buchuan's expression shifted slightly, and his gaze towards Li Chen held a bit more admiration and surprise. To understand this question at such a young age and in this period truly was remarkable. He had come to this realization around the age of 30 as well, after years of navigating society. Yu Buchuan even forgot the purpose of calling Li Chen over, putting down his pen, sitting up, and eagerly asking, "What have you realized?" Li Chen did not answer but instead asked, "Professor, have you noticed the changes in this city? Urbanization, rural transformation. I don't know when it started, but this city now has skyscrapers towering and highways everywhere. Just in Jiangbei City, there has been such a significant change. Looking at the whole country, the changes are astonishing. In this era of great transformation, our speed of forgetting the past is incredibly alarming, perhaps even epic-making. 10 years from now, 20 years from now, will the post-00s generation still know what this city and this country looked like before? If not, will they understand this history?" Yu Buchuan's lips parted slightly, staring at Li Chen in disbelief. This is truly a student, a student from Jiangbei University, a second-tier school, can think of such social issues? Yu Buchuan was quite shocked, his heart racing a bit faster, and he eagerly asked, "What are your thoughts?" Li Chen said, "I want to build a history museum. On the internet, to create a history museum for Jiangbei City and even the whole country, documenting the changes in different places and times. It will record changes in local environments, cultural shifts, as well as notable figures and major events from different periods. Let history combine with the internet, presenting it to everyone in the most convenient and intuitive way. I have been surveying the city these past few days, documenting its changes." As he spoke, Li Chen took 2 steps forward and displayed the map of Jiangbei City he had bought today, filled with notes and sketches, on the desk. It contained only some simple vocabulary. There was no important information. Yu Buchuan's eyes lit up as he looked at the annotated map, no longer doubting Li Chen's words. He couldn't help but applaud, saying, "Great idea." After expressing his admiration, Yu Buchuan sighed inwardly and advised, "Building such an internet museum requires a lot of money. Commercial investment emphasizes returns. While the idea of an internet history museum is good, obtaining returns might be quite difficult. You are still young. If you want to achieve such a career, you can take your time. Your current task is to study. Studying well is your main job. However, your idea is excellent. This is indeed a great undertaking." In just a few sentences, Yu Buchuan's perception of Li Chen underwent a tremendous change, and he even felt compelled to offer comfort. Li Chen replied boldly, "Money is not a problem. It's just that building an internet history museum requires some specialized talents, like outstanding scholars such as yourself." Hearing this, Yu Buchuan couldn't help but smile, his gaze towards Li Chen growing increasingly appreciative. This student is really impressive. How had he not noticed this before? At the same time, he was somewhat surprised. Money is not an issue. That's quite bold. But based on his understanding of Li Chen did not come from a wealthy family. Where did he get the confidence to say money is not a problem? Seeing the change in Yu Buchuan's expression, Li Chen thought to himself, "Got it." He continued, "I am currently looking for a location to establish a company, aiming to accomplish this great endeavor within my limited lifetime. Once my company is established, I hope to hire knowledgeable and capable professors like you as consultants. There's no need to come to the office, just help us solve some professional issues. Since the company is in its early stages, the salary may not meet your expectations. How about 10,000 a month?" Yu Buchuan was dumbfounded, his brain nearly short-circuiting. 10,000 a month? Is that considered low? Jiangbei University is just an ordinary second-tier institution, and professors like him earn only about 8,000 before tax. After various taxes, the actual take-home pay is only around 6,000. 10,000 a month, and no need to work at the company, this is simply a pie falling from the sky. Li Chen continued, "Of course, the amount of money is not important. What matters is the purpose of this great endeavor. We are observers, we are recorders. The content we write will face countless audiences through the internet. If our company develops smoothly, this museum will become a part of history, an important witness to history. And you will leave an eternal mark in this museum. Your name will be passed down forever alongside it. Li Chen spoke sincerely, his attitude earnest. Because he truly wanted to establish such an intelligence agency. He also needed such an intelligence agency. This is an important issue that must be resolved now. As for Yu Buchuan, he was naturally a secondary consideration. He needed someone to help him solve the problems at school. After all, having been reborn, who would waste precious time in school? Yu Buchuan's eyes were dazed, stimulated by the wonderful future Li Chen painted. He could care less about how much money it was. But leaving a name. For a scholar like him, that was too important. It held an unparalleled allure. However, regarding Li Chen's plan, Yu Buchuan still had some doubts and concerns. Even if he had not studied business, he knew that this project would require a lot of investment, and the subsequent maintenance costs would be staggering. Business investments emphasize returns. But the returns on this project, Yu Buchuan could not see. He did not understand how such a website could make money. If it couldn't be profitable, or at least break even the foolish son of a landlord wouldn't throw money into a bottomless pit. Yu Buchuan did not easily believe it. Instead, he pondered and offered his own advice, also a warning. Your idea is good. Young people have ideas, goals, and drive, which is all great. But have you considered how such a company would make a profit? At this point, Yu Buchuan looked seriously at Li Chen, no longer displaying the previous indifference or anger. He transformed into a life mentor, wanting to remind Li Chen of the difficulties he would face in the future. And of course, Li Chen had an answer to this question. He deliberated. In the year 2000, the number of internet users in our country was just over 10 million. By 2002, the number of internet users had surpassed 60 million. Although this year's data has not yet come out, the internet has developed rapidly in the past 2 years, and the number of internet users is expected to reach around 100 million. Yu Buchuan's lips parted slightly, quite surprised. He had thought Li Chen's idea was just a momentary impulse, but he didn't expect him to have investigated such detailed information. Although he wasn't clear on how many internet users there were, he was taken aback. But this kind of data cannot be fabricated. Just a quick search online will reveal that even if this year's data is not available, the data from 2002 and 2003 is certainly there. Yu Buchuan pondered silently, not speaking, but he felt a growing sense of anticipation towards Li Chen's ideas. Li Chen continued, however, the Internet History Museum indeed has limited profit potential. But if we rely on this platform to develop the internet education and training industry, as well as knowledge payment and other related industries, do you think there is a profit space? At this point, Li Chen's lips curled up, exuding confidence. The internet education and training market had already proven to be enormous in his past life. Even if they couldn't capture the entire market, just occupying a niche would be immeasurable wealth. Internet education and training, Yu Buchuan murmured, his eyes gradually brightening. It was the first time he had heard the term internet education and training. He was very familiar with the education and training industry. In his early years, he had participated in many training organizations, lecturing at various institutions, and sometimes he was invited by companies to teach bosses in different regions, understanding how vast this industry was. But if it weren't for Li Chen, he would never have thought about the combination of education and training with the internet. After serious contemplation, Yu Buchuan couldn't help but praise the brilliance of this idea. The greatest advantage of the internet is breaking the limitations of geography, allowing people from all over the country and even the world to communicate freely. If education and training were combined with the internet, it could completely break the traditional limitations of the education and training industry, which could only be confined to a specific location, a conference room, or a classroom. It could achieve teaching models of 1-on-1,000. Or even 1-on-1 10,000, 1-on-1 100,000. This model definitely has profit potential. Moreover, internet education and training can be said to complement the History Museum. Those who can search for content in the History Museum must possess a certain level of learning ability and inclination. Among them, there may also be many parents. What do we call this? This is called potential customers. The more Yu Buchuan thought about it, the more he couldn't help but admire. He reflected and said, your idea is indeed very clever. There are indeed many interconnections between internet education and training and the Internet History Museum, and they can be well combined. At this point, Yu Buchuan glanced out the window. The sky was darkening, and the corridor lights had already come on. He instructed, prepare a project proposal. After saying this, he realized that Li Chen was just a college student, and many college students at this age were still in a somewhat naive state. Although Li Chen's performance had been quite good, he couldn't help but ask, do you have any understanding of a business plan? Yes. Prepare a business plan and make sure it is as detailed as possible. Our school currently has a student entrepreneurship support program. Given your situation, you have a good chance of securing this project. In addition to interest-free loans from the bank, the school will also try to provide you with other forms of assistance. If your proposal is excellent enough, the school may even provide free office space to support your initial development. At this point, Yu Buchuan was worried that Li Chen might not understand the importance of this matter. In the early stages of entrepreneurship, rent and other expenses are significant costs. He explained, our school has 2 temporarily idle teaching buildings. Although they are a bit old, they are sufficient to serve as temporary offices. It's not easy for young people to start a business, especially in the early stages. You must be frugal. If you want to run internet education and training, you will need to obtain many relevant permits. If you apply for these permits personally at the relevant departments, it can be very troublesome. But if you can persuade the school to step in, things will be much simpler. Yu Buchuan spoke earnestly, hoping to guide Li Chen, fearing that he might not understand the hardships of entrepreneurship and the complexities of developing the education and training industry. Li Chen pondered upon hearing this. Developing an internet education platform was merely something he had casually mentioned to deal with Yu Buchuan. He had not previously considered whether the Internet Museum would incur losses. After all, they truly did not lack for that. However, Yu Buchuan's reminder made Li Chen think of something. Even establishing an Internet Museum could face numerous troubles. Certificates and endorsements from relevant departments would be necessary. If he could collaborate with Jiangbei University on this matter, it would undoubtedly reduce many troubles, especially those coming from the court. Moreover, no one would suspect that the true purpose of establishing the Internet Museum was anything else, nor would they think that someone could alter fate. Li Chen contemplated and made a decision. He looked at Yu Buchuan and sincerely said, "Thank you for your guidance, Professor. I will prepare seriously." Yu Buchuan nodded in satisfaction. Although they had only chatted for a short while, he had a very good impression of Li Chen. He had ideas. He had abilities. He had initiative. Most importantly, he listened to advice. He was not the kind of stubborn fool. Li Chen changed the subject and said, "Professor, I have one more thing I would like your help with." "What is it?" Yu Buchuan asked, puzzled. Li Chen casually fabricated, "I am currently seeking investment and need to take some time. Could you please help me talk to the counselor?" At this point, Li Chen pretended to be helpless and said, "If I go by myself, I fear the counselor will find it hard to approve my leave." Yu Buchuan suddenly understood. This was indeed a troublesome matter. Li Chen starting a company would certainly not be a matter of taking a day or two off. This leave would need to be calculated in months. For a student, taking several months off would not just be a matter of neglecting studies, but would fundamentally mean they could not be considered a student at all. No counselor would agree to such a leave. But Yu Buchuan looked at Li Chen's sincere gaze and could not bear to see a genius being delayed. After some thought, he nodded. He readily said, "All right. But you are still a student. If you are absent from school for 1 or 2 months, it would indeed be a bit unreasonable. How about this, you first prepare the business plan, and then I will go with you to present the business plan to your counselor. We can negotiate this matter together. If things go smoothly, you can gain the school's support, and it will be much easier." "Thank you, Professor." Li Chen agreed happily, feeling in high spirits. Faced with Yu Buchuan's sincere and caring gaze, he even felt a bit ashamed. Was it really right to deceive an old professor who treated him sincerely? But this thought was quickly cast aside. Should he tell others that he now had great powers and did not care about the school's certificate, nor did he need to continue wasting his life here? Wasn't that nonsense? Outside the office, the corridor lights had somehow turned on, dispelling the darkness of this world. Lu Guodong and Wang Xinya stood not far away, gazing at Yu Buchuan's office. Their expressions were quite different. Wang Xinya looked worried, her crescent-shaped eyebrows furrowed tightly. Lu Guodong yawned, hands behind his head, looking rather laid back. "It's been so long, I wonder how Li Chen is doing now," Wang Xinya said restlessly, pacing back and forth in the narrow corridor, occasionally glancing at the office door. Lu Guodong mumbled, "It should be fine. From what I know of him, he definitely wouldn't be foolish enough to clash with the professor. He's probably being lectured by the professor right now. As long as he admits his mistake honestly and endures it, it will pass. At most, he'll have to write a reflection." Wang Xinya remained silent. If it were just that, it would be fine. Wang Xinya let out a quiet sigh of relief, glanced at the tightly closed office door, and suddenly asked, "Have you noticed that Li Chen has been acting strange lately, as if he has something on his mind?" "If we're talking about it, definitely." Li Chen used to be an exemplary student. Although he was occasionally late, he never skipped class. But ever since about a week ago, He skipped class several times during this period. And during class, he seems obviously distracted. I don't know what he's thinking about. Lu Guodong spoke incessantly about Li Chen's odd behavior, a mix of complaints and confusion. Suddenly, he looked at Wang Xinya and joked, "Could it be that you two had a falling out? But that's impossible, although Li Chen is a bit reserved, he's not the type to bottle things up." Wang Xinya rolled her eyes and shot Lu Guodong a fierce glare. "What nonsense! Our relationship is just fine." That night thinking of this, Wang Xinya's cheeks flushed, resembling a blooming flower in March, particularly vibrant. "Oh, I just remembered something," Lu Guodong suddenly slapped his forehead and exclaimed. This exclamation pulled Wang Xinya out of her shyness and daydreaming. She eagerly asked, "What is it?" "About a week ago, Li Chen was by the river, about 200 meters from our school." "You mean the Fengshui River to the west?" "Yes, that's right, the Fengshui River. He fainted by the river for some reason. I heard it was heatstroke, but it was only 30 degrees at the time. It shouldn't be heatstroke, right? Anyway, ever since that incident, I felt he's been a bit off, much more subdued than before." Could he be sick?" Lu Guodong suddenly whitened his eyes, took a deep breath, and his mood became particularly tense. Upon hearing this, Wang Xinya shivered, her face turning pale. "Sick? Fainting for no reason? Could it be something serious?" Just as the two were chatting, the office door suddenly opened, and Li Chen walked out with a smile. Following closely behind was Professor Yu Buchuan. Professor Yu spoke earnestly, "Young people have ambition and ideas, which is great. But life is finite while knowledge is infinite. Your future path is still long, you must not give up on learning. Thank you for your guidance, Professor, I'll remember it." Go on, your friends are waiting for you. You can come to me anytime once your business plan is ready." At this point, Professor Yu revealed a genuine warm smile, his eyes filled with kindness and care. Who wouldn't like a capable young person? Especially when that person is his own student. Seeing Professor Yu smile, Lu Guodong and Wang Xinya were almost dumbfounded. The professor smiled. He really smiled. Is this really the Professor Yu Buchuan, known for being the most rigid and cold-hearted professor? After thanking Professor Yu, Li Chen turned to leave. Wang Xinya and Lu Guodong nodded to the professor before following Li Chen out. Once downstairs, Lu Guodong grabbed Li Chen's arm, exclaiming, "What the hell is going on? You just went in for a bit, and how did your relationship become so good? Did you notice the way Professor Yu looked at you? It was like he was pulling strings, just like my grandpa looks at me." Li Chen was at a loss for words. Pulling strings with his gaze? Quick, tell me how you managed to win him over, it's amazing. Didn't he make you write a self-reflection? Lu Guodong chattered on like a garrulous monk. "It's nothing, just speaking the truth. I told him I plan to start a business and have been busy looking for an office." Starting a business, Lu Guodong and Wang Xinya exclaimed in unison, almost in perfect harmony. Then, they exchanged glances. Could it be that Li Chen's recent odd behavior is because he wants to start a business? Lu Guodong was stunned for a few seconds, then became even more excited. Starting a business, huh? This was something he was quite familiar with. Back when he used to boast with his classmates, he often bragged about wanting to start a business and make hundreds of millions. A few 100,000 or a few million, those were just small change, not worth mentioning. Although he couldn't even pull out 200 yuan from his pocket, that didn't stop him from looking down on those so-called millionaires and multimillionaires. It was simply confidence. Lu Guodong was in high spirits and eagerly asked, "You want to start a business? What industry?" If you ask me, the internet industry still has the most potential these days, a standard golden industry. The gaming industry isn't bad either. But whether it's the gaming industry or the internet industry, the initial capital requirements are quite high. If you want to start a business, you have to have that first. Lu Guodong spoke confidently, sharing his views on the current entrepreneurial trends. "I'm just considering it for now," Li Chen replied with a smile, not giving a direct answer. The Internet History Museum was really not a promising industry. If that got out and was spread by Lu Guodong's big mouth, it would probably be all over half the school by tomorrow morning. Li Chen never doubted Lu Guodong's ability to make friends or his big mouth. After a couple of seconds of being stunned, Wang Xinya came back to her senses. Her pretty face flushed slightly, her bright eyes shimmering with excitement. Starting a business. In this unprecedented era, which young person hasn't fantasized about succeeding in entrepreneurship, like many billionaires who got rich overnight, riding the wave of the times and becoming a leader of this era? Wang Xinya exclaimed, "I heard our school has a student entrepreneurship subsidy program. If we can apply for this program, we can at least get a 100,000 yuan interest-free loan. Do you want to give it a try?" Professor Yu said he would help me apply. Wow, Professor Yu is actually so nice? Wang Xinya exclaimed repeatedly, almost unable to believe that the legendary cold-faced professor would be so enthusiastic. The few of them chatted and laughed as they walked toward the school gate, especially Lu Guodong and Wang Xinya, who seemed to be starting their own businesses, full of enthusiasm. Along the way, their chatter never stopped. "Miss, it's him." At the school gate, Yuan Hua spotted Li Chen from a distance and quickly reminded Yang Chen. Although he had never seen Li Chen's face directly, he had seen his profile and back while following him. At this moment, based on the profile and that outfit, Yuan Hua easily recognized Li Chen. Yang Chen quickly turned around, following Yuan Hua's gaze. She looked at the three of them chatting and laughing, her gaze becoming dreamy as she walked over quickly. At the same time, when Yang Chen noticed Li Chen also noticed Yang Chen. Yang Chen, Fate Alterer, female, 23 years old, Fate Crossroad, was supposed to die young, but was favored by fate and changed her destiny. Li Chen squinted his eyes, looking at the cold and beautiful woman walking briskly toward him, and instantly understood her identity from her fate information. The daughter of Yang Xingcai, the girl nicknamed Wujiu. 18 years ago, she was just a 4 or 5-year-old child, and now she had grown into a graceful beauty, resembling a queen. While Li Chen was sizing up Yang Chen, Lu Guodong also noticed the beautiful woman approaching. Of course, he was purely attracted by her beauty. Yang Chen's cold and elegant demeanor, her queen-like aura, had an irresistible charm for young boys. It made one want to conquer her. Lu Guodong quietly nudged Li Chen's arm, subtly signaling him to pay attention to the front, and whispered, "Wow, Li Chen, look, our school has such a stunning beauty." Lu Guodong was very excited, his voice kept low. But his unusual behavior and the expression on his face, like a big bad wolf seeing a little white rabbit, were simply too eye-catching. Wang Xinya quickly noticed the small movements of the two. Following their gaze, she finally understood why Lu Guodong was suddenly so excited. "Humph, men," Wang Xinya snorted lightly, pouting, but she didn't care. As an elegant and fashionable woman of the new era, she could tell at a glance how astonishing Yang Chen's wealth was. The clothes, the bag, even the hairpin on her head were all luxury items from Chanel. Although she couldn't tell the exact model, this outfit must be worth hundreds of thousands, if not more. A woman who casually wears hundreds of thousands, could her assets be less than 100 million? A billionaire. Truly enviable. While Wang Xinya was sighing in envy, Yang Chen had already approached them. She suddenly stopped, her face breaking into a gentle smile, like 100 flowers blooming, soft and captivating. This smile instantly caused many onlookers around to widen their eyes, secretly exclaiming, "So beautiful." Yang Chen's cool eyes held a hint of excitement and nervousness as she fixed her gaze on Li Chen, softly saying, "Long time no see." After saying this, she felt anxious. Was he really that person? Perhaps, he couldn't even be called a person. Did he truly remember who she was? Did he know who he was? Long time no see? Wang Xinya's mind nearly crashed. She glanced at the wealthy woman in front of her, then followed her gaze to Li Chen. You know each other? Wang Xinya's red lips parted slightly, quite surprised. Although she didn't know who the wealthy woman was, she was definitely, a wealthy woman. And a billionaire at that. Li Chen knew someone like this? Wang Xinya's clear eyes gradually lost focus, feeling confused. She remembered Li Chen saying that he came from an ordinary family in a regular village next to Jiangbei City. But, is this what they call ordinary? Wang Xinya noticed Yang Chen's complex and tense expression. Even someone as naive as her could tell that their relationship was definitely not simple. It was absolutely not an ordinary acquaintance. Li Chen seemed to be pondering. Although he didn't know how she recognized him, that question wasn't important right now. He had no intention of hiding his identity. Even if Yang Chen didn't come looking for him, he would seek her out. Li Chen thought for a moment and smiled. "It's been over 10 years since we last met. You were this big back then." Li Chen smiled and gestured, describing Yang Chen's youthful state from years ago. Upon hearing this, Yang Chen had no more doubts. It was him. It had to be him. Yang Chen's emotions surged, her right hand covering her lips, joy overflowing like a spring. She had so many questions, so much she didn't understand. But, Yang Chen noticed more and more onlookers around them, took a deep breath, and forced herself to calm down. This wasn't the place to talk. She pressed her arms tightly against her body, slightly bowed, and said earnestly, "If you have something to do, I won't disturb you. If you have time, you can call my mobile number, and I will come to visit." After saying this, Yang Chen took out a business card from her bag and handed it to Li Chen with both hands. The card was very simple. It only had the 3 characters for Yang Chen and a phone number. It was indeed Yang Chen's personal number. Yang Chen had 2 types of business cards, one for commercial activities, given to business partners, which included her title and various embellishments, and was very fancy. The other was for friends. Very simple. Just a name and a phone number. Nothing else. Li Chen took the card and readily replied, okay. Yang Chen felt delighted at his agreement. She slightly bowed and then turned to leave, taking out her phone from her handbag. Back in the car parked behind the teaching building, Yang Chen dialed Yang Xingcai's number. The call had barely gone through when someone picked up. Did you find him? Yang Xingcai's voice came through, tense and urgent. I found him. It's him. Ah, good. Where are you now? I'll rush over immediately. I'm at Jiangbei University. Jiangbei University. Yang Xingcai repeated, and then hurried footsteps could be heard on the phone, along with a loud shout, prepare the car immediately. Yang Chen's departure did not resolve the confusion of Wang Xinya and Lu Guodong. Lu Guodong's eyes were wide open, almost like a cow's, as if he were an X-ray scanner, scanning Li Chen from head to toe. He exclaimed, you know that beautiful woman from just now. Thinking about his own comments on beautiful women, Lu Guodong couldn't help but blush. He cursed, damn, you're too ungrateful. Li Chen smiled and patted Lu Guodong on the shoulder. After all, they were young, and he was a bit shy. Such a small matter was worth feeling embarrassed about. I saved her a long time ago, just a coincidence. But I haven't seen her in many years, Li Chen casually said, not wanting to elaborate on the matter. Because it was something that couldn't be explained clearly. He couldn't just tell others that he had saved Yang Chen 18 years ago through divine intervention. Who would believe such a thing? Lu Guodong and Wang Xinya suddenly understood. No wonder that woman looked at Li Chen so strangely. It turned out there was such a backstory. Damn, a hero saving a beauty, you must be feeling great, Lu Guodong said enviously, giving Li Chen a punch. Wang Xinya secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It had been many years since they last met, no wonder that woman's gaze was so strange. But thinking of the expensive luxury items on Yang Chen, Wang Xinya couldn't help but ask curiously, who is she? She looks quite wealthy. Wang Xinya emphasized the quite wealthy. She's in business, so she is quite wealthy, Li Chen responded to Wang Xinya's question, not wanting to say much more on the topic, casually adding, let's go eat. So she's a rich woman, no wonder her demeanor and figure are so good. Lu Guodong clicked his tongue, but he had no knowledge of luxury goods, so he didn't know what Wang Xinya meant by quite wealthy. He threw an arm around Li Chen's shoulder and laughed, you really hide it well, you even know such a beautiful rich woman. Ha, but your sister-in-law isn't bad either, Lu Guodong said, winking at Wang Xinya. This made Wang Xinya's pretty face flush slightly as she glared at him. Compared to an average family, her family had a bit of money, but it was nothing compared to Yang Chen. Wang Xinya was well aware of the gap. A world of difference. Lu Guodong nudged Li Chen's shoulder and teased, no way, I'm feeling very unbalanced tonight, you have to treat me to soothe my wounded soul. Alright, Li Chen agreed with a smile. Then he asked, what do you want to eat? Fried sauce noodles, I guess. Tisk tsk, I've been really into the fried sauce noodles at Laifu Noodle House lately, they're so fragrant. The most important thing is that they're not expensive, just $1.50 a bowl, and you can eat your fill. Lu Guodong rubbed his belly, thinking of the fried sauce noodles at Laifu Noodle House, and couldn't help but swallow hard, his eyes shining. He looked like a starving ghost reincarnated, making one seriously doubt if he was about to eat someone. Li Chen joked, you're hopeless. Lu Guodong rolled his eyes and retorted, cut it out. If it weren't for our years of brotherhood, I would have gone to a small restaurant today and ordered a couple of dishes just to make you spend. Hearing this, Li Chen burst into laughter. He believed it. Although during school, the two would often take advantage of each other, they were always very measured. Lu Guodong knew better than Li Chen himself how much money he had each month, which times were more comfortable, and which times were tight. When he had extra money, of course, he would eat something good. At a small restaurant, 2 dishes, 1 meat and 1 vegetable. A bit of meat would cost 3, while all vegetarian would be 2. For them during their university days, it was already quite a luxurious meal. As for the times when they were broke, a 1 yuan boxed meal was quite tasty, and it even came with rice porridge. And there was also 1 yuan vegetarian noodles. Li Chen said cheerfully, alright, let's go to the small restaurant. Each of us will pick a dish. Damn, you've changed, being so generous? Take it easy, is this month's living expense enough? Don't let it get to the end of the month and you can't even pay the rent, Lu Guodong asked with some concern. Don't worry, it's all good, Li Chen made an okay gesture and laughed heartily. Wang Xinya frowned slightly, feeling a bit worried. She was well aware of how much money Li Chen had. After all, the apartment outside was rented by the two of them together. The monthly rent was 200. Li Chen contributed 100, and Wang Xinya contributed 100. Although she didn't stay there much, she often went over to hang out, sometimes taking a short nap, or one would sit there reading while the other painted. However, since Li Chen was so confident, Wang Xinya didn't want to say much. Men, after all, always care about their pride outside. After dinner, Lu Guodong happily bid farewell to Li Chen. He still had to go back for evening self-study and couldn't be as carefree as Li Chen. Wang Xinya, on the other hand, had nothing to do. But she didn't disturb Li Chen and Yang Chen's reminiscing and went straight back to the dormitory. While Li Chen was eating, Yang Xingsai hurriedly rushed towards the university town. He didn't notice that a tail had appeared behind his car. A very ordinary black sedan. There were two men in the car. Both were around 30 years old. One had long hair that fell to his shoulders. The other had a green snake tattoo on his ear. The long-haired man was holding a phone and making a call. "Hello, young master, we are following Yang Xingsai." "Yes. He is heading out of the city. Keep a close watch. He must not ruin my good plans," came the cold, ruthless, and domineering voice of Hong Jicheng from the other end of the line. "Understood. Call me immediately if there's any situation." Has that old man sensed something? Hong Jicheng murmured as he hung up the phone. Yang Xingsai's luxury car drove near the university town. By this time, the sky had completely darkened. Only the streetlights along the road and the bright lights from the shops struggled to shine under the dark veil. With the light from the street lamps and shops, the surrounding scenes reflected in Yang Xingsai's eyes, causing his gaze to become distant, bringing forth many memories. Some tragic, numb, desolate, painful memories. Although another Fate Line's memories often appeared in his dreams, those memories were very vague. He only knew what he had done, but he couldn't remember what the surrounding environment was like or what other people looked like. Until now, familiar scenes came into view, and Yang Xingsai finally woke up. The images from his dreams became clearer. Everything, in a daze, appeared before him. Especially as the car slowly drove into the commercial street near the university town, that inexplicable sense of familiarity became even stronger. "Stop!" Yang Xingsai shouted to the driver as he looked at the bustling street ahead. He got out of the car and walked along the food street where the crowd had gradually dispersed, with only a few large stalls still operating, unknowingly arriving at the entrance of the park. "Dad," just as Yang Xingsai was lost in thought looking at the park, he heard Yang Chen's urgent call beside him. "Dad, what are you looking at?" Yang Chen came in front of Yang Xingsai, calling out several times before finally waking him up. "Here." Yang Xingsai pointed to the lively park in front of him and said seriously, "It's here. Our encounter that time was right here." At that time Yang Xingsai reminisced about the bits and pieces of their encounter, feeling a surge of emotions. He had never imagined, nor dared to think, that it was truly possible to defy fate and change his destiny. Yang Chen paused for a moment, then quickly realized. That encounter. Him. "Dad, you met here?" Yang Chen looked at the dilapidated, simple park before him, his eyes filled with curiosity. Yang Xingsai had never mentioned how he met that person or how he received help. Yang Chen was very interested in this matter. "Yes, here. Right here, looking back now, it's truly incredible." Yang Xingsai walked to the square in the park, step by step towards the place where they had chatted. At that moment, it was empty, with the sound of insects chirping coming from the bushes. Yang Xingsai sat on the railing, gently stroking the already chipped red paint on the railing's surface, as if he had returned to his past life, back to that tragic line of fate. The vague memories of his previous life became exceptionally clear. So clear that Yang Xingsai couldn't help but shiver, his face turning pale. He instantly became alert, his gaze sharp as if he were an eagle fixated on its prey. In this life, he would never repeat the same mistakes. Yang Xingsai silently vowed, standing up. He gazed at the brightly lit skyscrapers in the distance, regaining his usual composure, and solemnly asked, "Is there any news about him?" "Yes. Textile Factory Residential Area, Building 12, 5th floor, Room 512. Let's go." Upon hearing this, Yang Xingsai showed no hesitation and immediately had Yang Chen lead the way. Yang Chen was already eager and had figured out the location. She led the way as they headed towards Li Chen's rental apartment. The distance was short, only a 5-minute walk. The Textile Factory Residential Area was built in the 1970s, and as its name suggests, it was constructed for the workers of the textile factory. Due to its age, although it was still maintained, the sense of time was palpable from afar. The weathered walls, cramped hallways, and poorly soundproofed doors and windows. Climbing to the 5th floor, Yang Xingsai couldn't help but breathe a little heavily. But he moved quickly, stopping only when he reached the door of Li Chen's rental apartment. Yang Xingsai glanced at the door number next to him, confirming several times that he hadn't come to the wrong place. After confirming, he took a deep breath, slightly calming his emotions and his breath, before knocking on the door. Knock knock knock. The sound of the wooden door was crisp. Soon, footsteps could be heard from inside the room. The door opened. Li Chen stood behind the door with a smile. Their eyes met. Yang Xingsai couldn't hide his excitement. Come in, Li Chen said, stepping aside to invite him in. Yang Xingcai nodded slightly. Standing outside was indeed not a place for conversation. Sorry to bother you. With that, Yang Xingcai walked in. Following closely behind was Yang Chen. Yuan Hua and the other two bodyguards stayed outside, not coming in. In the community square, in the distance, the long-haired man and the tattooed man who had been following Yang Xingcai held binoculars, watching him enter building 16, then reach the 5th floor and knock on a door. Once Yang Xingcai entered the room, the two hid again behind the greenery, looking at each other. How strange. What is that old guy doing in this rundown place? I don't know. The one who just opened the door seemed to be a young man, not sure who he is. Let's wait and see, don't rush. The long-haired man was relatively steady, peeking again and noticing Yuan Hua and the other two guarding outside the door, abandoning the plan to follow directly. I'll call the young master first. You keep a close watch, the long-haired man said, handing the binoculars to the tattooed man, then moved to the edge of the square, cautiously surveying the surroundings while dialing Hong Jicheng's number. Young master, that old fellow went to the textile factory's residential area in the old city. Yes, it's near the university town. We don't know. We saw him enter a rental house with Yang Chen. The one who opened the door was a young man, probably around the same age as Yang Chen. Upon hearing that Yang Chen was also there, Hong Jicheng's expression changed, becoming serious and earnest. The Yang family currently has two main figures, Yang Xingcai, Yang Chen. It is quite normal for the two to appear in the same place, but going to a shabby rental house in the old city late at night is very unusual. What kind of rental house, or rather, what kind of people live in that rental house, could warrant both main figures of the Yang family to take action together? Hong Jicheng pondered for a moment and ordered in a deep voice, keep a close watch, be careful, find out clearly who lives in that rental house and what their relationship is with the Yang family. Yes. While Chang Mao was on the phone with Hong Jicheng, Yang Xingcai, led by Li Chen, arrived in the living room. Just as he entered the living room, Yang Xingcai took a deep breath and suddenly knelt on the ground. His movement was swift. Even Yang Chen, who was right behind him, did not react in time. Yang Chen looked at her father kneeling in front of Li Chen, momentarily stunned and somewhat at a loss. She had never seen her father so submissive. But she could understand. The problem was, since her father was kneeling, should she kneel too? I will never forget the grace of the gentleman who changed my fate. If it weren't for the gentleman, Yang Xingcai recalled the various hardships of his past life, tears streaming down his face, choked with emotion. With a sobbing tone, he suddenly lay on the ground and bowed deeply. Though great kindness need not be thanked, you saved my entire Yang family. This bow is for myself. After saying that, Yang Xingcai stood up and bowed again. This is for my wife and daughter. He stood up and bowed again. This is for my son. If it weren't for the gentleman changing my fate, the Yang family's lineage would have ended with me. Yang Xingcai's actions were too quick. In just a few seconds, it was done. After 3 bows, Yang Xingcai's forehead was already red, and his face inevitably bore some dust. However, he felt no resentment, only a complex and joyful smile. He was happy. Fate could indeed be rewritten. Tragedy could truly be reversed. Such divine power, even the deities in myths and legends could not compare. The Yang family receiving such an opportunity was undoubtedly a blessing from their ancestors, a fortune earned over 18 generations. If this relationship could be maintained, this connection could ensure the Yang family's prosperity for 100 years, even hundreds of years. Li Chen was momentarily taken aback but quickly regained his composure. He was very satisfied with Yang Xingcai's attitude and stepped forward with a smile, intending to help him up. However, the moment he touched Yang Xingcai, a faint light glimmered at the point of contact. The light was initially weak, like a firefly, but soon became as clear as the bright moon. The glow floated above the two, like a projection, refracting into 2 beams of light. One beam displayed Yang Xingcai's tragic fate. The other beam showed the fate of Yang Xingcai after defying destiny. The images shifted, and the 2 drastically different fate lines left Yang Chen's face pale. She had never imagined that the somewhat bitter past her father spoke of was so tragic. She had never thought that her own and her mother's fate could have such a significant impact on her father. She finally understood why Yang Xingcai revered Li Chen so much, even fearing him like a deity. She finally understood why Yang Xingcai built altars to worship him in their home, company, and other places. Everything, all of it, was because he was worthy. He deserved such treatment. He deserved all the reverence. Under the light, Li Chen's feelings were different. As the light revealed Yang Xingcai's fate, the long silent paradox of fate finally reacted. 1 point, 2 points, 10 points. As the scene changed, the fate paradox gradually increased. When the scene ended, it had already been several dozen seconds later, and Li Chen's fate paradox had risen to 65 points. Li Chen looked at the changing fate paradox and finally understood what was happening. The change of the fate line is a slow process, and the person who triggers the change in the fate line is the key to brewing the fate paradox. To obtain the fate paradox, he not only needs to alter others' destinies but also needs to personally go and harvest it, just like planting crops. This harvest is not a one-time event. 10 years later, 20 years later, as long as Yang Xingcai is still alive, the fate paradox will continue to accumulate. This is Yang Xingcai murmured softly, raising his head, staring at the light cluster as if it were a projector, showcasing his past, his heart filled with both shock and reverence. Is this one of his powers? Truly a celestial being. As the light cluster dissipated, Li Chen felt even better with his gains. He smiled and invited, "Sit." Yang Xingcai came back to his senses and did not ask what had just happened. After the three took their seats, Li Chen said, "When I helped you back then, it was not without conditions. This was merely a transaction. Everything you have now is what you deserve." Upon hearing this, Yang Xingcai hurriedly responded humbly, "You helped me back then with conditions. But you could have offered the same conditions to anyone. No one could refuse such an opportunity. For me, this is not just a transaction, it is your grace. To receive your glory is the greatest honor of my life, for me and for the Yang family." As Yang Xingcai spoke, he took Yang Chen's delicate hand and sighed, "If it weren't for your divine intervention back then, my wife and daughter would no longer be in this world. This kindness cannot be measured by a transaction. I, Yang Xingcai, am not a good person. I have done many illegal things in my life, but I dare not forget my roots, nor this kindness. No matter how you think, I, Yang Xingcai, and the Yang family will always remember this kindness. From now on, as long as you need, the Yang family will not hesitate to go through fire and water." Yang Xingcai's sincerity was so profound that it was hard to tell whether it was flattery or genuine. Li Chen listened without comment. He did not care whether Yang Xingcai was sincere, because sincerity was meaningless. The most important thing was interest. No organization survives on so-called sincerity. "I am glad you have this heart," Li Chen said, leaning back on the sofa, speaking formalities. "Your Yang family is developing very well now." Yang Xingcai nodded slightly, immediately understanding Li Chen's meaning, and explained, "According to our agreement, you reversed my fate, and my Yang family needs to pay you half of our wealth." Upon hearing this, Yang Chen's lips parted slightly, looking at Li Chen in surprise. It was the first time she learned that the two had such an agreement. Yang Xingcai hesitated. "I, Yang Xingcai, am definitely not someone who goes back on my word, nor would I dare to go back on it with you. But transferring assets is very troublesome and needs to be reported to the court. Especially for a large enterprise like my Yang family, which involves multiple interests, it cannot be resolved in a short time. If you are willing, I can contact a lawyer and prepare multiple plans. Whether it is to liquidate these assets, transfer them to your name, or even transfer them abroad, it is not a problem." Li Chen waved his hand and smiled, "No worries. These assets are developing very well in your hands. I am not in a hurry. I didn't invite you here today to discuss this matter." Yang Xingcai secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It was not about going back on his word. It's just that the Yang family has a large business. If Li Chen wants to cash out, it's not that easy to sell and turn it into cash. Moreover, even if it were turned into cash, such a large transaction would definitely be scrutinized by the court unless they were blind. Yang Xingcai wasn't afraid, but he didn't know if Li Chen was willing to expose himself like that. Li Chen pondered, gazing into Yang Xingcai's eyes, and asked, "Mr. Yang, having navigated the business world for many years, have you ever thought about a different way to make money? A different way to make money?" Yang Xingcai was somewhat taken aback and a bit confused. Li Chen raised his right hand, making a gesture similar to that of the Bodhisattva Guanyin. "Okay," he explained, "there are 3 ways to make money in this world. The first way is to sell physical or mental labor in exchange for compensation. The second way is to buy low and sell high, using wealth to profit from others through business means. The third way is to define wealth." As Li Chen spoke, he took a 100 yuan bill from his pocket. This is a piece of money, capable of purchasing goods worth 100 yuan. But its essence is just a piece of paper. What gives this bill its value? It's the organization that issues it. The organization that issues it defines the value of this paper through violence and the resources it controls. They use their power to make people believe that with this paper, this bill, they can exchange it for corresponding goods, services, and so on from this organization. The money that the Yang family earns now is merely wealth defined by others. At this point, Li Chen leaned back on the sofa, relaxed and at ease. But Yang Xingcai and Yang Chen couldn't help but twitch their faces, faintly guessing Li Chen's thoughts. It was thrilling. It was exciting. It was crazy. But it had great potential. Yang Chen's eyes twitched as he looked at Li Chen's youthful face, feeling a terrifying pressure wash over him. This man had means, ability, and ambition. Of course, if ambition matched ability, then it meant having lofty goals and high aspirations. And she believed in Li Chen's capabilities. She didn't dare to have the slightest doubt. Is there any ability more against the heavens than being able to reverse one's fate? Yang Xingcai was silent for a few seconds, licking his lips, suppressing his excitement, and nervously said, "Do you want to redefine the value of this bill?" Li Chen laughed heartily. He liked smart people, because talking to such people was easy. But Li Chen casually tossed the 100 yuan bill onto the sofa. He leaned forward, staring into Yang Xingcai's eyes, and countered, "Isn't just this bill a bit too little?" Cough cough cough. Yang Xingcai's pupils constricted, and he couldn't catch his breath, his face turning red as he nearly suffocated. Too little. Our Xia country is at least one of the strong nations of the world. Isn't this enough to satisfy your ambition, your great aspirations? Yang Xingcai silently complained, but inside he couldn't help but feel excited, letting out a long howl to the sky, even feeling a long-lost surge of blood boiling. He leaned forward, lower than Li Chen, humbly and cautiously saying, "What is your idea?" "All of it." Li Chen's gaze sharpened, as if two swords pierced through Yang Xingcai's soul. The two short words were powerful and made Yang Xingcai feel an overwhelming killing intent, as if he had arrived on an eternal battlefield, with drums of war shaking the heavens and cries of battle echoing. He stared blankly at Li Chen's solemn eyes, feeling as if Li Chen's figure was infinitely elevated in his heart, while he himself felt like an ant gazing up at Mount Tai, humble and insignificant. For a moment, he even forgot to respond. And Yang Chen was even less than Yang Xingcai. She looked at Li Chen, stimulated by this ambition, her face blooming like a peach blossom, her eyes dreamy. All of it. He truly had great ambition. Yang Xingcai was lost in thought for a long time, until the angry honking of car horns outside brought him back to reality. He pressed his lips together, gazing deeply at Li Chen. Although he had overestimated Li Chen's ambition as much as possible, when Li Chen revealed everything, Yang Xingcai couldn't help but feel his heart tremble. Shock, like the earth shattering and the sky collapsing. Excitement, akin to the thrill of a first intimate encounter with a girl. Tension, as if leaping from a great height, with blood boiling and spirit highly focused in nervousness. But no matter how complex his feelings were, how stirred his emotions, Yang Xingcai was not a young man, he was a man in his 50s. In his excitement, he had to consider whether Li Chen's ideas had any chance of realization. The answer was, very likely. He didn't know much about Li Chen, but even this trivial contact, this insignificant understanding, had already made Yang Xingcai genuinely convinced. A godlike power, defying fate, altering the past. Any enemy facing such means could only feel fear and terror, with no other options, because they were not facing an enemy of the same level, but a being who controlled the past, present, and future. A god. As long as Li Chen made good use of his power, the world he envisioned would surely come to fruition. Yang Xingcai had no doubts about this. But the problem lay here. Could he make good use of it? What plans did he have? What goals? What thoughts? After all, just because Li Chen could master the past, present, and future, it didn't mean the Yang family had such capabilities. The Yang family was just an ordinary family, a group of ordinary people. To reach the heights Li Chen envisioned, the enemies the Yang family would face were undoubtedly the most powerful and influential people on this planet. If they wanted, they could even destroy the planet. Of course, besides the risks, there was one crucial question. What could the Yang family do for Li Chen? The union of interests is primarily about benefits, and only then about unity. If the Yang family could not bring any advantages to Li Chen, what reason would there be to cooperate with him or serve him? Although the Yang family still had some power in Jiangbei City, on a national or global scale, it was insignificant. Yang Xingcai was very self-aware. He pondered and carefully asked the most critical question, "What can I do for you?" Li Chen secretly nodded. He was indeed an old hand, and the question was very sharp. He admired him and replied readily, "There are many things you can do, but this matter is not urgent. First, let's talk about your situation. What does it feel like to alter fate? What changes are there?" Upon hearing this, Yang Xingcai's expression became solemn. He did not answer immediately but pondered for a moment before explaining. "It's very subtle. At first, I wasn't clear about what was happening. I only vaguely saw another version of myself in a dream. A completely different self. As time passed, I became aware of the existence of the contract. I first sensed the contract about half a year in. Suddenly, I understood what it was all about. But regarding the other fate line, I still couldn't articulate it clearly. It felt like a dream. After waking from the dream, everything became vague." Yang Xingcai spoke in detail, dividing the changes he experienced after altering his fate into several stages to explain to Li Chen. The first stage, the period of confusion. In this stage, he could vaguely sense another version of himself on a different fate line but couldn't figure out what was happening. The second stage, the awakening period. He could sense the existence of the fate contract, but he knew nothing about who the contract was signed with or where it was signed. This stage lasted a long time, about 4 to 5 years. The third stage, the period of realization. As he learned more about the other version of himself on the different fate line, the content of the fate contract became fully apparent, and he could recall the events of signing the contract. But it was hard to see clearly, like the moon in the mirror, flowers in the water. Li Chen listened intently, taking out his notebook to jot down key points. This was precious first-hand information. The transformation process of the fate changer and the impact of the fate contract on the fate changer. From Yang Xingsai's description, Li Chen also roughly confirmed a guess of his own. It was possible to develop organizational members through the fate contract, building the organization in the past. Of course, the specifics still needed further verification. More than an hour later, Yang Xingsai finished recounting his entire process after changing his fate, without a hint of concealment. After he finished, he looked at Yang Chen and sighed. I don't know if it's because of the fate change, but my wife and daughter have been having the same dream since that incident. Yang Xingsai described Yang Chen's situation, then looked at Li Chen with anticipation. Yang Chen had been tormented by this dream for over a decade. He naturally understood his daughter's pain, but there was nothing Yang Xingsai could do about it. Li Chen frowned slightly, studying Yang Chen. Although he had anticipated that altering fate might have side effects, such a strange occurrence still surprised him. He was also quite puzzled. It was understandable that Yang Xingsai could dream of another fate line, but how could Yang Chen be trapped in that incident from years ago, unable to extricate herself? Li Chen pondered, noting down Yang Chen's symptoms, and tactfully said, I can't give you an answer for now, but since it's a change brought about by altering fate, it might not be impossible to resolve. Saying this, Li Chen looked at Yang Chen and comforted her, your situation is very special. When I signed the contract with your father, he was the direct fate changer. You were influenced by him to change your fate, although we have some intersection, we didn't sign a contract, so you haven't received the favor of fate. This might be the reason for the deviation. I will help you check your body when I have time, perhaps we can find the root of the problem. Yang Chen seemed to ponder. She had thought of this answer long ago. After all, it was a problem that had troubled her for many years. Eliminating all impossibilities, the final result was just that. Thank you for your trouble, Yang Chen responded politely. In fact, she had long since stopped caring about this matter, but she couldn't say that in front of Li Chen. Li Chen nodded slightly and turned to Yang Xingsai, commanding, I need you to help me with something. Upon hearing this, Yang Xingsai immediately became serious, leaning forward to listen intently. Please give your orders. I need you to help me find a person. Someone who once thrived in Jiangbei City but is now down and out. Yang Xingsai instantly understood Li Chen's intention. This was to continue developing organizational members. He felt somewhat reassured. Li Chen was not rushing to do something big with incredible power but was taking steady steps, which was good. An impatient person could not accomplish great things. Most importantly, this indicated that the Yang family was still useful to Li Chen, very useful. Yang Xingsai happily asked, what are your requirements for this person? Occupation, age, gender, etc. Occupation, gender, age, it doesn't matter, but try to find someone who has been down and out for more than 10 years. Yang Xingsai thought for a moment and immediately had a candidate in mind. He readily said, tomorrow afternoon, I guarantee to bring the person to you. No, I will go check personally, Li Chen thought and declined Yang Xingsai's good intentions. Before confirming the value of the target, he did not want too many people to pay attention to this matter. Li Chen said, after you find the person, just send the information directly to me. Yang Xingsai was taken aback for a moment, then looked at Yang Chen, having formed an idea in his mind, and smiled, readily agreeing. This was good. No, this was even better. That night, Yang Xingsai and Yang Chen sat with Li Chen for a long time, leaving around 3 in the morning. At that time, the long-haired man and the tattooed man were already exhausted. The two lay in the car, taking turns to keep watch. When they saw Yang Xingsai and Yang Chen leave, they exchanged glances. It was too strange. What on earth was that old man doing, and why had he been here for so long? On the way home, Yang Xingsai and Yang Chen shared a car. They sat in the back seat of the luxury car, gazing through the window at the dark, deep night. Dad, what do you think? Suddenly, Yang Chen asked, her voice cold like the thin moonlight outside. Her question seemed random, but Yang Xingsai immediately understood what she meant. He squinted, resembling an old fox, and did not answer directly but instead asked, "What do you think?" Ambitious. A prodigy. Yang Chen pondered and gave a brief 8-character evaluation. And these 8 characters already revealed her attitude. All positive remarks. Yang Xingcai smiled and continued to ask, "Do you think he has a chance of success?" Yang Chen did not answer immediately but leaned against the window, staring at the faint flickering lights in the darkness outside. After a few seconds, she sighed. Her eyes were like the night outside, her voice gentle yet carrying a hint of chill. There are 3 ways to make money in this world, with 2 types of people and 2 sets of rules. One type is the ones who are eaten, who learn about benevolence, righteousness, morality, national justice, and ethnic identity from a young age. The other type is the ones who eat, who learn about governance, society, economy, management, and so on. Benevolence and righteousness have become tools for the eaters, national justice has become a means for profit, and ethnic sentiment has become an excuse for disaster. Those who cannot distinguish between the 2 sets of rules in this world are destined to be eaten, no matter where they end up. He understands. Very well. At this point, Yang Chen's lips curled up, her smile resembling the moon goddess of the Guanghan Palace, a snow lotus on an iceberg. Proud. Noble. I saw many books on his desk. Strategies for governing from ancient to modern times, methods for managing the populace, ways to acquire wealth. He understands the truth of this world, the reality beneath benevolence and righteousness, and is very willing to compete with those who eat. Do you think he has a chance? Yang Chen countered, throwing the question back to Yang Xingcai. Upon hearing this question, Yang Xingcai laughed happily. Good, good. My daughter is remarkable, truly remarkable. Yang Xingcai laughed heartily, his joy unrestrained. Yang Chen's understanding was something he only grasped in his 30s. Without seeing the truth, how could one make the right choice? If one cannot see through the essence of the eaters beneath benevolence and righteousness, how can one understand friends and foes? Yang Xingcai laughed boldly. What he can give us, he can also take away. No matter how difficult this path is, we have no choice. But I am honored that our Yang family has such an opportunity. As he said this, Yang Xingcai was filled with a sense of grandeur and a passion he hadn't felt in a long time. This was an opportunity. If they succeeded, the Yang family would become a true aristocracy, a prestigious clan. If they failed? Ha! Yang Xingcai chuckled. Could he possibly fail? His words were both tactful and direct. A few simple sentences provided an answer, yet left it ambiguous. The Yang family had never had the right to choose. From the moment the contract was signed, the future was already determined. And this was the answer Yang Xingcai wanted to give Yang Chen. The Yang family had no option to withdraw. Whether in victory or defeat, the Yang family must support Li Chen until there were no more enemies. He firmly believed that as long as Li Chen remained steady, any enemy would be crawling at his feet. Yang Chen's eyelids drooped slightly, her long eyelashes trembling gently, her cold beauty unexpectedly adorned with a gentle smile, as if the moon goddess was dozing. She had never cared about victory or defeat. She wanted only one thing: to witness the birth of a deity. She wanted to see just how far Li Chen could go. To personally witness the birth of a god was far more meaningful to her than victory, failure, fame, or power. The sun shone brightly, and the weather in May had begun to noticeably warm up. At 2 in the afternoon, Li Chen received a message from Yang Xingcai. He had found the target. The messenger was none other than Yang Chen. Today, Yang Chen had made a slight effort to dress up. Her cool features were lightly adorned with makeup, making her flawless skin appear even more radiant, like shimmering white jade. Dressed in a white, fitted long dress and wearing a wide-brimmed white lace hat, she looked like a princess who had stepped out of a Western fairy tale. A cold, pure princess. Mr. Li. Upon seeing Li Chen, Yang Chen greeted him elegantly and calmly. Li Chen smiled in response, his gaze sweeping over Yang Chen. Even though he had seen many artificially beautiful women in his past life, he had to admit that Yang Chen's looks, figure, and temperament were exceptional. Especially her temperament. The elegance and composure of a wealthy young lady were not something ordinary people could compare to. Even many stars lacked such grace. Li Chen acknowledged her and then complimented, "Miss Yang, your outfit today is beautiful." Hearing this, Yang Chen smiled lightly and said graciously, "It's best if you like it, mister. I specifically chose this outfit for you." Oh, Li Chen looked at Yang Chen in surprise. How did she know what style he liked? Yang Chen paused slightly and continued, "While professional attire is nice, it isn't suitable for accompanying you on business." Li Chen was taken aback, his lips slightly parted, and then he couldn't help but laugh. So that was it. However, Yang Chen's words were indeed ambiguous, inevitably leading one to think more. He even suspected that this woman was being intentional. "But for you to like this outfit, mister, Is indeed an honor for me, Yang Chen said, offering Li Chen an elegant smile before getting into the car, her voice carrying a hint of obvious amusement. It was clear that she was being intentional. Li Chen smiled, gaining a deeper understanding of this beauty he had met for the second time. A cold beauty, but, occasionally a bit playful. Li Chen silently evaluated as he got into the car. The car headed east, not towards the city center. An hour and a half later, the car arrived at Longmen Town in Jiangbei City, an industrial town located in the southeast direction of Jiangbei City. The town had many factories, driving the economy and consumption of the area. The car stopped on the road in front of the gate of Longmen Chemical Factory. Yang Chen pointed to a middle-aged man sitting at the gate and said regretfully, "He is the person you want to find, Mr." Li Chen focused his gaze. The man had graying hair, a robust build, but was missing his right leg. However, what was more striking was that despite his physical disability, he exuded great spirit, and his eyes resembled those of a hunting tiger, giving a tremendous sense of pressure. Just at first glance, he gave off an impression of resilience and an unyielding tough guy. Li Chen nodded slightly, his gaze falling on the man's fate. Zhang Shiqing, male 49 years old. Fate crossroads. 14 years ago, Zhang Shiqing was the leader of the Longmen Gang, the first gang in Longmen Town, monopolizing the freight, entertainment, and gambling industries in the town. But during a delivery trip to Lintao, Zhang Shiqing was ambushed by forces from Hongjia village and others. His subordinates died to protect him. Although Zhang Shiqing jumped into the river to escape, he was shot in the leg and ultimately had to have it amputated to save his life. Not long after, the Longmen Gang faced joint suppression from forces like Hongjia and gradually declined, eventually being completely swallowed up. As Li Chen observed Zhang Shiqing, Yang Chen explained, he is the last leader of the Longmen Gang. 14 years ago, the Longmen Gang was the largest gang in Jiangbei City, almost monopolizing all the gray industries in Longmen Town. But the bigger the tree, the more it attracts the wind. The Longmen Gang's dominance made many people wary. Later, the Hong family, in alliance with several other gangs, ambushed Zhang Shiqing and took advantage of the Longmen Gang's leaderless state to swallow up many of its industries. Li Chen nodded slightly. This person was very much in line with his choice. What intrigued him the most was that Zhang Shiqing, after experiencing such a dramatic rise and fall, could still maintain such a spirited demeanor. It was truly remarkable. To understand a person's capabilities, the most important thing is not to look at their state at the peak but how they handle the lows. Life has its ups and downs, and those who do not give up in the valleys and persist in moving forward are the truly valuable talents. A young man in his 20s, thin and dark, walked over from a distance. Upon seeing Zhang Shiqing, he smiled and waved. His voice was loud like a drum, completely contrasting with his thin appearance. Zhang Shiqing's face lit up with joy upon seeing the young man. He pushed himself up from the table, using his cane, and hobbled quickly towards him. "Yunshan, when did you come back?" "Just got back." Yunshan replied with a smile, stepping forward to support Zhang Shiqing, but was brushed off by Zhang Shiqing's raised hand. He jokingly scolded, "I'm not so old that I can't move." Inside the car, Yang Chen explained, this is Zhang Shiqing's adopted son. Years ago, when Zhang Shiqing was attacked, 2 brothers who went with him died protecting him, leaving 3 children orphaned. After the Longmen Gang was destroyed, Zhang Shiqing adopted the 3 children and has been supporting them until now. Li Chen nodded secretly. He was a man of feelings and loyalty, truly a good man. Li Chen thought to himself as he got out of the car and walked straight towards Zhang Shiqing. Seeing this, Yang Chen hurriedly followed. "Who are you?" Zhang Shiqing looked at the 2 approaching men and glanced at the luxury car behind them, warily patting Yunshan's hand. He signaled him to leave quickly. Although he didn't know who the 2 were, he was very clear about what kind of car it was and its price. Anyone who could afford such a car was either rich or noble. He was now a useless person, with no connection to these people. Their visit might not be a good thing. Yunshan understood the signal and grasped Zhang Shiqing's meaning. However, he pursed his lips, stood in front of Zhang Shiqing, and stared at the 2 men warily, saying, "What do you want with my dad?" Zhang Shiqing felt both touched and anxious. He jokingly kicked Yunshan's backside with his broken leg, scolding, "Adults are talking. What business do you have here, kid? Go home and see your younger siblings. They haven't seen you in half a year and miss you." At this point, Zhang Shiqing's expression darkened, and his voice took on a more serious tone. When the incident happened back then, Yunshan was the oldest of the 3 children, just 6 years old. The other 2 were 2 and 3 years old, an age when they couldn't remember much. Now, 14 years later, the 2 children were just entering high school. Still young. It would be one thing if he left, but if something happened to Yunshan as well, how would the 2 high school students manage? Yunshan showed a struggle on his face but soon became resolute again. He straightened his back, looked directly at Li Chen and Yang Chen, standing in front of Zhang Shicheng without a hint of wavering. Li Chen and Yang Chen exchanged glances and couldn't help but smile. It seemed there had been a misunderstanding. Yang Chen stepped forward and said coldly, "My father is Yang Xingcai." Yang Xingcai. Zhang Shicheng seemed to ponder. He had heard of Yang Xingcai's great name, but the two had no real connection. Zhangbei was vast. Longmen Town was just one of the 8 major towns. The Yang family mainly operated in the urban area, with little contact with these towns. Since there was no connection, naturally, there could be no hatred. So, it's the daughter of the Yang family. I have no ties with the Yang family, so I don't know what Miss Yang wants with a useless person like me, Zhang Shicheng said, his gaze fixed on Li Chen, filled with confusion. Ever since they got out of the car, Zhang Shicheng had noticed. Although Li Chen appeared shabby and Yang Chen was dressed in luxurious attire, Yang Chen always lagged half a step behind Li Chen and would look to him before speaking. All signs indicated that Li Chen was the true leader here. But therein lay the problem. The Yang family, while not exactly a tyrant in Zhangbei City, was certainly one of the few prominent families, with assets in the hundreds of millions. Li Chen's shabby clothing made him look neither wealthy nor powerful. Why should Yang Chen act according to his whims? Zhang Shicheng pondered this but did not press Li Chen about his background. Some things are better left unknown. Once you know, there's no turning back. Yang Chen raised his arm, palm up, and introduced Li Chen to Zhang Shicheng, saying, "This is Mr. Li, our partner from the Yang family. Whatever Mr. Li needs, the Yang family will do our utmost to fulfill it." As Yang Chen said this, he cast a glance at Zhang Shicheng. Upon hearing this, Zhang Shicheng's expression changed slightly, his gaze towards Li Chen now mixed with shock and a hint of fear. Yang Chen's words seemed innocuous at first, but upon closer examination, they were quite terrifying. They were willing to meet any of Mr. Li's needs, and they would do so wholeheartedly. Any need. Wholeheartedly. That was the key point. This was no mere partnership, it was more like a subordinate relationship, and a subordinate with absolute control. The Yang family was a prominent family in Zhangbei. What was this Mr. Li's identity that could make the Yang family bow down and obey? Could he be from a powerful family in the province? A local magnate? But if he were a local magnate, why would he dress so poorly? How strange. The more Zhang Shicheng thought about it, the more puzzled he became. He was a worldly person, well aware of the ways of today's wealthy families. Although they rarely exposed themselves to the media or public view, that did not mean they were truly simple. He wouldn't dare say otherwise. Just look at the local magnates in Longmen Town. Which one of them wasn't extravagantly wealthy, with villas, luxury cars, and fine clothing? Mr. Li wants to see you, so we naturally cannot refuse. As for the matter at hand, Niuxian cannot overstep, so it's best if Mr. Li explains it himself. As Yang Chen said this, he gave Li Chen a warm smile like a spring breeze. Zhang Shicheng slightly bowed, his attitude no longer as firm as before, now tinged with nervousness as he asked, "May I ask what Mr. Li wants with a useless person like me?" Li Chen's demeanor was gentle, his smile far more approachable than Yang Chen's. His voice was soft. "Would it be convenient to talk somewhere else?" Zhang Shicheng paused for a moment, then nodded, "Sure." He pointed to a nearby guard booth and said, "Let's talk in the room." "All right." With Li Chen's agreement, Zhang Shicheng led the way into the chemical plant's guard booth. Before entering, he patted Yunshan's hand, signaling him to wait outside. Yunshan, already aware of Yang Chen's identity, knew they were not enemies and did not insist. He glanced at Li Chen and said to Zhang Shicheng, "I'll wait for you at the door." With that, he stood at the entrance, resembling a stern gatekeeper. Li Chen, Zhang Shicheng, and Yang Chen entered the booth. The booth was small, about 11 or 12 square meters. Inside, there was only a bed and a table. On the table were 3 screens, which were the chemical plant's surveillance monitors. Zhang Shicheng entered the room, poured a glass of water for each of them, and joked, "The place is simple, there's not much to offer." Li Chen and Yang Chen exchanged polite remarks, not minding it at all. Zhang Shicheng sat on the bed, offering the chairs to the two of them. He scrutinized Li Chen, confirming that he did not know him, or perhaps someone who resembled him, and pondered, "I do not know Mr. Li, what does he seek from me?" Li Chen fixed his gaze on Zhang Shicheng's eyes and said earnestly, "If I were to give you a chance to change your fate, what price would you be willing to pay?" Change fate. Zhang Shicheng's lips parted slightly, and he looked at Li Chen in astonishment, then turned to Yang Chen. He could understand each word, could hear each word, but together, they made no sense. "What does Mr. Li mean? Change fate?" Zhang Shicheng shook his head slightly, feeling confused. He had an idea, but it was simply too absurd. Li Chen's lips curled into a smile. He had already found the answer in Zhang Shicheng's eyes. Li Chen did not answer directly, instead, he began to write in the air with his right hand. Silvery threads appeared out of nowhere, weaving together into a contract of fate as Li Chen's right index finger danced through the void. In 2 breaths, a silvery scroll, as if woven from silver, materialized before the 3 of them. Yang Chen's pupils constricted, her red lips slightly parted. Although she had long known about Li Chen's miraculous abilities, seeing it with her own eyes felt different. As for Zhang Shichang, his eyes widened like copper bells, his mouth agape as he trembled, pointing at Li Chen and then at the scroll before him. What the hell is this? A deity? An immortal? A superpower? Who are you? You are Zhang Shichang was stunned for several seconds before he finally reacted. He looked at Li Chen, feeling restless. He was both nervous and excited, with a hint of fear. Zhang Shichang had been out in society since he was 15, established himself in Longmen Town at 18, and by 22, he was already the leader of the first gang in Longmen Town. Compared to ordinary people, he had seen and experienced a lot, but he had never, ever encountered someone like Li Chen. Someone so godlike. He finally understood the meaning of Yang Chen's earlier words. The Yang family was willing to go all out to meet any of Li Chen's needs. This was a living ancestor. Who would dare offend him? Zhang Shichang couldn't help but curse in his heart, his materialistic worldview built over nearly 50 years completely collapsing. Who I am is not important. What matters is what I can offer you. Li Chen said with a smile, by signing this contract, you can return to 14 years ago and rewrite your fate. This is the opportunity one give you. Zhang Shichang's pupils constricted, and his expression changed instantly. Shock, incredulity, confusion. Return to 14 years ago? This, rebirth. No, even the legendary immortals do not possess such means. To allow someone to be reborn, to return to the past, what kind of ability is that? Simply, Zhang Shichang's mind was a chaotic mess, and he didn't even know what he was thinking. After a while, he began to regain some clarity. Zhang Shichang furrowed his brow, looking at Li Chen with great respect, but also with confusion. He said, a person like you, a deity, I fear countless powerful figures seek but cannot attain. What virtue or ability do I, Zhang Shichang, have to deserve such an opportunity? Why do you want to help me? Li Chen looked at the contract of fate, his demeanor calm. The answers you seek are all in the contract. This opportunity is not free. Zhang Shichang nodded slightly, roughly understanding Li Chen's meaning. He held the contract of fate, feeling as if he were holding a light feather, or perhaps a thin veil, with almost imperceptible weight. The surface of the contract bore no text, only dazzling, radiant lights, and within these lights lay a multitude of information. The terms of the contract of fate mostly outlined the responsibilities and obligations of both parties. There were also the costs that both sides needed to pay. Zhang Shichang quickly found what he was looking for. The price. The cost required to reverse fate. However, upon seeing the information, Zhang Shichang's pupils instantly constricted, and his expression changed rapidly. Shock, fear, excitement, thrill, awe. After reading it seriously, he gazed at Li Chen's smiling face, feeling as if he were staring at an unapproachable deity, and trembled as he said, you want me to go back to the past to organize the establishment of a branch of the wujiu for you? Yang Chen's face changed dramatically, and she couldn't help but exclaim. Going back to the past, creating an organization. This is simply too incredible. She suddenly turned to look at Li Chen, her eyes becoming fervent and excited. If it could be done. Invincible. Besides that, Yang Chen couldn't think of a more fitting description. Even if the organization were discovered, no one would ever think that its creator was from a distant future, rather than their own time. How could such an organization not thrive? How could such an organization be dealt with? At this moment, Zhang Shichang no longer cared about Yang Chen's reaction. He fixed his gaze on Li Chen, his heart surging like a tidal wave, a cataclysmic tsunami. A person who could freely alter the past. No, it should be a god. Could such a thing really exist? Could such a god truly exist? Indeed, this is one of the prices you need to pay. I need you to go back to the past and establish a branch of the wujiu for me. Li Chen readily admitted. He was not afraid that the other party would refuse, because no one could turn down the opportunity to change their fate. Zhang Shichang was no exception. Zhang Shichang's eyes flickered as he hesitated. If I go back to the past, will I still remember what is happening now? If you can't recall, how can you serve me? Zhang Shichang paused for a moment before finally uttering the words serve. He had already understood Li Chen's purpose, to create an organization, to develop power. He had once been the leader of the largest gang in Longmen Town, and now, having fallen to nothing, he was one of the most suitable candidates. And since he was to establish a branch of the wujiu for the other party, he would naturally enter this organization and become a member. As a subordinate, the word serve was very appropriate. Thinking of this, Zhang Shicheng couldn't help but glance at Yang Chen. Did the Yang family also receive such an opportunity? If so, Zhang Shicheng looked at Li Chen, his gaze filled only with awe. This man was terrifying, almost like a god or a demon. Li Chen pondered and explained, when you go back to the past, there will be a period of confusion, for half a year, or even longer, or possibly shorter. After overcoming the confusion, you will be able to recall the contents of the contract and the parts of this fate line that relate to you. Years later, you will fully remember the contents of the contract. Zhang Shicheng nodded in shock, no longer harboring doubts. So that's how it is. He stared at Li Chen and said solemnly, a great favor is not to be thanked in words. I, Zhang, will definitely fulfill what you have entrusted to me. Having said that, without any hesitation, Zhang Shicheng pressed his palm against the front of the fate contract. As his palm pressed down, the contract transformed into countless strands of radiant light that surged into Zhang Shicheng's body. The night was deep, as if a giant beast had swallowed the world. On the dim road, a silver gray van was driving along the muddy and bumpy country path. The road was difficult to navigate, filled with potholes, making the journey feel like a massage. There were 4 people in the vehicle. All were young, in their 20s. In the back seat sat a robust man. He had a buzz cut, a square face, and an imposing demeanor. He exuded an air of authority without needing to be angry. He was none other than Zhang Shicheng, the leader of the Longmen gang. The other 3 were all Zhang Shicheng's trusted subordinates, known by their nicknames, Gray Machine, White Snake, and Scholar. The gray figure was small and slender, with dark skin, but the muscle lines were extremely elegant, resembling a cheetah. The White Snake was plump and white, wearing a smile that made him look like a laughing Buddha, exuding a sense of harmony. The Scholar, wearing glasses, was refined in appearance, but his gaze was cold, playing with a dagger in his hand. The driver was the White Snake. The gray figure sat in the passenger seat, vigilantly observing the surroundings. The Scholar sat next to Zhang Shicheng. He suddenly asked, "Boss, where exactly is this buyer from? Why did they ask us to meet in such a remote place? I heard they came from the west." The buyer introduced by Old Zhang should be reliable. Zhang Shicheng casually replied. Old Zhang was the benefactor who helped Zhang Shicheng rise to prominence, providing him with much assistance. He was also an accomplice in the money laundering operations of the Longmen gang. Half of the gang's dirty money was cleaned through Old Zhang and funneled into the gang's accounts. The 2 sides had cooperated for many years without any mistakes. As for the goods, they were naturally not drugs, but various types of pirated DVDs. By setting up satellite antennas to receive signals from Hong Kong and Taiwan, they recorded movies and adult videos that could not be imported into the country onto pirated discs, which were then sold in the mainland. This had become one of the Longmen gang's important industries in recent years. The costs were low, and the market demand was high. Especially for the adult DVDs, they were simply not enough to sell. The White Snake, who was driving, heard the conversation between the 2 and chuckled proudly, "Hee, who cares where they come from, as long as they pay, they're good people." Tisk tsk, this guy looks pretty ordinary, but his strength shouldn't be underestimated. He ordered 500,000 various DVDs right off the bat. He even gave a deposit of 1 million. Upon hearing this, the others couldn't help but laugh in unison. Isn't that right? Those who pay are good people. Who cares if they're second-hand merchants? The cost of the DVDs is less than $1, the wholesale price is 3.5 yuan, and there are no costs for video production or purchasing copyrights, so it's several times the profit with just a flip. After this deal, making over $1 million in pure profit easily, isn't that appealing? An ordinary person's monthly salary is just over 100. They wouldn't be able to save $1 million in a lifetime. Zhang Shicheng clapped his hands and boldly said, this guy's strength shouldn't be underestimated. Once we finish this deal, if we can establish a long-term partnership, there will be plenty of opportunities to make big money in the future. When we get back, White Snake, work hard and pay more attention to the production line. We must provide our customers with the best products. If our products are subpar, will they come back for a second time? No matter what we do, we must emphasize integrity. In business, the quality of the product is the most important. The others nodded in agreement. In this day and age, pirated DVDs were in high demand. Especially those adult DVDs, the factory was almost running 24 hours a day, yet still couldn't meet market demand. The geographical location of Jiangbei City was also very advantageous, being relatively close to the coast and the central and western regions, making it a transportation hub. Previously, the Longmen gang's pirated DVDs mainly supplied the province. If they could also expand into the west, they could easily earn several million more each month. The more they thought about it, the better it seemed. The White Snake laughed heartily. We just talked about a big deal worth over $1 million today. Should we go to the county town to celebrate? Recently a few beautiful women from out of town have come over there, quite flirtatious. They say they returned from the Magic City, TSK, their skills are to die for. The white snake lewdly licked his lips, fully displaying his lecherous nature. Seeing him like this, everyone couldn't help but smile knowingly. Even the usually taciturn gray figure couldn't help but tease, "You fatso, aren't you afraid of getting caught? All you think about is visiting brothels. You're not young anymore, why don't you find a woman to settle down with? Go away, what are you talking about? What's the point of finding a wife? No matter how impressive you are outside, when you get home, you're still going to be scolded like a weak chicken. I'm different. If one person eats well, the whole family won't go hungry. I can enjoy myself however I want." The white snake boasted proudly, not taking Gray Machine's advice to heart at all. However, upon hearing this, Zhang Shicheng couldn't help but frown. He advised, "White Snake, although Gray Machine's words may not sound pleasant, you really should think about the future. We've made quite a bit of money over the years, and most of the brothers' lives have changed for the better. Gray Machine, White Snake, who hasn't built a house and bought a car? Life is flourishing, with wives and children warming the bed. And your money? You've thrown it all to those women. Our line of work has high profits, but also high risks. If one day we offend the authorities or other gangs, whether we can continue doing business is another matter. While enjoying the moment is good, we also need to consider the future." As Zhang Shicheng said this, his brow furrowed, and he sighed. The Longmen gang is indeed the largest gang in Longmen town, but there are many eyes on this piece of fat meat. He had recently received news that Hongjia village and other nearby gangs were closely connected and might be planning to take action against the Longmen gang. Hongjia village is a village in Longmen town. It is relatively remote, with a fierce local culture, and the villagers are very united. They have formed a small gang in Jiangbei City, called the Hong Gang. The Hong Gang mainly works with developers and the government on demolitions. They have always coveted the interests of the Longmen gang and have tried several times to extend their reach into the gray industries of Longmen town, but have been thwarted by Zhang Shicheng. However, interests are like a sweet cake without an owner, who wouldn't want to take a bite. Although Hongjia has suffered some losses, they have never given up on the vast industries in Longmen town. Hearing Zhang Shicheng's words, the expressions of several people changed. The scholar lowered his eyelids, looking somewhat worried, and said softly, "Boss, I've heard that the Hong family has been quite active lately. Not only are they in close contact with several other gangs, but they are also in touch with the government. Last time, one of my younger brothers saw someone from the Hong family visiting the county magistrate. They were chatting and laughing together." The white snake's expression changed slightly, and he cursed, "Damn, those bastards from Hongjia village are still not giving up." Gray Machine squinted his eyes, resembling a leopard fixated on its prey, with a fierce killing intent hidden beneath his calm exterior. He said in a deep voice, "Boss, should I take some people to give the Hong family a warning?" Zhang Shicheng leaned back in his chair, frowning and lost in thought. If it were just the Hong family, he wouldn't care at all. After all, although the people from Hongjia village outnumbered the Longmen gang, they were outsiders with little foundation in Longmen town. But the problem is that this matter involves the government. The common people do not fight against the officials. If the Hong family has established a connection with the local officials, then this matter becomes complicated. Compared to the government, the Longmen gang is insignificant, like an ant beneath a tiger's foot. No rush, I'll go check the situation tomorrow. If there are no issues, then we can take action. After thinking it over, Zhang Shicheng waved his hand. The Longmen gang's growth and strength naturally relied on having connections with the local government. He had a close relationship with the local officials. Only the county magistrate was an exception. The county magistrate is a transient official, usually not serving in one place for long, typically around 4 years. This new county magistrate had been in Longmen town for less than 3 months. Zhang Shicheng did want to pay a visit to this local leader. Unfortunately, the other party showed no intention of meeting him. The fact that the Hong family could connect with the county magistrate surprised Zhang Shicheng greatly. Others also fell silent. The Hong family's ability to reach the county magistrate indicated that the waters behind this were certainly deep. The Longmen gang, being a product of the shadows, could not afford to confront the officials head-on. That would be courting death. Bang! Just as everyone was lost in their thoughts, a car tire suddenly burst, making a loud noise like a muffled thunder. Due to a tire blowout, the car lost some control. Fortunately, Baishi's driving skills were quite good, and he quickly stabilized the vehicle. He slowly pressed the brake, cursing, "Damn it, how could the tire blow at a time like this?" Once the car was steady, Baishi boldly opened the door and got out. Hui Ji followed closely behind. The two of them shone their flashlights at the blown tire. The moment Bai Shi saw the tire, his chubby face turned as pale as paper. There were several iron caltrops embedded in the blown tire. Caltrops are a very ancient type of concealed weapon, specifically designed to hinder the advance of enemies. They work just as well on car tires. This kind of thing is extremely rare and definitely could not have been accidentally left behind. An ambush. The instant Bai Shi saw the caltrops, he realized something was wrong. He shouted, "Boss," but before he could finish, bang, a flash of fire erupted from the dense forest by the roadside. With the sound of the wind howling, a bullet hole appeared in the car body. Damn! Bai Shi's face turned deathly pale, and he immediately threw the flashlight into the woods while diving to the ground. He cursed and shouted, "Boss, enemy attack." At that moment, Jiang Shicheng didn't need Bai Shi's reminder. The instant he heard the gunshot, he already sensed something was off. He didn't push the car door open directly but instead rolled over to the trunk. Then, he exchanged a glance with the scholar, pointed at the car door, and then at the back door of the trunk. With a shared understanding, the scholar nodded slightly, lowering his body. 3, 2, 1. They silently counted down in unison. When they reached 1, the scholar suddenly yanked the car door open. He himself dove into the trunk. Bang bang bang! Almost instantly, several bullets shot through the open car door, making the scholar's face turn ashen. So ruthless. Just as the gunfire erupted, Zhang Shicheng opened the rear trunk. He rolled out and found Bai Shi and Huiji hiding nearby. The scholar followed closely behind, but he was a step slower. As he came down, gunshots rang out from a distance, and bullets whizzed past the scholar's face, scaring him so much that cold sweat soaked his clothes. The country road was not wide, only allowing for one car. With two cars side by side, one had to stop, either pulling over into the woods by the roadside or into the fields. The narrow road was flanked by dark, dense woods that obscured visibility. Sparse moonlight filtered through the thick canopy, leaving only dim, shadowy spots that provided almost no illumination. Zhang Shicheng rolled out of the car and lay on the muddy ground, disregarding the filth and the sheep droppings scattered around. He crawled quickly to the dense forest, hiding behind a sturdy tree, cautiously peering into the movements within the woods. However, the forest was too dark, and the enemy was very cautious. After the first attack failed, there was no further movement. Faced with the dark and silent woods, Zhang Shicheng could not determine the enemy's position. He observed for a moment, then glanced at Bai Shi, who was lying on the ground with his butt in the air, and shook his head secretly. Bai Shi was his trusted aide, but he mainly handled factory production and quality inspection, having rarely engaged in real combat. In this situation, he could hardly be relied upon for any fighting capability. Zhang Shicheng looked at Huiji, who was hiding behind another tree, and whispered, "Huiji, do you have any clues?" 3 o'clock direction, at least 2 people. Huiji pulled out his pistol from his waist, gesturing to mark the enemy's approximate location. Upon hearing this, Zhang Shicheng nodded slightly, but his brow remained tightly furrowed, his eyes sharp like a hunting tiger. Fierce. Brutal. There were gunmen in both woods, and the enemy was clearly well prepared. But no matter who it is, anyone who wants to take down Zhang Shicheng must pay a bloody price. Zhang Shicheng gritted his teeth but did not act rashly. Both sides currently lacked visibility. Whoever moved first would expose themselves. However, dong dong dong, just as Zhang Shicheng patiently waited, searching for the opponent's flaw, a round object rolled down from the dense forest onto the road, coming to rest under the chassis of a car. The scholar, crawling on the ground, turned his head towards the sound. The underside of the car was dim. Yet, the car's headlights and the moonlight combined to provide a glimmer of hope, allowing one to barely see the outline. But the scholar's face changed drastically as he suddenly lunged at Zhang Shicheng, shouting desperately, "Boss, run! There's a dirt bomb!" As he spoke, he forcefully knocked Zhang Shicheng down into the dense forest. The pilot reacted quickly. Upon hearing the bomb, he rolled behind a tree and then quickly lay flat on the ground. Just as he did, several gunshots shattered the silence of the forest. Bullets grazed the pilot's scalp before hitting the tree. Their reaction was fast enough, but the white snake did not have such capability. He froze for 2 seconds before realizing. However, it was all too late. Boom! A loud explosion broke the night silence like a muffled thunder. Flames shot into the sky, the van was shattered, debris flying dozens of meters away, and the remaining frame was engulfed in a raging fire. The white snake was thrown into the roadside forest by the powerful blast, his body riddled with shrapnel, steel balls, and remnants of the car explosion. Before he even hit the ground, he was already silent. The other 3, though they avoided the direct impact, were left with ringing ears from the violent explosion, feeling dazed. It felt like a hangover, making them want to vomit their insides out. It wasn't until 10 seconds later that they felt slightly better. Zhang Shicheng shook his head and, by the light of the burning van, saw the white snake lying not far away. The corpse was unrecognizable, covered in blood. The fat man who liked to support the street girls would never have the chance to speak again. Zhang Shicheng looked at the white snake's body, gritting his teeth, his eyes instantly bloodshot, filled with sorrow and anger, veins bulging as if a dragon were roaring. His face twitched, and he cried out mournfully, "White snake!" The scholar shook his head, waking from the deafening explosion. He saw the white snake's body and then looked at the sorrowful Zhang Shicheng, his eyes filled with anger and sadness, but the scholar knew this was not the time for mourning. He pulled Zhang Shicheng, urging, "Boss, let's go. Don't let our brother die in vain." The pilot crawled to another large tree. Leaning against the tree, he glanced at his bleeding right leg and sighed inwardly. Such an injury would not be a problem under normal circumstances. But now, there was no way out. He gripped his pistol, glancing at the shadowy figures in the dense forest, cautiously approaching, and said coldly, "You all go. I'll hold them off." With that, the pilot did not give Zhang Shicheng a chance to speak. He stood up, hunched over, and limped in another direction. As he ran, he fired at the figures over there. Bang bang bang! The pilot fired several shots, forcing the approaching attackers to dodge, either lying on the ground or hiding behind trees. Faintly, shouts came from the forest. "He's injured and breaking through to the southeast. Surround him, catch him. There's only one, let's see how many are still at the scene." As they shouted, the pilot, relying on his excellent combat skills, had already run a dozen meters away, drawing most of the attackers' attention. Zhang Shicheng's face changed drastically, filled with grief and anger. Hold them off? That was a death sentence. Although they brought guns on this trip, they never expected to encounter an attack, and they only had one spare magazine in hand. The attackers were unknown in number. But 2 magazines were definitely not enough. "Boss, let's go." The scholar glanced at the gray machine, his face twisted, eyes misty and blood red. Gritting his teeth, he grabbed Zhang Shicheng's arm and bent down, running in the opposite direction. He knew the gray machine was dangerous, but the brothers couldn't all die here. Someone had to survive. Only by living could the families of the brothers be protected. Only by living could someone take revenge for the brothers. Zhang Shicheng was dragged away, eyes tightly shut, tears streaming from the corners. But he was not an ordinary person. He quickly composed himself. Zhang Shicheng gritted his teeth and said, "This grudge, I, Zhang Shicheng, will remember." As Zhang Shicheng and the scholar got up, the dense forest suddenly became more chaotic. "Damn, there are still 2 alive, northwest direction. Quickly intercept them in the northwest. There are still 2 over here, follow them, don't let any of them escape." The scholar and Zhang Shicheng listened to the commotion around them, feeling increasingly tense. The attackers were numerous. From the sounds, there were probably 8 or 9 of them. Not to mention they were well equipped, even bringing dirt bombs. They were now just 2 people. Even if the other side didn't have dirt bombs, once surrounded, they would still be doomed. The 2 dared not linger, occasionally firing back to slow down the pursuit while heading northwest. They were unfamiliar with the area and had no idea where a safe place was. Their only thought was to escape the dense forest, as far away as possible. As long as they found a chance to return to Longmen Town, everything else would not be a problem. However, bang! A gunshot came from the northwest. The scholar let out a miserable scream, blood gushing from his abdomen, and he fell directly to the ground. He lay on the ground, spitting blood, shooting towards the direction of the gunfire, while hoarsely shouting to Zhang Shicheng, "Run." After saying that, the scholar struggled to get up, raising his gun to charge at the attackers. He wanted to buy time for Zhang Shicheng with his last strength, even if it was just a few seconds. Zhang Shicheng was filled with rage, looking back at the scholar's figure with deep sorrow, then gritted his teeth and ran in another direction. He couldn't let the brothers' blood be shed in vain. Just as Zhang Shicheng left, a series of gunshots rang out behind him. Bang bang bang! The gunfire was dense. Zhang Shicheng dared not look back, afraid to see. He was scared. Scared that he wouldn't be able to hold back. Scared that he would let down the brothers' expectations. If he died here too, who would take care of the brothers' wives and children? If he died here too, who would take revenge for the brothers' blood feud? Zhang Shicheng gritted his teeth, held his breath, and used the fastest speed of his life to escape northeast. He ran so fast that even though his body was scratched all over by the bushes, he hardly felt it. He didn't know how far he had run. In the distance, Zhang Shicheng heard the sound of rushing water. He rushed up a slope, and before him was a river over 10 meters wide. The water was clear and turbulent. But for Zhang Shicheng at that moment, the river before him was like the river of life, a hope for survival. As long as he jumped in, no matter how capable the attackers were, they would never find him. Zhang Shicheng did not hesitate and ran towards the riverbank. But he did not notice that behind him, a figure had followed him at some point. A man in his 30s, with a scruffy beard, an ordinary face, and a wolf-like fierce gaze. Hong Shan, the village chief of Hongjia village. He stood high up, raising his gun at Zhang Shicheng. Bang! Hong Shan aimed his gun. Although the night was dark, he was like a hawk hunting in the deep night, his marksmanship terrifyingly precise. This shot hit Zhang Shicheng's right calf. Blood splattered, and Zhang Shicheng lost his balance, rolling down towards the riverbank. But even so, he gritted his teeth and remained silent. No shouts, no moans, only determination. To live, to survive. The blood of his brothers must not be shed in vain. Their wives and daughters need someone to take care of them. But this gunshot was too brutal, shattering a large portion of his calf, even exposing the white bone. Zhang Shicheng wanted to stand up, but his severely injured right leg simply couldn't support him. He tried several times, ultimately collapsing to the ground. Zhang Shicheng lay on his back, gazing at the half-moon in the sky, and burst into laughter. I, Zhang Shicheng, pride myself as a hero, yet I never expected to die in this desolate wilderness. Zhang Shicheng laughed, his voice tinged with a hint of weeping. Not for himself, but for his brothers, for the relatives of his brothers. After his death, they would surely face retribution. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for being so ungrateful. Hong Shan appeared on the embankment at some point. He raised his gun, aiming at the defenseless Zhang Shicheng lying on the ground, his voice cold and somewhat disdainful. It's you. Zhang Shicheng recognized Hong Shan by the moonlight. He gritted his teeth, his gaze fierce like a vengeful wolf. Good Hong Shan, good Hongjia village. So ruthless. Hong Shan raised his gun, aiming at Zhang Shicheng's head, cautiously walking down the riverbank. He approached Zhang Shicheng, looking at his disheveled appearance, and couldn't help but grin, mocking. Not ruthless enough? What kind of society are you mixing in? Shang, I told you, I will return that slap to you. At this point, Hong Shan's eyes suddenly turned extremely fierce, as if a sharp knife was stabbing into Zhang Shicheng's body. He gritted his teeth and brutally stepped on Zhang Shicheng's right hand with his leather shoe, crushing it as if it were garbage. Zhang Shicheng's face turned pale from the pain, but he clenched his teeth and remained silent. 2 years ago, when Hong Shan had just become the village chief of Hongjia village, he came to seek cooperation, wanting to carve out a piece of the pie in Longmen town. But the foundation of Longmen was built by Zhang Shicheng and his brothers with real guns and knives. How could they easily agree to Hongjia village's so-called cooperation? Cooperation was not impossible, but sincerity was required. However, Hongjia village showed no sincerity, only thinking of taking advantage without giving anything in return. Their so-called cooperation was to let the young people of Hongjia village enter Longmen for development, and in the future, everyone would be one family. What? You say there needs to be a price? We Hongjia village are willing to discuss with you, and that is already giving you face. Do you still want us to pay tribute? Thus, the negotiations broke down completely. Zhang Shicheng even gave Hong Shan a hard slap. Since then, the relationship between Hongjia village and the Longmen gang had rapidly deteriorated. Zhang Shicheng recalled this past and spat at Hong Shan, mocking. Hong Shan, is that all you can do? I looked down on you back then, TSK. As he became agitated, the injury on his leg flared up, causing Zhang Shicheng to take a deep breath and continue cursing. What a piece of work, a brainless fool, only capable of bullying defenseless commoners, and you dare to cooperate with us in Longmen. Although we in Longmen engage in illegal dealings, we have not sunk so low as to bully defenseless commoners, to prey on those orphaned and widowed. You even earn money that is utterly devoid of conscience, to cooperate with you. After laughing, Zhang Shicheng gritted his teeth, staring intently into Hong Shan's eyes, questioning each word with emphasis. Do you deserve it? The 3 words were like 3 sharp knives stabbing into Hong Shan's heart. His expression instantly turned cold, his gaze resembling an Antarctic ice storm, capable of erasing everything. Hong Shan sneered twice and released his foot from Zhang Shicheng's right hand. The hand, after being trampled, was swollen and red. The palm bore strange patterns. It resembled a magnificent galaxy, yet also complex symbols. But neither of them noticed this anomaly. Hong Shan took 2 steps back, aiming his gun at Zhang Shicheng, mocking him. You think you're so noble. You're something else. So what? Aren't you just lying at my feet like a dead dog? Yes, we in Hongjia village do dirty work, forcibly demolishing villagers' homes, driving orphans and widows to death. But so what? Behind us are the officials, the court. Do you think without us, they could deal with those lawless scoundrels? Do you think without us, they wouldn't engage in these filthy deeds? What a joke. Those in power, those officials, who among them is cleaner than us, who is less wicked? That's how the world is, only by devouring others can one rise above. Hong Shan mocked and cursed, unashamed, even taking pride in it. He sneered. You think you're something special? You think you're a big shot? Humph, you're just a dog raised by those people. What's the difference between you and me? Zhang Shicheng fell silent. In this regard, Hong Shan was not wrong. The only difference between him and Hong Shan was their respective roles. Other than that, there was no difference at all. Seeing Zhang Shicheng speechless, Hong Shan felt even more exhilarated, his mood lifting considerably. He spat on the ground and coldly laughed. Hey Zhang, since you're still considered a figure in Jiangbei, I'll give you a quick end today. With that, Hong Shan aimed at Zhang Shicheng's head and decisively pulled the trigger. Just as he was about to act, Zhang Shicheng, who had been lying on the ground waiting to die, suddenly sprang up. He grabbed a thick branch with his left hand and rolled over to strike at Hong Shan's legs. The gunshot rang out, the bullet grazed Zhang Shicheng's scalp and hit the ground. At the same time, the thick branch struck hard against Hong Shan's calf. Bang! At the moment of impact, the dry branch snapped. But Hong Shan was also thrown off balance by the sudden attack, falling to the ground, even his shotgun flying several meters away. Lying on the ground, the sharp pain in his calf made him grimace. However, he couldn't care less at that moment. Seeing Zhang Shicheng about to pounce, he scrambled towards the shotgun with all his limbs. Zhang Shicheng, seeing this, had no choice but to abandon the pursuit, struggling to stand up and staggering towards the riverbank, which was only about 5 meters away. But with one leg, he ultimately couldn't match Hong Shan's speed. Just as Zhang Shicheng was 1 or 2 meters away from the riverbank, Hong Shan had already rushed over to grab his shotgun. He didn't get up but lay flat on the ground, aiming the shotgun at Zhang Shicheng's back. At that moment, although Zhang Shicheng didn't turn around, a strong sense of crisis felt like a sharp blade pressed against his back. Almost instantly, Zhang Shicheng's hair stood on end. Danger! Danger! He would die. A terrifying sense of crisis came from behind. But Zhang Shicheng couldn't afford to think about that, nor could he dare to pause for even a moment. He leaped towards the rushing river. The moment he got up, the gunshot rang out. And at that instant, countless brilliant specks of light surged from the palm of Zhang Shicheng's right hand, countless as if they were a dazzling galaxy. As the starlight appeared, time seemed to be paused. Zhang Shicheng's feet left the ground, diving towards the river's surface in a sprinting posture. Hong Shan lay on the ground, aiming his gun at Zhang Shicheng. The fire at the muzzle had yet to dissipate, the sparks resembling fireworks. The bullet seemed to move in slow motion, crawling forward as if slowed down 1,000 times. At that moment, both Hong Shan and Zhang Shicheng were stunned. They were trapped in the crevice of time, staring blankly at everything around them, gazing at the magnificent phenomenon that resembled a heavenly river. A common thought appeared in both their minds. What is this? What is happening? For this question, Hong Shan was destined never to find an answer. But Zhang Shicheng. In the depths of the void, a grand voice broke through time and space, seeming to come from the ancient past, yet also from the future. It seemed to come from the starry sea, yet also from the abyss, unknown in origin, unknown in destination. I declare my name to the heavens, traveling through the void, observing the world as a game of chess. The myriad forms of humanity all enter the divine machine. Fate is crafted by oneself, and also bestowed by the divine. With a flash of divine light, fate is sealed. Zhang Shicheng, are you not awake yet? Zhang Shicheng, are you not awake yet? This voice, at first, sounded plain, like a spring breeze brushing against the face. Upon further listening, it was like the sound of drums, like thunder, shaking one's head and making one dizzy. Zhang Shicheng, in a flying posture, paused in midair, momentarily stunned by the words. Zhang Shicheng? Me? Wake up? But am I not awake right now? In the midst of doubt, tears unknowingly traced down his cheeks, dripping onto the ground. Sadness, anger, excitement, and an uncontrollable hatred surged within him, like a roaring river. Fragments of scenes, some images, some incomprehensible memories surfaced in his mind. The past, the present, the future, everything intertwined. Zhang Shicheng understood. The future. His own future. Zhang Shicheng, with tears streaming down, unconsciously shouted, Zhang Shicheng is here, bowing in gratitude for the grace above. After saying this, he looked towards the vast river of fate, and a figure slowly approached. It was unclear whether it was from the past or the future. He walked above time, pausing outside of fate. His figure was blurred. His appearance seemed shrouded in mist. But none of this diminished his brilliance, his glory, his power. Zhang Shicheng trembled with excitement, his heart racing violently. He had truly returned to the past. He had truly come back 14 years ago. He did not deceive himself. Everything was real, defying heaven to change fate. This was his opportunity to defy heaven and change fate, to reclaim everything. Go back. Li Chen noticed the look in Zhang Shicheng's eyes, which was clearer than Yang Xing's eyes, devoid of confusion. But Li Chen did not pay it any mind. His voice was calm, as if discussing a trivial matter. As his words fell, the originally tranquil vast starry river began to flow, the axis of time once again being turned. But this time, it flowed backward from the past to the present. Time was like a movie pressed on rewind, everything restoring to its original state. Hurry up! The scholar's hoarse shout echoed in his ears. You all go, I'll hold them off. The cold voice of the gray machine carried a hint of determination, without a trace of hesitation. Boss, the white snake's anxious shout tore through the silence of the night. Zhang Shicheng felt that everything was so fantastical, everything so bizarre. Time was flowing backward. Events that had already occurred were restoring. And he clearly remembered what was about to happen in the future. He clearly remembered what he and his brothers had experienced. Boom! It was as if thunder exploded in his mind, that ethereal feeling, like being in the clouds, quickly dissipated, and he felt as if he had awakened from a dream. Zhang Shicheng gasped for breath, suddenly sitting up straight, his eyes wide as copper bells, surveying his surroundings. Before him was that van. The car was driving on a dimly lit road. The scholar's question came again to his ears. Boss, where is this buyer from? Why did they ask us to meet in such a remote place? Huh, boss, what's wrong? Just as the scholar asked the question, he saw Zhang Shicheng looking around in confusion and bewilderment, as if waking from a nightmare. He paused for a moment, then grinned and said, Boss, you didn't have a nightmare, did you? Upon hearing this, the white snake and the gray machine turned to look at him in unison. The white snake, with a beaming smile, teased, the boss had a nightmare. The gray machine twitched slightly, wearing a complex expression that seemed to want to laugh but felt too embarrassed to do so. Zhang Shicheng instantly woke up. Everything that had just happened flashed through his mind like a nightmare: the white snake's tragic death, the gray machine's heroism, the scholar's sacrifice, and himself being pushed to a dead end. His face turned pale, and his eyes reddened as he shouted loudly, "Stop the car!" The white snake, startled, shivered and slammed on the brakes. The car skidded through the muddy road for several meters before finally coming to a halt. The white snake's face was ashen as he cautiously looked back, nervously saying, "Boss, I wasn't making fun of you." Hearing this, the scholar's brows furrowed into a shape. From his understanding of Zhang Shicheng, he would never get angry with his brothers over such a trivial matter. Something must have gone wrong. The scholar asked, "Boss, what happened?" Zhang Shicheng leaned back against the seat cushion and ordered, "Turn on the lights." Oh. The white snake hurriedly responded and turned on the lights inside the car. As the lights came on, the interior became bright and clear. Zhang Shicheng said nothing but raised his right hand, palm up. In the center of his palm were large, strange patterns, resembling ancient and mysterious symbols. Seeing this, the three of them changed their expressions simultaneously. Boss, are you hurt? Boss, what happened? It doesn't look like a scar, nor a birthmark or a tattoo. It's such a strange thing. Did you have this on your hand before, boss? The three looked at the marks on Zhang Shicheng's hand, expressing their confusion. Zhang Shicheng remained silent, only showing a look of realization. He hadn't noticed the symbols on his hand before, he had only seen the dazzling starry river flying out from his right hand. When he had just awakened, Zhang Shicheng still had some doubts. Was it a dream? Or something that really happened? Now, he had the answer. Zhang Shicheng recalled everything he had just experienced, leaned back against the seat, took a deep breath, and then rubbed his temples with both hands. Seeing this, the others fell silent. This was Zhang Shicheng's habit. Whenever he encountered a very troubling problem, he would rub his temples to help his thinking. His current actions indicated that he was facing a major issue. However, the others exchanged glances. Just a moment ago, everything was fine. Why had the boss suddenly become so worried? Boss, is there a problem with that deal? Could it be that outsider is trying to trick us? The scholar and the white snake spoke one after the other. But upon hearing this, Zhang Shicheng waved his hand. He opened his eyes and stared intently into the eyes of the three, solemnly asking, "Don't you remember what happened?" The three looked at each other. What had happened? The white snake's entire face wrinkled into a ball. He scratched his head, deep in thought but still came up empty, helplessly saying, "Boss, what are you talking about? What have we forgotten?" The scholar pondered and also shook his head. "Boss, what does this mean?" Zhang Shicheng's brows furrowed tightly. No one remembered. Only he remembered the events that were about to happen in the future? Why? Could it be? Zhang Shicheng glanced at the mark on his right hand. He knew this was the trace left from signing a contract with that person. Perhaps it was precisely because he was the only one who signed the contract that he remembered everything that would happen in the future. Without hesitation, Zhang Shicheng decisively said, "Turn around." Turn around? Where to? Aren't we going back? The white snake was astonished and somewhat puzzled. This was the shortcut to Longmen Town. Turning back would at least add an extra 40 to 50 miles to the journey. There's an ambush ahead. Going there would mean certain death. Zhang Shicheng recalled the scene of his brother's tragic deaths, his face darkening like that of a living Li Kuei, his eyes filled with a chilling murderous intent. Upon hearing this, the three scholars exchanged glances. An ambush. The white snake's expression changed. He stopped speaking, hurriedly reignited the engine, and carefully turned the car around, heading back the way they came. After the car made the turn, the white snake remained anxious, glancing back through the rearview mirror, worried that those people might chase after them. It wasn't until they were back on the road that he had time to ask, "Boss, how did you know there was an ambush ahead?" The scholars in the gray machine looked curiously at Zhang Shicheng. They were equally puzzled. Zhang Shicheng squinted, leaned back in his seat, raised his right hand, and grinned. "Do you see this mark?" They all nodded in unison. "We've all died once. It was he who saved us. A person who can rewrite fate. Or perhaps, a god." Ha ha ha. Zhang Shicheng laughed heartily, his laughter so intense that tears streamed down his face without him realizing. Fate. The future. It no longer mattered. What mattered was that he hadn't abandoned his brothers this time. The three exchanged glances, feeling that Zhang Shicheng might have been possessed. A god? Does such a thing even exist? In the dim forest, 9 people sat in a circle. No campfire. No flashlights. Only the faint moonlight filtering through the treetops, casting mottled shadows. The 9 were silent, like a group of sculptures, so quiet it was suffocating. Bang! Suddenly, the sound of something falling broke the silence, alerting everyone. They turned to look. Hongshan's gun had fallen to the ground, though they didn't know when. Hongshan stared blankly, as if just waking up, or perhaps dozing off. "Village chief, what's wrong?" Hongshan rubbed his forehead, glanced around, his eyes somewhat dazed and confused. "I don't know, it feels strange, like I had a dream. I can't quite explain it." "Forget it, hasn't Zhang Shicheng come yet?" "No news." Hongshan replied, falling silent. Yet his gaze grew more hazy, more bewildered. Was it really a dream? If it was a dream, how could it feel so real? In Longmen Town, in a 4-story building, the white snake was running down the corridor at a speed that didn't match his physique, bursting into Zhang Shicheng's office. His face was flushed, panting heavily, and as soon as he entered, he shouted at Zhang Shicheng, who was sitting behind the desk. "Damn, boss, you really are a god. Those bastards from Hongjia village tried to ambush us last night, but it turned out to be a bust. It was the place you warned us about." At this point, the white snake's gaze towards Zhang Shicheng became particularly strange. Last night, the words Zhang Shicheng had spoken made the white snake and the scholars think he had been possessed. After all, a god. How could such a thing possibly exist? Even if it did, it couldn't be so coincidental that we encountered it. There's an old saying, if praying to Buddha really worked, ordinary people wouldn't even be able to enter the temple. After returning that night, Zhang Shicheng had instructed his subordinates to investigate Hongjia village, especially the movements of the village chief, Hongshan, from the previous night. Initially, the white snake and the scholars didn't take it seriously. What could they possibly find out? But who knew? Everything Zhang Shicheng said turned out to be true. The white snake panted, grabbed a can of beer from the bookshelf and chugged it down, then took a 2-second break to calm himself. He turned around, astonished, and asked, "Boss, about what you said last night." He gestured with his hands, unsure how to describe it. Just as the white snake was inquiring, the scholars and the gray machine hurried in. They entered the room, looking at Zhang Shicheng with uncertainty. It was too eerie. "Boss." The scholar stepped forward and called out, but then fell silent. He didn't know how to ask. The gray machine remained quiet. He was not a talkative person. "Close the door," Zhang Shicheng instructed the gray machine. The gray machine did not respond but turned directly to close the door before returning. With the door shut, the office became much quieter. The 3 of them stared at Zhang Shicheng, waiting for his answer. Facing his 3 brothers who had been through life and death together, Zhang Shicheng pondered and asked, "Do you believe there are gods in this world?" The 3 exchanged glances, no longer at a loss for words as they had been the night before, but filled with a mix of surprise and excitement. After a brief silence, the gray machine firmly stated, "If the boss says there is, then I believe. If the boss says there isn't, then I don't believe. The boss has never lied to me." The gray machine's words opened the conversation. The white snake quickly followed up with a smile, saying, "I didn't believe before, but now I do. The boss is blessed. Having divine protection means you are someone who does great things." The scholar, unlike the gray machine's simplicity or the white snake's flattery, pondered and asked with confusion, "The boss said last night that we all died, and it was he who saved us." He, could it be? The scholar emphasized the word he. "That's right, we all died last night," he reversed time to save us, Zhang Shicheng admitted readily. The expressions of the others changed slightly, and the white snake's chubby face twitched as he couldn't help but gasp. Dead, dead. Oh my god. Zhang Shicheng raised his right hand, revealing the mark on his palm. This is my contract with him. Contract. The three exchanged glances, still somewhat puzzled. Do gods also play with contracts now? Boss, what's the use of this contract? The white snake scratched his head, asking curiously and confused. The price. The price of defying fate and changing destiny. Zhang Shicheng squinted, contemplating as he replied, this matter is quite complex. I have some memories in my mind that don't belong to the present. Memories that don't belong to the present? Yes, memories of the future. But they are very fragmented, not coherent. It's like, the future me came back to the present. Oh my god, time travel and rebirth. Big brother, you're amazing. The white snake exclaimed, his eyes shining as he rushed over. He slid to his knees, collapsing beside Zhang Shicheng's legs, fawningly hugging his thigh and saying shyly, Boss, I'm your most loyal little brother. You can't abandon me when you become successful. As he spoke, he rubbed his chubby round face against Zhang Shicheng's leg, making the others feel a pang in their hearts. This guy is so shameless. Time travel and rebirth? Zhang Shicheng murmured, pondering as he gradually recalled the concept of time travel and rebirth. In this era, there were already quite a few movies about it. He laughed heartily. That's right, it is somewhat similar. The scholar and the gray machine also enjoyed watching movies and quickly understood the meaning of time travel and rebirth. They exchanged excited glances. The boss actually experienced time travel and rebirth. What does that mean? A person of destiny. The scholar, even more curious, asked, Boss, do you mean that the being who signed the contract with you is the one who made you time travel and be reborn? That's right, but unfortunately, I can't remember who he is or what he asked me to do. But there is no doubt, he will definitely come back. To find me. Zhang Shicheng's gaze became distant, the memories in his mind were vague and chaotic. Especially regarding the contract, it was even more elusive. He clearly knew he had signed a contract with someone, but whenever he tried to recall the specific details, he couldn't articulate it. It was like looking at flowers through fog. But he vaguely remembered that the person had instructed him to do something. A very, very important matter. As Zhang Shicheng thought of this, his gaze gradually became resolute. No more doubts. The other three exchanged glances, their eyes flickering, and the way they looked at Zhang Shicheng had completely changed. The boss has been favored by the heavens. With a boss favored by the heavens, aren't we invincible? Glory and wealth. How far can it be? The white snake knelt at Zhang Shicheng's feet, grinning, boss, when that, old immortal arrives, can you let us have a look? Haha, I can't make that decision. However, if he seeks me in the future, I can ask you. Zhang Shicheng laughed boldly. These were life and death friends, brothers who were still willing to give everything for him at the last moment. Zhang Shicheng trusted his three brothers very much. The white snake was overjoyed upon hearing this. Boss, it's settled then. The gray machine and the scholar exchanged smiles. They were also very interested in that person, but such a person, or rather such an existence, was not something ordinary people could meet. The two were not entangled, nor were they obsessed. Compared to that matter, there were more important things at hand. The gray machine thought of the message sent by the younger brother, squinting his eyes, his expression darkening. Boss, how should we handle the situation in Hongjiao village? Upon hearing this, the white snake's expression also darkened instantly. He cursed, damn Hongjiao village, they actually want to ambush us. If it weren't for the boss having divine protection, we would have been done for last night. At this point, the white snake turned to Zhang Shicheng and said, Boss, we absolutely cannot let Hongjiao village go, otherwise, we can forget about having peaceful days in the future. Zhang Shicheng nodded slightly. This matter indeed could not just be let go. But Hongjiao village was a village with 2,000 people. Even if the Longmen gang was powerful, it couldn't just massacre a village. Revenge must be taken, but how to take it and who to target was a very important question. And this matter. Zhang Shicheng looked at the scholar, his face cold. Scholar, this matter is up to you, handle it beautifully. Yes. The scholar readily agreed, his eyes cold, like a hunting wolf. 3 days later, a loud bang shattered the silence of Hongjiao village. The three-story building of the village chief, Hongshan, collapsed amidst flames and explosions, the wretched wails and urgent cries for help turning Hongjiao village into chaos. Accompanied by the explosion, a new era, a new fate slowly unfolded. Security booth. With Zhang Shicheng's disappearance, everything around was changing rapidly. Li Chen stood there, as if the surrounding scene was a movie playing at 10,000 times speed, blurred to the point of being unrecognizable. After watching for a long time, it even gave a dizzying sensation. It was unclear how long this situation lasted. When everything slowed down, the scene had completely changed. The security booth was gone, replaced by a stylish bar. The bar was filled with the melodious sound of a piano. At that time, the bar was empty, with no customers, only a few staff members cleaning. "Sir, we haven't started operating yet." A waitress approached, smiling as she explained the situation to Li Chen. Li Chen looked around, smiled, and nodded to the waitress, saying, "Sorry, I'll leave now." After saying that, Li Chen walked out of the bar's main door. Standing in front of the bar, what greeted his eyes was no longer the desolate outskirts, but a bustling and lively street. The road was clean and tidy, with a continuous flow of pedestrians. The shops on both sides of the road were bustling with customers, extraordinarily lively. There was no trace of the outskirts in front of him, it was simply indistinguishable from the prosperous areas of the city. Li Chen curiously surveyed his surroundings. This change was too fast, too great. It made him very curious about what was going on. Suddenly, Li Chen thought of something. He exclaimed in surprise, searching for Yang Chen's trace. He remembered that he had come here with Yang Chen. But now, Yang Chen had vanished without a trace. Li Chen looked back at the bar. However, there was no sign of Yang Chen inside, only the waitstaff. What on earth is going on? Could it be because something has changed? Li Chen searched in vain and began to analyze the current situation. First, he had come with Zhang Shicheng to look for Yang Chen. Then, Zhang Shicheng had signed a contract with him and transformed into a star. After that, everything around began to change. Yes, Yang Chen had disappeared at that moment. Li Chen gazed solemnly at the azure sky and couldn't help but exhale. Trouble. Truly troublesome. So, Yang Chen's disappearance was related to Zhang Shicheng's change of fate. It was just that he didn't know whether Yang Chen had completely vanished or if there were other changes. As Li Chen pondered, he noticed a phone booth by the street and suddenly remembered something. The business card. Yang Chen's business card. Li Chen took out his wallet from his pocket. Yang Chen's business card still existed. He breathed a slight sigh of relief, since the business card existed. No, that didn't seem to clarify the issue. Li Chen's brows first relaxed but soon furrowed again, shaking his head in silence. If he was not affected by the changes in fate, perhaps his belongings were also unaffected. In that case, the business card could not indicate Yang Chen's status. Li Chen thought as he quickly walked towards the phone booth. To clarify the situation, the simplest way was to make a phone call and ask. Arriving at the phone booth, Li Chen inserted a coin and dialed Yang Chen's number. Soon, the call connected. "Hello, who are you looking for?" A cool voice came from the other end, belonging to Yang Chen. Li Chen sighed in relief and said, "Yang Chen." Yang Chen paused for a moment, then uncertainly replied, "It's you, Mr. Li?" "It's me," Li Chen answered, secretly contemplating that since Yang Chen recognized him, it meant that his meeting with Yang Xingxai had not changed. Confirming this, a relieved sigh came through the phone, and Yang Chen's voice lost its previous calmness, speaking rapidly with concern. "Sir, where are you now?" "I remember, I went with you to the chemical factory." And then at this point, Yang Chen stopped speaking. She realized the root of the problem. Zhang Shicheng. The leader of the Longmen gang, Zhang Shicheng. That man who had fallen so low as to become a security guard. That's how it was in her memory. But at that moment, another memory surfaced in her mind. That Zhang Shicheng was not a fallen security guard but a well-known tyrant in Jiangbei City, a top-tier boss who operated in both the underworld and the upper echelons. There was a saying circulating in Jiangbei's underworld. Although Longmen was large, half of it was surnamed Zhang. In Longmen town, as long as Master Zhang spoke, there was nothing that couldn't be done. In both the black and white worlds, who wouldn't give Master Zhang face? While Yang Chen was deep in thought, Li Chen caught on to a problem. He raised an eyebrow and said, "You still remember?" Li Chen's voice startled Yang Chen from her contemplation. Her eyes flickered, her mood like the scorching sun outside, hot and excited. He has rewritten Zhang Shicheng's fate. That once fallen security guard was now an upper-class power in Jiangbei City, a boss who operated in both the black and white worlds. And all of this was just because of that man's blessing. A chance encounter. He, truly like a deity, possessing incredible power. Yang Chen's emotions surged, countless chaotic thoughts swirling in her mind. She had long heard from Yang Xingxai about Li Chen's supernatural abilities, but seeing it with her own eyes brought a different feeling, a different impact. Completely different. Yang Chen suppressed the excitement in her heart and responded, I remember going to find you, and then we went to the chemical factory together. Then you changed his fate." Li Chen nodded slightly. This was indeed an interesting new discovery. Yang Chen was not by his side, yet remembered things they had done together. The reason behind this was worth digging into. Why? If Yang Chen hadn't come with him, there was no reason for her to remember those things. If she remembered those things, she shouldn't be absent from his side. Li Chen pondered, not continuing to inquire, but simply instructed, "Come here to pick me up. We'll talk when you arrive." "Yes." Yang Chen readily agreed, unable to contain her excitement as she rushed down the villa, signaling the driver to head towards Longmen Town. She had so many questions. There were so many words to say. Everything was simply too incredible. When Yang Chen arrived, it was already over an hour later. It was evening. Li Chen got into the car, sitting beside Yang Chen. The streets were bustling, and the car couldn't go fast. Yang Chen gazed out the window, her eyes dreamy, sparkling with dazzling light. She remembered this place was clearly a remote chemical factory, surrounded by desolation. But at this moment, it was commercially prosperous, with a constant flow of pedestrians, lively and bustling. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she wouldn't have been able to connect the two. So beautiful. Yang Chen looked at the vibrant scene outside, her lips parting slightly in admiration. After saying that, she turned to Li Chen, her eyes shimmering like water, filled with reverence, as if a devotee gazing upon a deity. Now, Yang Chen had no doubts about Li Chen's power. She had no questions about the great force he wielded. She firmly believed, unwaveringly believed, that this man before her had the power to change everything, to control everything. His power was enough to reshape the world. Thinking of this excitement, Yang Chen's gaze seemed to be shrouded in mist, and she said earnestly, "Your great power is enough to make the world tremble." Li Chen's lips curled slightly, returning a refreshing smile, and said, "I never doubted that. But now is not the time to discuss these things. Let's talk about your situation first." Yang Chen's brows and eyes blossomed, like a rose unfurling, and she said softly with a smile, "You want to know why I'm not by your side? This is something I'm also puzzled about. According to another timeline, well, perhaps the memory of a fate line, I had agreed with you to go to Longmen to find Zhang Shicheng. But on this fate line, we don't have that agreement. So when you called, I was at home." Li Chen seemed to ponder, already having an answer. The reason they went to Longmen was that they had agreed to find Zhang Shicheng. But Li Chen happened to change Zhang Shicheng's fate. With the change in Zhang Shicheng's fate, this premise naturally no longer existed, and there was no matter of them searching for Zhang Shicheng. As Li Chen thought of this, he couldn't help but look at Yang Chen. Theoretically, Yang Chen shouldn't still have the memory of another fate line. Yang Chen sensed Li Chen's confusion and explained, "I also don't know why I retained these memories that shouldn't exist. But I asked Uncle Yuan, and he doesn't remember going to Longmen Town with me. Perhaps it was because I was by your side at that time, influenced by you." Yang Chen speculated thoughtfully. Li Chen nodded slightly. This was indeed very possible. However, to get an answer, more comparative experiments would be needed. Li Chen contemplated and set aside this question. He said, "Let's talk about Zhang Shicheng's situation." "Yes. Zhang Shicheng is the head of Longmen Group. The Longmen Group was established 13 years ago and is now the largest commercial group in Longmen Town. The assets under Longmen Group are countless, with hundreds of subsidiaries and holding companies. These companies are mostly concentrated in Longmen Town. So in Longmen Town, and in Jiangbei City locally, there is another saying. Although Longmen is large, half of its population is surnamed Zhang. This statement is not an exaggeration. Longmen Town has a permanent population of over 300,000, among which more than 60,000 serve the Longmen Group. Excluding children and the elderly, almost more than half of the people in Longmen Town are working for the Longmen Group. Their business footprint spans all industries in Longmen Town, even reaching every rural area. At this point, Yang Chen's coldly beautiful face showed a hint of emotion, her right hand brushing through the hair that hung in front of her, her fingertips entwined in the dark strands as she said softly, "Unlike our young family, we are a purely commercial family. The Longmen Group has developed to the point where it is now a conglomerate of interests spanning various industries. Even within the government offices, there are many people from the Longmen Group." Perhaps Yang Chen paused and said seriously, "Gentry and powerful families are more suitable to describe the current state of the Longmen Group. In Longmen, the county magistrate's words may not carry much weight, but when Master Zhang speaks, there is nothing that cannot be accomplished." Yang Chen sighed deeply. The gap between the Yang family and the Zhang family seems not to be much in terms of financial power, but in reality, their social status is not on the same level at all. If the Yang family were to disappear, many could take their place. But if the Zhang family were gone, the entire Longmen and Jiangbei would be shaken. There is even a saying that no matter which county magistrate comes to Longmen to take office, the first thing they must do is pay a visit to Master Zhang. As long as Master Zhang gives his word, the county magistrate's achievements are secured, and 4 years later, they will surely receive an excellent evaluation. In the Xia Kingdom, there are 4 levels of performance evaluation. Excellent is already the highest rating. With this evaluation, promotion is not just secure, it is at least a near certainty. Li Chen leaned back in his chair, listening to Yang Chen's explanation without saying a word. Powerful families. This evaluation is quite significant. To be called powerful means one is no longer an ordinary businessman but a combination of wealth and power, intertwining business and politics. Zhang Shicheng managed to escape from a life-and-death situation and has developed so robustly over 14 years. This is a good thing. Li Chen praised. Indeed, Zhang Shicheng has done very well. Upon hearing this, Yang Chen's gaze became dreamy, filled with countless emotions. This is not just good. It is simply too good. The development model of the Longmen Group is, without a doubt, what the Yang family has longed for. No, it is not just what the Yang family has longed for, but the development model that countless businessmen and officials dream of. This is undoubtedly a local emperor. Yang Chen sighed, quickly regaining her composure. Her bright eyes sparkled, looking at Li Chen with watery anticipation. Sir, do you want to meet Master Zhang now? Master Zhang usually lives a reclusive life. It is not easy to see him. But if it is you, Master Zhang would definitely not dare to neglect you. At this point, Yang Chen's face blossomed like a peach flower, her chest held high, as if the honor belonged to her, exuding charm. She could not wait to see what kind of imposing figure the once ordinary security guard had become. She was eager to witness how powerful and incredible Li Chen's abilities were. A contract, an opportunity, could lead a down-and-out person to the peak. What a tremendous power this is. And what an irresistible temptation. Her beautiful eyes sparkled, staring unblinkingly at Li Chen, as if reverently gazing at a deity she believed in. Li Chen did not pay attention to Yang Chen's flattery, pondering thoughtfully. Zhang Shicheng usually lives a reclusive life? Yang Chen replied, since 10 years ago, Master Zhang has been very low-key and reclusive. It is said that apart from a few extremely close individuals, Master Zhang rarely receives outsiders and seldom participates in various public events, especially those related to politics and business. It is precisely because Master Zhang is very low-key that the Longmen Group can remain so stable. Li Chen pondered. Zhang Shicheng's reclusiveness might be related to his own orders. If it is related. Li Chen's lips curled up as he slowly opened his eyes, looking out at the bustling street through the car window, his pupils reflecting the world, embracing everything. The fate contract still held more potential to be developed. Not long after Li Chen left, at the bar he had frequented. The bar had a very interesting name. Hope. At that time, the bar was very lively. A woman with an elegant demeanor and beautiful brows was checking her watch while urging the waitstaff to get to work. Hurry, hurry, get table 6 cleaned up, light the incense from Qingzhou, and bring out that bottle of homemade brew from our cellar. Chairs, replace them with one Wally wood. In the boss's office, yes, in the storage room of the office, there's a Fu Lu chair. Xiao Lu, what are you doing? Quickly take away that eyesore over there. What if we neglect our esteemed guests? Hey, didn't I say that we have important guests coming today? What's with these utensils? Get them out, get them out. Music, what's going on with the music? Xiao Zhang, change it to Pipa. Yes, Lu Deijia's Pipa piece. Yun, why hasn't she arrived yet? Didn't I notify her early on that she must be here before 4? Just as the woman was complaining, a delicate-looking girl rushed in from outside. She had a gentle demeanor, resembling a refined young lady from the water towns of Jiangnan. I'm here, Sister Shangxiang, I'm here. Oh, you girl, why did you come right on time? Quick, go change in the back, the esteemed guests are arriving soon. Remember, when you play the pipa later, there can't be any mistakes, you must be focused. Yun nodded repeatedly, but her watery eyes were filled with confusion. She was a student at Zhongbei University. In her second year, she loved playing the pipa, which was somewhat of a family tradition. Both her parents were music teachers, especially skilled in traditional instruments of Xia country, guqin, guzhen, pipa, and so on. Coming from a musical family, Yun had shown outstanding musical talent from a young age. After entering university, she often used her excellent singing and playing skills to perform in tea houses, on the streets, and in bars, earning a living while honing her improvisational skills. Her dream was to one day step onto a grand stage and perform her music in front of thousands of audience members. Not long ago, the bar's manager, who called herself Sister Shangxiang, found her on the street. She expressed that the bar was in need of a pipa player who could sing, hoping that Yun could work at the bar once a week, about 2 to 3 hours, 500 each time, paid in advance. If she performed well and the customers were satisfied, she could earn more. Hearing such good conditions, Yun agreed without a second thought. 500. She can only earn 100 or 200 after singing on the street for half a day. On bad luck days, it was even less than 100. This was already her third time coming here. Yun said little and hurriedly took her instrument to the changing room in the back. Her work outfit was especially made cheapao. The fabric was exquisite, smooth, and beautiful. The moonwhite cheapao fit snugly, outlining her graceful figure with elegant curves. Besides changing clothes, she also had to change her makeup. At 19, Yun looked a bit youthful. The makeup artist shaped her brows and applied lipstick, tying her long hair back and adorning it with a pearl hairpin. After the skilled touch, the girl, who could only be considered pretty, gained a few more charms. Though not breathtakingly beautiful, she was certainly captivating. Yun sat in front of the dressing mirror, looking at her beautiful reflection, but her mind was entirely elsewhere. She glanced at her older sister, who was applying makeup, her lips parting several times as she struggled with her curiosity before finally asking, "Sister, who is that guest? Every time I come here, I see everyone busy and bustling, and the bar doesn't serve anyone else, as if they're all catering to him alone." At this point, her words were filled with amazement and surprise. The Hope Bar is one of the best bars in Longmen Town. The prices here are very high, averaging 500 per person. A regular person's monthly salary is only about 7 or 800. It's quite unbelievable that such an expensive place would go to such lengths to entertain just one person. That person is Master Zhang. Silly girl, being able to play a tune for Master Zhang is a blessing. Master Zhang is not someone you can just meet whenever you want. Even the county magistrate of Longmen has to make an appointment to see him. Master Zhang? She looked slightly confused and curious. Although she was a local from Jiangbei, it was her first time hearing the name of Master Zhang from Longmen. Yes, Master Zhang is quite impressive. In our Longmen area, Master Zhang's words carry more weight than an imperial edict. Ah, she exclaimed in surprise. Even if she were a bit slow, she understood the significance of that statement. What it meant to carry more weight than an imperial edict, that's like being a local emperor. Alright, get yourself all dressed up nicely, Master Zhang should be here soon. Hurry over. Oh, she responded nervously, stood up holding her pipa, and gracefully walked out of the makeup room. Besides her exceptional musical talent, she had also studied traditional dance and some Western dances. At this moment, holding her pipa, her feet moved slowly and continuously, as if stepping on fluffy and light clouds, resembling a fairy riding the mist. Upon entering the hall, she spotted Master Zhang sitting by the window from a distance. A middle-aged man with a broad back and a sturdy build. He had slicked back hair and was dressed in a suit, sitting upright in his chair like a straight pine tree. Mature and imposing. She glanced at him and quickly lowered her head. Although she didn't know Master Zhang's exact background, the fact that his words carried more weight than an imperial edict in Longmen was enough to prove his status. He was a big shot. Not someone to offend. Carefully, she approached Master Zhang, bowed slightly, and then sat down a short distance away to play. Her right hand plucked, strummed, rolled, and split, while her left hand pressed notes, changed positions, and crossed strings. Her 10 fingers danced like a graceful girl, standing on the strings, producing exquisite tones. After one piece, she played another. Master Zhang sat there, drinking alone, as if enjoying a rare moment of personal space. She became immersed in the joy of playing, gradually forgetting everything around her, her fingers leaping and dancing on the strings. Suddenly, a deep and powerful voice came through. "Your playing is quite good. You must come from a musical family." She was suddenly startled awake and looked at Master Zhang in surprise. They had met several times, but it was the first time she heard him speak. Feeling a bit nervous, she said, "My parents are both music teachers." "No wonder you have such skill at such a young age. You've played for a long time. Why not take a break?" Zhang Shicheng smiled gently, poured a cup of tea, and gestured for her to quench her thirst and rest for a while. Seeing this, she became even more nervous. This was the local emperor of Longmen. He was pouring tea for her. She swallowed hard, feeling scared but not daring to refuse. Carefully, she stepped forward, holding the teacup with both hands, then retreated, looking like a nervous little rabbit. Zhang Shicheng was in a good mood, and seeing the anxious Yuan, he was rarely interested in chatting. He looked her over and asked, "You don't seem very old. Are you still in school?" Yun took a sip of tea, quickly placed it on the table, and carefully replied, "Yes, I study at Jiangbei University, majoring in literature. I usually come out to do odd jobs when I don't have classes." "Ha, it's impressive that you take the initiative to work at your age while studying." Zhang Shicheng laughed heartily, his voice sincere, making one unconsciously feel convinced. Even Yun couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. This local emperor of Longmen didn't seem so difficult to get along with after all. She shyly said, "It's not that impressive. I just think that if I want to develop in Hangdian in the future, I will eventually have to adapt to performing in front of others, singing and playing. It's better to practice while in college. Hangdian, you want to be a star. This path is not easy, but it's something I like. Young people have ambition, it's good to like what you do. The hardest thing in this world is to do what you love. How many people hesitate their whole lives without this opportunity? Zhang Shicheng laughed boldly, showing no criticism of Yunyun's dreams, but rather filled with praise. Hearing this made Yunyun's cheeks flush, her pretty face tinged with a layer of rosy hue. She was quite excited. She had talked to her parents about this matter. But, in her parents' words, being an actor is just being a lowly performer. What does liking or not liking matter? We work hard to raise you, to feed you, to teach you music and dance, so you can become a lowly performer? You should study hard and join the song and dance troupe in Jiangbei City. Once you get into the troupe, you'll have a stable position. At that time, the audience will be all dignitaries and nobles. Who are you performing for as an actor? Those common folks. After her parents' criticism, Yunyun was so angry that she didn't speak to them for a month. The reason she took the opportunity to earn money when she didn't have classes was also to save up for her dreams after graduation. At this moment, being encouraged by Zhang Shicheng eased her nervousness. She sighed and said, "It's a pity my family doesn't agree." "Oh, why?" Sai Yunyun sighed, expressing her troubles with distress. Zhang Shicheng listened quietly, nodding occasionally and sharing a few insights from his own life. Unknowingly, the two chatted for over 10 minutes, and the more they talked, the more they clicked, as if they had found kindred spirits. "Do you know why I come here every week?" Suddenly, Zhang Shicheng pointed to the bar with a smile and asked a question. But as for this question, Yunyun had no idea of the answer. She paused for a moment and then curiously asked, "Why?" "Because this is the turning point of my life. I met the person who changed my life here. Life is like this, many times, many things, you will never know the outcome until you take action. But if you don't do it, there will never be a result." Zhang Shicheng's gaze became distant as he looked out at the bustling street scene. He vaguely remembered. In the previous line of fate, in his last life, this place was a desolate industrial area, surrounded by chemical factories and other factories. It could be said to be very bleak. And now, this is Longmen Town, the most prosperous town in Jiangbei City. It ranks among the top 100 towns in Xia country. It was Zhang Shicheng who created all of this. With his brothers, he changed the fate of Longmen Town. It was also he who gave Zhang Shicheng this opportunity. Yunyun suddenly understood. So that's how it is. Master Zhang met his benefactor here. No wonder he has such deep feelings for this place, coming here every week for a few drinks. Learning about Master Zhang's little secret, Yunyun felt both excited and curious. She cautiously asked, "So you come every week to wait for that friend?" Ha ha ha. Upon hearing this, Zhang Shicheng burst into hearty laughter. He laughed with great delight. She laughed lightly and joyfully. The laughter made Yunyun's pretty face flush, resembling the fiery clouds at the edge of the sky, leaving her at a loss. She fumbled and whispered, "Did I say something wrong?" "Not exactly," he replied. "It's just, a friend? I'm not qualified to be his friend." Yunyun was dumbfounded, her naive little mind nearly crashing. Not qualified. Not qualified. These 4 words echoed in her mind, leaving her bewildered. Master Zhang was the local emperor of Longmen. He was a big shot who could command respect even from the county magistrate. How could he say that he wasn't qualified to be that person's friend? Then, who was that friend? Could it be a deity from the capital? Yunyun's little head was filled with wild thoughts, and she couldn't help but feel curious, as if 1,000 little kittens were frolicking in her heart. She couldn't believe it, saying, "Master Zhang is a big figure in Longmen, you're being too modest." "Ah, a big figure. I, Zhang Shicheng, am a notable person in Longmen, in Jiangbei. But in front of him, I'm like a firefly under the bright moon, insignificant." Zhang Shicheng laughed heartily, winking at Yunyun and making a small gesture. At this point, Yunyun's CPU completely burned out. Insignificant. My God, could it really be a deity from the capital? No wonder Master Zhang could become the local emperor of Longmen. It turned out there were such connections behind him. Yunyun's mind raced, and she didn't dare to ask further. But Zhang Shicheng was in high spirits, appearing quite excited. His gaze was dreamy as he said, "I've been waiting for that person. I've been waiting for him since this place was built. I know he will return one day. That day should be near." Yunyun's eyes sparkled, her innocent gaze filled with fantasies about deities and curiosity. Who was that great figure whom Master Zhang revered so much? The night cloaked the light, swallowing the world. Inside the rental house, Li Chen sat at his desk, writing furiously. The great figure, the deity mentioned by Master Zhang, was doing something very important. Taking notes. The changes in Longmen Town are astonishing. The once desolate industrial area has become a bustling market. Unfortunately, I have never been to Longmen Town, so I don't know much about it. I only know that the factory area has undergone remarkable changes, making it impossible to comprehensively assess the transformation of Longmen Town. Having written this, Li Chen put down his pen. He rubbed his brow. The changes in Longmen Town were significant. Astonishingly so. This was both expected and unexpected. It was expected that as long as Zhang Shichang was alive, he would inevitably change the situation in Longmen Town. It was unexpected how much Zhang Shichang had altered Longmen Town. With this in mind, Li Chen pondered and continued writing. The fate contract is a very mysterious thing. It can break the limitations of fate in time and space. Li Chen paused for a moment, contemplating as he stared at his notebook. He first learned about the specifics of the fate contract from Yang Xingcai, its impact on people. After his rebirth, Yang Xingcai couldn't say he completely forgot what happened on another fate line, but he could only remember parts related to himself, and those memories were very vague, like a dream. Li Chen couldn't quite explain why this was the case. He could only temporarily attribute it to the fate after rebirth, the self-correcting ability of time and space, or the self-adaptive nature of individual spirit. In short, reborn individuals cannot accurately remember what will happen in the future, but they will have transcendent memories of things related to themselves or scenes connected to them. Theoretically, these memories cannot provide the fate changer with prophetic benefits. But Yang Xingcai also mentioned another issue, the fate contract. He had a deep memory of the content of the fate contract. Even before fully realizing his reincarnation, he could sense the existence of the fate contract. As time passed, the contents of the fate contract seemed to be etched into his soul. This clue was very important. It provided Li Chen with a line of thought, a possibility. If he could write commands or fragments of memories about the future into the fate contract in certain specific ways, could this circumvent the issue of the fate changers being unable to use information from before their rebirth? Li Chen attempted this with Zhang Shicheng's fate contract. He issued 3 commands to Zhang Shicheng, and provided some small hints about the future. If Zhang Shicheng could make good use of these hints, he might not become rich enough to rival a nation, but he certainly wouldn't fall into bankruptcy again. Li Chen was not sure if this experiment would succeed, but if it did, it would mean that the plan to alter the past and develop the organization would become more mature and more operable. After all, the world is unpredictable, and while Li Chen could alter a fate for those fate changers, he could not guarantee they wouldn't make mistakes in the long time to come. The business world is like a battlefield. The political arena is even more brutal than the battlefield. Once failure occurs, all investments would be in vain. This was not the outcome Li Chen wanted. What he needed was a growing, sweet fruit. Therefore, how to help these fate changers develop faster and better was a very important issue. It was also a question that had to be considered. Altering fate was merely planting a seed of hope. How to make that seed take root, sprout, and grow was equally crucial. And now, he had roughly obtained a result. This line of thought was sound, very operable, but it also raised another question. Every time one alters another's fate, it inevitably has a huge impact on reality. This impact is uncontrollable, at least not completely controllable. As Li Chen thought of this, he picked up his pen and continued to write. The establishment of the intelligence organization must be completed as soon as possible. The plan for the Internet History Museum must be implemented before the third fate alteration. While Li Chen was writing furiously, recording his new experiment, Yang Chen had already returned home. In the villa, the 3 sat around the dining table. Yang Xingcai, Yang Chen, and Yang Xingcai's wife, Zhang Huiru. Dinner was prepared by Zhang Huiru herself. Even though the Yang family was worth billions, Zhang Huiru still preferred to cook, and then the family would sit together, leisurely enjoying the meal. However, as the Yang family's business grew, socializing became inevitable. Even though Zhang Huiru insisted on cooking, the family had at most 1 or 2 opportunities to gather for a meal each week. Rarely did the family sit together for dinner, and Zhang Huiru was in a good mood. She smiled gently and said, "Miaoxin, come try this, it's your favorite rice noodle meat." Saying this, Zhang Huiru placed a large piece of well-marbled meat onto Yang Chen's plate. Yang Xingcai couldn't help but shake his head. He helplessly said, "The child is grown, let her take what she wants, you know." Upon hearing this, Zhang Huiru shot a dissatisfied glare at Yang Xingcai. "What do you mean she's grown? No matter how old Miaoxian is, she will always be my good daughter." Yang Chen sighed helplessly at this. She picked up the rice noodle meat, took an elegant bite, and then politely smiled. "It's quite good, Dad, you should say less." With that, she quietly finished the rice noodle meat. In fact, Zhang Huiru's cooking skills could not be considered exceptional. The dishes she made were not necessarily bad, but could only be described as ordinary. Compared to a professional chef, there was considerable room for improvement. With the Yang family's wealth, they certainly wouldn't lack the money to hire a chef, but Zhang Huiru was very sensitive about this. In her words, if we need a chef to eat at home, what's the difference from going to a restaurant? Is there still a taste of home? To this, Yang Xingcai, the loving husband, could only compromise. Yang Xingcai forced himself to eat until he was about 70% full, wiped his mouth, and suddenly asked, Miaoxian, you went to see Mr. Li today? Upon hearing Mr. Li, Zhang Huiru also paused her actions and looked at Yang Chen with anticipation. Having followed Yang Xingcai for so many years, she had heard countless stories about that person. He was immensely powerful. He could defy fate and alter the future. Some of these stories she had even experienced herself. So, over the years, she had always wanted to meet that extraordinary person. But Yang Xingcai didn't know the other party's whereabouts. Until yesterday, Zhang Huiru reminded, Miaoxian, Mr. Li is our Yang family's savior. You can't be cold towards him like you are with others. You need to be more enthusiastic and respectful. By the way, ask Mr. Li if he is available to come over for a meal. Mom will personally cook to thank Mr. Li. At this point, Zhang Huiru's face lit up with excitement, making Yang Xingcai and Yang Chen exchange wry smiles, feeling helpless. Yang Chen put down his chopsticks, took a sip of pure water, and said seriously, Dad, do you know about Lord Zheng from Longmen? Yang Xingcai pondered, Lord Zheng from Longmen, he is a legendary figure in our Jiangbei city. Born humble, he became a powerful figure in Longmen through his skills and luck. I haven't interacted much with him, but I know a bit. Why are you suddenly asking about Lord Zheng? Is Mr. Li interested in him? Yang Chen said solemnly, I went to see Lord Zhang with Mr. Li today. Oh, Yang Xingcai sat up straight, his expression serious. He asked earnestly, what does Mr. Li want with Lord Zhang? That's what I wanted to tell you. Yang Chen sighed, his gaze distant, filled with admiration and awe. The Lord Zhang we went to see with Mr. Li is just a security guard who has lost a leg. He is impoverished and living in hardship. Yang Xingcai instantly understood what his precious daughter meant. His pupils constricted, and he unconsciously straightened his back. Lord Zhang. That Lord Zhang who held immense power in Longmen was actually a pawn of his. At that time, Mr. Li signed a contract with Lord Zhang, and then the surrounding scene became very blurry, like a kaleidoscope. When I came back to my senses, I was already home. After that, I received a call from Mr. Li and found that the impoverished security guard had become a well-known figure in Jiangbei City. After hearing the description, Yang Xingcai recalled his own experiences and couldn't help but exhale, exclaiming, he truly is a celestial being. A single thought can change a person's fate. A single thought can bestow glory. Our Yang family must seize the opportunity to build a relationship with him. Yang Xingcai looked meaningfully at Yang Chen, his words carrying more admonition and reminder. Dad, what I want to say is not about this. Not about this? Then what is it? Do you still remember his ambitions? You mean, that? Yes. When he signed the contract with Lord Zhang, he said one thing. What did he say? Yang Xingcai's curiosity was piqued, and he couldn't help but ask. Yang Chen's expression was solemn as he said each word seriously. He asked Lord Zhang to establish an organizational branch for him in the past. Yang Xingcai was stunned, exclaiming in surprise, losing all his previous composure. Establishing an organization in the past. Yang Xingcai's eyes lost focus. He seemed to awaken from a great dream, dazed for several seconds, then shivered as if a cold wind had struck, instantly becoming invigorated. Yang Xingcai furrowed his brows and said solemnly, Can you tell me exactly what happened? What does it mean to establish an organization in the past? Yang Chen pondered and recounted what he knew. The key points included the order from Li Chen to Zhang Shicheng to establish a branch of the wujiu in the past. After listening to Yang Chen's account, Yang Xingcai slightly closed his eyes, leaned back in his chair, his right hand resting on the armrest, his index finger tapping rhythmically on it. The tapping sound was like a hurried drumbeat, both bold and tense. Zhang Huiru quietly withdrew. She never inquired about these major external matters. For her, men handle the outside, women manage the inside. This was how it should be. The big issues outside were not something a woman like her should worry about. If there were no problems, it would be unnecessary concern. If problems arose, worrying would only lead to chaos. It was better to trust Yang Xingcai. Even if Yang Xingcai couldn't handle it well, what could she do? It was this understanding that had fostered their mutual support over more than 20 years of marriage. As Zhang Huiru left, the dining room grew quieter, leaving only the sound of Yang Xingcai's fingers tapping. Yang Chen also remained silent, quietly sitting there, giving Yang Xingcai enough time to think. After a long while, Yang Xingcai exhaled, gazing at the chandelier with a complex expression, and sighed, "If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes and heard it with my own ears, I truly wouldn't have believed it. To establish an organization in the past, I fear that anyone who came would never have imagined that such extraordinary people and events exist in this world." Yang Chen nodded slightly, fully agreeing. Altering the past. Altering fate. Such power was akin to that of a deity. Even the world's most brilliant minds, if unaware of the details, would never dare to believe that such remarkable individuals and events existed. However, this is actually a good thing for our Yang family. Yang Xingcai paused slightly and continued to explain, "Mr. Li did not avoid you, which shows that he considers our Yang family as his own, without needing to be cautious." At this point, Yang Xingcai's lips curled up, and the smile in his eyes seemed to overflow with the vibrant colors of spring, incredibly radiant. If Mr. Li's plan succeeds, then there will almost be no force in the world that can stop him. Our Yang family can follow him at this moment, and in the future. As he spoke, Yang Xingcai stopped, giving Yang Chen a meaningful look. Yang Chen pondered and weighed, "So the most important thing for us right now is to determine whether Zhang Shicheng remembers and whether he has completed his orders." Yang Xingcai nodded slightly. This was indeed a very important matter. To rewrite someone else's fate was already an unfathomable thing. If one could also arrange the past by rewriting others' fates and alter the future, it was truly powerful beyond comprehension. This reminded Yang Xingcai of a movie, a very popular film from long ago, The Terminator. "Dad, have you ever heard of the wujiu? Wujiu? I haven't heard of the wujiu at Longmen, but if Zhang Shicheng received Mr. Li's orders, he probably wouldn't make it public." Over the years, Zhang Shicheng has been low-key in his actions, rarely appearing in the public eye. Even if he quietly established a branch of the wujiu for Mr. Li, it should also be done secretly. This matter is not urgent. We just need to follow Mr. Li, and we will soon get the answer. That's true. Yang Chen stopped asking questions. The two continued to chat casually, discussing the future plans and actions of the Yang family. Just then, Yang Chen's phone rang. The melodious sound of a piano echoed in the dining room. Yang Chen answered the call. "Hello, Yang Chen." Hearing that familiar voice on the phone, Yang Chen exchanged a glance with Yang Xingcai and then switched to speaker mode. "Yes, sir, what can I do for you? Come to Jiangbei University today. I have a project that needs the Yang family to take over." "Project? An internet investment project. We'll discuss it in detail when you arrive." "Okay." After a brief exchange, Li Chen hung up the phone. Yet, this short call made Yang Xingcai's smile radiant, like a blooming sunflower. He leaned back in his chair, laughing heartily. "The gentleman still remembers my Yang family, that's a good thing. Niaoxian, this matter must be handled well for the gentleman. Whether the project can be profitable is not important. We must ensure the gentleman is satisfied and sees our Yang family's sincerity, understand?" Yang Chen nodded slightly, saying little more. She understood all these principles. After a simple wash and dress up, Yang Chen applied a touch of makeup to her cold, beautiful face, changed into a light blue professional suit, and wore a black wide-brimmed hat, which made her look even more noble, like an untouchable queen. She took a private car towards the university town. Jiangbei University, Lecture Hall. After several days, Li Chen reappeared on campus. But it didn't really matter. Although there were many people in the class, few were truly close friends. Only a few, like Lu Guodong, approached him. Lu Guodong put his arm around Li Chen's shoulder, grinning. "Dude, Li Chen, you're bold, skipping class for so many days. Aren't you afraid of punishment? Li Chen, what have you been up to lately? Hey, you've been called out by quite a few professors recently. By the way, the counselor will probably look for you later, so be careful." A few closer classmates exchanged remarks, looking as if they were saying, "You're in trouble, be careful." While they were talking, a pair of delicate hands covered Li Chen's eyes, and a faint fragrance wafted into his nose from behind. "Guess who I am?" A familiar voice came from behind. Li Chen smiled and replied, "Of course, it's our genius beauty, Miss Wang Xinya." "Yay, wrong guess." Accompanied by Wang Xinya's cheer, the soft white hands released Li Chen's eyes. Li Chen turned in surprise to see Wang Xinya hugging a tall girl, playfully winking at him. The girl was beautiful, with long hair tied in a high ponytail, exuding a heroic spirit, like a female hero. She was extremely tall, at least 185 centimeters. With curves that highlighted her graceful figure, Li Chen looked at the girl and quickly recalled her information from distant memories. Su Man, Wang Xinya's close friend, her cousin. The two had a very good relationship. From elementary school to university, they were classmates. However, unlike Wang Xinya, who studied literature, her cousin Su Man studied sports. Suman came from a martial arts family. Li Chen couldn't quite remember which style or school it was. It seemed like Bajikwan, or maybe Wing Chun, or perhaps Tai Chi, but it didn't matter. A martial arts family was just a form of skill inheritance, no different from craftsmen or blacksmiths. Even Suman often joked that in this day and age, what was the use of learning martial arts, aside from performing on the streets? Could she become a martial arts actress in Hengdian? If she weren't the only heir of the Su family, she wouldn't even want to learn so-called martial arts. Li Chen recalled and gradually remembered Su Man's identity. The most memorable memory was when he broke up with Wang Xinya, and Su Man scolded him mercilessly. She even bought a plane ticket from Kyoto to Modu, vowing to beat him to the point of being unable to take care of himself, along with breaking his third leg. That was her exact wording. She even sent him a threatening video, crushing a boiled egg with one hand, emphasizing that she truly had strength. However, Li Chen hadn't seen her since then. Later, he heard that she was persuaded by Wang Xinya. It had been too long, Li Chen couldn't remember clearly. But back in school, everyone indeed had a very good relationship. Suman has a cheerful and straightforward personality, not one to fuss over details. Everyone gets along like buddies. At this moment, seeing each other again suddenly, they can't help but feel a bit dazed. "Ha, you little brat, are you stunned by my beauty?" Suman said boldly, pressing one hand on Li Chen's shoulder and leaning down, exuding a sense of pressure. Li Chen couldn't quite remember Suman's exact height, only that it was at least 185 meters. This height isn't always an advantage for women. At least, Suman found it very troubling. She had been taller than the boys in her class since childhood. Because of this, she was often called a tomboy. Li Chen vaguely remembered a time when they were drinking, and Suman was filled with grief and anger, crying uncontrollably. She lamented that although she was strong, tall, and sometimes had a bad temper, she was actually a gentle and kind woman. "Look at my figure, my curves, my backside, how am I not like a woman? Why do those stupid men call me a tomboy? Why is it that everyone else is in pairs while I'm still single, not even having held a man's hand? Is that fair?" Li Chen had forgotten how he felt at that time. Looking back now, it was quite subtle. "Ha, you little guy, you're not really smitten by your sister, are you?" Suman's eyes sparkled with a strange light, her expression a bit excited, leaning forward, her body bending down, the magnificent mountain scenery almost brushing against Li Chen's cheek. In the breath of the moment, two white dragons frolicked in the mountains. Wang Xinya's gaze turned sharp, her cherry lips pouting. "A rabbit doesn't eat the grass near its burrow. Sis, you're going too far." Right in front of your sister, Wang Xinya smiled gently. "Sis, aren't you getting a bit too close?" Her voice was soft, but a bit cold. Suman shrank her neck, her hair standing on end. Killing intent. Such terrifying killing intent. Suman awkwardly smiled, but quickly reacted, plopping down beside Li Chen, patting his shoulder, and said boldly, "I was just joking." "Cheapskate." Wang Xinya rolled her eyes. "A joke? Is that how you joke?" Seeing the situation was delicate, Li Chen spoke up to break the sisters' dispute, asking in confusion, "What are you two doing here?" "Ha?" Suman tilted her head in confusion, her expression strange. She paused for 2 seconds, suppressing a laugh, and asked, "Do you know what class we have today?" Li Chen was taken aback, then gazed at Lu Guodong with a sigh. "Right, what class was it today? Damn, you even forgot what class we have today? Have you been playing so wildly outside lately? Wait, if you don't even know what class it is today, why did you come over?" Lu Guodong felt his scalp tingle under Li Chen's gaze, utterly speechless. He rambled on, then became extremely puzzled. Hearing this question, Wang Xinya, Suman, and the surrounding classmates all looked over curiously. "Oh, I came to discuss investment matters with the school today," Li Chen said casually. Last night he had thought all night and finally confirmed the current development plan. This plan mainly has 2 directions. 1. The wujiu. The wujiu primarily develops by altering the past, gradually becoming a giant controlling countless assets across various industries. As the past continues to be altered, the name wujiu will inevitably become known, especially among the powerful around the world. How could they just sit back and watch their power be divided? Conflict is bound to arise. 2. The current time period. The Internet History Museum Intelligence System. This is what Li Chen needed most. He is not affected by the changes of fate, so he cannot clearly know the changes brought about by altering fate. This is both a good thing and a bad thing. To grasp the changes brought about by each alteration of the past, a vast intelligence system is essential. However, there is another problem. The wujiu is not well known at the moment. But with the continuous tampering of the past and the ongoing development and expansion of wujiu, it will eventually become a target for countless forces seeking to exploit it. If the wujiu's plan to develop an internet history museum is utilized, it is very likely to attract the attention of other forces ahead of time. This does not align with Li Chen's interests. So, after much contemplation, he ultimately decided to continue with the original plan. He would collaborate with the school, using the Yang family's funds to establish an internet company and build a modern intelligence system. However, when Li Chen casually responded, apart from Lu Guodong and Wang Xinya, who were already in the know, everyone else was left dumbfounded. You're looking for investment from the school? Su Man was particularly astonished, curiously gripping Li Chen's shoulder and asking, you're talking to the school about investment. Are you planning to start a business? Before Li Chen could answer, the class monitor approached, tapped the desk, and said flatly, Li Chen, the counselor is looking for you. Without giving Li Chen a chance to ask, he turned and left, looking quite suave. Li Chen didn't mind, casually patting Su Man's rounded shoulder and smiling, I'll go see the counselor first, we can chat later. With that, he got up and left. Su Man looked at her shoulder, then at Li Chen's departing figure, muttering, strange, why does it feel like this guy has changed so much? Was he this carefree before? Wang Xinya didn't speak, her eyelids slightly lowered, letting out a silent sigh. She also felt that Li Chen's personality had changed a lot. Previously, Li Chen was honest, even a bit dull, and there was, well, how to put it, the youthful reserve, shyness. But now, it seemed he had matured. Very strange. Carefree and unrestrained. Confident in his speech. Right. Confidence. Wang Xinya pondered, sister, don't you feel that Li Chen is much more confident than before? Oh, yes, he's now full of spirit, unlike before when he was so wooden, not exactly wooden, just a bit silly, quite interesting, Su Man said, laughing at herself. While they were discussing Li Chen's changes, the news of his plan to seek investment for starting a business at school spread among a few friends. In an instant, the entire classroom was aware. Everyone was buzzing with discussions, chatting happily. After all, this was quite a rarity. Have you heard? Li Chen, yes, the one from our class, the guy who's been skipping classes and getting called out by the professor, is said to be looking for investment to start a business at school. Looking for investment at school? From whom? Duh, the school. I know, our school has a project called the College Student Entrepreneurship Subsidy Project, he probably wants to apply for that. Oh, I see, I thought he wanted to get the school involved or recruit others, how boring. Tisk tsk, this guy Li Chen usually seems inconspicuous, didn't expect him to have such big ambitions, planning to start a business before graduating. We'll have to call him Boss Li in the future. What Boss Li? Call him President Li. As everyone joked, they didn't take Li Chen's entrepreneurial plans seriously, treating it more as a topic of conversation. When the professor walked in, the noisy classroom quieted down. Li Chen stepped out of the teaching building, walked along the quiet paths of the campus, and arrived at the phone booth. He dialed Yang Chen's number again. After arriving at Zhongbei University, come to the 416 office on the 4th floor of Building 3. Got it. See you in 20 minutes. After briefly explaining the situation, Li Chen hung up the phone. He stepped out of the booth, glanced back, and shook his head slightly. It was necessary to buy a mobile phone, otherwise, using a public phone every time was indeed too troublesome. Come in. Li Chen arrived at the door of office 416 in Building 3 and knocked. A deep, powerful voice came from inside. Li Chen pushed the door open. A middle-aged man sat behind the desk, skillfully typing on the computer keyboard. He was well-built, resembling a bodybuilder. His white shirt was stretched tight over his muscles, almost revealing the contours of his physique. Indeed, this was the counselor for Li Chen's class. A seemingly delicate liberal arts graduate turned programmer. His name was Hong Xian. Li Chen vaguely remembered that this counselor later resigned from his job at the school and started an internet company with friends. It was said that he made quite a bit of money. Later on, it seemed he immigrated abroad, and after that, there was no news of him. Sit down, Hong Xian said upon seeing Li Chen, showing no obvious signs of anger or annoyance. He gestured for him to take a seat, shifted his gaze from the computer screen, removed his glasses, and rubbed his slightly sore eyes. I heard about your situation from Professor Yu. You want to start an internet company. Hong Xian's tone was gentle as he stood up to pour 2 cups of tea. The tea leaves swirled in the boiling water, unfurling and releasing a charming fragrance. He brought the cups to Li Chen and sat down on the sofa next to him. Yes, Li Chen readily admitted. Hong Xian smiled. Young people have ideas. The internet is a great thing, although it hasn't been long since we introduced it in our country. Its potential is enormous and will surely change human history in the future, with great development prospects. You can see the potential of the internet, you indeed have some insight. However, Hong Xian frowned, glanced at Li Chen, and sighed. your idea is good, but you can't skip classes without reason. The school has its rules and regulations. Count for yourself how long you've been absent. Several professors have reported your issues to the Director of Education. The director is very angry right now. If you can't persuade the director, let alone applying for a startup loan, whether you can continue to stay in school is also a problem. Although Professor Yu has repeatedly assured that your idea is quite good, very promising, and you are a good seed, the Director of Education is not very interested in the internet. Hong Xian carefully offered a very tactful evaluation. Li Chen lowered his eyelids, pondering and recalling information about the Director of Education. He soon understood Hong Xian's meaning. The director was not uninterested in the internet, rather, he strongly disliked and opposed it. To discuss this matter, one must mention a well-known incident throughout the school. Well, currently no one knows, but according to the development of events, it should happen in 4 months, in September or October. The director's surname is Huang. Li Chen couldn't remember his full name. He only remembered that he had a granddaughter named Huang Shiqi. She was 20 or 21 years old and also a student at Zhangbei University. Director Huang had only this one granddaughter, so he had high hopes for her. He hoped she would one day achieve success and become an excellent civil servant or a good employee in a state-owned enterprise. Originally, Director Huang had calculated quite well. Huang Shiqi's grades were not bad. However, with the development of the internet, since Huang Shiqi entered university and got in touch with the internet, her academic performance plummeted. Because of this, Director Huang was frustrated, and the relationship between grandfather and granddaughter deteriorated rapidly. In October of this year, or at the end of September, Huang Shiqi attempted suicide in her dormitory. Although she was rescued in time, the incident spread throughout the school. Her family's situation inevitably became a topic of conversation among students and teachers. It was during this time that Li Chen learned about the incident. Huang Shiqi probably didn't want to take the civil service exam or work for a state-owned enterprise, but her family was pressuring her heavily. Her grandfather, Director Huang, was known for his stubbornness and autocratic ways. Everything concerning the family, especially the children's affairs, had to follow his arrangements. Huang Shiqi's mother couldn't stand Director Huang's patriarchal style and divorced her father when Huang Shiqi was 6. Her father, under the long-term oppressive control of Director Huang, became somewhat mentally unstable and was even unable to work outside. Influenced by her family environment, Huang Shiqi became addicted to the internet after being exposed to it. However, it wasn't purely for pleasure or to escape reality. She developed a keen interest in the formation of the internet and the workings of computers. With the information she searched for online and relevant books from the library, Huang Shiqi became self-taught. Before the incident, she had already gained some fame in the girls' dormitory, helping many girls solve computer and internet-related problems, receiving high praise. After the suicide incident, Huang Shiqi dropped out of school, and Director Huang was also affected, retiring the following year. Later, Huang Shiqi went abroad to study and never returned. Some 10 or 12 years later, Li Chen inadvertently heard news about Huang Shiqi from some old classmates. She had joined Google a few years after going abroad and participated in the development of the Android system. She held a high position, earning hundreds of thousands of dollars a year. Reflecting on the information about Director Huang, Li Chen could understand why he despised the internet. In his mind, it was the internet that ruined his granddaughter. It could never be his fault. Remembering Director Huang's situation, Li Chen already had a strategy in mind. Hong Xian, seeing Li Chen silent, comforted him, "Don't be disheartened, these matters aren't without a turning point." At this point, Hong Xian paused, retracting what he wanted to say. Director Huang disliked the internet, but Zhangbei University wasn't something Director Huang could control. The key was whether Li Chen's business plan would benefit Zhangbei University. If it was beneficial, it wouldn't matter if Director Huang disagreed, the president would agree, and other professors would agree. However, this sounded too blunt and too utilitarian, which wouldn't be pleasant if it got out. What if Li Chen was a fool and took these words as a threat to the school or some kind of hint? What if it caused a commotion? Hong Xian thought for a moment and decided to temporarily refrain from advising Li Chen. He pondered and asked, "Your business plan, Professor Yu and I have discussed a bit. The Internet History Museum and the Internet Plus Education thinking model are quite innovative. Regarding the Internet Plus Education, I personally have a favorable view. With the advancement of Internet technology and its widespread adoption, the number of Internet users in our country will increase dramatically. This market is very broad. But the Internet History Museum has almost no profit margin. The subsequent maintenance and improvement costs are very high. For example, information entry. How many people do you need to arrange, And what resources do you need to prepare to collect historical documents and related materials from all over the country? Hong Xian's expression was solemn, and he was somewhat puzzled. One thing he still couldn't understand was Li Chen's Internet History Museum. The Internet plus education was easier to discuss, with clear profit potential. Once established, the market prospects were very good. But the Internet History Museum was different. It required huge funding, with almost no profit margin. Even the foolish son of a landlord wouldn't burn money like this. Without a reasonable explanation, the school would definitely not agree to Li Chen's entrepreneurial plan. After all, the school also had its reputation to uphold. Who would support a money-losing industry? Unless the money didn't need to come from their own pockets and could bring other benefits. Otherwise, if it got out, how would the school face so many peers? Li Chen had anticipated this and confidently said, "Why do we need to enter the data ourselves?" Hong Xian exclaimed in surprise and immediately became energized. He had originally thought that Li Chen was just a passionate dreamer willing to pay the price for his aspirations. But now, it seemed a bit interesting. Li Chen pondered and asked, "Have you heard of self-media?" Self-media? Hong Xian replied, puzzled. The concept of self-media first emerged in 2003, and although it was already 2004, not many people in the country understood this concept. As for the self-media giants that would later become famous, it would take several more years for them to emerge. Li Chen explained, self-media, also known as citizen media or personal media, refers to private, civilian, universal, and autonomous communicators who use modern, electronic means to convey normative and non-normative information to a large, unspecified audience or specific individuals. It is an information dissemination activity led by the general public, transforming from traditional point-to-area communication to a point-to-point concept of equal communication. The advent of the Internet has broken the limitations of geographical space, allowing two people separated by thousands of miles to communicate directly through the Internet. With the rise of major websites and forums, all Internet users can express their opinions and share their lives online. This is also a form of self-media. Hong Xian was very interested in the Internet and had done considerable research, quickly understanding what Li Chen meant by self-media. His eyes brightened as he contemplated, "So, you want to combine the Internet History Museum with a self-media platform. Let users fill in the content. And your company will mainly be responsible for data maintenance and other aspects." Li Chen smiled and nodded. This was exactly his idea. He also understood the incredible difficulty and the time and energy required to establish an Internet History Museum. Only by mobilizing the masses and the power of countless Internet users could a truly comprehensive information network be created. After sorting out the development trajectory of the Internet in his previous life, Li Chen focused on a project. Weibo. Weibo was one of the largest self-media platforms in his past life. The key was that Weibo's self-media attributes could be well integrated with the History Museum, effectively collecting information from various places. Historically, Weibo was born in 2009, while its predecessor, blogs, emerged in 2005. In this wild era of the Internet, it still belonged to an undeveloped field. Li Chen deliberated, "My idea is to create a professional self-media platform using the Internet. Users can share their lives, knowledge, and news on this platform. The Internet History Museum and Internet Education are just parts of this platform. Utilize the platform to develop users and use other means for traffic monetization." Upon hearing this, Hong Xian completely understood Li Chen's thoughts and couldn't help but excitedly applaud. "Great, this idea is great. Develop users, establish a closed ecosystem, and transform multiple projects. Your understanding of the Internet is truly remarkable." Hong Xian spoke with deep emotion. Since the introduction of the Internet into the country, he had been paying attention to it. Over the years, in addition to self-studying computer-related knowledge, he had also been researching the development history of domestic Internet companies. Li Chen's words instantly reminded him of the development strategies of many large Internet companies in the country. They first attract users with free or low-cost services. Once the company gathers enough users, they redirect these users to other projects to achieve profitability. But after the excitement, Hong Xian quickly realized a problem and couldn't help but furrow his brows. The idea of a self-media platform is excellent. This is a groundbreaking concept. Once the platform is launched, it will definitely stir up waves in today's Internet world, and may even become a trendsetter. Hong Xian first affirmed Li Chen's idea, then expressed his concern. But establishing such a self-media platform requires a significant amount of startup capital, doesn't it? The daily operation and maintenance, as well as the cost of renting servers, will be quite high. The maximum loan our school can apply for is only 500,000. I'm afraid that's far from enough. Li Chen, thinking it was about something else, confidently smiled and said, "I've already solved the funding issue. You don't need to worry about that." Oh, Hongxian exclaimed in surprise. To establish a self-media platform, the startup capital isn't just a few million, it requires over 10 million. Once the project is launched, it will be much easier to secure funding based on the self-media concept. But the key is, who can provide over 10 million to support an ordinary student with no background and no degree who is still in school? Hongxian thought back 18 times and couldn't figure out what capital Li Chen had. After all, he had been with Li Chen for 3 years and knew a bit about his family situation. Hongxian reminded him, "I heard Professor you mention this. He said you've been seeking investments recently. If you can secure investments, that's great, it's your ability. But to launch a self-media platform, the funding requirement is huge, a few million won't cut it. This matter must be approached with caution." Knock knock knock. At that moment, a crisp knocking sound came from outside the door. Hongxian gave Li Chen a wait a moment look, raised his head to the door, and said, "Come in." The door opened. A balding old man stood at the entrance. He was slightly plump, dressed in a suit, looking very respectable. Behind him was a cold and noble young woman. Wearing a black wide-brimmed hat and a light blue professional suit, she carried an expensive Chanel handbag. However, upon seeing the visitor, Hongxian's expression changed slightly, and he cast a helpless glance at Li Chen. The old man before them was Director Huang, who had a terrible temper, was very old-fashioned, and disliked the internet. In Hongxian's original plan, he hadn't intended for Li Chen to meet Director Huang so soon. He wanted to assess whether Li Chen's business plan was worth investing in and whether he had potential. If so, he would first arrange for Li Chen to meet with other relevant professors or even contact the principal directly. This way, even if Director Huang despised the internet, he wouldn't be able to outright reject it. But now it was troublesome. Although Hongxian felt helpless, he could only brace himself and welcome him, saying, "Director Huang, what brings you here?" As he spoke, Hongxian glanced at Yang Chen behind Director Huang, feeling slightly puzzled. Who is this woman? Judging by her attire and demeanor, she seems quite impressive. Director Huang nodded slightly and strode into the office, quickly noticing Li Chen sitting on the sofa. He immediately frowned. He had brought Miss Yang over to discuss important matters. Could Miss Yang's time be wasted casually? As for how Director Huang encountered Yang Chen, it wasn't a coincidence. What kind of place is a school? Learning? Educating? Both are true, but not entirely. Teaching and educating is a profession. Promotion and salary increases are the goals. Making money is fundamental. The noble ones are always individuals, not a profession or an organization. A few days ago, Yang Chen drove a Rolls-Royce to school, which quickly stirred the school's higher-ups. What is a Rolls-Royce? A luxury car. One of the top luxury cars. Anyone who can afford such a car is not an ordinary person. Later, the school checked the license plate. Goodness, it's someone from the Yang family. Who is the Yang family? The largest real estate developer in Jiangbei City. In our summer country, what does it mean to become the largest real estate developer in a city? It means having connections that reach the heavens. Both the black and white markets are thriving. Jiangbei University is a public asset, and its staff have official positions, not much worse than the local authorities. But the problem lies in the titles, the status, and the wealth. Even among first-class officials, the gap can be as vast as the sky and the earth, let alone between a university and a family. When the Yang family drives to the school, it may not be a big deal for the institution, but for individuals, it is significant. Why did the Yang family come? Is there a relative at the school? Or are they looking to invest? If one could establish a connection with the Yang family, perhaps it could lead to some political achievements. With political achievements, isn't promotion and wealth just around the corner? Upon learning that the Yang family had visited the school multiple times, the school's higher-ups immediately ordered the security guards to notify them if the Yang family came again. And so it was. As soon as Yang Chen arrived at the school, he was informed to meet with the Director of Education and other senior officials. Upon discovering that Yang Chen was looking for Hongxian's office, the responsibility of receiving him naturally fell to Director Huang. He personally went to the parking lot to greet him, while also probing into Yang Chen's intentions. Upon learning that Yang Chen was there to find a business partner for investment, and that the person was not only a student of Jiangbei University but also a student from the department he managed, Director Huang's mood was better than on his wedding night. He almost wanted to hug Li Chen and give him a couple of kisses. You are truly my lucky star. The Yang family is the god of wealth in Jiangbei, persuading them to invest would surely not be a bad thing. If he could achieve some results, having his own students succeed in entrepreneurship during college, what would that be called? Political achievement. The more successful the students are, the higher his political achievements. Director Huang was in a great mood, Although he was somewhat surprised by Li Chen's presence, he didn't mind and casually asked, "Who is he?" Hong Xian's expression stiffened, but he really didn't want Li Chen to clash with Director Huang right now, so he quickly handled it carefully, saying, "He's one of my students. If you have business, I'll have him leave first." Hong Xian didn't mention Li Chen's name, fearing that Director Huang would cause trouble. As he spoke, he gave Li Chen a look, signaling him to leave quickly. Hong Xian had high hopes for this student of his. Self-media. This was truly a fresh concept. With years of experience in researching the internet, he was very optimistic about Li Chen's business project. But Li Chen did not follow Hong Xian's instructions to leave. Instead, he stood up, smiled, and nodded to Director Huang, introducing himself. "My name is Li Chen." Hong Xian's face immediately stiffened, nearly fainting from anger. "You fool! Didn't you see the look I gave you?" Director Huang, with his foul temper, clearly had something going on, and you just had to bump into him now, didn't you? Seeking death. Li Chen. Director Huang murmured to himself, feeling that the name sounded somewhat familiar. Soon, he remembered. Yang Chen. Director Huang glanced at Yang Chen out of the corner of his eye. Then, his face instantly filled with smiles as he strode forward, extending his hands and laughing heartily. "Ha, you are Li Chen. Truly a young talent indeed. Miss Yang, is this the young talent you were looking for?" Yang Chen smiled and said, "Exactly, Mr. Li is our Yang family's partner. We have high hopes for Mr. Li's project." At this point, Yang Chen beamed at Li Chen, playfully winking at him. One eye wide open, the other blinking, filled with a playful spirit. Although she didn't know what Li Chen's project was, that didn't stop her from speaking nonsense. With confirmation, Director Huang's smile became even brighter. "Hong Xian, you really have brought out a good student." Director Huang smiled and praised Hong Xian, then warmly invited everyone, Come, take a seat." Yang Chen gracefully walked in and sat beside Li Chen. As for Hong Xian, he was still in a daze. No, this was really that rigid, old-fashioned, and somewhat harsh Director Huang. Why did it feel like he had become a different person? So enthusiastic? Is this normal? Is this reasonable? Hong Xian's heart trembled, but he quickly sensed something unusual. He knew very well what kind of person Director Huang was. To make Director Huang's attitude change so drastically, Hong Xian glanced at Yang Chen thoughtfully. What is this woman's background? Could she be Li Chen's investor? With this thought, Hong Xian glanced at Li Chen again, feeling a bit lost. He knew Li Chen quite well. A very ordinary student. His grades weren't bad, but they were far from excellent. He usually didn't cause trouble, didn't make mistakes, and didn't give teachers like them any hassle. But now, he suddenly realized he couldn't see through Li Chen at all. After a few people took their seats, Director Huang took the lead. He glanced at Hong Xian and said with a smile, "Hong Xian, you really should have reported that we have such an outstanding student like Li Chen in our department." Hong Xian felt a bit nauseated inside. But with authority comes pressure. He could only smile and say, "It's my work oversight. Just now, I was discussing entrepreneurship with student Li Chen." At this point, Hong Xian couldn't help but look at Yang Chen. He was very curious about what kind of background this woman had to make Director Huang so enthusiastic. Hearing this, Director Huang's smile grew even brighter, radiant like a blooming chrysanthemum. He had been waiting for this topic. Director Huang said gently, "Student Li Chen is capable and bold. He is truly the most outstanding student of our school this year. Although Jiangbei University is not a prestigious school, our care for students is definitely not inferior to that of famous schools. If student Li Chen wants to start a business, we will definitely support him wholeheartedly. If there are any areas where the school can assist with his entrepreneurial endeavors, student Li Chen, please feel free to speak up." Director Huang's attitude was friendly and full of promises, but while speaking, he unconsciously turned his gaze towards Yang Chen instead of Li Chen. Li Chen smiled gently but did not take Director Huang's words to heart. He placed the business plan from his bag on the coffee table and said, "This is my business plan." Director Huang's smile was bright, but he did not look at the so-called plan. The plan itself was not important. What mattered was the Yang family's stance. Director Huang chuckled, Since it's a business plan, we outsiders certainly shouldn't look at it. Miss Yang, what do you think?" Yang Chen smiled and nodded, then picked up the business plan. It was a plan for building a self-media platform. With the arrival of the internet era, the traditional media industry's monopoly would inevitably be broken, such as television stations, newspapers, and so on. The internet, with its characteristics of breaking regional and spatial limitations, puts media power into the hands of every internet user. That is, self-media. Self-media can also be referred to as citizen media or personal media, which refers to private, popular, generalized, and autonomous communicators who use modern and electronic means to convey normative and non-normative information to a large unspecified audience or specific individuals. Looking at the opening of the business plan, Yang Chen's eyes lit up. Self-media. This was an extremely novel concept. Yang Chen thought quietly, reading more seriously. She savored each line and word, occasionally nodding slightly to show her appreciation. When she saw the Internet History Museum project, her pupils constricted, and her cold, beautiful face revealed a thoughtful expression. She finally understood Li Chen's plan and ideas. A history museum. An internet archive that carries the historical changes and cultural records of various places and cities. To outsiders, this thing seemed to have no meaning. No, it should be said that it had no profit. It was a standard money-losing deal. But Yang Chen knew of Li Chen's abilities. Altering the past. Reversing fate. This was not some internet historical archive. It was clearly an intelligence agency, a talent selection organization. The more Yang Chen looked, the more astonished he became, and the more delighted he felt. Mobilizing netizens to collect information from various places. Mobilizing the masses to search for target data. Integrating intelligence through the internet was faster and more efficient. It was simply incredible, maximizing the advantages of the internet. Moreover, unless one understood his abilities, no one would ever think that the Internet Historical Museum was the core of this plan, the true focus of this company. Yang Chen marveled inwardly, looking at Li Chen with eyes full of admiration. He not only possessed godlike abilities but also extraordinary wisdom. Even something as new as the internet could become a powerful tool in his grand plan. Once the Internet Historical Museum was established, he couldn't imagine how rapidly Li Chen's influence would grow. Perhaps that day would come soon. Yang Chen pondered, putting down the business plan, and said firmly, "This plan, our Yang family will invest in." Upon hearing this, Director Huang was even happier than if he had won the lottery, laughing heartily, "Ha, Miss Yang is truly generous. Congratulations, Li Chen." Director Huang extended his hand to Li Chen, particularly enthusiastic. After the congratulations, Director Huang seemingly casually asked, "How much do you plan to invest in this business plan? If there are issues with funding, our school can provide interest-free startup loans for outstanding students." 1 billion. Yang Chen confidently uttered a number with her red lips slightly parted. The two simple words left Director Huang and Hong Xian stunned, their expressions dazed, their gazes vacant. 1 billion. No, 1 billion? We must have misheard. 1 billion, what does that even mean? The current internet giants are generally valued at only a few billion or tens of billions. 1 billion. Is this going to be a direct leap into becoming a top internet newcomer? Director Huang rubbed his forehead, uncertainly widening his eyes to stare at Yang Chen, his voice a bit hoarse as he asked, "How much did Miss Yang just say?" 1 billion. Does Director Huang think our Yang family doesn't have that kind of strength? Yang Chen replied firmly, casting a sidelong glance at Director Huang, her words filled with confidence and dominance. The Yang family indeed did not have that much money. But successful businessmen have never been defined by how much money they have to do things. A businessman has 3 wallets. The first wallet is how much money one has. The second wallet is how much money one can mobilize from others. The third wallet is how much others think one has. The Yang family's assets are only in the hundreds of millions, but with Yang Xingcai's reputation and the vast industry of the Yang family, they could mobilize over 1 billion. And the Yang family did not need to mobilize all their funds. They only needed to achieve some results to easily obtain more financing. 1 billion was not an exaggeration of the Yang family's strength, it was simply stating a simple reality. The Yang family has that strength. And this time, Director Huang was certain. He had not misheard. 1 billion. It really was 1 billion. Director Huang couldn't help but swallow hard, looking at the business plan on the table, a strong curiosity surging within him. It was as if 1,000 cats were scratching inside his heart. What kind of genius idea could make the Yang family invest 1 billion? Damn! Director Huang couldn't help but curse himself a couple of times. Why had he been so pretentious earlier? It would have been fine to take a look. Now, Director Huang stood up, bending over like a shrimp, humbly congratulating Li Chen. "Congratulations, Mr. Li, a 1 billion big project. Our Jianbei University is truly proud to have a genius like you. Regarding the issue of entrepreneurship, feel free to speak up. Wherever we can help, we will certainly do so." Li Chen smiled and said, "Actually, I do have some troubles that I would like to ask the school for help with." "Please go ahead," Director Huang said, grinning from ear to ear, almost patting his chest in assurance. "Last time I heard Professor you mention that our school has some idle teaching buildings. Starting a business is not easy, it requires careful budgeting. We can't find a suitable office building in a short time. Could you possibly rent us one at a lower price? Our company is just starting and needs a lot of manpower. Our Jiangbei University has many outstanding talents. Do you think we could hold a job fair at the school? If the cooperation goes well, we can strengthen our ties in the future. Additionally, our company has investment projects in education and needs to hire some expert professors to participate. Would it be convenient for the professors from our school to take positions at our company? They wouldn't need to be on site, just some time to prepare course materials and record a video would be sufficient. If we need professors to give lectures, we can negotiate a separate fee. As Director Huang listened to Li Chen's requests, his face turned green, not from anger, but from excitement. At the beginning of entrepreneurship, renting an office at the school, what does this mean? It certainly reflects the school's policy of encouraging college students to start their own businesses, affirming the school's nurturing role, and showcasing political achievements. Inviting students from Jiangbei University to work at the company on a smaller scale, this increases the school's employment rates, which is a political achievement. On a larger scale, both parties become deep cooperative partners, a calling card. Once Li Chen's company grows and becomes an internet giant, the name of Jiangbei University will surely spread far and wide. As the saying goes, the one closest to the water gets the moon first. When other students consider which university to apply to, they will think about whether to come to Jiangbei University upon hearing Li Chen's company name. I can't say it will elevate Jiangbei University's status, but it will certainly be much better than now. This is free advertising. Having the professors from the school take positions at the company is even more significant. What does it mean to take a position? They wouldn't need to be on site. Isn't it just a way to provide benefits to our school's professors? Most importantly, this student comes from his own department. With such a significant achievement, he could very well become the principal, or at least be considered for the vice principal position before retirement. The more Director Huang thought about it, the more excited he became, tears welling up in his eyes as he tightly grasped Li Chen's hand, almost wanting to kneel down and shout, "Father, is it really true?" After understanding the troubles Li Chen needed help with, Director Huang's attitude underwent a complete 180-degree change. His warmth was almost more enthusiastic than when serving his own father. He inquired about their well-being, poured tea and water, almost with his face saying, "Father, please don't hold back. If you have any requests or needs, just let me know." He was now utterly enamored with Li Chen. Look, this is the kind of talent society needs. Wealthy, capable, and most importantly, generous. Not forgetting the school, alumni, or professors, he is truly a timely reign and a heroic figure of this generation. When Li Chen and Yang Chen left, Director Huang was reluctant to part, seeing them off downstairs, watching them walk away before he joyfully turned back. He praised Hong Xian a couple of times and then hurried off to find the principal. A billion-dollar project. Our Jiangbei University is about to become famous. The shadows of the trees danced, stretching Director Huang's figure long. In a daze, he seemed to bounce forward, like a child chasing some kind of happiness and joy. And on the other side of the tree shadows, Li Chen and Yang Chen walked side by side, the mottled morning light falling on them, as if gilding them with a layer of golden brilliance, resembling golden boys and jade maidens. "A billion, you really have a grand plan," Li Chen suddenly spoke, his voice carrying a hint of laughter. Yang Chen's footsteps did not stop as he followed Li Chen, responding with a gentle and charming smile, his words firm and without a hint of hesitation. "For the sake of the master's grand undertaking, our Yang family is willing to do our utmost." Li Chen paused slightly, glanced at Yang Chen, then looked towards the swaying shadows of the trees above the road, speaking meaningfully. "You understand. The Internet History Museum is the master's focus," Yang Chen replied decisively. "Correct." Li Chen nodded with a smile, very satisfied with Yang Chen's insight, and continued walking forward. After taking a couple of steps, he suddenly said, "If this company were entrusted to you, would you be confident in managing it well?" At this point, Li Chen glanced at Yang Chen. Although he had done many jobs in his past life, worked in factories, started companies, and even sold goods on the street, he truly had no experience in managing a company valued at over $1 billion. His past experiences told him that professional matters should be handled by professionals. Commanding beyond one's level, especially when pretending to understand, often leads to trouble. Yang Chen, with a deep family background and having studied finance, trade, and business management, was the best candidate he could trust so far. Entrusting such a company to Yang Chen was one of the best choices. Yang Chen paused slightly, his expression momentarily stunned, joy flashing in his eyes. The importance of this company was self-evident. Handing this company over to him was undoubtedly the greatest recognition of the Yang family. Yang Chen's fair, jade-like hand brushed through the hair that hung over his cheek, his black and white eyes filled with determination as he said earnestly, "Yes. How long will it take?" Yang Chen did not answer immediately, reflecting on the contents of Li Chen's business plan, and deliberated. Regarding the development of the self-media platform, there are no technical hurdles, it's just a matter of integrating the various elements of the current internet. We have sufficient funds to recruit the relevant talents, and if we start preparing now, it will take about 4 months from development to launch. Compared to product development, the promotion and distribution work takes up the most time cost. Upon hearing this, Li Chen immediately became interested. His business plan only outlined the product's content and the design of its functions, most of which were copied from Weibo, one of the largest self-media platforms in his past life. After all, this was merely a medium, the key was the Internet History Museum. Li Chen was quite self-aware regarding product design. The functions and designs of Weibo had been tested by the market and countless users. His attempts to embellish it might not yield better results, and there was no need to showcase himself in such a trivial matter. However, the plan did not include descriptions of promotion and other commercial operations. Promotion and distribution, referred to as, is a combination of the words promotion and distribution. It refers to the process of widely promoting and selling a product, service, idea, or concept. The role of promotion and distribution is significant. As the saying goes, good wine fears no deep alley, but that does not hold in the internet age. In the past, under a small-scale agricultural economy, merchants mainly faced limited, regional, and nearby customers. But in the internet age, especially for internet products, the audience is national and even global. No matter how good the wine, without effective promotion, it could sink into obscurity. Promotion and distribution are of utmost importance for a product. Li Chen was very interested in Yang Chen's promotion strategy and asked with a smile, "Do you already have ideas for the product's promotion?" "Yes." Yang Chen's answer was very decisive, even somewhat beyond Li Chen's expectations. Yes. She had only seen the business plan for a short time and already had ideas about promotion. Li Chen became intrigued, pointed to a bench by the road, and said with a smile, "Let's sit down and talk. I also want to know your thoughts on the product's promotion." Yang Chen smiled in agreement. After they sat down, Yang Chen deliberated. Our product is a self-media platform. The characteristics of self-media platforms lie in their democratization, high content freedom, and diverse content forms. Due to their low cost and low threshold for participation, they can meet the participation needs of almost all internet users and satisfy every user's desire for expression. With the influx of a large number of internet users, we will welcome a rich diversity of content. Therefore, how to quickly open up the internet market, attract more users to participate, and keep these users on our platform in a highly active state is very important. In this regard, my current plan is to take 3 steps. The first step is the star effect. We invite a large number of celebrities, as well as well-known entrepreneurs and other social figures, to register accounts on our platform, publish topics, and interact with their fans. This can attract a large number of users in a short time. The second step is to cooperate with the authorities. After the star effect, our platform will have a vast number of users, possibly exceeding 10 million. With 10 million users, we are sufficient to negotiate with local governments. The role of the Internet History Museum is not only to carry history but also to serve as the best business card for major cities. Through our platform, we can use the Internet History Museum to promote different cities to billions of internet users. In today's Xia country, local government performance is based on GDP. Promoting cities on the internet can bring great advertising effects, and they do not need to pay anything. No local official can refuse such temptation. I will select a few representative and distinctive cities to lobby for initial cooperation. As long as our promotional efforts are effective, other cities will not need to be lobbied. They will actively come to seek cooperation with us. With official support and endorsement, the development of our platform can reduce many troubles. The third step, after establishing a certain foundation, is to carry out online and offline activities. For example, inviting platform users to participate in activities to improve the Internet History Museum, enhancing user stickiness, and further expanding the visibility of our products. This is my current thought and plan. If you have any other suggestions or requests, I will take note and replan. Yang Chen spoke eloquently, clearly describing his promotional plan. Li Chen listened attentively, and after he finished, he couldn't help but admire him silently. Truly a professional. How long has it been since he saw the proposal? He already has a relatively complete promotional strategy. Impressive indeed. Speaking of which, when Weibo first came out, it also used the star effect, inviting a large number of celebrities to register on the platform, thus attracting a large number of users and opening the glorious path of self-media. Li Chen considered it carefully and found no issues, smiling, "You have thought this through very well. I trust you with this matter. Let's start preparing according to your plan." With Li Chen's approval, the corners of Yang Chen's eyes lifted, and his cold, beautiful face seemed to bloom quietly like flowers welcoming the spring breeze, radiating a bright and captivating glow. Li Chen was also in a great mood. Yang Chen's talent and ability in business could help him solve many troubles. He stood up and invited, "Come walk with me." Yang Chen responded, his tone carrying a hint of cheerfulness. Li Chen and Yang Chen did not leave the campus but strolled around the school. Besides walking casually, there was another purpose: to understand the situation of the idle teaching buildings in the school and whether they were sufficient to serve as the initial office area. This was different from Li Chen's original plan. In Li Chen's original plan, the self-media platform matter needed to be approached gradually. Mainly due to the lack of funds, talent, resources, and other configurations. But Yang Chen learned of Li Chen's true purpose from the business plan and decided to use all the resources of the Yang family to help Li Chen quickly open up the situation. 1 billion in investment. In 2004, this was an astronomical figure. Dropping 10 billion would be enough to create a new internet tycoon in an instant. The company's growth rate would undoubtedly be astonishing. Yang Chen initially estimated that to meet the normal operation of the platform, more than 500 employees would be needed in the early stages. Among them, core employees in technology, servers, programming, etc., would require over 100. The rest for operations, services, and so on would need 400 to 500 people. This was just the initial scale. As the platform grew and other businesses launched, further expansion would be necessary. With so many employees, food and accommodation would be an issue. If the school's idle teaching buildings could not meet the demand, alternatives must be found quickly from the surrounding area. Under Li Chen's lead, Yang Chen arrived at the school's idle teaching building. They were all 40-year-old buildings, very old. The outer walls were modeled. Each teaching building had 6 floors, with more than 30 rooms of various sizes on each floor. Each building totaled around 200 rooms. 2 teaching buildings would be enough to meet the initial development needs, but many small modifications were required. Of course, these were minor issues. Yang Chen carefully inspected the condition of the teaching building and commented, "The venue is fine. We just need to spend some money on small modifications and also need to repurchase a large number of work supplies." Does this school have any idle dormitory buildings? If there are idle dormitory buildings, we can also solve the accommodation problem for the employees. After all, Zhangbei City is just an ordinary city. To meet the company's needs, we need to recruit relevant technical talents from coastal big cities. When it came to work matters, Yang Chen's aura completely changed, serious and assertive. Her phoenix eyes sparkled, as if an empress had descended. Even Li Chen, seeing her like this, couldn't help but be a bit dazed, secretly admiring her. What a great presence. He thought, there are indeed some idle dormitory buildings. You can talk to the school about it later, it should be fine. Yang Chen confidently said, 1 billion in investment is an astronomical number for Zhangbei University. They will definitely not give up this opportunity. I will handle this matter well. Seeing you so confident, I feel relieved. Li Chen laughed heartily, increasingly satisfied. To be able to reassure you, is the honor of the wonderful fairy. Yang Chen playfully replied, feeling equally good. After today's interaction, the Yang family and Li Chen had formed an unbreakable alliance. As long as this matter was handled well and beautifully, no matter how Li Chen's influence developed in the future or how many talents came across the river, the Yang family would undoubtedly occupy an unbreakable link. After inspecting the teaching building, it was almost mealtime. Li Chen glanced at the time and smiled. I trouble you to run a trip personally, today I treat. Respectfully obeying your command, Yang Chen replied with a slight smile. As she spoke, she brushed her hair and curiously said, I've always been curious about what the food in domestic universities is like. Why don't we eat at the school cafeteria? You might be disappointed, Li Chen teased with a smile. Zhangbei University is a public school, but after all, it is just an ordinary university. Although the prices are relatively cheap, the taste of the food cannot be said to be good. One could only say it was average. Yang Chen smiled lightly and said nothing. The two walked towards the cafeteria. On the way, there were already many students leaving class. They walked in groups towards the cafeteria. As they passed by Li Chen and Yang Chen, almost everyone couldn't help but take a second glance. After all, Yang Chen's outfit and temperament were simply too striking. Her cold and beautiful face, noble demeanor, and luxurious clothing all highlighted her unique identity. In a place like Zhangbei University, it was even more special. From a distance, the students' discussions could be heard. Wow, a beauty. Where, I'm going, what a beautiful woman. This beauty doesn't look like a student from our school based on her attire. Definitely not. With that temperament and outfit, if she were a student from our school, it would spread throughout the campus in less than 3 days. That's true. A girl this beautiful would be hard not to attract attention. Idiot, I'm not talking about whether she's pretty or not, it's her clothing. The clothing does look quite nice. Hiss, I'm talking about the price. Her outfit, bag, and jewelry, there's no way you could get it for less than 8 figures. Ha, how much? 8 figures. Are you crazy? 8 figures? Do you know how much that is? Of course I know. Did you see the necklace around her neck? That imperial green jade, such a large string, with that quality and size, it's definitely over 5 million. And her clothes and shoes, I couldn't tell what brand the shoes were, but that bag must be worth over 100,000. Damn, where did this top-tier rich woman come from? Who's that jerk next to her? I don't know. I think I have some impression. I remember seeing him somewhere before. Really? Is that true? It must be true, he should be from our school. Wait, let me think. Right, I saw him at the last sports meet, he seemed to be representing the history department, but I can't remember which event. Crap, from the history department? Wait, my girlfriend is from the history department, I'll ask her. Damn, the history department has such a powerful guy hidden away? Wherever Yang Chen went, he was truly charming, and the topic was full. For the youthful boys at school, this cold and noble mature woman had an irresistible allure. Amidst the discussions, Li Chen remained calm. This little ripple could not shake his lowly morals, with a skin thickness comparable to a city wall. You discuss your things, I'll walk my own path. Until Li Chen. A bold, clear female voice came from behind. Then, he felt a strong impact on his back. 2 soft bodies pressed against his shoulders, making his heart bloom with joy. Without turning around, Li Chen already knew who it was. Wang Xinya's lively cousin, the carefree Su Man. Besides her, no one would dare to bump into Li Chen at school. TSK, who is this beauty? Su Man leaned out from Li Chen's shoulder, smiling brightly at Yang Chen, her gentle smile revealing a hint of hostility. Yang Chen, my partner. You guys are done with class. Li Chen glanced at Su Man with amusement and casually replied. Oh, so he's your partner. Su Man scrutinized Yang Chen with suspicion, her gaze lingering on Yang Chen's luxurious jewelry and bag, before finally nodding. After all, how could such a beautiful and wealthy woman possibly be interested in Li Chen? Only my silly sister would be so devoted to him. Su Man instantly dropped her hostility, cheerfully wrapping her arm around Li Chen's shoulder and extending a friendly hand to Yang Chen. I'm Su Man. Yang Chen said, taking a keen interest in Su Man, then looking at Li Chen and extending his hand. He had no ill feelings towards Su Man, who was so carefree and had a bit of a heroic spirit. In fact, he felt somewhat fond of her. Used to the deceit of the business world and having interacted with various cunning old foxes, this almost transparent and innocent girl felt much more comfortable. After shaking hands, Yang Chen noticed Su Man's figure and envied. Miss Su has a great figure, you must exercise often. Hee, I'm a generation of heroines, a descendant of a martial arts family. Speaking of her figure, Su Man immediately stood tall and proud, her ample curves pressing against Li Chen's arm as she boasted in self-introduction. Oh, a martial arts family. I know quite a few martial arts masters from Jiangbei, Miss Su. What is your relationship with Su Tianyu? Ah, you know my uncle? So you are from the Su family of Baji. I've heard a lot about you. Oh my, you really know my uncle. Su Man's eyes widened, filled with surprise and joy. She never took the martial arts family thing seriously herself. After all, it sounds impressive, but in reality, it's just for show and serves no real purpose. What era is this? Still talking about martial arts families. No matter how good your skills are, what good is it compared to a gun? While the group was chatting and laughing, a sweet voice came from behind. Cousin Li Chen Wang Xinya walked up and naturally hugged Li Chen's arm. She noticed Yang Chen, looking slightly surprised and a bit puzzled. It's you. Hello, Yang Chen smiled in response. Then she said to Su Man, we know each other. My father has a deep connection with the Su family and has collaborated with them many times. Oh my, what a coincidence, Su Man exclaimed, unable to close her mouth in surprise, not expecting to run into a familiar face here. Wang Xinya was equally astonished, glancing at Su Man and then at Yang Chen. She never imagined that this seemingly wealthy woman was actually related to her cousin's family. As they chatted, they had already arrived at the cafeteria. The cafeteria was large, with 2 floors. The first floor mainly offered various snacks and fast food, while the second floor had freshly made stir-fried dishes and Western pastries, which were relatively expensive. However, the environment was not much different. Rows of dining tables were neatly arranged in the spacious dining hall, and many students were already there eating. The arrival of the four attracted a lot of attention. After all, Li Chen's situation was too eye-catching. On either side, two beautiful women surrounded him, and beside him was Yang Chen, a strong and charismatic woman. It was hard not to notice such a scene. However, other students merely glanced a couple of times, curiously chatting with friends or classmates. There weren't that many troublemakers who would pick fights or find fault with everyone. The four of them got their meals and sat by the window. Yang Chen's lunch was quite simple, a portion of mushroom chicken with rice. Suman's lunch was also light, consisting of chicken breast with salad. She had to strictly control her carbohydrate and fat intake 3 days a week to maintain her perfect figure. Among the four, Wang Xinya and Li Chen had the most lavish lunches. Each had a bowl of soup. Wang Xinya had red date and white fungus soup, plus beef rice bowl. Li Chen had pork rib and winter melon soup, along with a steamed pork rice bowl. As soon as they sat down, Suman couldn't wait to ask, "How do you know my uncle?" Yang Chen brushed her hair and said softly, "The Baji Quan of the Su family is quite famous in Jiangbei. My father hired Mr. Su as a security coach for the company years ago. I also learned from Mr. Su for a while when I was young." At this point, Yang Chen playfully winked and chuckled softly, "So, we can consider ourselves as fellow disciples." "Haha, it really seems that way," Suman replied cheerfully, completely unaware of whether Yang Chen was serious or joking. Wang Xinya, sitting beside them, couldn't bear to watch any longer. She wished she could step on her silly cousin's foot to make her see reality clearly. Yang Chen was just someone who had learned a bit in her childhood. Did she really think she had found a relative? Yang Chen looked Suman up and down and pondered, "I see that Miss Su has a good figure and appearance. Would you be interested in working at my company?" "Ah, work? Me? Yes, my company is planning to train a group of artists, and Miss Su's qualifications are excellent. Coming from a martial arts family and understanding martial arts, you would definitely make a great action star." As Yang Chen spoke, she cast a cheerful glance at Li Chen. Although she had not been involved in the operation of self-media platforms, after understanding the characteristics of these platforms, she already had many ideas. Among them were internet celebrities, or internet influencers. Traditional entertainment industry stars are often very famous figures in film, television, music, or other performing arts. They usually attract public attention and affection due to their talent, appearance, personal charm, or the success of their works. With the rise of the internet and the self-media concept proposed by Li Chen, Yang Chen keenly realized the compatibility between self-media and celebrities. As long as one masters the self-media platform, it is entirely possible to create a whole bunch of internet stars. And they could generate massive profits for the company. A female star. Suman was so shocked by Yang Chen's words that she coughed repeatedly, struggling to speak. Her pretty face flushed slightly, a bit shy and a bit excited. A star. What girl hasn't fantasized about one day standing in the spotlight like those big stars, enjoying the attention and cheers of the crowd? But fantasy is fantasy, and reality is reality. Suman had never thought that she could have such a day. Or rather, such an opportunity. Even Wang Xinya was stunned by Yang Chen's words. Cousin? A star? Well, her cousin's abilities were quite good. But to say she could become a star. She shivered, finding it hard to imagine that it would be her cousin. I think it's feasible. Just as the atmosphere became somewhat dull and even a bit awkward, Li Chen said with a smile. He wiped his lips and gave Suman a meaningful hint, reminding her, Boss Yang has a big plan worth $1 billion. If you miss this opportunity, there won't be another. The development of self-media platforms is inseparable from internet celebrities, which is destined to create a group of influencers. Since there was such an opportunity, Li Chen didn't mind fighting for his former friends. $1 billion. Suman was so shocked that she couldn't catch her breath, coughing with her face turning red, exclaiming in disbelief. As soon as she shouted, she realized the seriousness of the situation, immediately lowering her voice and looking at Yang Chen with a bit more awe in her eyes. $1 billion. How much is that? Although Suman knew that Yang Chen was very wealthy, after all, he was dressed in luxury brands, it was no surprise. But she never expected he would be this rich. $1 billion. It sounded as easy as taking out 100,000. What kind of family is that? She finally realized how much weight Yang Chen's earlier words carried. Please let my uncle come over to be a security coach. Yang Chen smiled and glanced at Li Chen, then shifted his gaze to Suman and Wang Xinya, deep in thought. He cared about these two young girls. Otherwise, he wouldn't have reminded them. In this case Yang Chen's eyes shifted to the somewhat dazed Wang Xinya, smilingly inviting, this younger sister's image is also quite good. If you sisters are interested, you can come to our company to develop together. At this point, Yang Chen gave Li Chen a rather charming look. She joked, Mr. Li is also one of the heads of this company, so you don't have to worry about me selling you out. Upon hearing this, Suman and Wang Xinya were even more excited than when they heard Yang Chen had a billion-dollar plan. They stared at Li Chen in shock, their eyes filled with confusion and surprise. What's going on? How could he? Li Chen understood Yang Chen's intentions and shot her a funny glance. This girl was quite a good partner. However, it didn't seem like a bad thing. Li Chen said, Miss Yang and I have a collaborative project that involves the internet celebrity plan. It's about using the internet to create online stars. You can definitely get involved given your situation. Oh yeah. Upon hearing this, Suman completely lost her doubts. She cheered and excitedly kissed Li Chen on the cheek, leaving a bit of salad dressing. Wang Xinya looked at them, both amused and exasperated. She wiped the dressing off Li Chen's face, her eyes sparkling with anticipation as she looked at him, like a nervous little deer, and whispered, Can we really do it? Yang Chen comforted her, with your sister's qualifications, a little training is all it takes, no problem at all. The internet celebrity program is still in its infancy, even if there are a few minor issues, it's not a big deal. Just think of it as helping your sister out. Yang Chen's tone was gentle, even a bit humble, which greatly increased Wang Xinya and Suman's fondness for her. After a simple exchange, the bond between the three women quickly warmed, filled with laughter and playful banter, resembling longtime close friends. This drew curious and envious glances from other students towards Li Chen. Li Chen remained unfazed, completely ignoring the gazes of his classmates, watching the three women chatting and laughing, and Yang Chen, who was fully in control of the situation, couldn't help but feel as if, never mind. After the meal, Wang Xinya and Suman left happily. Li Chen looked at Yang Chen, who was in a good mood with a faint smile on her lips, and couldn't help but tease, You like them so much. Yang Chen's expression was calm, her bright eyes fixed on Li Chen, and she said earnestly and firmly, What you like is what I like. Li Chen was instantly rendered speechless. He glanced at Yang Chen, then turned to look out at the blue sky, his gaze slightly dazed. Once upon a time, he wouldn't have dared to dream of such a scene, such a conversation. But now, it was happening for real. What you like is what I like. This was Yang Chen's attitude. This was Yang Chen's style. Everything centered around him. Everything revolved around him. This was no longer mere loyalty, it was more like faith. A purity akin to serving a deity. Li Chen remained silent for a long time, lightly tapping the table with his right hand, and instructed, Send my regards to Zhang Shicheng. Tell him, I will be looking for him soon. The three things I asked him to handle back then, don't let me down. Yang Chen responded cheerfully, her eyebrows raised with a hint of surprise and curiosity. 3 things. On a busy highway, a Rolls-Royce moved steadily through the endless stream of cars. Wherever it passed, discerning eyes respectfully kept their distance from the vehicle, as if avoiding a plague. It wasn't that they feared the Young family, they didn't even know whose car it was. They simply understood the car's value and feared that if they weren't careful and accidentally crashed into it, they would be ruined. Inside the car, Yang Chen leaned back in her seat, eyes closed in contemplation. Since leaving Jiangbei University, she had been pondering one question. The 3 things. What exactly were the 3 things Li Chen mentioned? When Yang Chen and Li Chen went to Longmen to find Zhang Shicheng, she witnessed Li Chen's great power, how he defied fate for Zhang Shicheng. But she had never known that Li Chen had left Zhang Shicheng with 3 commands. 3. She only knew of 1. Establishing a branch of the wujiu in the past. If that counted as 1, what could the other 2 commands be? The more Yang Chen thought about it, the more curious and awed she became. Li Chen's patience and methods were completely beyond her expectations. Ding! While Yang Chen was deep in thought, her phone suddenly rang. She picked it up, saw the caller ID, and decisively answered the call. Once the call connected, Yang Xingcai's voice came through. Miao Xian, I've already contacted the Longmen Group. Zhang Yi has replied, tomorrow at 10 in the morning, Zhang Yi will meet you at the Hope Bar. Remember, you must arrive early. I heard that the county head of Longmen County has also arranged to meet with Master Zhang tomorrow. Yang Chen frowned slightly, puzzled, the county head of Longmen County? Yes, it's that new county head. Yang Chen pondered. The new county head had a very close relationship with the Hong family and had visited Hongjia village several times. The grievances between the Hong family and Master Zhang of Longmen County could fill 3 days and nights of discussion. It is said, just said, though, that the current head of the Hong family, Hong Shan, became disabled in both legs due to a bomb attack by Master Zhang of Longmen. Although there is no evidence, everyone in Jiangbei knows how poor the relationship between the Hong family and Longmen is. The new county head supports the Hong family, so why would he arrange to meet with Master Zhang? Dad, how much do you know about that new county head? Yang Chen thought for a moment but still couldn't understand the new county head's intentions or objectives, and couldn't help but ask. This matter is very complicated, Yang Xingcai replied after some consideration. That new county head's surname is Qin, and he has a deep background. There is a saying, but I'm not sure if it's true. If it's true, the implications of this matter would be significant. What saying? The reason our current mayor of Jiangbei was parachuted here is to protect this young Master Qin. Yang Chen's pupils constricted, and his expression changed. Protect. To have a mayor parachuted in for protection. Hiss, to have such capability, he must be a person of great influence. But Jiangbei is just a small city, how could it attract such a powerful figure? With such strength, shouldn't he be honing his skills in a developed coastal city? The more Yang Chen thought, the more confused he became, and the more he felt something was off. He couldn't help but ask, Dad, is the source of this information reliable? 70%. That person didn't dare to say it outright, was very tactful, but given his character, he wouldn't lie about such matters. Yang Chen fell silent. If it really is a powerful figure, this matter could become troublesome. Facing the dead silence on the phone, Yang Xingxai reassured him, you don't need to worry about this. Our Yang family just needs to do our part. Yang Xingxai emphasized the last part. He said no more. The phone wasn't safe. Yang Chen instantly understood the implication. Yes, the Yang family just needs to do their part. Regardless of whether that young Master Qin is a powerful figure or not, as long as the Yang family follows him closely and offers loyalty, no one will be able to touch a hair on the Yang family. Yang Chen said no more, and after hanging up the phone, he pondered, Uncle Yuan, go to Longmen Town. Yes. The car turned at the intersection, heading towards Longmen Town. The next day, in Longmen Town, at the Hope Bar. The Hope Bar had been very lively these past few days. Well, how should I describe this liveliness? It wasn't that the business was particularly good, but rather that all the staff at the Hope Bar were busy and dared not be careless in the slightest. Master Zhang of Longmen, a legendary figure. A big shot who holds countless lives and deaths in Longmen Town. In the past, Master Zhang would come to the Hope Bar once a week. He would usually sit by the window for a few hours, typically 2 to 3 hours. But recently, for some reason, Master Zhang has been coming to the bar every day, sitting in the same spot, drinking the same drink, listening to the same music, and looking at the same place. It was as if a lovesick woman was waiting desperately for her husband's return. Of course, no one dared to say this in front of Master Zhang. The staff at the bar felt both excited and helpless about Master Zhang's arrival. Excited because they could have close contact with a legendary figure from Longmen. Helpless because the boss would make them work hard to entertain Master Zhang every time. No mistakes allowed. It was exhausting. The only consolation was that every time the boss entertained Master Zhang, they would receive a red envelope. 100 each. Not much, but not too little either. After all, everyone's monthly salary was generally only 1,000. However, there were exceptions. Not everyone felt exhausted by Master Zhang's arrival. For instance, Yun Yun. Since their last conversation, she had greatly changed her view of this legendary figure from Longmen. She had thought that the legendary local emperor of Longmen would be domineering, rough, and terrifying. But in fact, Master Zhang was very gentle and considerate. Today, Yun Yun changed into an outfit resembling a Dunhuang fairy, slowly walking over while holding a pipa. After taking her seat, she smiled slightly at Master Zhang, gentle as a spring breeze. Against the backdrop of her Dunhuang fairy attire, she truly resembled a celestial being descending to the mortal realm. Master Zhang, what piece would you like to hear today? With the previous conversation in mind, Yun Yun no longer appeared fearful and timid, smiling as she asked. Zhang Shicheng pondered for a few seconds, gazing at Yang Chen who was walking in slowly, and said flatly, play Ambush from 10 sides. Ambush from 10 sides? Yun Yun frowned slightly. She could play this piece, but it was not a celebratory tune. Ambush from 10 sides is set against the backdrop of the Battle of Gaixia during the Chuhan contention, vividly depicting the intense scenes of ancient warfare through musical means. The music is fierce and shocking, clearly portraying the scene of Xiangyu being surrounded by the enemy forces and having no way out. It could be described as a mournful tune, which was not quite fitting for the occasion. However, after a slight adjustment, Yun Yun still fulfilled Zhang Shicheng's request. Zhang with a gentle pluck of the strings, a chilling atmosphere instantly filled the air. Just then, Yang Chen walked in. Accompanied by the passionate pipa music, Yang Chen seemed like a general in the thick of battle, yet also like a pitiful soul caught in an ambush, helpless and desolate. The melody made Yang Chen frown slightly. She glanced at Yun Yun who was playing, then turned her gaze to Zhang Shicheng. Although she could only see his back, Yang Chen still recognized him. Watching Zhang Shicheng's calm and composed figure, as steady as Mount Tai, Yang Chen couldn't help but feel a bit dazed. Who would have thought he was once a disabled person living in hardship? But under that person's influence, in the blink of an eye, He had become the renowned Master Zhang of Longmen. Thinking of this, Yang Chen's lips curled up, her cold beauty blooming like flowers in spring. She gazed at Zhang Shiqing's back and smiled lightly. It's been a long time. Master Zhang's demeanor is truly captivating. Far from what it was back at the security booth. This statement left everyone puzzled. Security booth? What was that? But the previously calm and unshaken Master Zhang suddenly changed his expression. His pupils constricted, and he abruptly stood up, spilling fine wine all over the table without a care. Master Zhang turned around, nervous and expectant, his deep-set eyes excitedly and curiously examining Yang Chen. Before Zhang Shiqing could recall, Yang Chen slightly bowed and smiled. He asked me to send his regards to you. A seemingly ordinary word, yet Yang Chen emphasized it twice. This caused Master Zhang's expression to change dramatically. He first stood there in shock, then, Zhang Shiqing burst into loud laughter, tears unknowingly streaming down the corners of his eyes. He has finally come. Zhang Shiqing's excited reaction startled the surrounding waitstaff. This master, actually crying? What was going on? Only Yun Yun seemed to ponder deeply. She clearly remembered that Zhang Shiqing had once said he was waiting for someone who would change his fate. Could it be that mysterious person? After his excitement, Zhang Shiqing quickly came to his senses. He looked at Yang Chen, realization dawning on him, and exclaimed in surprise, "It's you came with him back then?" "Yes, do you still remember me?" Yang Chen was somewhat surprised, his brows slightly raised, feeling a bit puzzled. According to common sense, although Zhang Shiqing had that memory, he should not remember himself clearly. After all, his father only remembered some vague images, which were not clear at all. It was only after meeting Li Chen that everything became clear to him. I remember not only you but also him. The situation that day, I could never forget it until I die, Zhang Shiqing said excitedly, quickly responding. As he spoke, he strode towards Yang Chen, making an inviting gesture, and said excitedly, "This is not a place to talk. Please, miss, step aside." "Sure," Yang Chen replied readily, secretly a bit surprised. Zhang Shiqing actually remembered her and Li Chen very clearly. This was completely different from her father's situation. Could it be because of the contract? Or was it due to personal factors? With this doubt in mind, Yang Chen followed Zhang Shiqing out of the bar and got into his private car. It was a Hongqi sedan. As they left, the bar instantly became lively. The waiters were discussing among themselves. Who was that woman just now? So beautiful, and her temperament is great. I wonder what her relationship with Master Zhang is. They must be very close. Didn't you see how Master Zhang was almost in tears from excitement? Yes. If this woman becomes successful in the future, being connected to Master Zhang, it really makes others envious. Come on, do you think this woman has no status or background? Just look at her outfit and jewelry. Which one isn't a high-end product made with money? Right, the jewelry she wears is impressive. The last official's wife I hosted boasted about her bracelet worth millions. But I think this beauty's bracelet is much better than that official's wife's. We may not understand bracelets, but her clothes and bags are luxury items, worth a lot. While the waiters were discussing, Zhang Shiqing had already brought Yang Chen to his home. It was a manor located in Longmen town, covering an area of 25,000 square meters. It was designed in the style of an eastern garden. There were 5 courtyards in total. Upon entering was the front yard, featuring a rockery garden with a small bridge and flowing water. Of course, there was no shortage of a parking lot. A winding road led directly to a garage not far away, which housed dozens of various cars. Exiting the garage, there was a long eave corridor. Following the corridor led directly to the central courtyard. This was the place specifically for receiving guests. The Eastern Palace-style house, adorned with carved beams and painted pillars, was filled with ancient elegance, exuding a unique beauty. Zhang Shiqing personally led the way, bringing Yang Chen to the study. The study was not large, but it was elegantly and warmly decorated. The 4 walls were painted in soft colors, adorned with several famous calligraphy and paintings, either landscapes or flowers and birds, with delicate brushwork and profound artistic conception. Below the paintings were rows of sandalwood bookshelves, neatly arranged with hardcover books, the gilded titles on the spines shining under the light. In the center of the study, a large redwood desk occupied the main position, covered with a piece of rice paper, beside which were the 4 treasures of the study: brush, ink, paper, and inkstone, with the fragrance of ink wafting from the inkstone, and several brushes hanging on the brush holder, their tips sharp and ready to go. In one corner of the study was a rattan rocking chair, next to which was a pot of lush green asparagus fern, its leaves swaying gently in the wind, producing a rustling sound that added a touch of vitality to the study. On the other side was a half-open wooden lattice window, through which one could see the bamboo forest outside, the shadows of the bamboo swaying in the wind, as if telling ancient stories. The entire study was filled with a faint fragrance of ink and wood, making one feel calm, as if they could hear the echoes of history and sense the profound heritage of Eastern culture. Yang Chen entered the room, scanned the environment, and secretly admired it. Here, time seemed to slow down, allowing one to forget the hustle and bustle of the world, immersing oneself in the sea of books, conversing with the ancients, and with oneself. She praised, "Master Zhang truly has exquisite taste." Haha, where, please take a seat. Zhang Shichang laughed heartily and personally pulled a chair for Yang Chen, inviting her eagerly and respectfully. Yang Chen did not stand on ceremony. She was not here representing herself or the Yang family, but rather that esteemed person. In front of that person, these courtesies were just right. Zhang Shichang personally brewed tea and poured a cup for each of them, filled with emotion. "Since our parting all those years ago, I, Zhang, have been eagerly awaiting your arrival. Now that I have received news of your presence, I feel at ease." Yang Chen smiled and said, "I believe the esteemed one will be very comforted to hear your words. I have come here to convey greetings on behalf of the esteemed one, and to inquire about a matter on their behalf. Please speak." Zhang Shichang sat up straight, his expression serious, not daring to show any neglect. "How have you handled the matter that the esteemed one instructed you about?" Yang Chen's red lips parted slightly, her voice calm and unruffled, but her deep-set eyes stared intently into Zhang Shichang's, as if trying to see through him. The three matters that Li Chen had entrusted to Zhang Shichang were questions that Yang Chen had yet to understand and was curious about. She was very eager to know what arrangements and plans Li Chen had made in the past. Zhang Shichang's face showed a look of difficulty, hesitating to speak. Seeing his expression, Yang Chen's face instantly darkened. Her phoenix eyes narrowed slightly, her imposing aura pressing down as she coldly questioned, "Have you forgotten the esteemed one's instructions?" I wouldn't dare. I absolutely wouldn't dare to neglect the esteemed one's matters." Zhang Shichang hurriedly explained with trepidation, "Even if you gave me 10 times the courage, I would never dare to be careless about the esteemed one. It's just that there was a bit of a mistake in handling the matter. A tail was left behind. The court may have already noticed the wujiu." At this point, Zhang Shichang's face was filled with shame, his head bowed like a child who had made a mistake, not daring to look at Yang Chen. Li Chen's order was to secretly develop the wujiu and arrange for the establishment of a branch location. However, he had not accomplished it perfectly and had instead attracted the court's attention to the wujiu. This was not good news. Although Zhang Shichang believed in Li Chen's capabilities, even if the court noticed, it would absolutely not harm the core of the wujiu. But having handled the matter so poorly diminished his image in Li Chen's eyes, which left Zhang Shichang feeling helpless and distressed. Yang Chen finally understood why Zhang Shichang was so anxious and fearful. The court's attention. This could be a big deal or a small one. On a smaller scale, the court might be concerned about anything, such as financial taxes or Zhang Shichang's illegal operations, etc. On a larger scale, if the court were to learn everything about the wujiu, it would definitely be a catastrophe. Yang Chen thought, her brows furrowing tightly. This matter was not easy to handle. She pondered and asked, "How serious is the situation?" Zhang Shichang smiled bitterly, "It's hard to say. This matter has been quiet for 10 years, but for some reason, someone has recently started investigating Longmen Town. Although the wujiu has not yet been exposed, with the court's capabilities, as long as they continue to dig deeper, the situation is uncertain." Yang Chen secretly breathed a sigh of relief. 10 years ago. So, there was still room for maneuver. Wait a minute. County Chief Qin. That County Chief Qin with an extraordinary background, could it be that he came because of this matter? If County Chief Qin came because of this, then things could get serious. This would mean that the matter had already caught the attention of the deities in the capital. Yang Chen pondered, her brows furrowing in thought, weighing her words, "I cannot provide an answer to this matter. I will report this matter truthfully to the esteemed one." Zhang Shichang sighed and clasped his hands in salute, "Thank you, miss. This is how it is. Years ago, the esteemed one left me with 3 orders, one of which was to secretly establish the wujiu, to create a branch of the wujiu in Zhongbei City. The second matter, it is to secretly gather potential members who would be valuable to the wujiu." Zhang Shichang's words were gentle, but Zhang Chen understood the meaning in an instant. What does it mean to be a potential member of value to the wujiu? Just like Yang Xingcai, Zhang Shichang. These were people who had once thrived but had fallen into decline for various reasons. Are there many such people? The answer is yes. Very many. In this era of great change, countless families and noble houses have fallen into ruin overnight, never to rise again. For others, these people hold no value. But for the wujiu, for Li Chen, these individuals are like buried pearls, just waiting for Li Chen to gently wield his divine power to make them shine once more. What is this called? This is called a potential stock. A potential stock that can appreciate 1,000-fold, 10,000-fold. However, while this kind of investment is efficient, it is not without its problems. The biggest issue is that if a family or an individual has been in decline for too long, 10 years, 20 years, 30 years, 40 years, they may not be able to endure until this era, until Li Chen's emergence. It is easy to go from frugality to luxury, but difficult to go from luxury to frugality. Those who fall from the peak to the mundane are always few who can truly endure. Among them, how many will choose to end their own lives? How many will vanish without a trace, impossible to find? So the best approach is to create an organization that starts from the distant past, seeking to collect potential stocks from all over the world. Yang Chen understood Li Chen's purpose and couldn't help but admire him in silence. He truly is remarkable, seeing 3 steps ahead with far-reaching plans. To think of such a method to recruit members for the wujiu. In her contemplation, Yang Chen couldn't help but feel curious. Over the past 14 years, how many potential members had Zhang Shicheng reserved for the wujiu? However, Yang Chen did not ask. This was not something she should know. She pondered, so, is the exposure of the wujiu related to one person or multiple people? Exactly, Zhang Shicheng replied readily, then couldn't help but shake his head and sighed. Miss Yang, have you ever heard of the Pingzhang Fang family from Jin province? The Pingzhang Fang family from Jin province? Yang Chen murmured, trying to recall but couldn't remember. She shook her head, no impression. Is the leak of the wujiu's affairs related to the Pingzhang Fang family? What kind of people are they, that you would take such risks? Since Miss Yang doesn't know, I will start from the beginning. The Pingzhang Fang family is a prominent family, quite wealthy. As early as 20 years ago, they were worth millions and controlled 2 coal mines, being well-known tycoons in the area. In the late 1980s, a member of the Pingzhang family, Fang Ankong, set up his own business, engaging in the piracy of CDs. At that time, pirated CDs were in high demand, and money came in very quickly. I got to know Fang Ankong precisely because of this matter. He was our most important partner in the inland and a crucial helper for the Longmen Group's rise. Besides pirated CDs, we also engaged in many other forms of cooperation. But good times didn't last long. In '92, a change occurred when gold was discovered in the Pingzhang family's coal mine. It is said that there was a gold mine associated with the coal mine. If it had only been coal, the Pingzhang family could have managed, but now with the discovery of gold, the interests became tempting. At that time, there was also a personnel reshuffle in the Pingzhang political scene, and the Pingzhang family's backing encountered problems. After that, sigh. Zhang Shicheng's expression darkened as he sighed, his demeanor sorrowful, and he fell silent. Yang Chen did not speak. She quietly waited for Zhang Shicheng's report while sorting through the information she had already gathered. The Pingzhang Fang family, holding coal mines, worth millions 20 years ago. They were even wealthier and more powerful than the Yang family. Being able to contract a coal mine locally means that this is no ordinary business family. It must have an inseparable relationship with the local officials. The benefits brought by the power of the officials are bound to change with the shifts in the political landscape. Wealth does not last beyond 3 generations, and this is the reason. Since ancient times, the distribution of wealth in the Xia kingdom has fluctuated according to the changes in the officialdom. Aside from hereditary nobility, very few families can ensure 3 generations in power. Zhang Shicheng collected his thoughts and continued to explain. Those people had negotiated with the Fang family, wanting to acquire the assets controlled by them at a low price. But the price they offered was only 1/10 of the actual value. It would not be an exaggeration to call it outright robbery. Although the Fang family lost their leader, they are still a prominent family locally. How could they be willing to be bullied like this? The head of the Fang family decisively rejected the proposal. He also anticipated that the other side would retaliate and would not let it go easily. But no one expected that they would be so ruthless, directly targeting the mine, secretly sabotaging its structure, resulting in over 50 miners being buried alive underground, all perishing. Yang Chen's expression changed slightly, her eyes growing colder and filled with disgust. Commercial acquisitions can be understood. Strong-arm tactics can also be understood. Bullying can still be understood. But she could not forgive the fact that, for the sake of malicious acquisition, they would wield the knife against the innocent. Over 50 lives. Such cold-blooded beasts are not worth mourning. Yang Chen cursed that beast inwardly, already guessing the outcome. With over 50 lives lost, coupled with the official backing of the other party, the Fang family was bound to decline. This matter caused quite a stir. Over 50 lives were lost, and the court sent a special investigation team to look into it. After 3 months of investigation, the head of the Fong family and several mine managers were all executed, and the mine and many of its industries were completely sealed off. From then on, the Fong family fell into decline. Fa Non Kong, having established his own faction, became one of the few survivors of the Fong family. By this point, the matter had seemingly passed. Due to the rise and fall of the officialdom, this is the fate of many families, but few would go to such extremes. However, this time they encountered someone too greedy. That person, after swallowing the Fong family's assets, set his sights on Fa Non Kong's business, wanting to take the opportunity to consolidate the underground world of Pingjiang. He sent people to threaten Fa Non Kong at home, leading to a conflict that caused Fa Non Kong's wife to miscarry. After comforting his wife, the old grievances and new enmities left him with no way to retreat. But the other side had long anticipated that Fa Non Kong would not yield and had preemptively bribed 2 of Fa Non Kong's subordinates. On that day, when Fa Non Kong attempted to attack, he was caught off guard by the other side, his men were defeated, and he himself was severely injured. I received news and sent someone to Pingjiang to rescue him. But there was a slip-up. One of the brothers was seriously injured and fell into the hands of the court. Although that brother soon succumbed to his injuries and did not expose the existence of the wujiu, his identity and information became a major flaw. It has been 10 years, I thought this matter would pass, but recently it seems someone has reopened this chapter of history. Zhang Shicheng sighed, feeling somewhat helpless. Yang Chen did not say much more. She already knew everything. This matter could indeed not be blamed on Zhang Shicheng. After all, who could guarantee that everything would go smoothly and according to plan? The current question was only one: was Fa Non Kong worth this price? And did he have the qualifications to become a member of the wujiu? However, this was no longer a question for Yang Chen to consider. She pondered, I am already aware of this matter and will report it to the Lord. Thank you. Zhang Shicheng cupped his hands in thanks, feeling relieved. Since the court began to pay attention to Longmen Town, his pressure had been immense. Is the strength of the Longmen Group great? Very great. In Longmen, half of the surnames are Zhang. This statement may be exaggerated, but to say that half of the people are from the Longmen Group is not an exaggeration at all. However, no matter how strong Longmen is, it remains insignificant in front of the court. It's like Mount Tai compared to dust. Yang Chen got the answer he wanted and did not linger at Zhang Shicheng's place, heading straight back to the university town. Just as Yang Chen left, a car with a local government license plate drove into the Zhang family. Inside the car sat a person, the mysterious County Chief Qin, a young talent at only 28 years old. County Chief Qin's appearance cannot be described as handsome, but he has a square face, calm and dignified. Beside him was a middle-aged man. In his 40s, with a square face, crew-cut, slightly dark skin, and a suit that fit him tightly, showcasing a strong physique. His eyes were like an eagle, vigilantly surveying the surroundings. The two got out of the car and were led by a servant to the front yard living room. Zhang Shicheng stood up to greet them, smiling as he extended his hand. County Chief Qin's visit truly brings glory to this humble abode. Mr. Zhang is too polite. It should be I who feels honored to meet Mr. Zhang. County Chief Qin shook hands with Zhang Shicheng, casually responding with flattery. Not at all, I am just an ordinary businessman, how can I compare to you? This way, please. Zhang Shicheng humbly replied, his gaze falling on the middle-aged man. He had not seen this person before and had not received any relevant information. This indicated that the other party was definitely not from Longmen and had only recently arrived in Longmen Town. A mysterious person who could accompany the county chief. Zhang Shicheng secretly remained vigilant, but did not show any signs on the surface. After a few minutes of sitting down, County Chief Qin chatted with Zhang Shicheng about some trivial matters, mainly the contributions of the Longmen Group to Longmen Town and Zhang Shicheng's achievements, etc. Regarding this flattery, Zhang Shicheng smiled and nodded, appearing very pleased, but inside he felt no ripples at all. After more than 10 minutes, County Chief Qin slapped his forehead and laughed. After chatting for so long, I almost forgot to introduce Mr. Zhang. This is the leader of the special investigation team from the capital, here to investigate a serious case from 10 years ago. Leader Wang, that case was indeed 10 years ago, right? County Chief Qin said, tilting his head to look over, inquiring as if he truly had a poor memory. But while asking, his eyes subtly glanced at Zhang Shicheng's expression. Leader Wang had a blank expression. County Chief Qin did not remember incorrectly. It was 10 years ago, in Pingjiang City, Shan Province. Zhang Shicheng thought to himself, as expected, but he maintained a calm demeanor, feigning confusion. Pingjiang in Shan Province. How could a case from there come to investigate in Longmen Town? Leader Wang stared intently at Zhang Shicheng, speaking flatly, that murder case was a premeditated gang crime. one of the criminals was shot dead on the spot. We found some key evidence on that person, indicating that he came from Longmen in Jiangbei. Zhang Shicheng pretended to understand, so that's how it is. After saying that, he showed a troubled expression. However, finding clues for a case from 10 years ago is really not easy. Leader Wang, you have worked hard. Serving the people and punishing evil, where is the hardship? That serious case back then was a premeditated gang crime, and several of the criminals escaped. So, we can only come to Longmen to investigate based on the clues. I have some capabilities in Longmen. If you need anything, just let me know. That would be great. Mr. Zhang must not refuse when the time comes, Leader Wang said with a smile, looking as if he had been waiting for this very response. You say that, but for matters concerning the country and the people, how could I refuse? Zhang Shicheng frowned, appearing as if to say that if you put it that way, you are looking down on me. The two exchanged a few words, chatting back and forth. After half an hour, County Chief Qin finally left with Team Leader Wang. Zhang Shicheng saw them off at the gate, watching as the two departed. Once the car drove out of the estate, the smiles on County Chief Qin and Team Leader Wang's faces vanished instantly. That old fox, County Chief Qin leaned back in his seat, glancing through the rearview mirror at Zhang Shicheng standing at the gate, cursing under his breath. He's a crafty one. Not a drop of information slipped out, Team Leader Wang said, pulling open his coat to reveal a listening device hidden beneath his suit. County Chief Qin rubbed his temples and asked, Team Leader Wang, do you really think this matter is related to Zhang Shicheng? Team Leader Wang turned off the listening device, glanced at the large estate behind them, and frowned. More than a decade ago, Zhang Shicheng was very close to Fong Kong, and that gunman came from Longmen, so there must be a connection. But it's been 10 years since the incident. Figuring out anything now isn't easy, Team Leader Wang said with a bitter smile, shaking his head. A cold case from 10 years ago is too distant, and many pieces of evidence have not been preserved, making it difficult to solve. But even if it's difficult, what can be done? This case is one that Vice Governor Liu specifically wants solved. After all, the victim back then was the brother-in-law of the Vice Governor. County Chief Qin squinted, thoughtfully staring at Zhang Shicheng's estate through the rearview mirror, weighing his words. If this matter is related to Zhang Shicheng, could the old-timers in the Longmen Group know something? It's possible, Team Leader Wang replied thoughtfully. After saying this, he leaned back in his seat, puzzled. Although Zhang Shicheng and Fong Kong have business dealings, would he really send 4 gunmen to support him? Or is there some deeper secret between them? County Chief Qin did not respond. This matter is indeed complicated. Although theoretically, Zhang Shicheng has no motive to rescue Fong Kong, all clues now point to Longmen. And Zhang Shicheng is the biggest local power in Longmen. The two have a deep cooperation. Besides Zhang Shicheng, they couldn't think of any other possibilities. County Chief Qin pondered and said softly, it seems we can only try to approach the higher-ups in the Longmen Group, those old-timers who follow Zhang Shicheng. Team Leader Wang nodded slightly. For now, that seems to be the only way. However, this isn't too difficult. The Longmen Group has a dirty history. It's quite simple to deal with them. Team Leader Wang's only concern is that the Longmen Group might act out of desperation. They are not ordinary people without power. They have some weapons hidden away. As for whether they have the guts to do something, well, there are plenty of such incidents. There have even been cases where investigation teams from the capital were wiped out by local forces. Although the local powers were punished afterward, one only has one life. It's not worth risking it all for this matter. While County Chief Qin and Team Leader Wang were contemplating their action plan, Yang Chen had already found Li Chen. By the lake in the park, the setting sun cast a golden shimmer on the water's surface, sparkling like scattered gold. The two sat under a pavilion by the lake. A gentle breeze brushed past them. Yang Chen sat beside Li Chen, reporting the matters assigned by Zhang Shicheng truthfully. 10 years ago, in Pingjing City, Shan Province. Fong Kong. Li Chen listened to Yang Chen's description, occasionally nodding slightly. That's what Zhang Shicheng instructed. Yang Chen finished, gazing at Li Chen's face, waiting for a response. This matter could be significant or trivial. If not handled properly, it could lead to trouble. But she believed Li Chen could manage it well. Without a doubt. Li Chen pondered for a moment and smiled softly. This is interesting. Notify Zhang Shicheng that I will meet him in 3 days. Fong Kong, Li Chen murmured, then instructed again, bring Fong Kong along. Yes. Yang Chen replied readily. Soon, the news reached Zhang Shicheng. Upon learning that Li Chen would return in 3 days, Zhang Shicheng sat alone in his study, laughing excitedly. 14 years. 14 years. He would finally see him again. Zhang Shicheng propped his arms on the table, his eyes blazing as he stared into the void, pondering for a long time. Not long after, a message came from the Zheng family estate. 3 days later, Master Zhang would host a banquet at his estate. This banquet was very grand, inviting the prominent figures of the entire Jiangbei. 3 types of invitations were used. One was a regular invitation for ordinary guests. One was a gilded invitation for distinguished guests. And there was another that looked like a regular or gilded invitation, with identical wording. However, the invitation bore symbols invisible to the naked eye, only revealing themselves under ultraviolet light. Infinity. A dragon totem coiled in a strange posture. This was the symbol of the wujiu. The wujiu had 3 levels of symbols. The lowest was the pure infinity. The next level was the infinity formed by a coiled snake. The highest level was the infinity formed by a coiled dragon. Among them, the infinity formed by a coiled dragon signified one thing in the wujiu. He has descended. The master of the wujiu, the president, the one and only God. As the invitation spread, a surging undercurrent stirred in Jiangbei, raising towering waves. Longmen Town, Sangli Community. A very ordinary neighborhood. Most of the residents here were employees of the Sangli Machinery Factory, and they were quite familiar with each other. Fang Guoqing, the production workshop manager of the Sangli Machinery Factory. A middle-aged man of ordinary appearance and robust build. He had a 10-centimeter long scar on his left cheek, slanting from the corner of his eye to the tip of his nose, the wound quite deep, suggesting how dire the situation must have been at the time. In the eyes of the employees at the Sangli Machinery Factory, although Fang Guoqing looked somewhat fierce, mainly due to the significant impact of that scar on his appearance, in reality, he was a warm-hearted person. He treated the factory workers well. He would never beat or scold them without reason, and occasionally he would think of ways to give them extra benefits. For example, adding a dish to lunch, more meat, or getting some fruits, ice pops, and other snacks. Although the benefits were not much, everyone felt warm inside. When Fang Guoqing walked through the community, the neighbors would actively greet him. Manager Fang, good morning. Manager Fang, did you just come back from outside? Manager Fang, I bought a hen, come over for chicken soup tonight. Manager Fang, why are you in such a hurry, where are you going? Fang Guoqing smiled in response, but his steps did not slow as he hurried home. He was carrying a black briefcase. Upon returning home, he closed the door. Fang Guoqing took out an invitation from his briefcase. An invitation for Fang Guoqing to attend a banquet at Zhang's estate at 10 o'clock in the morning 2 days later. Of course, he was invited as a senior executive of the Sangli Machinery Factory. Fang Guoqing glanced at the invitation, then hurried to his room and took out an ultraviolet lamp. As the light turned on, a mysterious symbol appeared. A dragon coiled into an infinity. Looking at this symbol, Fang Guoqing's expression changed drastically, and he fumbled the ultraviolet lamp, which fell to the ground with a thud. He stared blankly for a long time before reacting. Ha ha ha! Fang Guoqing wanted to laugh heartily, but due to overwhelming excitement, his laughter sounded almost like crying. But at this moment, he couldn't care less. Fang Guoqing tightly clutched the invitation, his eyes moist. It has come. It has come. The legendary person. The one who can defy fate. Fang Guoqing thought, his gaze falling on the bedside table. There lay a book, Das Kapital. The book had already turned yellow. On the front page of the book, there was a line of beautiful penmanship. To my son, may you be safe and sound. Fang Guoqing stared at the old book, tears welling up in his eyes, slowly dripping down. Dad! Big brother! I'm sorry for you both. When Fang Guoqing received the invitation, many others also received it. The number of invitees exceeded 300. This included County Chief Qin and Team Leader Wang. In the County Chief's office, County Chief Qin and Team Leader Wang sat on the sofa, 2 gilded invitations laid out on the coffee table in front of them. They were invitations from Zhang Shicheng. Ha! What a grand affair! I heard that all the prominent figures in Jiangbei received an invitation. Is this Zhang trying to show us who's boss? Team Leader Wang scoffed, but his eyes were serious and heavy. What he feared most was this situation. Not the intimidation from Zhang Shicheng, but the fear that the local powers would unite against the heavenly officials. If it came to that, no one could guarantee that it wouldn't lead to bloodshed. County Chief Qin toyed with the invitation, pondering. Zhang Shicheng has always been low-key. Although the Longmen Group dominates Longmen, he himself seems like a hermit who practices Buddhism. With his character, I don't think he would go that far. Moreover, is Fa Nankong really worth all this effort? Team Leader Wang nodded slightly. The target of this matter was clear. Fa Nankong. As long as they captured Fa Nankong, the matter would be settled. Whether there was still a murderer was unimportant. After all, Fa Nankong was a prominent figure in the open. Whether there were other characters was up to the investigation team to decide. Capturing the mastermind would mean the matter was resolved. Even that person couldn't possibly cling to it forever. Zhang Shichang was a smart man, he couldn't possibly not understand this logic. If he cooperated, it would naturally be good for everyone. After a brief silence, County Chief Qin held the invitation, considering, but since Zhang Shichang has made a move, we can't back down. If we retreat, there will truly be no place for us in Longmen Town. Team leader Wang nodded slightly, sighing helplessly. Power struggles were always like this. There was no retreat, only advance. If County Chief Qin was invited but did not attend, it would inevitably lead the local elites in Longmen to look down on him. If you can't even dare to attend a banquet, how can you expect to confront Zhang Shichang? Is that realistic? 2 days passed quietly. On the morning of the third day after the invitations were sent out, the Zhang family estate was filled with cars. There were luxury cars worth millions, as well as ordinary cars worth tens of thousands. All kinds of vehicles crowded the parking lots inside and outside the estate. By the time County Chief Qin arrived, he couldn't even find a place to park. It really is lively, County Chief Qin said as he got out of the car, surveying the bustling scene with a smile. There was not a hint of dissatisfaction in his words. Oh, isn't this County Chief Qin? Please, come in, a steward from the Zhang family estate warmly invited upon seeing County Chief Qin. County Chief Qin nodded slightly and said, "You're too kind." Then, seemingly casually, he asked, "What great occasion is it today that Master Zhang has invited so many guests?" As he spoke, County Chief Qin looked around, deep in thought. Although he had known that Zhang Shichang had invited many people, he hadn't expected it to be this many. What was particularly special was that these people, besides the celebrities of Jianbei, included many, well, people of ambiguous status. You could say they had no identity or status. They were either grassroots officials from the local government or executives from various companies in Longmen Town and Jianbei City. In the local context, they could barely be considered significant figures. It turns out County Chief Qin didn't know. Today is the celebration banquet held by Master Zhang to commemorate the 13th anniversary of the Longmen Group. So you see, many of the people here are from the management of the Longmen Group. County Chief Qin nodded slightly, half believing, half doubting. A celebration banquet? What a coincidence, chosen at this time. Moreover, he couldn't shake the feeling that something was off about the emotions of those people. There was a kind of fanaticism, excitement. The excitement was understandable. This was the Longmen Group's celebration banquet, and these people were the main characters. Given the generosity of the Longmen Group towards its own, there should be extremely generous material rewards, money and so on. But, fanaticism, that kind of gaze was indeed a bit abnormal. County Chief Qin, you arrived really early. Just as County Chief Qin was pondering, team leader Wang approached with a smile from a distance. He took the initiative to extend his hand to County Chief Qin. The two shook hands and followed the steward of the Zhang family into the manor. On the way, County Chief Qin's phone suddenly rang. He took it out and couldn't help but glance at team leader Wang in surprise. The text message was sent by team leader Wang. The situation is not right. The message contained only 4 words, and it was these 4 words that made County Chief Qin's heart race. Could it be a Hongmen banquet? County Chief Qin replied with a hint of unease. What happened? I underestimated Zhang Shichang's control over Longmen. Did you notice the gazes of those Longmen Group executives outside? That is the gaze of fanatic followers. The waters of Longmen are deeper than I previously imagined. Fanatic followers? County Chief Qin replied in astonishment. No mistake, I've dealt with several local cults before, and the most troublesome ones are these kinds of people. That kind of gaze, once seen, can never be forgotten. Sigh, Zhang Shichang is truly formidable. Team leader Wang sighed, his heavy brows unconsciously knitting tightly together. He had originally thought that Longmen Town was merely a place of collusion between officials and businessmen, a local power with tangled interests. Such situations were too common, one could say they were everywhere in Xia country. It was merely a matter of the size of power. But now, he realized the seriousness of the problem. Fanatic followers. To develop the organization's members to such an extent is definitely not a common means. Meanwhile, at various locations throughout the banquet, in some secluded corners, groups of guests were discussing a single matter in unison. He is coming. Fang Guoqing, to be precise, he should be called Fang Ankang. Ever since he was saved by Zhang Shichang all those years ago, Fang Ankang changed his name and hid in Longmen Town. Except for a very few people, no one knew his true identity anymore. At that time, Fang Ankang was one of the many discussing him. He, the most important and mysterious person in the wujiu. Since the establishment of the wujiu, apart from Zhang Shichang, no one has ever seen his true face. But every person who joined the wujiu held him in immense reverence. All of this stemmed from the third command left by Li Chen to Zhang Shicheng. This third command concerned the development of the wujiu and another crucial issue, the ownership of power. Organizational cohesion. Ever since the idea of creating an organization in the past was confirmed, Li Chen had been pondering a question. Creating an organization in the past meant that he had no right to interfere or control it. The development and operation of the organization had to be entrusted to others. This meant that the personnel rights, financial rights, and military rights of the organization, three of the most important powers, had fallen into the hands of others. What is power? Power is life and death, honor and disgrace. And life and death, honor and disgrace, are precisely the personnel rights, financial rights, and military rights. Personnel rights. That is the power over the selection, appointment, training, assessment, rewards and punishments, and allocation of personnel within the organization. Financial rights. The financial authority and expenditure responsibilities of the organization. In simpler terms, it is the power to allocate the organization's assets. The military authority is even clearer, as it pertains to the mobilization of the organization's force. Since ancient times, whenever a leader lacks these three powers, it is inevitable that chaos will ensue. Although Li Chen possesses absolute confidence and strength, even if he were to give those who change fate the courage of a dragon and the heart of a leopard, they would never dare to betray him. Not to mention the binding fate contract between both parties. Even without it, who would dare to betray someone capable of rewriting fate and altering the past? Anyone who has experienced their fate being rewritten would not dare to act recklessly unless they were insane. But therein lies the problem. The development of an organization, especially a large one, cannot be dictated by one or two individuals. Even if the fate changers are loyal, can the subordinates developed by the fate changers be equally loyal? Clearly, that is impossible. Who would be loyal to someone they have never met, someone they have never interacted with, someone whose name they do not even know? Not even a fool would do that. And once this issue cannot be resolved, another problem arises, the cohesion of the organization. For an organization to develop stably and sustainably, interests are certainly one factor, but an alliance based solely on interests is far too loose. Alliances formed out of interest will inevitably crumble due to interest. Therefore, any organization that can develop sustainably must have not only the entanglement of interests among its members but also organizational purposes, goals, regulations, and other factors. But here lies the problem. By having the fate changers create the organization in the past, Li Chen has left a vacancy in the highest power of the organization. The long-term absence of the highest leader is fatal to the development of an organization. It means that the organization will lack the most core cohesion. But can this problem be solved? The answer is yes. And it is quite simple. The answer to the problem lies in the history of religious development. Since ancient times, which deity has had a clear record of manifesting? None. Or rather, only the so-called clear records of religion. Yet even so, why do so many people still choose to believe in deities? This question has countless answers. But in summary, it likely boils down to hope, interests, spiritual solace, social belonging, and other reasons. From the development history of the world's major religions, Li Chen found a way to allow the highest leader of the wujiu to be absent for a long time while still maintaining the organization's cohesion. Faith. Spiritual solace. To make himself the god of the wujiu, the spiritual solace of its members. In this way, even if he does not appear for a long time, he can still hold the supreme power of the wujiu and keep its members united. Thus, Li Chen's third command to Zhang Shicheng was to create a faith within the wujiu, a spiritual refuge. Image of a god. But how can someone who does not appear for a long time, or rather cannot appear, become a god in the eyes of others? The answer is still very simple. Manifest. Make the impossible possible. Li Chen left Zhang Shicheng some information about the future through the fate contract. This information recorded many significant events from the time Zhang Shicheng crossed over and was reborn until the period when Li Chen existed. To foresee the future. This is a miracle. In the more than 10 years since the establishment of the wujiu, Zhang Shicheng has repeatedly demonstrated miracles to the organization members using the information left by Li Chen. It is precisely these repeated manifestations, these accurate predictions of the future, that have given the members of the wujiu unparalleled confidence in their supreme leader, who is akin to a deity, even though they have never seen Li Chen. Even if they do not know what Li Chen looks like, they still firmly believe that he must exist and possesses incredible power. For over a decade, they have been waiting, persisting, and anticipating. When will he finally descend? At this moment, they finally awaited their opportunity. They awaited the legendary moment. He has descended. Thinking of him, Fang Ankang's complexion was rosy, his brows danced with joy, even happier than during a wedding night. because Zhang Shicheng had already conveyed his holy decree to the members of the organization. Fa Nankang would have the chance to pay homage to him today. What this meant was clear to all members of the wujiu. The wujiu is a tightly organized, hierarchically structured group. There are 18 levels among the members. As long as one contributes to the organization, one can be promoted. After promotion, in addition to benefits and material enjoyment, one will also gain the opportunity to be close to him. Beyond these 18 levels, there exists a special status. The saints. The so-called saints are those chosen by him, granted a new life. Because of their contact with him, and receiving his grace, they are called holy. Fa Nankang's opportunity to pay homage to him meant that he was very likely to become the next saint of the wujiu. A saint. An opportunity to rewrite one's destiny and make up for one's regrets. How precious this is. How incredible. In life, who can be without regrets? Who can have nothing they wish to reclaim? An opportunity to rewrite one's fate, who could refuse? No one. At least in the wujiu, there is no such person. Upon learning that Fa Nankang had obtained the qualification for pilgrimage, the other members were envious to the point of reddening their eyes, eagerly anticipating with trembling hearts. He has finally descended. He is finally going to display his supreme power. Rewrite fate. Alter the past. What a great power this is. If it truly exists, how honored one would be to serve and follow such a great being. As the other members expressed their sentiments, they congratulated Fa Nankang one after another. Congratulations, Brother Fong. Brother Fong, once you change your fate, don't forget us, your struggling brothers. You're too kind, everyone is too polite. Hey, Brother Fong, that's not fair. Although we haven't personally experienced his power, we have felt it. Zhang Yi has personally described it. What a great power it is. With his favor, it would be hard not to prosper. Ha, I naturally wouldn't dare to doubt his power, but this time I only obtained the opportunity for pilgrimage. It doesn't mean he will bestow grace. That seems true. However, we've waited so many years. Brother Fong is the first to have the chance to pay homage. Even if he doesn't receive his grace this time, it can't be far off. Isn't that right? Brother Fong, don't be modest, otherwise, it would be too hypocritical. I wouldn't dare. What do you think he will look like? I don't know. Zhang Yi never reveals specific information about him. True, apart from Zhang Yi, none of us have seen him. I just wonder if we will have the chance to catch a glimpse of his holy visage this time. Whether we can catch a glimpse of his holy visage is not important. What matters is what he desires. Upon hearing this, everyone turned to look at Fa Nankang. Just as the members of the wujiu were discussing, the luxury car of the Yang family had arrived at the Zhang family estate. Li Chen and Yang Chen came hand in hand. The banquet venue was in the west courtyard. Here, there was a yard of several thousand square meters. Usually, it was a place for the Zhang family's security personnel to train and rest. It could be easily arranged into a basketball court, badminton court, and so on. At that time, a dining table stretching several dozen meters was pieced together in the center of the square, arranged in an oval shape. It was filled with delicacies and fine wines, mountain treasures and wild game. Shark fins and abalone were commonplace, and bear paws and deer antlers were all available. The invited guests gathered in small groups. Besides County Chief Qin, many leaders from Jiangbei City also attended. Leaders from the Tax Bureau, Mining Bureau, Commercial Bureau, and even Water and Electricity departments were present. After all, the Longmen Group is a major taxpayer in Jiangbei City. To put it bluntly, the taxes paid by the Longmen Group each year account for a quarter of the total tax revenue of Jiangbei City. This is a standard cash cow. After dealing with a few guests who were trying to get close, County Chief Qin stood under the wall, gazing at the officials of various levels in Jiangbei City who were chatting and laughing in the hall. He picked up a glass of juice and took a sip. It's really lively. County Chief Qin's voice was low, making it hard to discern his emotions. Lively? It's downright terrifying. Team leader Wang quietly approached County Chief Qin, his brows furrowed in a deep frown, holding a carton of milk and pretending to drink water, whispering, how so? County Chief Qin was quite surprised. He was well aware of team leader Wang's background. This man used to be a national security operative. Moreover, he was in charge of field operations. The various cases and incidents he handled were all earth-shattering events. Longmen, what a Longmen, team leader Wang sighed, his words filled with worry. The waters of Longmen are very deep, far deeper than any case I've handled before. County Chief Qin's expression changed slightly, squinting his eyes and thoughtfully surveying the surroundings. There are many places in Xia country where the waters run deep. There are even local forces that band together, ruthlessly annihilating the investigation teams from the capital. For someone like team leader Wang to give such an evaluation, County Chief Chin had to consider just how deep the waters were here and what secrets Longmen was hiding. But County Chief Chin was also puzzled. Longmen is not a key location. It lacks resources and economic power, unlike those resource-rich cities that have countless powerful figures behind the scenes. How deep could the waters be here? County Chief Chin pondered and cautiously asked, "Isn't what Team Leader Wang said a bit excessive?" "Not at all. I just took a round. Do you know what I saw? A lot of fanatical people." Fanatical. Team Leader Wang emphasized the word fanatical, even repeating it. When he said this, his expression was as grave as if he were facing a natural disaster. County Chief Chin's eyelids drooped slightly, growing even more puzzled. Fanatical? Yes, very fanatical, just like those religious zealots I've encountered before. That kind of gaze, that kind of emotion, is absolutely impossible to hide. This indicates that there is a tightly organized, highly cohesive internal department within the Longmen Group. Today, they must have something significant going on. The internal department of the Longmen Group. County Chief Chin murmured, contemplating, "I've heard of this." "Oh, you know?" "Yes, I've heard of it. It is said that the Longmen Group has a mutual aid organization. Only members of the Longmen Group can participate, whether they are executives of the Longmen Group or ordinary employees. The Mutual Aid Association mainly helps those in difficulty within the Longmen Group. For example, if an employee faces a family crisis, serious illness, or disaster, they can apply for subsidies from the Mutual Aid Association." Team Leader Wang shook his head slightly, countering, "No, it's definitely not that simple. From the behavior of these people, it appears to be a strictly hierarchical, even somewhat religiously inclined secret organization. Because I just discovered something interesting." "Interesting?" County Chief Chin was quite surprised and a bit curious. Team Leader Wang considered, in this banquet, there are at least 100 people with fanatical emotions, but these 100 people gather in threes and fives. When they come into contact with other fanatical individuals, they appear very cautious, or rather, they are trying hard to suppress their emotions. County Chief Chin, being in the officialdom and coming from a scholarly family, immediately understood the meaning of Team Leader Wang's words. He raised his eyebrows in surprise and said, "These members are not familiar with each other. They are very cautious internally, with a high level of confidentiality and characteristics of small groups." Indeed, this organization is very similar to the ancient factions and sects, belonging to a vertical organizational structure. The hierarchy is clear, with no interference among those of the same rank, and they may not even know of each other's existence. Hiss, if that's the case, the Longmen Group is indeed terrifying. But compared to the issues of the Longmen Group, I'm more curious about one thing. What exactly are they expecting? Team Leader Wang squinted, staring at all the guests around. County Chief Chin did not respond. He was curious too, but he wanted to leave even more. He didn't want to stay in this cursed place for a second longer. A gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall. He still had a bright future ahead and didn't want to end it here. If he had known the waters of Longmen Town were this deep, he definitely wouldn't have come to this broken place. While Team Leader Wang and County Chief Chin were whispering, two pairs of eyes had been quietly watching them. They were hidden in the darkness, and the faint light that reached them seemed to be swallowed by the terrifying darkness, only allowing them to vaguely see some shadows. "What do you think?" A whisper came from the darkness, as if to oneself. But this soft murmur was soon answered. "No wonder they are investigators from the capital. Their observation skills are truly remarkable." As for this County Chief Chin, although he comes from a noble background, both his observation skills and abilities are quite ordinary. Most importantly, he is very timid. Being timid is a fine quality. A gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall, knowing something is unachievable yet attempting it is reckless. "Let's go, it's about time. We should prepare to welcome him." "Are we going now? What about these two?" "No need to worry about them. After tonight, there will be no reason for anyone from the capital to come." As for County Chief Chin, indeed, the boss has been talking about this for so many years. We can finally open our eyes today and see that miraculous power that reverses fate. The two whispered and laughed, disappearing into the shadows of the manor. They were not the only ones quietly disappearing. In the bustling courtyard, more than 20 guests who had come to attend the banquet quietly left the venue, heading deeper into the manor. These people included high-ranking executives of the Longmen Group, grassroots officials of Longmen Town, and ordinary merchants from Longmen Town. In this noisy banquet, most of them were inconspicuous small figures. Therefore, their departure did not attract much attention. After all, there were too many people in the courtyard. With over 300 guests and more than 100 waitstaff and security, totaling 400 to 500 people, the absence of 20 or so was truly unnoticeable in the raucous banquet. They arrived at the backyard and entered the bathroom. Yes, the bathroom. The men and women split into two groups, undressing in the changing rooms of the male and female bathrooms, and then walked naked through a hidden door behind the lockers. Behind the hidden door was a sloping passageway. It wasn't long, just over 10 meters. At the end of the passage was a circular hall. The lighting was soft. The hall was filled with numerous lockers. Each locker bore the same symbol, infinity. Inside the lockers were sets of brand new robes. There were 4 colors, white, black, red, and purple. Besides the base color, the patterns on each robe were also different. The white robe had only the ordinary infinity symbol. On the black robe, the infinity was a giant python with its head and tail connected. On the red robe, the infinity was also a giant python, but its head was in the sky, coiled around the earth. On the purple robe, the infinity transformed into a 5-clawed golden dragon, adorned with 28 constellations, cloud patterns, and other decorations. This was the uniform designed by Zhang Shicheng for the members of the wujiu. It drew inspiration from the styles of ancient court attire but was greatly simplified. A group of people changed their clothes and continued deeper along the corridor. Fan Ankang was among them. He appeared extremely nervous, his palms and soles sweating coldly. His hands felt as if they had just been washed and not dried. So nervous Zhang Shicheng appeared behind Fan Ankang. He observed Fan Ankang's expression and teased with a smile, "You are a bit nervous." Fan Ankang swallowed and smiled awkwardly. After waiting for so many years, hiding for so long, how could he not be nervous now that the opportunity was finally at hand? No need to be nervous, the whole process is just like a dream. A wonderful, special dream. When you wake up from the dream, you'll know how beautiful this world is. Zhang Shicheng shared his experience with a dreamy look in his eyes, still filled with nostalgia and longing when talking about crossing over and rebirth, even after all these years. "I hope so," Fan Ankang replied with a complex smile, unsure of what to say. The two chatted as they walked deeper into the corridor. Soon, they arrived at a large arched hall. It was huge, over 2,000 square meters. Although the hall was brightly lit, the vastness and the few guests made it feel rather cold. At the innermost part of the hall was a high platform, about 3 feet off the ground. It was 5 meters long and 4 meters wide. Surrounding the platform were white drapes and beaded curtains, partially obscuring the view. One could only vaguely see a chair placed on the platform. It was intricately carved with dragons and phoenixes, extremely luxurious. The chair was empty. This left the members of the wujiu who had just entered feeling somewhat disappointed. Because the chair belonged to the highest leader of the wujiu, the president, the master, and the only shrine of faith. Before the crowd could recover from their disappointment, a sound of footsteps came from the corridor behind the platform. The footsteps were steady and powerful, echoing clearly in the empty hall. Upon hearing this sound, everyone perked up. Since the establishment of the wujiu, no one had walked through that corridor, or what they called the Heavenly Road, during a formal meeting. According to the rules of the wujiu, only one person could enter through that passage during a meeting. He, the creator of the wujiu, a great being capable of rewriting fate. The footsteps grew closer, and one could faintly see someone walking slowly towards them. In an instant, the hall fell silent, the sound of a pin dropping could be heard, and everyone was so excited that their faces turned red, holding their breath, afraid that even the slightest sound would disturb that presence. In reverence, they lowered their heads, so tense that they could hear their own heartbeats. Fan Ankang felt this even more acutely. His forehead, temples, and back were instantly soaked with sweat. Excitement. Fear. Tension. As this moment approached, Fan Ankang no longer knew how to describe his feelings. Amid the complex emotions of the wujiu members, Li Chen walked from backstage to the chair. He looked through the beaded curtains and drapes at the more than 20 people standing below with their heads bowed, and a smile involuntarily crept onto his lips. The fate contract could indeed bypass the great powers of fate and time, allowing the fate changer to glimpse the future, and enabling his commands to traverse time and space. This discovery was extremely important to Li Chen. It also made altering the future more feasible. Countless possibilities. Li Chen pondered as he sat down. The chair was carved from pure wood but had a layer of soft padding, making it very comfortable. After sitting down, his gaze fell on Zhang Shicheng, and he smiled. "Zhang Shicheng, come forward." "Yes." Zhang Shicheng's face was filled with excitement as he lowered his head and took small steps forward. His footsteps were very light, as if afraid that even the slightest sound would disturb Li Chen. Passing through the drapes and lifting the beaded curtain, Zhang Shicheng looked at the high-seated Li Chen and could no longer contain his excitement. Tears filled his eyes as he knelt before Li Chen with a thud. Choked up, Zhang Shicheng pays respects to the president. After speaking, he knocked his head 3 times with a loud thud, the dull sound echoing through the hall. This made the members of the wujiu standing below raise their heads quietly, peeking at the high platform from the corners of their eyes. they felt both surprised and expectant. Surprised that the usually calm and unexpressive Zhang Yi was so agitated. Expectant that whatever could make Zhang Yi so excited clearly had power beyond mere legend. Li Chen accepted it calmly. After Zhang Shichang bowed, he got up from his seat and supported Zhang Shichang's arm. The moment he touched Zhang Shichang, a ball of light flew out from Zhang Shichang's body, floating above his head. It was as if a bright moon hung there. The moonlight shone brightly, projecting two enormous light screens. It even pierced through the curtains and bead curtains. One light screen displayed Zhang Shichang's tragic fate. The other light screen showed the fate of Zhang Shichang after he defied the heavens and changed his destiny. This phenomenon attracted the attention of all the members of the wujiu. They stared at the two light screens, initially confused, not understanding the meaning of the images, but as the scenes changed, they gradually began to discern the clues. These were the two lines of fate of Zhang Shichang. One was the fate before it was changed. The other was the fate after it was changed. Everything was just as Zhang Shichang had honestly shared with them. If it weren't for him, if it weren't for his divine power, there would be no current Zhang Yi, only a Zhang Shichang barely hanging on. As everyone watched the transformation of Zhang Shichang's fate, their emotions became increasingly evident and excited with the contrast. And at the moment of their excitement, Li Chen also reaped the rewards. The paradox of fate grew at a visible speed. 70, 75, 80, 85, 100. When the paradox of fate reached 100, Li Chen felt as if he had entered another space, another world. It was empty here, with no sky, no earth. In this boundless world, there was only a dazzling, multicolored divine tree. This tree spanned the universe, the only one in existence. It was as if carved from jade and agate, shimmering with countless brilliant colors, like soft, colorful clouds. The moment Li Chen's gaze fell upon the tree, he instantly understood its origin. Fate. This is fate. The countless brilliant colors were the embodiment of the destinies of countless beings, even the destinies of countless planets. At the same time, in reality, Li Chen's eyes were slightly closed, and the same phenomenon appeared above his head. A radiant divine tree materialized above him. The roots of the tree swayed, like the aurora. Unknown where it came from, unknown where it was going. Everyone looked at the divine tree above Li Chen's head, and with just an unconscious glance, it was as if they returned to their childhood, back to the moment they were just born. Many memories long forgotten, many buried deep within their hearts for who knows how many years, many memories sealed in a pit that could never be opened, all surged forth. At this moment, they seemed to become gods, watching their own lives. At this moment, their last doubts vanished completely. Fa Non Kong was the most excited, kneeling on the ground with a thud, looking at the divine tree above Li Chen, tears streaming down his face. Is this his power? Is this the divine power he possesses? Rewriting fate. Rebirth. Thinking of the opportunity he was about to receive, thinking of the chance to change the greatest regret of his life, Fa Non Kong could no longer contain the pain and excitement in his heart. He bowed his head and wept, his cries difficult to suppress. Woo-woo, the sobbing sound startled everyone from their daze and drew their attention. They looked at Fa Non Kong, who was kneeling on the ground and crying loudly, filled with envy. Amid Fa Non Kong's cries, Li Chen gradually came back to his senses. He sensed the phenomenon above his head and smiled. Level 2. The ability has successfully advanced. After the advancement, the power to alter fate has been significantly enhanced, and a new branch skill has emerged. Li Chen contemplated the ability after the advancement, his gaze falling on Fa Non Kong. Fa Non Kong, male, age, 44, fate crossroad 1, 12 years ago, the Fong family's mine collapsed, burying over 50 people alive underground. The heir of the Fong family, Fa Non Kong's brother Fong Jingtang, died in the mine on the same day. Fate crossroad 2, 10 years ago, Fa Non Kong was persecuted, his wife had a miscarriage, and his property was seized. Unwilling to accept his fate, Fa Non Kong rose in rebellion, killing his enemies but had to go into hiding. Fate crossroad 3. Li Chen's gaze remained fixed on Fa Non Kong. Wherever his eyes landed, Fa Non Kong's fate crossroads all became apparent. Under Li Chen's scrutiny, Fa Non Kong felt as if he were stripped bare, standing there exposed, allowing others to scrutinize and observe him, with not a shred of privacy left. That feeling of being completely unmasked, utterly devoid of secrets, made Fa Non Kong lower his head even further, wishing he could burrow into the ground. Fear, nervousness, anticipation. A myriad of complex emotions brewed within him. Although others did not share Fa Non Kong's feelings, they too held their breath, afraid to disturb Li Chen. Fa Non Kong, Li Chen observed for a moment, then withdrew his gaze and called out. As Li Chen's gaze shifted away, Fa Non Kong felt as if a small mountain had been lifted from his body, and he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He swallowed hard, not daring to wipe the sweat from his forehead, and hurriedly replied, "Here." Life's path is filled with choices. Every choice signifies a completely different life path. One wrong step could lead to irretrievable consequences. Li Chen's voice was calm, without a ripple, as if he were merely discussing something very ordinary, very commonplace. But to Fa Non-kong, each word struck like thunder, like raging waves, leaving him unable to remain calm. Fate. Choice. He understood all too well. But, who can guarantee that their life will be perfect? That they won't make a wrong choice? It's impossible. Life offers countless choices, and no one can achieve it without regrets. Throughout history, so many emperors and generals, despite having countless resources, still could not attain perfection, let alone ordinary people. Fa Non-kong felt a deep sense of emotion but dared not respond. He didn't know how to reply. He was even more afraid that if he misstepped with a single word, a hard-won opportunity he had waited for over a decade would slip away. He simply knelt there, prostrated on the ground, like a pitiful person waiting for divine grace, like one awaiting the compassion of gods and Buddhas. Do you remember the purpose of the wujiu? Li Chen suddenly changed the subject, leaving Fa Non-kong momentarily stunned. But he quickly regained his composure. I remember. Know the white, guard the black. Do you understand the meaning of know the white, guard the black? Know the white, guard the black comes from the Tao Te Ching, meaning to deeply understand the brilliance of light yet willingly dwell in the dark. This is your way of telling us that although the wujiu possesses unparalleled power and your protection, we must still remain hidden in the darkness. Fa Non-kong answered fluently, explaining without a moment's pause. For over a decade, he had memorized this phrase thoroughly. Li Chen nodded slightly, very satisfied with Fa Non-kong's response. He continued, you spoke well, but know the white, guard the black is a means, not an end. Do you know what the goal of the wujiu is? As Li Chen posed this question, his gaze swept over the other members. He had not told Zhang Shicheng the goal of the wujiu, as he was uncertain whether Zhang Shicheng could succeed at that time. This was merely an experiment to verify a few small questions. Now he had obtained the answers and had a brand new plan for the future. Perhaps it will make many people fearfully plan. Upon hearing Li Chen's question, Fa Non-kong and the other members exchanged glances. The goal. They had truly never considered it. The reason they chose to join the wujiu was mostly due to regrets, wanting to change those regrets. Some were purely attracted by Zhang Shicheng's achievements, wanting to catch a glimpse of the power to alter fate. As for the goals of the wujiu, they did not care. It was nice to enjoy the shade under a big tree. Who cared what the wujiu wanted to do? At this moment, facing Li Chen's question, everyone fell into silence. Even Zhang Shicheng looked somewhat bewildered. The goal of the wujiu. He also did not know how to answer this question. In the hall, the atmosphere became particularly strange. The members of the wujiu appeared slightly uneasy. After a brief silence, Zhang Shicheng spoke first. He respectfully said, the wujiu was established following the president's philosophy. Your philosophy is the goal of the wujiu. Your will is the direction of the wujiu. We will do our utmost to implement your philosophy. Upon hearing this, the members of the wujiu, who had been somewhat gloomy and awkward, regained their spirits. They secretly gave Zhang Shicheng a thumbs up. It was still the boss. This flattery was excellent. While they admired him, they echoed, we will do our utmost to implement your philosophy. For a moment, the hall was filled with flattery. Li Chen remained unmoved by everyone's flattery. His question today was very important. It concerned the future of the organization, and perhaps even the development of the past. What he wanted was not flattery, but capable and practical people. Li Chen's gaze fell on Fa Non-kong as he calmly asked, Fa Non-kong, how can a country, a force, achieve long-term stability? Fa Non-kong frowned slightly and pondered, let the people live and work in peace and contentment. If the people live and work in peace and contentment, then they will be united, and external enemies will not dare to invade. How to let the people live and work in peace and contentment? Li Chen continued to ask. The distribution of social wealth. As Laozi said, the way of heaven is to diminish the excess and supplement the insufficient. The way of man, however, is not so, it diminishes the insufficient to serve the excess. Since ancient times, the rise and fall of dynasties, the alternation of power, and the chaos in the world have all stemmed from problems in the distribution of social wealth. As many people say, the flaw of ancient times lay in land annexation, but land annexation is just one of the many manifestations of the problem of social wealth distribution. Since the Industrial Revolution, the manifestations of the problem of social wealth distribution have also become diversified. But different countries exhibit different situations. At this point, Fa Non-kong's gaze became distant, and his expression appeared somewhat desolate. He recalled some past events. In the distant past, when his father and elder brother were alive, they had taught him some principles. At that time, he was young and self-assured, not taking his father and elder brother's admonitions to heart. Now, looking back, he couldn't help but sigh. Fa Nankong sighed heavily, reflecting on his father's teachings, and explained, take the Xia kingdom as an example. Since the Qin and Han dynasties, the Xia kingdom has been a centralized bureaucratic slave system. The bureaucratic capital led by the emperor enslaves the people in the name of the state, treating the common people as slaves, wielding life and death without restraint. The entire country, all the people, serve the bureaucratic class. Whether it is the great families or the local gentry, who is not entangled with the officials. Thus, since ancient times, being an official has been esteemed. Only by becoming an official can one have the power to distribute social wealth. Only by becoming an official can one have the opportunity to control social wealth. And once one becomes an official, they will act without restraint, trying every means to fill their own pockets with social wealth. This is also a characteristic of the system. Political status is linked to economic status. Only by becoming an official can one have money. With money, one desires to become an even greater official. Because everyone understands that once you lose power, you lose everything. So the officialdom is like a battlefield. Once you climb up, you are unwilling to come down and will stop at nothing to suppress those who come after. At this point, Fa Nankong laughed self-deprecatingly. My Fong family is one of them. Back then, my father told me these truths, wanting me to enter the officialdom, but unfortunately Fa Nankong shook his head slightly and did not continue. The past is like smoke, it's better not to mention it. He paused, then for the first time looked up at Li Chen and said seriously, do you want this world? This short sentence contained only a few words. Yet, those few words struck everyone present like a thunderbolt. Their pupils constricted, their faces changed from pale to flushed. At that moment, they suddenly awakened. Yes. If not for the ambition for the world, why ask this question? Even Zhang Shicheng shivered. He cautiously, yet somewhat excitedly, glanced at Li Chen from the corner of his eye. Having experienced reincarnation, Zhang Shicheng understood Li Chen's abilities even more and admired him greatly. He believed that if Li Chen truly aimed for the world, then no one could stop him, without a doubt. After all, who can stop someone who can alter fate, or a god? In the vast hall, there was a sudden silence, terrifyingly quiet. Everyone was waiting for Li Chen's answer. But they couldn't even grasp their own feelings. Fear? Excitement? Tension? Unease? Thrill? Perhaps all of them. Is it only this world? Li Chen said with a soft laugh. His voice was calm, even carrying a hint of lightness. But in everyone's ears, those 6 short words were like a high-speed train rushing past, the whirlwind it stirred making one feel as if they were in a sandstorm. The sound was deafening. Is it only this world? In everyone's minds, it was as if a storm had risen. Even Fa Nankong was momentarily speechless. He knelt there in a daze, his expression vacant. Li Chen was very pleased with Fa Nankong's response and continued thoughtfully, the goal of the wujiu is to balance the world. In the world, there is yin and yang, and in humanity, there is wealth and poverty. It is precisely because the gap between the rich and the poor has expanded to the point where the common people can hardly make a living that dynasties change and wars frequently occur. The goal of our wujiu is to create a balanced world. Though there is wealth and poverty, the poor should not be left without a place to stand. Though there is yin and yang, the weak should not be left without a foothold. Balance is the long-term path. Balance is also the goal that best aligns with the interests of our wujiu. Fa Nankong suddenly came to his senses and nodded repeatedly upon hearing this. Since ancient times, the greatest problem with dynastic changes has been internal strife, division between the upper and lower classes, hostility between officials and the people. A country, a power, once it reaches this point, is not far from destruction. Because afterward, they will invest a large amount of manpower and resources into suppressing the people's discontent, thereby increasing the financial burden. But the root of the people's rebellion lies in their inability to survive, their powerlessness to live. The court needs money to suppress the people. Where does the money come from? From the people. They use the money extorted from the people to continuously suppress the discontented and even starving populace. Therefore, using suppression to resolve civil unrest will inevitably lead to more chaos. Yet even so, many countries still choose to invest manpower and resources into suppressing the people rather than addressing why the people are rebelling. The West is like this, and the East is the same. For example, ancient Greece's Sparta, Rome, and so on. The Eastern dynasties of Qin, Han, Sui, Tang, Song, Yuan, Ming, and Qing are no different. Balance. This is a very delicate state. It is also the ultimate dream pursued by countless dynasties, because balance means a dynasty lasting for 10,000 years, 1 generation, 2 generations, 100 generations, 10,000 generations. In theory, no one can achieve balance in the world. But Fa Non believes that Li Chen can do it. A person who can rewrite fate, what else is there that he cannot accomplish? Fa Non respectfully said, I will remember this. Upon hearing this, the others savored the words balance from Li Chen and hurriedly echoed, we will remember your teachings. Li Chen nodded slightly. Balance in the world. This is the ultimate goal of the wujiu. When the wujiu becomes the ruler of the world, there is only one answer to how to maintain long-term stability in controlling the world. Balance. And those who stand in the way of balance. Li Chen squinted, his gaze sharp as a sword, like thunder, capable of destroying all obstacles. He said solemnly, Fa Non, I will rewrite your fate and bring you back to 1992. But there are 3 things I need you to do. These 3 things are very dangerous. Do you dare to accept? Fa Non finally waited for this moment, trembling with excitement, his face flushed, repeatedly bowing, I am willing. I am willing. Even if it costs me my life, I will fulfill the president's orders. Li Chen smiled and said, if you die, I will lose a capable subordinate. This time, to change your fate, the first thing you need to do is gather funds for the wujiu. I will leave you many hints for the future, and what you need to do is invest in various industries according to these hints. This time, you must not think about that pirated CD business, Li Chen said, teasingly. This remark instantly eased the solemn and tense atmosphere in the hall, causing the excited and nervous Fa Non to laugh uncontrollably. After laughing, he replied, I will definitely follow the president's instructions. I will never think about that pirated CD business again. Upon hearing this, everyone couldn't help but laugh. But soon, there was immense envy. Traveling through time and being able to receive the president's guidance, isn't this just like the protagonist of a time-traveling novel? With the president's instructions, Fa Non would probably develop even more impressively and quickly than Zhang Yi. Li Chen smiled and snapped his fingers. A leaf from the tree of fate fell, drifting towards Fa Non. On its way to Fa Non, this colorful leaf gradually transformed into a long scroll, like a magnificent aurora. Such a miraculous scene left everyone dumbfounded. Is this his power? Is this the contract that can change fate, as mentioned by Zhang Yi? Sign the contract, go. Fa Non looked at the drifting fate contract, and upon hearing Li Chen's voice, excitedly bowed 3 times again. Then, without any hesitation, he didn't even look at the content of the fate contract and pressed his right hand onto it. In an instant, the scroll seemed to come alive, transforming into a colorful divine dragon that enveloped Fa Non and soared into the sky. Achuana Hongqi Sedan, the younger Fa Non, who had aged a decade, sneezed and woke from his slumber. At that time, Fa Non was 32 years old, sporting a striking head of blonde hair, still a standard-spirited young man. He looked somewhat dazed out the window, then turned to the man beside him. A tall middle-aged man in his 40s with a square face. His name was Fong Jingtang, the eldest son of the Fong family and one of the heads of the Pingzhong Fong Coal Company. Fong Jingtang was 13 years older than Fa Non. Because of his age, he had spoiled this younger brother quite a bit since childhood. You're awake. Fong Jingtang saw Fa Non waking up, sighed helplessly, and handed him a towel. Wipe your face. You're not young anymore, it's time to focus and make a career. Oh. Fa Non was still a bit dazed, casually responding as he took the towel. The towel was slightly damp and still warm. Wiping it across his face instantly made Fa Non feel a bit more alert. He took a deep breath and then looked at his older brother. For some reason, a strong wave of sorrow surged within him. The sorrow came inexplicably, yet it felt so real, so overwhelming. Tears began to flow down his cheeks without him even realizing it. Fong Jingtang, seeing this, was momentarily stunned. He murmured, after hesitating for a few seconds. Fong Jingtang's tone softened as he comforted, I'm not scolding you. You've made quite a bit of money selling pirated DVDs, but that money comes quickly and goes just as fast. It's unstable. Although our Fong family no longer has the support of Uncle San, life is a bit harder than before. But finding a stable livelihood and setting you up with some assets is still an easy task. Alright, I won't scold you anymore. You're such a grown man, how can you still cry like a child? Quick, wipe your face. What will people think? As Fong Jingtang spoke, seeing Fa Non tears flowing like a broken pearl curtain, he couldn't help but soften completely. While comforting him, he couldn't help but feel puzzled. He had talked to his brother about these things before, but Fa Non had always acted like he was on top of the world, very proud. Why was there such a big change this time? Fa Non stared blankly at his brother, only then realizing that his face was drenched in tears. He wiped his eyes with his hand, his gaze slightly dazed, murmuring, why am I crying? You don't know you're crying? Fong Jingtang was taken aback at first, then worriedly said, could it be that staying up late has caused some problems? No, it's just that I feel inexplicably sad and want to cry. Fa Non Kong wiped away his tears, feeling at a loss for how to explain his brother's concern. Sad? Wanting to cry? Could it be that you've encountered something evil? Fong Jingtang's expression grew heavier, filled with concern. A good person wouldn't suddenly feel so sad and want to cry unless something was wrong. Fa Non Kong didn't know how to explain. He leaned back in his chair, staring blankly out the window at the street scene. Shadows of trees passed by, crops swept past. In the depths of his mind, a voice emerged. A grand voice. Praise my true name, receive my guidance. Fate as a guide, defy the heavens to change destiny. Who? The inexplicable voice that appeared in his mind made Fa Non Kong shiver, sitting up abruptly. He looked around warily, feeling inexplicably irritable. It was as if it were a sign before a natural disaster. A strong sense of unease surged in his heart. What's wrong? Fong Jingtang, observing his brother's behavior, also became extremely uneasy. His expression was worried as he cautiously said, "How about we don't go to the mine for now, let's go home first." Fong Jingtang initially wanted to suggest going to a nearby temple, but then thought better of it. If his brother really had something unclean about him, mentioning the temple directly might provoke that evil spirit. It would be better to go home first, and then he could personally go to the temple to consult the deity. Fa Non Kong originally wanted to agree. He didn't like going to the mine. But just as the words were on the tip of his tongue, a strong sense of unease and fear surged within him, turning into, "It's fine, let's go to the mine first, we'll go home later. After all, we're just going to take a look, it won't take long." Fong Jingtang nodded slightly, falling silent. But his eyelids drooped, and his worry deepened. Fa Non Kong had never liked anything to do with the mine. If it weren't for their father pressing him hard, he wouldn't have come along. And he had to drag him out of bed to do so. How could his brother, who usually disliked going to the mine, suddenly seem like a different person? It was too strange. Was there really something unclean? Fong Jingtang pondered silently, but sitting next to Fa Non Kong, he dared not show it. The car continued towards the mine. Half an hour later, they arrived at the mine. The reason Fong Jingtang came to the mine today was to personally inspect the site where the gold mine was excavated. Gold? This thing is too entangled. If not handled properly, it could even become a disaster for the Fong family. After all, as the ancients said, to possess a jewel is to invite trouble. Losing the greatest pillar in the officialdom, the Fong family now had to be cautious in their dealings. Upon arriving at the mine, Fong Jingtang changed his clothes, put on a miner's helmet, and prepared to go underground with his secretary. As for Fa Non Kong, although he was somewhat worried, he could only be arranged to rest in the office until Fong Jingtang returned. Just as he finished changing and stepped out of the changing room, Fong Jingtang saw Fa Non Kong wearing a miner's helmet. "On Kong, what are you doing?" Fong Jingtang asked, somewhat surprised and worried. Fa Non Kong had never liked the mining area, largely because he had a slight claustrophobia. Once in a confined space, he would uncontrollably feel fear, tension, and even shortness of breath. And the mine undoubtedly fit this description perfectly. "Brother, I'm going down with you," Fa Non Kong said irritably, glancing around anxiously. "Nonsense, you know your own condition, don't you? Just stay in the office and rest until I come back," Fong Jingtang said sternly, reprimanding him. Seeing this, the secretary also comforted, "Second master, we've been in charge of this mine for so many years, there won't be any problems down there. You're not feeling well." So just before the secretary could finish, Fa Non Kong rubbed his forehead and interrupted irritably, "What does it have to do with you? Does the second master need to ask your permission to go underground?" The secretary was immediately silenced by the reprimand, his smile frozen on his face. "Enough, how can you talk to old Jean like that? No matter what, old Jean is still your elder. Alright, if you want to go down, then go, but I have one requirement, if you feel unwell at all, you must come back up immediately." Fong Jingtang glared at Fa Non Kong, scolding him a couple of times, then gave the secretary a helpless expression. He was sure that Fa Non Kong was possessed by something evil, and now he could only go along with his brother's wishes, fearing that the evil would harm him. The secretary had followed Fong Jingtang for over 20 years and was naturally familiar with Fa Non Kong's situation. He also felt that something was off about Fa Non Kong today, inside and out. However, there were some things Fong Jingtang could say that he could not. Facing Fong Jingtang's apologetic gaze, old Jean smiled and returned a nonchalant expression. With Fa Non Kong causing such a scene, no one else dared to say anything. Accompanied by the mine staff, a group of more than 10 people arrived at the entrance of the mine tunnel. The tunnel was dark and deep, like a giant python ready to swallow everything. Standing at the entrance, Fa Non Kong was already starting to tremble. Fear, tension, unease. A mix of complex emotions surged in his heart, but there was also a voice, a force, urging him to go down together. How about it? Do you want to go back and rest? Fong Jingtang got on the monkey car and glanced at his pale-faced brother, asking somewhat helplessly. No need, I'm fine. Fong Ankang gritted his teeth and also got on the monkey car. The so-called monkey car was a type of aerial passenger device, simply put, a super simplified version of a cable car. It could only accommodate one person. Seeing that Fong Ankang was still unwilling to give up, Fong Jingtang could only let him be. The group first took the monkey car, then walked. Turning east and west, they walked for more than 10 minutes. Unknowingly, they had reached a depth of 300 meters underground. This was already the working area, the passage was relatively narrow, and everything around was pitch black, with only the hydraulic roof overhead reflecting a faint cold light under the illumination. Along the way, Fong Jingtang was absent-minded, occasionally checking on Fong Ankang's condition. However, although Fong Ankang, who had previously seemed as if he were heading to the gallows upon entering the mine, was now exhibiting signs of agitation and worry, he did not show the same symptoms as before. This made Fong Jingtang sigh inwardly, feeling a mix of respect and concern. What kind of trouble had his brother gotten himself into? Before Fong Jingtang could ponder this further, a sudden creaking sound came from behind. The sound was not loud, but in the quiet mine, it was extremely clear. This noise made Fong Jingtang pause slightly, uneasily glancing back. Mr. Fong, it's nothing. We check this mine every day. It might just be that some parts are aging, causing a bit more noise during operation, the mine manager said, seeing Fong Jingtang stop. He cursed the safety inspector in his heart but maintained a calm demeanor. Seeing the manager's confidence, Fong Jingtang's unease eased a little. After all, the manager was with him. Even if he didn't care about his own safety, wouldn't he still be concerned for his own? He nodded slightly. Just as the group had walked a few dozen meters, a tremendous roar suddenly erupted behind them. Accompanied by the violent sound, the ground and the mine trembled, and large chunks of coal debris fell from above. But that was not the most terrifying thing. The most frightening part was that the hydraulic roof support above them seemed to have encountered a problem and was on the verge of collapse. The group was momentarily stunned, then their faces turned pale in unison. The mine was about to collapse. Before anyone could react, a massive cloud of dust rushed toward them, instantly turning their faces black. At the same time, the hydraulic roof support could no longer hold, slowly descending with a creaking sound. The heavy roof, made entirely of metal, bore down like a mountain, making it hard to breathe. Boom! A section of the hydraulic roof could not withstand the chain reaction caused by the collapse and fell from above, right onto Fong Ankang. Seeing this scene, Fong Jingtang's eyes widened in horror as he screamed, Ankang quick! However, at that moment, Fong Ankang seemed stunned, standing there dazed as the heavy hydraulic plate bore down on him. The others were also paralyzed by the sudden disaster, completely ignoring Fong Ankang. With the ground shaking violently beneath their feet, even standing firm was a challenge. As they watched Fong Ankang about to be crushed, they turned their heads away in despair, unable to shake off their fear. This time it was Fong Ankang. Would they be next? Just when everyone thought Fong Ankang was doomed, his eyes suddenly cleared, and a strange, colorful light radiated from his pupils, faintly revealing the shadow of a leaf. In that moment, Fong Ankang understood. Numerous causes and effects surfaced in his mind. He knelt down with a thud, passionately reciting, divine wanderings in the void, the world is like a chessboard. The myriad forms of humanity, all enter the divine machine. Fate is crafted by oneself, also granted by the divine. A flash of divine light, fate is set. Fong Ankang humbly invites the divine presence. Fong Ankang's recitation was incredibly fast, and as he spoke, time seemed to slow down like a film being played in slow motion. The hydraulic roof plate that was about to fall on his head appeared to freeze in place, frame by frame, moving incredibly slowly. Fong Ankang humbly invited the divine presence. The 7 words echoed like thunder in the mine. This left all the accompanying personnel exchanging bewildered glances. Had he gone mad? Or was he just foolish? Inviting the divine presence? Who was he calling upon? However, just as everyone was at a loss, even secretly cursing, countless specks of light surged from Fong Ankang's right hand. In an instant, these specks transformed into a brilliant galaxy, filling the mine that stretched for who knows how many meters. Amidst the dazzling starry river, expressions of disdain and dissatisfaction gathered on the faces of the crowd, their gazes shifting from confusion to shock, and then back to confusion. They all looked towards Fong Ankang, with only one thought in their minds. Could it be that there really is a celestial being? Accompanied by the crowd's doubts, a figure walked towards them across the starry river from afar. It seemed to come from the ancient past, yet also appeared to be from the future, ethereal and uncertain. He was enveloped in a radiant light, making it hard to see him clearly. The only thing that could be seen distinctly was a treasure tree shimmering with brilliant colors atop his head. It looked as if it were crafted from glass, or sculpted from jade. It was Li Chen. After his abilities were enhanced to level 2, everything changed. Previously, when Li Chen altered others' destinies, it felt like watching a movie, with a clear sense of detachment. But now, at Fa Non-Kong's request, Li Chen's spirit flowed upstream along the river of fate, as if he had truly arrived in this era. Although the surroundings still seemed somewhat illusory and even a bit unstable to him, it felt different from the previous experience of watching from outside the frame. There was a very special feeling. Real. It was as if he had truly reached that era. Li Chen walked along the river of fate, sensing the situation around him, quietly committing all the details to memory. Upon seeing this scene, the crowd's pupils constricted, their faces turned pale, and they involuntarily knelt down. Fa Non-Kong's reaction was even more intense. Tears streamed down his face as he choked out, You heard me. At that moment, Fa Non-Kong's heart was surging with excitement, like crashing waves. Now he finally remembered. He came from the future. From 12 years later. This mining disaster changed his life and altered the future of the Fong family. Because of this event, he joined the wujiu and became a member. Later on, he appeared. He gave him a chance to rewrite fate, to change everything. Although he couldn't recall the specific details of those 12 years, Fa Non-Kong understood that he had succeeded. He had successfully returned to 12 years ago. Li Chen stopped, his gaze landing on the emotionally stirred Fa Non-Kong, and smiled, Your life is just beginning. Do not cry, go back. After saying this, Li Chen gently pointed with his right hand, and the collapsed mine seemed to experience a reversal of time and space. The fallen hydraulic roof closed again, and the destroyed mine tunnel was visibly restored at an astonishing speed. Everything seemed as if it had never happened. This was Li Chen's new ability, fate tailoring. Compared to before, when he directly interfered with the fate lines of the entire world, he could now designate fate lines to a specific scene or even a specific object. The precision had improved to an unprecedented level. Li Chen even had a premonition that as his abilities increased, the power to alter fate would reveal terrifying strength, a horrifying lethality. For instance, cutting off a person's fate line, erasing them from the past, rooting them out from the source of fate. As Li Chen pondered, the mine had already returned to its original state. In a breath, the catastrophe quietly dissipated. The crowd exchanged glances, looking at the mine, then at. Well, no matter how they looked at it, it was impossible for Li Chen to be human. Each of them appeared as if they had learned the art of face-changing, displaying a myriad of colors, extraordinarily marvelous. They had truly never seen anything like this. It turned out that this world truly had celestial beings. They swallowed hard, their emotions becoming increasingly complex. Where did Second Master find such an opportunity, to even invite a celestial being? At this moment, not only were they bewildered, but even Fa Non-Kong, who had already experienced Li Chen's powers, was left dumbfounded. He gazed at the mining disaster that had vanished in an instant, with only one thought in his mind. Too damn strong. The leader was simply a true god among men. What kind of method was this? Li Chen did not care about the crowd's reactions. He stared at Fa Non-Kong and reminded him, disaster is only temporarily averted, in 12 hours, fate will remain unchanged. You have enough time to leave. Fa Non-Kong, do not forget what I instructed. Upon hearing this, Fa Non-Kong instantly came to his senses. Although he had not yet recalled the specific orders from Li Chen, he remembered that his rebirth and crossing over came with a significant mission. This mission concerned the next step in the development of the wujiu society. Since it was related to the development of the wujiu society, it was naturally of utmost importance. Fa Non-Kong hurriedly bowed, both excited and thrilled, expressing his gratitude. I remember, and I will do my utmost, never daring to slack off. Hearing the conversation between the two, the others around, especially Fang Jingtang, were wide-eyed in astonishment. His younger brother had not provoked a malevolent spirit but had encountered a celestial being. This power, this grandeur, this ability. To call him a fallen immortal would not be an exaggeration. It turned out that there really were cultivators in the world, truly immortal beings. He couldn't help but wonder where An Kong had met such a powerful figure. Fang Jingtang's mind raced, but he felt elated. His brother had gained a celestial opportunity and made connections with a powerful being. Surely the Fang family would benefit from this. Li Chen nodded slightly, not lingering any longer, and quietly departed along the river of fate. As Li Chen left, the dazzling phenomena in the mine, which sparkled like a galaxy, also vanished. Fa Non-Kong bowed again in the direction where Li Chen had disappeared before standing up. He excitedly approached Fang Jingtang, grasped his hand, and choked out, Brother, let's go quickly, we need to get everyone out. Fang Jingtang was filled with confusion, but thinking of the recent disaster, he couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. He nodded repeatedly and ordered, immediately notify all the miners to leave and seal off the mine. After saying this, Fong Jingtang pulled Fa Nankong and headed outside. The others dared not delay and followed closely behind, rushing toward the exit. On the way, Fong Jingtang could no longer contain his inner curiosity and asked, Ankong, what exactly just happened? That person who is that divine being? Upon hearing this, the others who were lagging behind perked up their ears. Although the scene that had just unfolded was brief, it had truly reshaped their worldview. Previously, they had been half believing in deities and Buddhas, but mostly remained skeptical. After all, if praying to the Buddha really worked, there wouldn't be so many unfulfilled wishes. Qin Shi Huang, Han Wudi, and Tang Taizong would have long achieved immortality. But now, they believed. There truly were immortals in this world. The reason Qin Shi Huang, Han Wudi, and Tang Taizong had not succeeded was surely due to insufficient opportunity and sincerity. Unlike our second master, who is blessed by the heavens, this is a sign of great things to come. Fa Nankong glanced back at the crowd behind him and shook his head slightly. This is not a place for conversation. Let's go home and talk. Fong Jingtang suddenly understood. Yes. If his brother had gained a celestial opportunity, it concerned the honor and disgrace of the entire Fong family. Such a significant matter should at least involve their father. Moreover, there were still many outsiders around. Alright, let's talk at home. Hearing this answer, the crowd felt somewhat disappointed but could understand. This was a monumental event. An immortal had appeared. They feared that even if they spoke of it, no one would believe them. Fa Nankong and Fong Jingtang exited the mine and immediately took a vehicle back. As for the matters in the mine, they were all left to old Jean to handle. On the way, Fong Jingtang made a phone call home. He didn't dare to be too explicit on the call. He only told his father that something big had happened. It concerned the future of the Fong family, a matter of great importance for the entire clan. Upon receiving the news, old Master Fong naturally did not dare to delay. He had 2 sons and 3 daughters. Fong Jingtang was the eldest son, mature and steady, and had already begun to take over the family business. For Fong Jingtang to speak of matters concerning the life and death of the family, it must be something truly earth-shattering. The Pingjiang Fong clan is a large family. In the entire Pingjiang city, there are tens of thousands of Fong clan members. Of course, not all clan members can enjoy the benefits brought by the Pingjiang Fong family. However, sharing the same surname and lineage often serves as the best reason for unity and the greatest support, especially when facing external enemies. This is how the Pingjiang Fong family operates. The Fong group is not solely decided by Fa Nankong. There are 4 family shareholders, all of whom are members of the Fong clan. Fa Nankong's father, Fong Wujiu, is the largest branch and the current head of the family. Upon realizing the urgency of the situation, the old Master Fong, not knowing the specifics, could only hastily contact the other 3 decision-makers to convene a meeting as soon as possible. The 3 decision-makers, upon receiving the news, did not dare to delay. The rise and fall of the family concern the welfare of every clan member. If the Fong family were to fall, how could their wealth and glory be preserved? Among the 4 decision-makers, the oldest is the old Master Fong, who is 62 this year. The other 3 each have their own specialties. 2 are middle-aged men. 1 is overweight, with a round belly that seems like he has been pregnant for 10 months. He is a member of the Fong group, primarily responsible for coal sales and transportation, overseeing 2 transportation companies. The other has dark skin, as if he just came out of a coal mine. He is very resourceful, mainly responsible for managing the family's connections, especially in official matters. He has a law firm, entertainment venues, and other businesses under his purview. The 4th man, with graying hair, looks refined and extraordinary. He is the village chief of Pingjiang Fangjia village and also a partner of the Fong group. The 4 men sit around an oval conference table. The overweight man is panting heavily, beads of sweat visible on his forehead. After sitting down, he takes a big gulp of wine and impatiently asks, "Uncle, what on earth happened that you called us here in such a hurry?" The dark-skinned man considers and asks, "Uncle, is it about the coal mine?" Upon hearing this question, the overweight man's expression darkens instantly. He curses, "Damn it, that bastard is really going too far. He doesn't take our Fong family seriously at all. He thinks he can buy our coal mine with that little money. He might as well just rob us directly. Uncle, is that bastard up to his tricks again? Damn it, if not, I'll find someone." The overweight man shows a fierce look and makes a gesture as if shooting a gun. The coal mine is the core industry of the Fong family and their lifeline. If they were to hand over the 2 coal mines, the Fong family's foundation wouldn't collapse immediately, but decline is only a matter of time. Concerning the families and individuals' rise and fall, the attitudes of the 4 decision-makers of the Fong family are very unified. No one was surprised or alarmed by the overweight man's murderous suggestion. The dark-skinned middle-aged man advised, "This matter cannot be rushed. Although that bastard is no good and wants to forcibly take our family's assets, he does have backing. If we act recklessly, we might leave ourselves vulnerable." The old Master Fong also spoke up at the right moment, saying, "Today is not about the coal mine, but another matter." "Oh, not about the coal mine? Hey, uncle, you should have said so earlier, you scared me. Since it's not about the coal mine, what is the issue?" The old Master Fong's expression grew serious as he deliberated. "I don't know the specifics either, but you all know that kid Jingtang." The others nodded slightly. Fong Jingtang is deeply trusted by the old master, both in conduct and in work. He is cultured and easygoing. The key is that he never plays games with profit distribution. What is due is due. Everyone is satisfied with the cake that is cut. It can be said that Fong Jingtang is the designated heir of the Fong family and the most esteemed person of the new generation. He suddenly called, saying something big has happened that concerns the rise and fall of our Fong family. We, the Fong family, have come this far because we are united as one, standing together against the outside world. Since this concerns the rise and fall of the Fong family, and this family business also involves you, I shouldn't hide it from you, both emotionally and logically. The old Master Fong spoke slowly, but his words caused everyone's expressions to change dramatically. Fong Jingtang was not someone who spoke lightly. If he dared to mention the rise and fall of the Fong family, something significant must have happened. Before anyone could ask, hurried footsteps were heard from outside. Upon hearing the footsteps, everyone immediately fell silent. Family matters should not be discussed in front of outsiders. The door was pushed open, and Fong Jingtang entered with Fan Ankang. Seeing Fong Jingtang, the crowd's expressions relaxed slightly. The old Master Fong straightened his body and asked calmly, "Jingtang, what exactly is going on?" "Dad, let Ankang explain this matter," Fong Jingtang said with a wry smile, gently pushing Fan Ankang forward. Upon seeing Fan Ankang, the old Master Fong's face was filled with affection, but the three plump men all frowned. Compared to Fong Jingtang's composure, Fan Ankang was indeed lacking. "Ankang, what happened?" The old Master Fong lightly tapped the table with his right hand and asked in a deep voice. "Cough, cough." Fan Ankang coughed twice, then took a deep breath and said seriously, "Dad, do you believe there are immortals in this world, or people similar to immortals?" As soon as he said this, the old Master Fong and several key figures of the Fong family exchanged glances. "Immortals? I think you must be seriously ill. Have you been taking drugs?" The old Master Fong did not answer but instead questioned coldly with a grim face. No, I, Fan Ankang, may be a fool, but I would never touch those things." "Dad, uncle, just answer me directly, do you believe it or not?" Fan Ankang was at a loss whether to laugh or cry, quickly waving his hands to explain, then asked again. Faced with Fan Ankang's repeated inquiry, everyone was at a loss for words. The old Master Fong exhaled, his expression slightly improving. However, regarding this absurd answer, the old master was too lazy to respond. He scolded, "You brat, what time is it to still be joking with us? If there's something to say, just say it quickly." "Well, Dad, then I will say it." Fan Ankang sighed and then explained what had just happened at the mine. Upon hearing about the cave-in and how Fan Ankang had invited a godlike man to reverse their fate, everyone's expressions were particularly vivid. There was a sense of, well, watching a fool. This was no longer just a matter of taking drugs, it seemed there was something wrong with his head too. Before anyone could comment on Fan Ankang's words, Fong Jingtang took the initiative to speak. "Dad, uncle, what Ankang said is completely true. Not only did I see it, but the senior executives and workers who went down the mine with me can also testify. Even if Ankang was hallucinating, it's impossible for all of us to have the same hallucination." With Fong Jingtang's testimony, the expressions of the crowd changed again, from seeing a fool to being half convinced. However, the matter was indeed unbelievable, and everyone still found it hard to fully believe it. Even the old Master Fong asked with some uncertainty, "Ankang, where did you meet that person? How come I've never heard you mention it?" Fan Ankang was flamboyant and loved to show off. The old Master Fong found it hard to imagine that Fan Ankang could remain calm in the face of such a significant event and opportunity. The future. I met him in the future. The future. The others were dumbfounded and couldn't help but exclaim, "What is this? Rebirth? Time travel?" Fan Ankang recalled the information that had appeared in his mind out of nowhere and explained with a wry smile, "I know this is unbelievable, but the fact is just like that. He sent me from the future to this year to handle 3 major tasks for him. One of them is to use the future information he gave me to invest in various high-return industries. As for the other 2 matters, I can't recall them for now. If it weren't for him, 56 people would have died in today's mining disaster, and the Fong family would have completely fallen because of it." The crowd exchanged glances, still finding it hard to believe. This was truly unbelievable. An existence that could send people from the future to the past, what could that be? Ugh, what kind of deity could that be? Faced with this question, everyone was at a loss. Theoretically, such things shouldn't exist. But Fa Nankang and Fong Jingtang were certain that it was real. They might not care about Fa Nankang, but they couldn't ignore Fong Jingtang's words. The problem was, they couldn't produce any other evidence. After some discussion, the old man made the final decision. Wasn't the mining disaster postponed by 12 hours? Let's wait. If the disaster occurs on time, it would confirm the truth. If not, well, it should be a collective illusion. The others thought about it and felt this was the only way. After that, everyone stayed at the Fong family home, remaining in the conference room. They were both anxious and expectant about the impending mining disaster. Once it happened, even if no one was injured, it would severely impact the production and profits of Fong mining. But if the disaster did occur, things would be even more extraordinary. The Fong family would be backed by a deity. At 10 o'clock that night, a dull roar shattered the tranquility of the mining site. The mine collapsed. Fortunately, the Fong family had given all the miners a 2-day break in advance, so there were no casualties. The news reached the Fong family. Old Master Fong hung up the phone, and several people, like wolves and tigers, stared intently at Fa Nankang. Under their gaze, the still young Fa Nankang nervously shifted his weight, unsure of what to say. The chubby man seemed to have springs under him, suddenly jumping up and rushing to Fa Nankang, grabbing his hand with great warmth. Haha, Ankang, your uncle has always cared for you the most. From now on, our Fong family will rely on you. You can't forget your uncle in matters like this. Ankang, your third uncle has also cared for you a lot. A thin middle-aged man couldn't sit still either, smiling as he approached Fa Nankang. Seeing them like this, old Master Fong felt both gratified and amused. He tapped the table and said solemnly, our Fong family has come this far because we are united and stand together against the outside. Ankang has this opportunity. It's not just his personal fortune, but also a matter for our Fong family. This matter cannot do without you all. But right now, the most important thing is to help Ankang recall that person's instructions. How our Fong family will proceed in the future. Ankang, it's up to you. Old Master Fong sighed, his expression serious yet somewhat helpless. This afternoon, Fong Ankang described the future of the Fong family. If that person hadn't appeared, Fong Jingtang would have died tragically in the mine, and the Fong family's coal mine would have faced a major safety incident, leading to an investigation and punishment from the court. Old Master Fong and the chubby man would be sentenced to death, while others would receive varying years of sentences. One could say the upper echelons of the Fong family would be almost completely wiped out. After hearing the old man's words, the others nodded in agreement. They truly believed it now. There were hardly any ripples in the situation, and the Fong family quickly reached a consensus. Fa Nankang was equally excited about the family's trust. With the family's support, he was sure he could handle that matter beautifully. A month later, Fa Nankang finally recalled more things. He also received hints about the fate contract. As Fa Nankang awakened, the entire Fong family began to take action. The Fong family sold off most of their assets at a low price, including 2 coal mines that were considered vital to them. While the Fong family was taking action, Fa Nankang drove away from Pingjang alone. In the same year, Longmen Town. A business vehicle appeared at the bus station in Longmen Town. Zhang Shicheng personally brought his brothers to welcome Fa Nankang. At that time, Fa Nankang was still one of the most important partners of the Longmen Group, and their piracy DVD business spread throughout Jin province. Every month, it brought millions in profits to the Longmen Group. Ha, brother Fong, why did you come over at this time without giving me a heads up? Zhang Shicheng laughed as he approached Fa Nankang, full of enthusiasm. In response to Zhang Shicheng's warmth, Fa Nankang smiled, striding forward to give Zhang Shicheng a big hug. This intimate gesture made Zhang Shicheng feel a bit awkward. Although they cooperated closely, their relationship hadn't reached that level yet. Brother Zhang's kindness, Ankang will never forget, Fa Nankang said, holding Zhang Shicheng tightly, earnestly. Zhang Shicheng sensed the excitement and sincerity in Fa Nankang's words and couldn't help but murmur in confusion. Then, his pupils constricted as he realized a certain possibility. Zhang Shicheng placed his hands on Fa Nankang's shoulders, gazing into his eyes, excitedly saying, "You could it be?" Fa Nankang smiled and nodded. He gave me a chance to start over. Hiss. Zhang Shicheng's expression changed drastically, and he gasped, then burst into excited laughter. Good. Brother Fong truly has good fortune. Zhang Shicheng was overjoyed, putting his arm around Fa Nankang's shoulders, eagerly asking, does he have any other instructions? Is Brother Fong planning to stay at Longmen, or return to Pingjang? Fa Nankang shook his head slightly. I can't stay here. You have your mission, and I have mine. Longmen is fundamental, staying here would only expose us. I also don't plan to return to Pingjiang, I want to go to the Magic City. In the future, I will arrange for someone else to hand over the business in Pingjiang to you. Zhang Shicheng nodded slightly, feeling a bit disappointed. He wondered, what are you going to do in the Magic City? Fa Nankong squinted, gazing at the blue sky, his eyes firm, as if revering a deity, and said in a very serious tone, mission. Ha, ha ha ha. Alright, with your words, I won't ask more. But whenever there's something, just send someone to find me. For matters I can handle, Zhang will never hesitate. Zhang Shicheng laughed heartily. That day, the two of them visited many places and talked a lot. That night, Fa Nankong quietly left. Zhang Shicheng came to see him off. Brother Fong, take care. If there's a chance in the future, you must come to Longmen to have fun. I still have many things I want to say to you. It's really a pity. I also have my mission and can't easily leave Longmen, otherwise, I would really like to go see the Magic City with you. Fa Nankong nodded repeatedly, holding Zhang Shicheng's hand sincerely, saying, Brother Zhang is a pioneer. Although Longmen is not big, it is our starting point. The business here is extremely important to us and to him. Our people will increase and spread across the country, even the world. One day, his name will make the world tremble and instill fear in all those in power. The starting point of all this is Longmen. Brother Zhang must not underestimate your mission. Zhang Shicheng, flattered by Fa Nankong's praise, felt the disappointment that had just risen vanish instantly. He laughed heartily, boldly saying, Alright, with your words, seeing your current situation, I feel more at ease. One day, we will meet again in the future, standing before him together. That day will surely come, Fa Nankong said solemnly. After saying this, he got into the car and waved goodbye to Zhang Shicheng. Zhang Shicheng stood by the roadside, watching the car gradually fade away, the corners of his lips involuntarily curling up. How wonderful! The power of the wujiu is growing larger and larger. How much longer until the Infinite Conference becomes a nightmare for countless power holders, its name echoing throughout the world? Fa Nankong's brief disappearance did not attract the attention of others in the Fong family. They were busy managing the family's enterprises. Because the prices set by the Fong family were quite low, these enterprises quickly found buyers. After obtaining a large amount of capital, Fa Nankong and Fong Jingtang went to the Magic City. Soon after, a company named Fengsher Investment was registered in the Magic City, based in Lujiazui, Pudong. At that time, Lujiazui, which would later become famous worldwide as the financial center of the Magic City, had just completed its development plan. Fengsher Investment, with its strong capital and high leverage, took a bold gamble in the eyes of others, acquiring a large amount of real estate in Lujiazui. In 1995, the first commercial internet service company in Xia country was established. The internet took root and flourished domestically. In 1997, Fengsher Investment extended a friendly hand to a newly established internet company. In 1999, Fengsher Investment offered warmth to newly created internet companies like Sohu, Penguin, and Ali. In 2000, Fengsher Investment again reached out to emerging internet companies like Baidu. By then, the name of Fengsher Investment resonated throughout the internet industry, hailed as the first angel investor in Xia country's internet sector. They seem to have boundless confidence in this industry, showing incredible tolerance and care for new internet companies, even when the industry faced unprecedented blows in 2000. With the collapse of the internet sector in the American stock market, numerous internet companies went bankrupt, leaving the global internet industry in disarray. Countless investors lost everything and took to the rooftops. Such a harsh environment severely impacted the development of the internet in the country. Yet, Fengsher Investment was still willing to place heavy bets in the internet industry, making countless internet companies see them as a cash cow, or rather, as a timely rain for the domestic internet sector. In 2004, at Zhangjia Manor, with Fa Nankong's disappearance, everyone showed a look of confusion. In the depths of their minds, they sensed a change, an indescribable yet very real change. This change was particularly evident in Zhang Shicheng. He shivered, his eyes vacant. With Fa Nankong's disappearance, the memories in Zhang Shicheng's mind also changed. New memories surged to the forefront. This time, Fa Nankong was no longer the unfortunate person needing his protection, but a successful, wealthy, and highly renowned billionaire. Two completely different lines of fate, two entirely different Fa Nankongs, and two starkly different memories made Zhang Shicheng feel a throbbing pain in his head. It was as if, during a fever, his mind was foggy, as if something was trying to break free. The intense conflict and discomfort made him clutch his head, groaning with a pale face. I remember now. Fa Nankong went to the Magic City. He is the boss of Fengsher Investment Group. Zhang Shicheng murmured to himself, quickly drawing the attention of the other members. They had little contact with Fa Non Kong. Especially on this new line of fate, there was almost no intersection. Hearing Zhang Shicheng's murmurs, everyone quickly awakened. They whispered among themselves, their emotions stirred. Fa Non Kong succeeded. I remember, Fa Non Kong came back. It was a long time ago, he had already gone to the Magic City by then. After that, we didn't keep in touch much, nor did we see him return. I remember, Fa Non Kong came back 3 years ago. Yes, I went to the Jiangbei train station to pick him up with the boss. He didn't come through Longmen, he passed through Jiangbei Road. At that time, I heard he was doing something in the Magic City, an investment company called Fengshe Investment Company. It seems to be the case. At that time, he was quite impressive. I remember when he came, the leaders of Jiangbei City even went to meet him personally. No way, the leaders of Jiangbei City went to meet him personally? Is that true? It's true, I remember it very clearly. I think it was the investment promotion office, trying to attract investment. I remember now, Fang's investment, isn't that the internet industry's giant? It's said that all the well-known internet companies in the country have shares in them, and the proportion is not low. With their investments in the internet, Fang's investment has multiplied its assets by more than 10 times in just a few years, and their assets now exceed 10 billion, making them one of the most famous financial investment companies in the country. Ah, Fang's investment is Fa Non Kong's enterprise? God, Fa Non Kong is actually the boss of Fang's investment. The crowd whispered, gasping in astonishment. As they spoke, they secretly glanced at Li Chen, who was sitting behind the beaded curtain, their eyes fervent, as if they were venerating a deity. Fa Non Kong, a person who fled to Longmen and even had to change his name, in the blink of an eye, with just a slight display of his powers, became a billionaire. A billionaire with assets worth over 10 billion. Even if Fang's investment doesn't all belong to Fa Non Kong, and he only holds a portion of the shares. But the leading real estate company in Jiangbei City is only worth a few billion. Even if Fa Non Kong only has 20% of Fang's investment, that's still several billion. The more they thought about it, the more shocked they became. The more they thought about it, the more excited they were. The more they thought about it, the more they revered him. His power is more incredible than the legends. After this incident, they had no doubts about the wujiu. They had no worries about the future of the wujiu. They firmly believed, and would always believe, that the wujiu would definitely become the most powerful force in this world. After a brief silence, someone excitedly knelt on the ground, bowing and saying, "President, your powers are boundless." Others, in shock and reverence, also knelt down. But in the face of everyone's worship, Li Chen remained calm and unmoved. He waved his hand casually and said, "You can all leave. Zhang Shicheng, stay." At that moment, everyone had already regarded Li Chen as a deity, and there was no trace of resistance left. They stood up, bent their bodies, lowered their heads, and slowly retreated. Only after leaving the hall did they turn around and straighten their backs. Then, they hurriedly left the secret base of the wujiu. They could hardly wait to announce this exciting news to other lower-level members. He has descended. His power is far more terrifying than what old Master Zhang described. He is worth all members of the wujiu following him unwaveringly, even at the cost of everything. Because he is worth it. As the crowd left, Zhang Shicheng bowed deeply and sincerely asked, "President, do you have any orders?" Li Chen looked at Zhang Shicheng, his gaze falling on his paper-white cheeks, and said gently, "Your complexion is not good." Zhang Shicheng forced a smile and said, "You changed Fa Non Kong's fate, but I still have memories of another fate line of his. The collision of two different memories is giving me a splitting headache, but it shouldn't take long to recover." Li Chen nodded secretly, keeping this in mind. This was extremely important intelligence. Ordinary people experiencing memories from two different fate lines would feel intense discomfort. Looking at Zhang Shicheng's reaction, if the memories were numerous enough, it could lead to shock or even death. Li Chen pondered and did not dwell too much on this issue. He smiled and said, "Do you still remember why I asked you to stay?" Zhang Shicheng was taken aback. "The reason? Did you mention it?" He thought for a few seconds and then showed a look of realization. "I think I remember. Fa Non Kong sent a few people. He said they were the ones you personally appointed, and they are very important for the development of the wujiu. Yes, Fa Non Kong said so." After a brief moment of shock, Zhang Shicheng quickly found the answer to Li Chen's question from his newfound memories. He showed a look of joy, followed by confusion. "Although the three people sent by Fa Non Kong have our Xia country's bloodline, they are all foreigners. Does the president want to lay out plans overseas?" Li Chen did not answer but instead asked meaningfully, "What do you think was the most important opportunity in the 1990s? Zhang Shicheng thought seriously and gave his answer. "Domestically, it should be the internet and real estate. Internationally, it also feels like the internet. Li Chen smiled and said, "The internet is indeed an opportunity, but compared to the real big opportunities, it is insignificant." The biggest opportunity in the 1990s was the collapse of the Big Brother. When a whale falls, everything thrives. The demise of a global hegemon created immeasurable opportunities. Zhang Shiqing's pupils constricted as he instantly understood Li Chen's meaning. Indeed, the most significant global event in the 1990s was the destruction of the Big Brother. That polar bear, which once instilled fear in the world, vanished into thin air overnight. This event completely changed the world order and solidified America's hegemonic status. The president wants to. Zhang Shiqing took a deep breath, excitedly saying, "No wonder Fa Non Kong was so serious at the time, reminding me to protect those people at all costs." I was a bit puzzled then. It turns out the president. Zhang Shiqing was so excited that he stumbled over his words. He suddenly understood what Li Chen had instructed Fa Non Kong to do. The first thing was to make money. Organizational development, member welfare, what doesn't require money? Without money, not to mention an organization, even a country would collapse. Throughout history, which dynasty's downfall did not start with financial issues? The second thing was obvious. In the early 1990s, the Big Brother collapsed. With the demise of the Big Brother, the polar bear that once made the world tremble inevitably experienced severe turmoil. Politics, economy, military, scientific research. Every field underwent tremendous changes. After the Big Brother's downfall, countless scientists left, being absorbed by major powers around the world. As for the loss of other important research materials, it was even more incalculable. If they could swallow the Big Brother's legacy, no, even just a small part of that legacy, an insignificant portion, would be enough for the wujiu to look down upon the world. As Zhang Shiqing thought of this, he looked at Li Chen with eyes full of reverence, exclaiming, "The president aims for the world, strategizing from the shadows." The day when wujiu's name would resound across the world was not far off. Zhang Shiqing sighed and asked, "President, when do you plan to meet those three?" Li Chen lowered his eyelids slightly, leaning back in his chair. Seeking the legacy of the Big Brother was inevitable. Throughout human history, there has never been such a vast empire that collapsed in such a bizarre manner. After the Big Brother's demise, the legacy was enough to make any country drool. And in fact, it was so. After the Big Brother's fall, countries around the world waved their cash, enticingly signing contracts, joyfully dancing on the Big Brother's corpse, drunk with revelry. Countries and major groups around the world did not know how many scientists they had poached from the Big Brother, how many research achievements they had taken, and various resources. With such a grand feast laid out before them, if they did not cut off a hefty piece, Li Chen felt he would be letting down his own capabilities. But wanting to carve off the Big Brother's rich legacy was not an easy task. Li Chen pondered, "No rush. Have Fa Non Kong come to see me?" "Yes." Zhang Shiqing was wholeheartedly convinced and responded cheerfully. He had already begun to look forward to the day when wujiu would devour the Big Brother's legacy. At the banquet venue, as the witnesses returned, a message quietly spread. It was more sacred than legend, wielding the power of supreme destiny. He can rewrite fate, bestow power, wealth, and even new life. This news made the members of the wujiu increasingly excited, with some even fainting from overwhelming emotions. However, the banquet was lively, and not many paid attention to the one or two who had fainted. Even if someone noticed, they just assumed it was due to too much drinking. After all, this was a wine party. When the banquet ended, County Chief Qin left in his car. Upon returning home, he saw a man standing in front of the door from a distance. A middle-aged man. In his 40s, with a square face, crew cut, and a darker complexion, he was quite robust. He wore a gray coat over a fitted shirt, his muscular build causing the shirt to stretch tightly. It was team leader Wang. His real name was Wang De. County Chief Qin was taken aback for a moment, then smiled and approached, calling out, "Uncle Wang? What brings you here?" Wang De walked forward steadily, smiling as he replied, "I came to investigate some matters." "Investigate some matters? Uncle, you're not trying to investigate me, are you?" County Chief Qin joked. Wang De had a close friendship with his father and had once worked in national security. Later, he was transferred elsewhere, and after several twists and turns, County Chief Qin didn't even know where he was now. Wang De laughed, "Ha, you've made progress, even joking with your uncle now. If I were investigating you, would I come to see you?" County Chief Qin laughed heartily. He understood perfectly. So, the earlier words were just a joke. But he was puzzled about how someone like Wang De would be concerned with a small place like Longmen Town. Logically speaking, even if he had been transferred to another location, he wouldn't be handling ordinary cases. After all, he was a national security expert. But curiosity aside, County Chief Qin didn't ask further. There are rules in the officialdom. Especially regarding investigations, one cannot ask casually. County Chief Chin considered, if Uncle Wang needs my help, just let me know. Actually, there are some things I need your help with. I came here to investigate the Longmen Group. Wang De didn't beat around the bush and stated his purpose directly. However, upon hearing Wang De's words, County Chief Chin was very surprised. Although the Longmen Group was well known in Longmen and even in Jiangbei, it was only known in Jiangbei. Outside of Jiangbei, how many people knew about the Longmen Group? Wang De was a high-ranking official from the capital. For him to come here indicated the will of the capital's authorities. Why would the authorities in the capital care about such a small place? County Chief Chin frowned in confusion. The Longmen Group? Uncle Wang, what are you investigating the Longmen Group for? Wang De looked around, his gaze sharp as an eagle. He tugged at his coat and said, let's talk inside. All right. County Chief Chin quickly realized that this matter was very sensitive. He stepped forward, past Wang De, opened the door, and invited him inside. Once inside, County Chief Chin invited Wang De to sit down and turned to pour tea. Wang De saw County Chief Chin pick up the kettle and quickly waved his hand. No need for tea, I'll just sit for a bit and leave. County Chief Chin smiled. If you're just here to sit, I can't let you sit empty-handed, that wouldn't look right. Saying this, he brought over 2 cups of tea. After sitting down, County Chief Chin pondered, Uncle Wang, what has the Longmen Group done? Something that warrants your personal visit. Wang De crossed his hands, leaning slightly forward, and said seriously, do you know about the Fong Investment Company? County Chief Chin was momentarily taken aback, not quite processing it. He lowered his head slightly, thought for a few seconds, and then suddenly realized, Fong Investment? Could it be the Fong Investment from the Magic City, the most famous angel investment institution in the internet industry? Exactly, that's the one. County Chief Chin understood and thought to himself, no wonder. Although Fong Investment was established not long ago, it was a well-known giant in the investment industry of Xia country. The company is primarily composed of members of the Fong family. Its assets exceed 10 billion. Over 10 billion, is that a lot? Yes, it is. Because last year's richest person in Xia country, well, the publicly recognized richest person, the one on the Forbes list, had personal assets of over 70 billion. A financial capital as large as the Fong family has always been closely monitored by the court. Any slight disturbance would attract significant attention. After all, profits must flow through a single channel for the court to utilize the people of the world. What does it mean for profits to flow through a single channel? In different eras, it has different meanings. Before the Qin and Han dynasties, it mostly referred to the control of the promotion channels and the distribution of social wealth by the monarch and the nobility. As the saying goes, under heaven, all land belongs to the king, on the shores of the land, all subjects belong to the king. In the spring and autumn and warring states periods, it meant slaves. After the Qin and Han dynasties, especially after the Han dynasty, profits flowing through a single channel no longer meant solely the emperor controlling the promotion channels, but rather a bureaucratic system led by the emperor. The emperor is the leader, the bureaucrats are the backbone, and the minor officials are the flesh and blood, forming an enormous interest group. They hold vast social resources in the name of the state, such as salt and iron. As a result, in the entire realm, everyone either remains forever subordinate, becoming nourishment for the bureaucratic system, or must strive to become an official. But there is an unexpected factor, an extremely unstable element. Merchants. Merchants use their intelligence to buy low and sell high, earning profits. What is this? This is the great sinner that disrupts the bureaucratic system's profits flowing through a single channel. Therefore, suppressing commerce and merchants becomes inevitable. Of course, suppressing merchants does not mean cutting off commerce or destroying it. Who suppresses merchants? The court? Who works for the court? Officials. Thus, the focus of suppressing commerce is on merchants without official backing. As for merchants with official backing, not only can they not be suppressed, but they must also be supported as much as possible. Tax reductions, tax exemptions. Taxes do not fall on officials, and that is how it is. The people must know that if they want to prosper, if they want to become wealthy, if they want to live a good life, there is only one path. Become an official. In this way, everyone competes to serve the country, everyone sells goods to the imperial family, and how could the world not be stable? If the matter arises from Fong's investment, County Chief Chin does not find it strange at all. Although Fong's investment has official backing, the background is not substantial enough, and the support is not strong enough. Such a large asset without sufficient backing is indeed an unstable factor in social development. County Chief Chin wondered, isn't Fong's investment mainly in the internet industry, as well as real estate in places like Magic City and the capital? What connection do they have with Longmen Group? Wang De pondered. The Fong family started in Pingjiang City and later migrated to Magic City. When in Pingjiang, the current CEO of Fong's investment, Fong Kong, had been in the pirated CD business for a long time. Their goods were sourced from Longmen Group. The relationship between Longmen Group and Fong's investment is very long-standing. And according to our investigation, Fong Kong has always maintained contact with Longmen Group. County Chief Chin understood. Investigating Longmen Group is not important. What matters is whether they can obtain information about the Fong family from Longmen Group. Once he realized this, County Chief Chin couldn't help but feel curious. Which deity has set their sights on the Fong family's industry? Otherwise, why would they investigate the Fong family for no reason? Or is there another issue at play? County Chief Chin was very curious but did not want to ask too much. He readily said, "So that's how it is. Uncle Wang, what do you need my help with?" Wang De considered, "Help me arrange a meeting with the head of Longmen Group, Zhang Shichang. Remember, this matter must be kept secret. Absolutely no one can know. You should arrange to meet Zhang Shichang in your own name." Upon hearing this, County Chief Chin's pupils constricted, and the relaxed and casual expression on his face changed. Serious. This matter is not simple. If it were just an investigation into the connection between the Longmen Group and the Fong family, would it be necessary to be so secretive? With Wang De's status, he could directly summon Zhang Shichang. Would he dare to say a single word against it? If he dared to speak, it would mean he wanted to rebel. Since that's the case, why is Wang De being so cautious? The Fong family. The problem must lie with the Fong family. Director Chin pondered, his hands crossed, resting against his mouth. He hesitated for 2 seconds, leaned forward, and asked seriously, "Uncle, what problem has the Fong family encountered?" Wang De's eyelids drooped slightly as he leaned back on the sofa, his eyelids half closed, his right index finger rhythmically tapping on the armrest of the chair. The atmosphere became very tense. At that moment, time slowed down unusually. Every second felt so difficult. After a long while, Wang De rubbed his temples and said solemnly, "We suspect that there are people behind the Fong family." Director Chin made a meaningful sound. Someone behind them. This phrase can be interpreted in many ways. But when applied to a family like the Fong family, which possesses immense wealth, it becomes quite complicated. Who is behind them? Or rather, which force is behind them? Isn't there someone behind the Fong family? Director Chin pondered, pointing to the sky. The implication was clear. Could it be the deities of the capital? If things were that simple, we wouldn't need to set up a special investigation team. Wang De shook his head helplessly, picked up the teacup beside him, and took a sip. He set the teacup down and deliberated. Half a year ago, one of our informants in Africa received a massive arms order. Director Chin's pupils constricted, and his expression became unprecedentedly serious. Could it be at first, we were just following routine to investigate the buyer, but we inadvertently discovered that the big boss behind the buyer was actually the Fong family. His Director Chin took a deep breath and sat up straight. No wonder. Arms. In Xia country, this is a taboo. You, a business family, a financial investment giant, going abroad to purchase a large amount of arms, what do you intend to do? At that time, we thought we had made a mistake. After all, the Fong family has always been relatively law-abiding and hasn't done anything out of line. But as we continued to dig deeper, we found that the situation was far more complicated than we had imagined. Director Chin's face twitched. Upon hearing this, he leaned forward, his ears perked up. This is a shocking revelation. The Fong family is no longer just any ordinary family. With over 10 billion in assets, this is just their family wealth. Since the Fong family invested and hit the jackpot in the internet industry several times, countless wealthy individuals have been waving cash at them to manage. Currently, the liquid funds controlled by the entire Fong family investment must be at least over 50 billion. 50 billion is the minimum estimate. Last year, the richest person in Xia country had only over 7 billion in assets. If the Fong family encounters problems, the entire financial circle will be thrown into chaos. Wang De continued to explain, the CEO of Fong Investment is named Fong Kong, but Fong Kong has an older brother named Fong Jingtang. 10 years ago, Fong Jingtang immigrated to America. He and his American partner established a company in New York, Destiny Investment Company. Currently, this company has assets of $8.3 billion, of which Fong Jingtang owns 25% of the shares. What? Director Chin's face changed dramatically, and he couldn't help but exclaim. $8.3 billion. What does that even mean? Equivalent to 680 billion Xia currency. 680 billion. Even if it's only 25% of the shares, that's still 170 billion. And this is just the Fong family's assets in America. If we include the Fong family's assets domestically, their family wealth has already reached 300 billion. 300 billion. County Chief Chin's expression changed dramatically as he rubbed his brow and said gravely, I can't believe the Fong family has such a vast enterprise abroad. Yes, we never expected that the Fong family's overseas assets would be even larger than those in the country, Wang decided. Fong Jingtang immigrated to start a business, so he was no longer under the jurisdiction of Xia country. Who would have thought that such an inconspicuous person could, in just 10 years, command such influence and amass such immense wealth abroad? After that, we investigated the transactions of Destiny Investment Company and discovered something very strange. Whether it's Fong Investment or Destiny Investment, they have never suffered a loss. All their investments are about taking small risks for big returns. In the country, Fong Investment mainly focuses on real estate in Magic City and Kyoto, as well as the internet industry. Abroad, Destiny Investment primarily targets technology companies and internet firms. Especially during the stock market crash of 2000, Destiny Investment Company seemed to have foreseen it, profiting over $2 billion by shorting the American stock market. County Chief Chin's frown deepened, his brow almost forming a shape. He finally understood why Wang De said the Fong family was suspicious and had someone backing them. It was simple. The Fong family's ability to make money was too smooth. Is making money too smoothly a problem? The answer is yes. And it's a significant problem. Only ordinary people would believe in stock market gods or investment deities that guarantee profits. For someone like County Chief Chin, who comes from a scholarly background, such people usually have another name, white gloves. The reason they can make guaranteed profits is not because they are particularly skilled. It's simply because they already know the answers. For example, when the government has a policy to develop a certain area, ordinary people usually wait for the announcement. But before the government makes it public, many people are already prepared and have even entered the market. Can they foresee the future? Are their insights that sharp? Of course not. It's just that they are the ones who set the rules or have intricate connections with those who do. It's like an exam. If the question setters participate in the exam with ordinary people, do we even need to discuss the outcome? Before it even starts, the result is already determined. The Fong family can repeatedly take small risks for big returns and win every gamble, which only indicates that the forces behind the Fong family have immense power. What's most terrifying is that this power has a significant influence. Not only does it have extraordinary strength domestically, but it also wields the same energy in America. Such an internationally influential force is already worth being wary of. The Fong family is purchasing arms on this basis. This issue is no longer just serious. Why are they buying arms? Are they middlemen, or do they have other intentions? County Chief Chin realized the gravity of the situation, took a deep breath, and picked up his teacup to take a sip. The tea soothed him somewhat. He said solemnly, I will contact Zhang Shicheng as soon as possible and arrange for him to meet. That would be good, Wang De smiled. In the rental house, Li Chen returned from the banquet, bent over the desk, recording the information he had gathered today. After signing the Destiny contract and being reborn, the differences among people are significant. Yang Xingsai has only a very vague impression of another fate line, but Zhang Shicheng has a relatively clear sense, even remembering what I and Yang Chen look like. At this point, Li Chen paused. He pondered for a moment before continuing to write. What exactly is the source of this difference? The state before crossing over? Yang Xingsai, numb, mentally exhausted, in poor physical condition. Zhang Shicheng, in good spirits, though disabled, but physically robust. After finishing, Li Chen stared at the notebook, ultimately leaving behind a few key words. Physique? Or spirit? Or perhaps some other incomprehensible factor? Li Chen leaned back in his chair. The current experimental subjects were still too few to obtain accurate data. With no fruitful thoughts, Li Chen closed the notebook. This matter was not urgent. It could be studied slowly. He lowered his eyelids slightly, observing his own state. Li Chen, male, 21 years old, ability, altering fate level, 2 fate paradox, 15/1000 energy, 50 fate power ability branch. Fate tailoring can manipulate the power of fate more precisely, attaching the power of fate to a certain scene or object, altering the fate of that scene or object. After reading the panel, Li Chen exhaled. Level 3 abilities required 1,000 fate paradoxes. He didn't know how many fate paradoxes Fa Non Kong's fate alteration could bring. While Li Chen pondered how many fate paradoxes Fa Non Kong could bring him, Fa Non Kong received a secret communication from Zhang Shicheng. He wants to see you. Come to Longmen. The Fong family in Magic City, a prominent family well known in the circle. The family's assets exceed 10 billion. Money isn't everything, but without money, one cannot do anything. From personal life to national expenditures, what doesn't require money? Once a person has money, they inevitably lose many things. For example, poverty, humility, suffering, and so on. The Fong family is no exception. The Fong family owns multiple mansions in Magic City, among which the most valuable is located in Tangong and Ziyuan. The villa in Ziyuan is the most expensive, reaching a price of 110 million. This is a Baroque-style villa. Baroque architecture pursues novelty and unique personality in its design, with complex and diverse forms. It often employs large-span arch structures and towering domes, as well as various complex structural forms, which not only enhance the stability of the building but also further elevate its visual impact. This complexity gives Baroque architecture a dynamic aesthetic, full of vitality and life. Atmospherically, Baroque-style buildings are often very luxurious. This is thanks to the bright colors and magnificent decorations used. Bright colors like gold and red are used extensively, combined with splendid decorations and lighting effects, creating a grand and luxurious atmosphere. The most classic Baroque architecture is the Palace of Versailles. The Fong family's villa somewhat imitates the design of the Palace of Versailles. As night falls, the villa is brightly lit, and looking around, it is resplendent, exuding luxury and grandeur. In the study, an interview is taking place. The host is a reporter from Time magazine. Time magazine, the most well-known weekly in America, is also one of the most influential traditional media outlets in the world. Time magazine publishes the 100 most influential people in the world list every year, covering leaders, giants, pioneers, artists, idols, and innovators from various fields. Each release of the Global 100 Most Influential list generates significant attention and discussion worldwide. Although the Fong family is unfamiliar in traditional media and to the general public, they have a high reputation in high society, finance, and the internet circles. Since the birth of the internet in the Xia country, the Fong family's influence has permeated all aspects of the internet. The major internet companies they invest in are all top tier within the Xia country. Many of these companies have yet to go public. Once these companies are listed, the Fong family's wealth will rise accordingly. Some even refer to the Fong family as the mentors of the internet industry. As long as it is a company or project favored by the Fong family, one can charge in without hesitation. A family as unique and wealthy as this naturally attracts the attention of many foreign media outlets, and Time magazine is one of them. The reporter sent by Time is a tall, sexy beauty with brown curly hair, Marie Boyle. Sitting across from the beautiful reporter is Fa Nankong. The current Fa Nankong is noticeably different from another timeline. His face has become a bit rounder, and his physique is more robust. Due to years of working with computers, he wears a pair of silver-framed glasses, which makes him less fierce and more refined than in another Fate line. Fa Nankong sits in a leather chair, his right hand resting on the armrest. Boyle holds a voice recorder and asks, Mr. Fong, you are hailed as the #1 person in the internet sector of Xia country, and you are also referred to as an angel investor by internet investors in Xia country. According to our understanding of Fong's investments, you have never missed in your internet investments, and every time you invest, you achieve returns in the hundreds or thousands of times. This has brought enormous profits to Fong's investments and has created a legend of 100% profitability in the financial investment industry. May I ask, how do you determine whether a company has potential? That question. Fa Nankong leans back in his chair and laughs. He ponders for a few seconds, leans slightly forward, and gazes intently into Boyle's crystal blue eyes, saying earnestly, Do you believe there is a God in this world? Boyle's eyes widen slightly, but she quickly regains her composure. Her gaze sparkles with a hint of amusement. This is a very good topic. God. In the upper echelons of Xia country, it is rarely discussed openly. The understanding and belief of a top billionaire in Xia country regarding God would undoubtedly attract massive attention. Boyle feels delighted and smiles. I am a devout Protestant. Growing up under the influence of my parents, we have always firmly believed in the existence of God. What is your faith, Mr. Fong? Fa Nankong's gaze becomes distant, and he recites with a pious expression, For I know the plans I have for you, declares the Lord, plans to prosper you and not to harm you, plans to give you hope and a future. Then you will call on me and come and pray to me, and I will listen to you. You will seek me and find me when you seek me with all your heart. Boyle's bright eyes shine with a brilliance akin to summer flowers, her beautiful face sincere and holy, and she cannot help but recite along, I will bring you back from captivity and gather you from all the nations and places where I have banished you, declares the Lord, and will bring you back to the place from which I carried you into exile. Mr. Fong is surprisingly familiar with the Bible. This is a passage from the book of Jeremiah. Are you also a believer in God? Boyle's tone is cheerful, filled with anticipation. Although the light of the Lord spreads relatively smoothly in the East, few high-profile figures openly discuss this issue. If she can break through with Fa Non Kong, it would certainly be a sensational topic. Fa Non Kong laughs heartily. I am not a believer in God. To me, he is like a god. He grants me new life, wealth, and all good things. Boyle feels a bit disappointed, her joy visibly fading. But she quickly regains her composure. Although Fa Non Kong does not worship God, that is not so important. What matters is that he is a devout believer, a topic that few dare to discuss openly in the upper echelons of Eastern society. Boyle considers, the one you revere must be a great being. You mean, it is God who has granted you everything you have now? Yes. Without him, there would be no me today. Fa Non Kong's straightforwardness even surprises Boyle. Even in the West, truly successful individuals rarely attribute their achievements to the grace of God. Instead, they embellish themselves as much as possible. Diligent, intelligent, hardworking, lucky, and so on. Boyle fell silent for 2 seconds, unable to help but exclaim, "You are truly a humble person." Fa Non Kong couldn't help but laugh. Humble? Not necessarily. If it weren't for him, if it weren't for his grace, where would the Fong family be now, and where would he be? What are your plans for the future of Fong Investments? Regarding this, we at Fong will continue as always. Fa Non Kong responded calmly. Time passed second by second. The interview lasted for over an hour. When it ended, Boyle was very satisfied with the results of the day. She smiled and extended her hand to Fa Non Kong, graciously saying, "Thank you very much for your generosity and candor, Mr. Fong. This has been a wonderful interview, and I wish Fong Investments even greater prosperity." "You're too kind," Fa Non Kong replied with a smile, personally seeing Boyle out of the study. Just as they stepped out the door, a young man who bore a 5-point resemblance to Fa Non Kong hurried over. He was Fa Non Kong's nephew, Fong Jingtong's second son, Fong Hanlon, 28 years old this year. Since graduating, he had been working at Fong Investments and was an important assistant in connecting the two brothers of the Fong family. Fong Hanlon approached Fa Non Kong, glanced at Boyle, leaned down to whisper in Fa Non Kong's ear, "He wants to see you." "It's him." Fong Hanlon, fearing that Fa Non Kong hadn't understood, emphasized the point again. Upon hearing it was him, Fa Non Kong instantly came to his senses. His face suddenly flushed, joy and excitement bursting forth like released fireworks. "Ah, good, good." After laughing, Fa Non Kong finally remembered there were others present. Unable to contain his excitement, he apologized to Boyle. "I'm sorry, I have some urgent matters to attend to and cannot see you out personally." Boyle's eyes sparkled with curiosity about what could possibly be so important that such a successful person as Fa Non Kong would lose his composure. But this was not a polite question. She smiled in response and left the Fong family villa under the guidance of the butler. With Boyle's departure, Fa Non Kong convened an emergency family meeting. The participants were few: Fa Non Kong, Fong Jingtong's second son Fong Hanlon, and the elderly patriarch of the Fong family, who lay in bed. The old man looked emaciated, his hair completely gone, and his cheeks so thin that hardly any flesh was visible, resembling a skeleton. 3 years ago, he was diagnosed with lung cancer. Although he had been receiving the best treatment available, the disease was incurable. In just 3 short years, the old man had become this way. Now he was unable to get out of bed. Therefore, the meeting took place at the old man's bedside. He has finally appeared. Upon learning that he had summoned Fa Non Kong, the old man excitedly sat up, his complexion rosy, a stark contrast to his usual pallor. He had been enduring for years, unwilling to give up hope, just wanting to see that person, the one who had given the Fong family a new lease on life, or perhaps, a god. And now, he had finally waited long enough. "Dad, please calm down. Hanlon, get your grandfather a pillow." Fa Non Kong carefully supported the excited old man, guiding his arm and instructing Fong Hanlon to get a cushion for the old man's back. Fong Hanlon skillfully stepped forward and arranged a cushion for the old man. "Grandpa, you mustn't get too excited right now." "Ha, how can I not be excited after waiting so many years? Our Fong family has what we have today, all thanks to his grace." "Hanlon," the old man suddenly called Fong Hanlon's name with deep meaning. "Grandpa, I'm here," Fong Hanlon said, sitting in front of the bed and holding the old man's hand. The old man's eyelids drooped slightly as he instructed. The ancients said, life, fate, feng shui, accumulating virtue, studying, fame, appearance, respecting the gods, befriending the noble, nurturing life. Why is life in the first place? In this world, many things are either present from birth or absent from birth. Do kings and nobles have a choice? Of course, kings and nobles have a choice. Kings and nobles are born with more opportunities than ordinary people. Whether in the East or the West, there is no difference. Bloodline, family, these are fates that cannot be changed. But why is fate in the second place? Because life cannot be changed, but fate can be changed. Strong fate can even change life. Throughout history, dynasties have risen and fallen. How many kings and nobles, great families have perished, and how many have risen to become powerful and esteemed? Life comes from ancestors. Fate comes from heaven. At this point, the old man raised his eyelids slightly and cast a meaningful glance at Fong Hanlon. Do you know what the root of the Fong family is? Fong Hanlon pondered and replied, it is my second uncle. Without my second uncle, there would be no present Fong family. Wrong. The root of our Fong family is him. He possesses supreme power, even the ability to rewrite fate. Everything the Fong family has now is all because of him. Old Master Fong suddenly became extremely solemn, his eyes resembling a fierce tiger that dominates the mountains, making Fong Hanlon dare not look directly at him. The old man said gravely, I don't have much time left. The future of the Fong family depends on you young people. You must remember, never forget. Everything the Fong family has now is because of him, because of his grace. Serving him is the foundation of everything the Fong family possesses. As long as his favor continues, the glory, wealth, and power of the Fong family will never disappear. Fong Hanlon pondered and quickly responded, Hanlon remembers. Just remember, just remember. Old Master Fong smiled, his expression relaxing considerably. It is easy to conquer a land, but difficult to maintain it. Conquering can be a momentary stroke of luck, but to preserve the land, to ensure lasting prosperity, requires not just luck, but many other factors as well. Ability, luck, and so on. Throughout history, not to mention a family, even a dynasty cannot escape the fate of rise and fall. But the Fong family is different. The Fong family has the potential for lasting prosperity. An existence that can rewrite fate. As long as the Fong family does not forget its original intention, does not forget its roots, and always remembers the foundation of the Fong family's prosperity, then the Fong family will surely endure. His grace, his glory, is enough to break fate. This, Old Master Fong is very clear about. He also knows that his two sons are equally aware. But the family business always needs to be passed down, to be handed to the younger generation. If the descendants forget the foundation of the Fong family, then the family could be destroyed in an instant. After educating his grandson, Old Master Fong calmed his emotions and turned to Fong Ankong, advising him. Ankong, he has summoned you, this is the honor of our Fong family. It is also the time for our Fong family to showcase its achievements. In these years, relying on the grace he has bestowed, the foundation of our Fong family has grown larger and larger. You must be grateful. You must never be negligent. What your father teaches is that Ankong must not be negligent for a single day, always remembering his grace. Dad understands you and believes in you. But your current identity is very sensitive. There are many eyes watching you inside and out. Once you step out of this door, countless eyes will be on you. Going to Longmen to meet him, if you don't have a suitable reason, it might cause considerable trouble for his plans. This matter, you must be cautious and think it through. Even if he doesn't explain, you must learn to think for yourself and learn to solve any troubles that may arise for him. Loyalty is certainly a virtue, but loyalty without ability loses much of its value. We must show him a Fong family that is both loyal and capable. Only then can the glory of our Fong family endure. What father said is true. I will consider it carefully. Fong Ankong respectfully replied, committing the old man's words to memory. After that, the old man gave a few more instructions before becoming mentally exhausted and needing to rest for a while. As he left the hospital room, Fong Ankong began to ponder the old man's advice. He was no longer the old Fong Ankong but one of the top tycoons in Xia country. Such a person, in the eyes of ordinary people, ordinary people could hardly approach him. But in the political and business arenas, he was the brightest star. Once he stepped outside, countless eyes were watching. If he went to Longmen without a reason, it would inevitably raise unnecessary suspicions and could even lead to trouble. A reason Fong Ankong sat in his study, contemplating what reason he should use to go to Longmen that wouldn't cause unnecessary trouble for him or the wujiu. This reason had to be solid. Just as Fong Ankong was deep in thought, Zhangbei University had already sent him an opportunity. Upon learning that the Young family was willing to invest 1 billion to sponsor Li Chen's business plan, the president of Zhangbei University first thought that the Young family must be crazy. 1 billion. What does that even mean? What immense wealth. Supporting a college student's startup with 1 billion. How good could this business plan possibly be? The president of Zhangbei University didn't know, but he realized one thing. This was a chance to boost his political achievements. 1 billion. A 1 billion project. If he could negotiate it successfully, advancing a level before retirement would be no problem at all. Thinking of progress and achievements, after understanding the situation, the president personally went to Zhangbei City to visit Yangshingsai. Although Yang Chen was a member of the Yang family, Yang Xingcai was the true power holder. He needed to know Yang Xingcai's attitude. Upon learning the president's intentions, Yang Xingcai readily acknowledged it and stated that everything would be handled by Yang Chen. Yang Chen's intentions represented his own. With Yang Xingcai's affirmation, the president was almost overjoyed. Then he realized another issue. This was simply an excellent topic for hype. 1 billion investment. College student entrepreneurship. Wouldn't it ignite public opinion? The opportunity for Zhongbei University to become famous overnight had arrived. The president of Zhongbei University was named Wen Shang, a short, stout, and clever man, 53 years old this year. Wen Shang was quite renowned at Zhongbei University. Although he wasn't particularly skilled in teaching, he excelled at dealing with people, securing benefits for the school, and obtaining various funds. He was especially good at it. University professors are also human. Being human means they cannot do without material things. They cannot do without money. For food, drink, and daily needs, as long as they are alive, what doesn't require money? Where does this money come from? Government funding. But how much funding is allocated and how it is allocated is an art. With so many universities across the country, Zhongbei University lacks fame, lacks qualifications, and lacks achievements. Why should they give you anything? Why should they give you more? And this is the strong suit of President Wen Shang. He always manages to turn the impossible into the possible, always able to secure more benefits for the professors and staff of the school. All of this is because he understands the nuances. Nuance is a very subtle word. Take a step further, and you gain more. Take a step back, and relationships become distant. Understanding nuance means not only knowing how to conduct oneself but also knowing how to balance interests. A major event, a benefit, cannot be taken entirely by one person. How much you take, how much I take, and how to make everyone satisfied is not an easy task. $1 billion in investment is substantial. Zhongbei University can absorb it, but it cannot take it all. If it takes it all, it easily offends people and makes others envious. When people are envious, things do not go well. To get things done well, one must make more friends. This is the principle that those who gain the way receive more help. How to make friends is an art. Zhongbei University has achieved such a great event, and the leaders of the local education bureau have played a guiding role. It is under the correct guidance of the education bureau leaders that Zhongbei University has cultivated such outstanding talents and created this miraculous college student entrepreneurship plan. The credit for the guidance belongs to the education bureau leaders. For the local government, $1 billion project is an immense fortune. This is not just a matter of $1 billion. It is about the value that this $1 billion investment can generate. First, upgrading local industries and diversifying them. Large-scale investment can promote the upgrading and transformation of industrial structures, facilitating the city's shift from traditional industries to high-tech industries. The internet is still an emerging industry. Although many successful internet companies have appeared domestically, compared to the potential of the internet, we are only at the dawn of its emergence. If we can slice off a part of the internet industry's cake at this time and create a brand new business card for Zhongbei City, the benefits would be immeasurable. Moreover, the development of diversified industries can enhance the resilience of the city's economy. Second, enhancing the local economy. Large-scale investment can promote local employment, attract more investments, drive local consumption, and help stimulate regional economic development. Investing $1 billion can create an unprecedented giant enterprise in Zhongbei's university town. This would have an immeasurable impact on driving up land prices, commercial development, and employment in surrounding areas. Third, promoting the development of local supporting enterprises. Large-scale investment can drive the development of local supporting enterprises, increase output value, accelerate the pace of expansion, and push regional development to achieve new leaps. Because this $1 billion is an investment in the internet, an emerging, vibrant, and promising industry, it can optimize the local investment structure. Optimizing the investment structure can balance current and long-term development, expand effective demand, respond to economic downward pressure, while also nurturing emerging strategic industries and stimulating the vitality of investment entities, optimizing future supply structures, and releasing long-term economic development momentum. A leading internet enterprise can attract more internet companies to develop in Zhongbei and nurture more supporting enterprises. In summary, if this $1 billion is handled properly, it is not just a $1 billion investment. It is the terrifying effect that can be generated behind this $1 billion investment. Its value is tenfold, even 100-fold in economic effects. This is a remarkable political achievement. Therefore, the credit for driving investment and boosting local employment naturally belongs to the Investment Promotion Bureau and other local leaders. It is the leader's strong support for local industrial development and innovation that deserves recognition. The leaders have benefited and shared the credit. Does that end it? Of course not. With Jiangbei University producing such excellent students and bringing such great benefits, shouldn't the funding and welfare for professors and staff be slightly increased? Shouldn't there be more bonuses and encouragement? Clearly, it should be so. After all, Jiangbei University has cultivated such outstanding students for us in Jiangbei. Moreover, this money doesn't come from our own pockets, it's not from the treasury, but from the people. Taking the treasury's money, using one's connections, and gaining political achievements is not a loss. The staff and professors of Jiangbei University naturally also benefit from this. The leaders have shared the benefits, and their people have shared the benefits. Does that end it? Of course not. There are still two major contributors to this matter. They are the main characters, the Yang family and Li Chen. Without them, could there be this billion-dollar investment? Without the investment of 1 billion, could we have the current situation where everyone is doing well? For such contributors, can we treat them poorly? No, we cannot. When Li Chen initially proposed the idea of internet education and training, Wen Shang briefly communicated with the leaders. After hearing it, the leaders praised it highly. Internet plus education and training is indeed a novel idea. We need such talents in Jiangbei. This matter is approved. By the way, remember to finalize the 1 billion investment early. With the internet education and training settled, we also need to discuss the issue of the company's establishment. This is a 1 billion investment, and its subsequent value is immeasurable. Where it is established will bring tremendous economic benefits to the local area. Young people, starting a business is not easy. My student, yes, Li Chen, comes from a difficult background and lives simply. He has worked hard for who knows how long to start his business, which is quite tough. To support his entrepreneurship, our school directly lent him 2 idle teaching buildings to serve as his initial office space. Right, he didn't even have a place to start his business. Young people have it really hard. And look at one of this kid's entrepreneurial plans. Creating an internet history museum. How can this make money? This is a contribution to society. It aims to tell young people not to forget history. This kid also wants to include Jiangbei City as the first entry in the Internet History Museum. Yes, the very first. By then, it will be hard for Jiangbei not to gain fame. So, can we offer some tax incentives? The leader speaks well. Encouraging young people to start businesses is encouraging the development of our local economy. This creates wealth and benefits the people. It should be so. Rest assured, I will expedite this matter and ensure the 1 billion investment is finalized. Look, the policy incentives are already in place. Is that the end? Of course not. The internet is an emerging industry, and Jiangbei City is not a big city. Its internet infrastructure cannot yet compare with core cities. Issues related to internet infrastructure cannot be handled by ordinary companies. But once the 1 billion internet investment succeeds, it will drive the industrial transformation of Jiangbei City and even hope to turn Jiangbei into a key development city for the internet, making the internet one of Jiangbei's core industries. This is for the local area, for our Jiangbei City. You see, shouldn't the local government enhance the performance of our internet infrastructure so that young people can perform better? What? They will first relocate a dedicated line for Jiangbei University and provide 2 years of free use. Oh. The leader is truly compassionate. Just like that, under Principal Wen Shang's adept maneuvering, many issues are no longer issues. Everyone benefits. Yang Chen is also very satisfied with this result. Although she could negotiate it herself, running around to build relationships with each department would take time and some exchanges of benefits. Now that we can save time and trouble, it is naturally the best. With a result that satisfies everyone, how to make the matter look good is now the most important thing. On the 3rd day after Li Chen returned from Jiangbei University, the local education bureau, the investment promotion bureau, and other departments jointly issued an announcement. A heavyweight news piece about a Jiangbei University student attracting 1 billion in investment with genius creativity immediately became a hot topic, the focus of countless discussions. Local media in Jiangbei City, including television stations and newspapers, conducted continuous in-depth reports on this issue for 7 days. Upon hearing the news, Fang Ankang laughed heartily and immediately instructed the company to arrange a business team to accompany him to Jiangbei City. The actions of Fang's investment made this news even more explosive and eye-catching. Fang's investment, the godfather of the domestic internet industry. Any internet project that the Fang family investment has set its sights on has been a tremendous success, with assets multiplying dozens or even hundreds of times in just a few short years, even thousands of times. Follow. It must be followed. In no time, Jiangbei became extraordinarily lively. As night fell, a faint light emanated from a villa near the university town. The villa has 3 floors, with a building area of 846 square meters and a courtyard of 1,900 square meters, featuring a private swimming pool, garage, and other facilities. This is Li Chen's new residence. His previous rental could no longer meet his needs. Whether in terms of privacy or comfort, it was far too inadequate. The villa, basement. The basement has 2 levels and is very spacious. The area of the basement alone exceeds 150 square meters. It includes an entertainment room, game room, tea room, bedroom, and more. Li Chen transformed the entertainment room into a study, or rather, a huge operations planning room. Several maps are displayed on the walls. World maps from the 1970s, 1980s, and 1990s. Each map bears traces of writing and drawing, mainly marking the changes in the world situation after World War II and the emergence of new countries. Besides the world maps, the most abundant items in the study are books. All kinds of books. Among them, the ones related to Big Brother are the most numerous. It even includes many secret files of Big Brother. Of course, these are all public secret files. With the disintegration of Big Brother, countries around the world began to take action against it. This includes national files of Big Brother and KGB secret files. Are national files important? Of course, they are important, and extremely so. A country hides far too many secrets. The information made public is always just a tiny fraction. Many secrets are even unknown to the highest leaders. It's not that they lack the authority, but rather the energy to delve into everything. Lower officials do not report every detail, they mostly just submit a result. That is sufficient. What does the wujiu need to develop? Wealth, military power, intelligence. There is no order of priority among the 3, nor is there a difference in weight. Wealth is the foundation for developing organizational members, establishing bases, and expanding the organization. Military power is the ability to protect the organization and confront enemies. Intelligence is the organization's eyes and brain, providing the best answers for the organization's development direction and countering enemies. Obtaining wealth is simple, obtaining military power is also simple, but acquiring intelligence from around the world is even simpler. That's right, even simpler. Li Chen stood before the world map, gazing at the map of Big Brother, holding a thick stack of documents in his hands. There was a line of text on the folder. KGB files. The KGB was an anti-espionage agency established during the era of Big Brother, known for its strength and expertise, and in some respects, even surpassing the Central Intelligence Agency and the Federal Bureau of Investigation of America. The KGB was always the main department responsible for Big Brother's foreign intelligence work, counter-espionage, domestic security, and border defense, a super-agency that transcended all party, government, and military departments. It was only accountable to the Central Political Bureau and was referred to by the Sun Neverset's intelligence agencies as the largest intelligence-gathering spy organization in the world. It is ranked alongside the CIA, Mossad, and MI6 as one of the 4 major spy organizations in the world. And such a glorious organization crumbled alongside the disintegration of Big Brother. The reasons for the KGB's disintegration are quite complex. First, one must discuss the organizational framework of the KGB and its power. The organizational framework of the KGB is quite intricate, composed of numerous departments. The first main directorate, responsible for all foreign espionage activities, including managing secret agents and intelligence collection and analysis, as well as intelligence management for specific regions. Second directorate, responsible for the political and social control of Soviet citizens and foreign citizens within the country. Third directorate, responsible for military counterintelligence and surveillance, ensuring the loyalty of all Soviet military departments to the state. Fourth administration, responsible for counterintelligence work related to transportation and communication facilities. Fifth directorate, responsible for domestic political investigation and combating various dissenters, including counterintelligence work concerning religion, ethnic minorities, the arts, and intellectuals. Sixth Bureau, responsible for counterintelligence intelligence reconnaissance of various national defense industrial targets and certain research centers. Seventh Administration, responsible for surveillance activities within the Soviet Union, targeting both Soviet citizens and foreign citizens. Eighth Directorate, responsible for managing sensitive communications, ensuring that communications are encoded, and monitoring foreign communications. Ninth Administration, responsible for the security of senior party and government officials and their families, as well as the security of major government facilities. 10th Bureau, concentrated storage of business statistical documents and archival materials accumulated by the national security agencies during the era of Big Brother and before, thus commonly referred to as the archives in staff conversations. 12th Bureau, Technical Listening. 16th Bureau, responsible for maintaining communication lines used by state institutions, including telephone and radio. In addition to these directorates and administrations, the KGB also included other organizations such as personnel departments, secretariats, technical support staff, financial departments, archives, management departments, and party committees. Before the dissolution of Big Brother, the KGB had already become an incredible behemoth, even described as a monster. The dissolution of Big Brother was also significantly related to the KGB. 1. The reform and new thinking policy promoted by Gorbachev after he came to power, including glasnost and democratization, had a major impact on the KGB. These policies led to the KGB becoming a target of attack, seen as the main perpetrator of Stalinist terror and crimes. 2. With the changes in the political system of Big Brother, the power and status of the KGB underwent significant changes. In April 1990, the KGB was transformed from being directly under the Central Politburo to providing intelligence to the president, and was subsequently supervised by the government and parliament. 3. The impact of the August 19th incident. On August 19, 1991, Vice President Yanayev announced that Gorbachev was unable to perform his duties due to health reasons, and he would act as president, declaring a state of emergency in parts of Big Brother. At the same time, the State Emergency Committee was established. Members included Yanayev, Prime Minister Pavlov, First Deputy Chairman of the Defense Committee Baklanov, KGB Chairman Kryukov, Minister of Internal Affairs Pugo, Chairman of the Peasant Union Starodubtsev, President of the Federation of State Enterprises and Industries, Construction, Transport, and Postal Facilities Zyakov, and Minister of Defense Yazov, among others. After the coup failed, the KGB chairman and first deputy chairman, along with other key leaders, were arrested. After the dissolution of Big Brother, fearing the KGB's vast organizational structure and power, the new president dismantled it into numerous agencies. Thus, the once glorious and fearsome KGB vanished. And this was Li Chen's goal, to seize part of the KGB's legacy. Completing this plan was not a simple task, nor could it be achieved in one step. The most critical point. Li Chen stared at the map for a long time, placing two colored pins on the KGB's 10th Bureau and the former Soviet National Archives. Before the troops moved, intelligence must precede. To take down the KGB, one must thoroughly understand its internal situation. For others, this was an impossible plan, but for Li Chen, it was not. Because now is the past. The future is now. As long as one grasps the intelligence of the past, it is equivalent to anticipating the enemy in advance. The first step is to seize the archives accumulated by the KGB over the decades, as well as the archives of the former Soviet states. Once these are obtained, the major powers of the world will open their arms to him, and there will be no more secrets. Li Chen confirmed the plan and turned his attention to the three books placed on the wooden table. The autobiography of Chekhov, former KGB First Directorate, African Special Operations Department. The autobiography of Tamilov, former director of the KGB 10th Directorate. The autobiography of Ichiro Muraki, former KGB First Directorate, East Asia Special Office. This was the third task Li Chen arranged for Fa Nankang, to help those discarded by the times, whom the wujiu had found, complete their autobiographies. Whether it's the international situation or the change of dynasties, in fact, the impact on ordinary people is very small. Or rather, even if ordinary people possess this information and can traverse and be reborn, they cannot gain much benefit from it, because they are fundamentally not in the same class, not in the same world. The information that truly helps ordinary people, the lower strata of society, is often found in their own memories, in the people they have encountered and the events they have experienced. To help these discarded by the times better complete their tasks and not be swallowed by the tides of history, it is crucial to understand their past in detail and provide hints in the fate contract. Longmen Town, the family community of Suwali Machinery Processing Factory. The community was established in 1998, primarily as welfare housing for employees of the Suwali Machinery Processing Factory. Any employee who has worked at the factory for 10 years can purchase a house in this community at cost price. Naturally, the factory employees are overjoyed with this policy. Although the houses here are mostly small, under 100 square meters, and the living environment is relatively crowded, they are indeed cheap. As long as the price is low enough, these so-called disadvantages can all turn into advantages. At least for the employees of the Suwali Machinery Processing Factory, this is the case. In the family community, there is a very special building. Most of the residents here are foreign technical experts. Of course, this is their nominal identity. They have another identity in private. Members of the wujiu overseas. This includes Chekhov, Tamulov, and Ichiro Muraki. Both Chekhov and Tamulov are standard citizens of the Bear Country. Although Ichiro Muraki has a Japanese-sounding name, he is actually a mixed blood with heritage from both the Summer Country and the Bear Country, with only 1/4 of Bear Country blood. Therefore, his appearance is almost indistinguishable from that of an Asian. It is precisely because he has an Asian appearance that he was assigned by the KGB to operations in the East, responsible for espionage work on the Japanese mainland. Due to their shared experience working in the KGB, the three have a close relationship here. They often gather to chat about the past or discuss the present. On the third floor, room 308. This is Ichiro Muraki's residence. Usually, the three gather here at Ichiro Muraki's place. Because aside from Ichiro Muraki, the cooking skills of the other two can't be said to be bad, they can only be described as inedible. As night falls, Chekhov appears at Ichiro Muraki's doorstep, holding a large black fish. The black fish is enormous, weighing at least 10 pounds. However, in front of Chekhov, this massive blackfish seems insignificant. Chekhov has a rugged appearance, resembling Zhang Fei, with a broad back and a height of nearly 1.9 meters, making him extremely eye-catching in a crowd, a true standout. "Ha, look at my catch today, a big one," Chekhov boasts in broken Mandarin, holding up the large black fish to show off his achievement. When it comes to fishing, Chekhov's eyes sparkle with excitement. Ichiro Muraki smiles silently, listening attentively to Chekhov's bragging. He has graying hair and a tall, thin frame, exuding an air of elegance. Just as Chekhov is boasting, a short, stout, bald old man approaches. He wore glasses, stood at about 1.60 meters, and in front of Chekhov, he looked like a child, a head shorter and more. He was Taramov. "Oh, damn Chekhov, I discovered this fish," Taramov complained. "Ha, what do you mean you saw it first?" "Clearly, I caught it," Chekhov laughed heartily, limping into Muramaki Ichiro's home. His left leg had been injured during a secret operation. Although it wasn't amputated, he was left with a limp. Once inside the room, several people sat down in the living room. A steaming hot pot had been prepared for a while. The bubbling red oil emitted an aroma that whetted the appetite. Muramaki Ichiro had handled the black fish and then came out with 2 full plates of black fish slices. After the three took their seats, Chekhov immediately picked up his chopsticks and eagerly entered battle mode. But Taramov, with a face full of worries, listlessly poked at the meatballs with his fork. He glanced at Chekhov, then at Muramaki Ichiro, his lips moving but no sound came out. After a moment's hesitation, Taramov finally couldn't help but speak. "Muramaki, when will he meet with us?" Upon hearing this question, Muramaki Ichiro and Chekhov both stopped. Especially Chekhov, whose previously lively expression froze, his brown eyes staring at Muramaki Ichiro like a black bear. They had been here for 7 years. For 7 years, they had been half believing in Fong Ankong's promises of well-being. After all, a god who could reverse fate. It was simply absurd. However, for various reasons, they ultimately chose to compromise and believe in Fong Ankong. Year after year, as time passed, they had doubted their decision, even considering whether to leave. But in the end, for various reasons, they chose to persist. Until a few days ago, Muramaki Ichiro, as the team representative, went to observe the underground palace. The team was one of the organizational frameworks of the wujiu. At the grassroots level of wujiu, there were groups of 5. A group leader was established. Different groups did not interfere with each other. The group leader was responsible for managing the members of the same group and reporting the situation and difficulties of the team members to wujiu. Those who went to the underground palace that day were the leaders of each group. Muramaki Ichiro was one of them. To meet him, to feel his divine power. But at that time, the scene was too shocking, and since they were not familiar with each other, no one noticed an extra person. After witnessing Li Chen's divine power, Muramaki Ichiro passionately recounted the events to Chekhov and Taramov, as well as Li Chen's godlike strength. This made the few who had waited for years unable to contain their excitement. Especially Taramov, who even found it hard to believe that Fong Ankong's words were true. Wujiu. This obscure little organization actually hid such a great figure. From that day on, Taramov couldn't sleep all night. He wanted so much to change his fate. He wanted so much to regain everything he had lost. In '89, during the internal power struggle of the KGB, he was punished for choosing the wrong side, losing not only his position but also being sent to prison. It wasn't until '91, when the KGB's leaders were purged, that he was fortunate enough to receive a pardon. But after more than 2 years, when he came out, everything had changed. His father passed away in the month he entered prison, and his mother committed suicide the following month. His wife remarried and he never heard from her again. This was already tragic enough, but as an old saying goes, when God closes a door, he will surely close a window too, driving you mad. After being released from prison, Taramov was quickly granted a new position and, due to his grievances with the former KGB leaders, received a certain degree of re-employment. But, his new leader, who he followed, was purged in '92 for selling KGB secrets, and he was removed from his position and even expelled from the country due to issues with the new leader. In the years that followed, Talamu once contemplated suicide. If it weren't for Fong Ankon finding him, he believed he would have died long ago. Now, learning that he has the chance to return to the past and change the damn life, Talamu's mood has never been calm. As long as the master of the wujiu is willing to help him change his damn life, he is willing to pay any price. Any. Talamu stared into Meraki Ichiro's eyes like a gambler who had lost everything. The atmosphere became particularly heavy at that moment. Meraki Ichiro remained silent for a few seconds, then resumed using his chopsticks, calmly saying, he has his decisions. The only thing we can do is wait. Wait for his mercy. Wait for his glory. Do not attempt to challenge his authority. At this point, Meraki Ichiro looked at Talamu with a gaze that held a sharper coldness, like the glint of a blade, piercing into the soul. Only those who have witnessed such incredible divine power can understand how great the master of the wujiu truly is. That is an absolutely irresistible force. Moreover, it is Meraki Ichiro's only chance. He absolutely will not allow anyone to destroy his hope, not even a friend. Under Meraki Ichiro's intimidating gaze, Talamu gradually lowered his head. His eyes were vacant, his lips moved, and he finally sighed, as if his spine had been pulled out, feeling weak and powerless. I understand. The always silent Chekhov suddenly laughed. Ha, come on, stop talking, the fish is almost cooked. What are you all in such a hurry for? They are willing to take such a big risk to shelter us, to feed us, to give us drinks, and they are hoping we can be of use in the future. Talamu, don't be downcast. He might be watching us. Hearing this, Talamu shivered and straightened his back. Yes, he is the one who can glimpse fate and rewrite it. To rewrite fate, what a precious opportunity, how could it be casually granted to others? Perhaps he is selecting excellent targets. He must hold on and show him an excellent, worthy of saving Talamu. Jiangbei University. Cherry trees were lush and swaying gracefully, enjoying the wonderful sunlight. Under the cherry trees, there were round tables, benches, and other places for people to rest. Li Chen, Lu Guodong, Wang Xinya, Su Man. The four sat around the round table. Damn, brother, you've made it big. Do you know who has come to our Jiangbei? The CEO of the Fong Group. Do you know the Fong Group? Lu Guodong leaned close to Li Chen, excitedly shaking his arm, like a fan discussing their favorite star. I've heard a bit, Li Chen casually replied, finding it somewhat amusing. No one in the world knows the Fong Group better than he does. What does the Fong Group do? Su Man asked curiously. Lu Guodong scratched his head. You don't know President Fong of the Fong Group? He's an angel investor in the internet industry. Any internet company that catches President Fong's eye is guaranteed to grow rapidly and achieve remarkable results. Wow, is it that impressive? Not just impressive, it's like being reborn with a cheat. Have you seen The Legend of the Condor Heroes? It's that kind of feeling with the main character. You can't imagine, an investment company invests in which that enterprise's market value will soar hundreds or thousands of times in a short period. Wow, how much? 1,000 times. Of course, the large internet companies in our country now, are all industries invested by the Fong Group. Yeah, I'm one of the shareholders of these companies, the original shareholders. Oh my, that's quite exaggerated. Hey, if that's the case, doesn't that mean congratulations, you must be making a fortune. Su Man, with a very streetwise demeanor, wrapped her arm around Li Chen's shoulder, nudging against him, and joked, hee, after you get rich, you can't forget us poor friends. Ha, do you think my brother is that kind of person? Lu Guodong laughed heartily, throwing a flirtatious glance at Li Chen, almost directly saying, we're good brothers, you have to help me out. That cheeky expression made Li Chen unable to hold back his laughter. His gaze became distant, and he couldn't help but sigh quietly. Before his crossing over, he had very few old classmates he kept in touch with, and he could count them on one hand. Among them was Lu Guodong. Lu Guodong's life couldn't be considered good. The year he graduated, which was 2005, he got married. He met his wife through a blind date. After getting married, Lu Guodong used his family's savings to start a small business in Jiangbei City, and life was somewhat manageable. But the economic crisis in 2008 destroyed his business, leaving him deep in debt. From then on, Lu Guodong had to work to support his family and pay off debts, living a very frugal life. When a person is financially strained, family conflicts inevitably become prominent. There were more trivial matters to deal with. In 2012, his wife couldn't stand this kind of life anymore, and after a long period of conflict, they divorced. Their only son was left with Lu Guodong. That year, his son was 6 years old. From then on, Lu Guodong worked even harder. He was somewhat lucky. In 2014, his hometown underwent demolition, and with the compensation money, he not only paid off all his debts but also had some savings left over, and life gradually became prosperous. After that, Lu Guodong opened a small company and started a real estate agency business. However, due to the busy business, he neglected to discipline his child. Skipping classes and fighting became a daily routine. Eventually, his son couldn't even get into college and went to work at Lu Guodong's real estate agency after finishing high school. Later on, the real estate industry cooled down, and Lu Guodong's agency couldn't continue. Young Lu even lay at home, relying on his parents. Li Chen clearly remembered the scene when they were drinking and discussing this matter. That day, the weather was very cold. It was snowing. Not heavily, just a light drizzle of snow accompanied by hail, which stung their faces a bit. They sat under a red awning, and because they were near the edge of the awning, snowflakes inevitably blew in with the cold wind. But while eating hot pot and drinking, they hardly felt the chill. Lu Guodong, with a scruffy beard and a weary look, downed a glass of beer, his cheeks slightly flushed, and sighed, "Today's young people really have it tough. My little one is doing okay." "Oh, in what way?" "Hey, he's really good. Every day, he doesn't cause trouble, just chases anime, watches TV, plays games, and the day passes in the blink of an eye. Isn't that good enough?" "Ha, you don't mind him being a freeloader." "Freeloader? Pfft, what freeloader?" Some people nowadays just come up with all sorts of strange terms. What is involution? What is freeloader? What does involution even mean? Isn't it just because the environment is harsh, and everyone doesn't have suitable jobs, so they have to compete fiercely for the limited job positions? Is this the responsibility of young people or workers? Society can't provide enough jobs. What does that have to do with young people or workers? What did we learn back then? We learned history. Throughout history, when refugees rise and chaos ensues, is it because the common people are unwilling to farm and live well? Isn't that the failure of the court? And the result? A bunch of useless bastards can only frantically shift the blame, evade their responsibilities, and even come up with concepts like involution. Their consciences must have been eaten by dogs. And then there's this living off parents thing. What does it mean to live off parents? If society could provide a fair and reasonable environment, ample job opportunities, and reasonable compensation, would so many people be living off their parents? Isn't it because society is broken, the environment is bad? Look at the current situation for young people. A measly $3,000 a month. After rent, food, utilities, and so on, how much can they really have left? Expecting them to support themselves, get married, and buy houses, how realistic is that? Talking about this really pisses me off. A bunch of bastards keep saying that social morals are decaying, that today's youth are no good, that they lack conscience. These people are all worthless. The virtue of a gentleman is like the wind, the virtue of a petty person is like grass. When the wind blows on the grass, it must bend. This was said by Confucius over 2,000 years ago. The moral quality of a gentleman is like the wind, while that of the common people is like grass. When the wind blows, the grass will inevitably bow. If a society is morally decayed, it must be a problem with the ruling class. That's why Confucius always demanded that the ruling class maintain their integrity, not the common people. Now, it's the opposite. With social morals decaying, those bastards immediately blame the youth, blame the common people. Young people have no real influence, and ordinary folks have no real influence. An ordinary person, even if they went out and killed someone in the street, how many people would remember it 10 days or half a month later? We are lucky to catch the last train of this era. My son and his generation will suffer the most in the future. We can't take advantage of living in a time of rapid economic growth, an era of technological explosion, and, having achieved a little success, arrogantly criticize their shortcomings. Is that something a human would do? That's something a beast would do. That night, the wind was strong, and the snow was heavy. Lu Guodong drank a lot and said a lot. But Li Chen still remembered that although Lu Guodong understood his son's difficulties, he was equally helpless about the current situation. Hey, Li Chen, what are you thinking about, so lost in thought? Lu Guodong waved his hand, moving it in front of Li Chen, curiously asking. Nothing. Li Chen came back to his senses and casually replied. Then he looked at Lu Guodong, who still had a hint of youthful innocence, and couldn't help but sigh at the unpredictability of life. Li Chen pondered, when the company gets started, would you be interested in coming to help? Brother, are you serious? Lu Guodong was stunned for a few seconds, staring intently at Li Chen. Until he confirmed that Li Chen was not joking, he hurriedly said, well, it's not that I don't want to, it's just that, we are old classmates. With my level, what could I possibly do? Ah, forget it. Although you are one of the founders of the company, the real money is coming from others. With my level, I have enough self-awareness not to add to your troubles. I really don't understand that internet stuff. When you take charge in the future, and secure your position as the boss, then you can treat your brother to a meal. I'd be very happy. Lu Guodong said, laughing, and gave Li Chen a punch on the chest. Li Chen patted Lu Guodong's shoulder and didn't say anything more. This bond, he would remember. Always remember. Meanwhile, the Fong Group's convoy entered Zhangbei, receiving a warm welcome from the Zhangbei leadership and various media. Of course, there was also one person. Team leader Wang Wangde, Longmen County Mayor's office. Mayor Qin and Wangde sat on a wooden sofa. On the tea table in front of them were 2 steaming cups of tea. The green tea leaves floated on the surface of the water, resembling a small boat, leisurely stretching out. Fong Ankang is coming to Zhangbei, Mayor Qin said, handing a newspaper to Wangde. The headline boldly announced Fong Ankang's arrival in Zhangbei with a business team. It also included the welcoming words from the Zhangbei city leadership for Fong Ankang, among other things. Wang De held the newspaper, staring at the news with a furrowed brow. He felt something was off about Fong Ankang coming to Zhangbei at this time, although everything seemed normal. For instance, an impressive internet business plan had emerged in Zhangbei. The concept of self-media had become the slogan for Zhangbei University's external promotion. It had also become the propaganda slogan for the Zhangbei leadership. Moreover, some people were calling for Zhangbei to be built into the #1 self-media internet celebrity city in Xia country. Self-media and internet celebrities, these two fresh concepts had indeed attracted many people. Wang De had also looked into Zhangbei University's so-called self-media and the business plan that had released some information. How to put it? He wasn't particularly optimistic. Self-media, where everyone could be a media outlet, would surely lead to chaos. If such a thing were to be realized, it would definitely be a mess. What can be said? What cannot be said? What can be spread? What cannot be spread? Could that be left to ordinary people? Moreover, although the internet had made significant progress, to say that a self-media platform could be established to give everyone a chance to showcase themselves, he still couldn't understand. What's the use of that? Would anyone really showcase themselves online to a group of strangers? Too unrealistic. However, understanding or not, the case still needed to be investigated. Wang De focused on the newspaper, searching for suspicious information. Business team. Zhangbei University and local news had just been released a few days ago, and the Fong Group had already prepared a business team. Such a big matter, didn't they have a project evaluation? Or was the project really that good, allowing the Fong Group to make a detailed and complete evaluation the very next day, or even the same day, after the news was announced? Wang De pondered, but knowing little about the internet and business, he didn't dare to make a rash judgment. He circled the business team and wrote down his doubts. As for whether it was suspicious, that needed to be discussed with other members of the investigation team. With the first doubt in mind, Wang De continued to look down. Wang De's ballpoint pen pointed at a name. Fong Bochuan. The old master of the Fong family, also the first CEO of the Fong Group. Wang De remembered clearly that the old master Fong had stopped concerning himself with the affairs of the Fong Group due to a serious illness 2 years ago. Especially in the past year, he had hardly left the Fong family villa. A seriously ill person, who could pass away at any moment, actually participated in this trip. No. The more Wang De thought about it, the more abnormal it felt. He stared at Fong Bochuan's name, his expression grave as he murmured. Mayor Qin noticed Wang De's sudden change in expression and felt puzzled. He picked up his tea, took a sip, then set the cup down, contemplating. Uncle Wang, what do you mean something is wrong? Wait a moment. Wang De didn't answer directly but took out his phone and dialed a number. The call was quickly connected. Hello, team leader, what's the matter? Xiao Zhang, check the information on Fong Ankang's father for me. Our investigation team should have his file. We do, but Fong Bochuan hasn't been involved in worldly affairs for a long time. I remember, right, he seems to be in the late stages of cancer, not much time left. Probably at most just these 2 years. I found it, that's right, Fong Bochuan was diagnosed with lung cancer 3 years ago. By the time it was discovered, it was already too late. Although he has been actively treated over the years, it hasn't been very effective. Here is Fong Bochuan's diagnosis certificate. The prediction is that he has at most 6 months to live. Would a person with only 6 months to live suddenly care about the new projects of the Fong Group? Team leader, what are you talking about? Fong Ankang brought his business team to Zhangbei, and Fong Bochuan came along. What? Fong Bochuan came along too? He doesn't have much time left. why would he go along? Besides, in his current state, lying at home could extend his life a bit longer. Going out? Isn't that courting death? I found out that Fong Buochuan indeed went to Jiangbei City with Fong Ankang. Oh, team leader, Fong Ankang mentioned this in an interview. He said he was taking his father back to Pingzhang, their hometown. Back to his hometown? Yes, I found a segment where Fong Ankang was interviewed, and he said it himself. I think it's quite normal. We, the people of Xia country, value returning to our roots. The Fong family is a prominent clan in Pingzhang, having lived there for generations, with a history of over 500 years. Their ancestral grave, and so on, are all there. Fong Buochuan wanting to return home to see it before he dies, to return to his homeland, is not a problem. Hearing this, Wang De still frowned. No problem? Isn't Fong Ankang a filial son? Well, he should be. He took over the family business years ago, but in recent years, he has invited many experts from home and abroad to consult for Fong Buochuan. To go to such lengths, he should be considered a filial son. If Fong Ankang is a filial son, does that mean this business is more important than Fong Buochuan's last wish? Does he really have to take Fong Buochuan on a trip from Jiangbei? Team leader, do you suspect that Fong Buochuan has connections with those people? Even if he has connections, the Fong family's matters have been handed over to Fong Ankang for several years now. Even if there are connections, it should be with Fong Ankang. Fong Buochuan is about to die, he can't possibly still be responsible for contacts over there. I think Fong Ankang taking Fong Buochuan along is either a coincidence or perhaps an attempt to divert our attention. Although we are conducting a secret investigation, the people behind the Fong family have extensive connections and might not be unaware of some clues. If the Fong family received a tip-off, they might be deliberately diverting our attention right now, and then take the opportunity to destroy other materials or make other preparations. Your analysis does make sense. Immediately investigate the financial flow of the Fong Group, including the overseas funds of the Fong family, and clarify what other movements the Fong family has recently. But we can't be lax on the Jiangbei side either. Keep a close watch on everyone in the Fong family. Understood. Wang De pondered and issued the order. Upon hearing Wang De's conversation, County Chief Qin also understood what was going on. Fong Buochuan, the old master of the Fong family. He murmured a few words but did not express an opinion. Although he had heard of the Fong family's matters, he did not know much about them. In unclear matters, one should not speak casually, let alone express opinions. This is a basic principle in officialdom. While team leader Wang was arranging the surveillance plan, Fong Ankang had already arrived in Jiangbei City. 5 cars, more than 20 people. Besides Fong Ankang, Fong Buochuan, and other members of the Fong family, there was also a 15-person business team and 6 bodyguards. For this, he had booked a hotel in advance. The entire floor. The hotel is the most luxurious 5-star hotel in Jiangbei City and the only 5-star hotel in Jiangbei City, Dingsheng Hotel. Before Fong Ankang arrived, several important leaders from Jiangbei City had been waiting for a long time. Among them were the secretary of the top leader and leaders from departments like the Investment Promotion Bureau. They had only one purpose for coming: understanding Fong Ankang's investment tendencies. This individual is a tycoon of the internet industry, akin to a god of wealth, and has never missed a successful project. If he is willing to place a heavy bet on this project in Jiangbei, it will directly influence the leadership's level of attention towards it. As Fong Ankang's convoy just arrived near the hotel, it caught the attention of the investigation team members. They had already thoroughly tracked all of Fong Ankang's movements. The 2 members monitoring him were both young, in their 20s or 30s. To avoid drawing attention, they wore ordinary clothes, looking almost like regular people. To avoid suspicion, one had an ear stud, and the other dyed his hair yellow, aiming for a non-mainstream look. They did not sit together. One squatted in a corner not far from the hotel's main entrance, holding a game console. The other sat beside a flower bed in front of the hotel, holding a music player. They appeared to be engaged in their own activities, but their eyes occasionally darted towards the only road in front of the hotel. Time passed, minute by minute. At noon, luxury cars began to line up outside the hotel. These cars were all worth millions, bearing license plates from the Magic City. Upon seeing these luxury vehicles, the 2 remained calm, but their eyes lit up. The one with yellow hair pressed his earbud and whispered, "They're here." Wow, what a grand scene. Well, after all, he's a billionaire and here to discuss business. This is already quite frugal. This is considered frugal? Humph, you haven't seen anything more extravagant. Django, how can you say that? Have you seen something more extravagant? It's not just extravagant, it's simply unbearable to look at. Unbearable to look at? What does that mean? I once investigated a billionaire with the team leader. Wow, that was a grand scene. Surrounded by people when he goes out, directly opened a modeling agency to choose a wife, and the villas around his house were filled with his lovers, over 100 of them. Every night they draw lots to see which door number to go to. Damn, that's so extravagant, over 100 lovers? Pfft, just over 100, that's not even the most impressive, it's merely average. What's impressive is that besides having many women, the scene is grand, even the toilets at home are made of gold, inlaid with diamonds. Damn. Alright, enough talk, keep an eye on the target. I'll go in first. The one with yellow hair said, standing up, playing the game while casually walking towards the hotel. He entered the hotel and headed straight for the front desk. At the same time, Fa Non-kong also got out of the car. The first to greet him was the chief secretary. A man of ordinary appearance, in his 30s, with thick eyebrows and big eyes, very composed. Mr. Fong, it's a pleasure to meet you. You're too kind. After some pleasantries, Fa Non-kong entered the hotel with several leaders from Jiangbei. The hotel had long prepared a reception room. Inside the reception room, Fa Non-kong and the leaders praised Jiangbei's geographical location and development potential. Fa Non-kong complimented Jiangbei for its talented people and excellent geographical position. Most importantly, the population is large, which is the foundation for development. The leaders praised Fong Group's investment vision, investment projects, and returns, almost directly calling Fa Non-kong a god of wealth descended to earth. This mutual flattery in business brought both parties closer together. Seeing the atmosphere warm, the chief secretary took a sip of water, and the leader from the Investment Promotion Bureau, receiving a hint, casually asked, "What does Mr. Fong think of Jiangbei University's self-media platform? An excellent idea, very promising. But whether we can reach an agreement depends on their willingness. After all, we Fong Group are just guests." Fa Non-kong replied with a smile, carrying a hint of self-deprecation. However, this answer did not satisfy the leaders. What they wanted was a clear response. After all, the Fong Group's reputation was too significant. If they could bring the Fong Group on board, it would greatly boost the economy of Jiangbei. This was a matter of political achievement. Fa Non-kong paused slightly and continued, "I have already asked a friend to arrange a meeting with General Manager Yang and the founder of the business plan tonight. If all goes well, we should have results in the next couple of days." Hearing this, the others secretly breathed a sigh of relief and exchanged silent glances. This was useful information. As long as they knew the time of the meeting, they could give Yang Xingcai a heads up in advance. This matter was not just about the Yang family, it was also related to the future development of Jiangbei. If the situation allowed, the Yang family would endure some hardship to secure the Fong Group's investment and get them on board. After all, the Fong Group was very well known in the internet industry. Everything was for the greater good. Alright, once General Manager Fong has an answer, be sure to inform us. Jiangbei City warmly welcomes capable and bold investors like you. Wishing you a successful meeting tonight. With this important information, the group did not linger and exchanged pleasantries before taking their leave. Soon after, news of Fa Non-kong's meeting with Yang Xingcai and others spread throughout the upper echelons of Jiangbei City. However, this did not affect Fa Non-kong's plans or Yang Xingcai's actions. The first meeting of the Infinite Society, where all the fate changers gathered, officially began. That afternoon, Fa Non-kong and Yang Xingcai's cars headed towards Longmen Town. The target was the Zhang family of Longmen. The entire upper class of Jiangbei was paying attention to this meeting. In politics, in business. For officials, this meeting was crucial, as it would directly impact their political achievements for the coming years. For businessmen, it was equally important. Once the Yang family and the Fong Group reached a consensus, it would mean a brand new gold mine was right before them. Those who followed the Fong Group into the scene would surely get a share of the pie. Not to mention the future strategic planning of Jiangbei City, which promised endless wealth. Therefore, many friends of the Yang family had already gone to greet Yang Xingcai before the meeting with the Fong Group. Most conveyed the same message. The Fong Group was a well-known investor both domestically and internationally. If they could bring them in, the resulting fame would allow the Yang family to profit immensely from this business. The underlying message was clear. As long as they could secure cooperation with the Fong Group, it wouldn't matter if they offered some concessions, they could earn more from other avenues. Many of these people were collaborators of Yang Xingcai and were also shareholders in this business plan. Regarding these overt and covert hints, Yang Xingcai simply smiled and stated that he was a businessman, of course, pursuing profit. He would measure things carefully. Everyone understood Yang Xingcai's vague responses. The Yang family and the Fong Group had not yet entered formal negotiations. If their stance was too obvious or too weak, they would be at a disadvantage. However, the situation was entirely different for the investigation team. They had been tracking the Fong Group for half a day but had gained nothing. The Fong Group's actions were clear, and everyone's movements were traceable. Business negotiations. The same went for the Yang family. Yang Xingcai, Yang Chen, and several executives of the Yang Group showed no suspicious behavior either. Longmen, the temporary office of the investigation team. More than 20 men and women in suits were busy organizing materials, staring at computers, or on the phone. Wang De sipped strong tea, with neatly organized materials in front of him. Fong Group, Yang Family, Longmen Group. Wang De focused intently on the 3 documents laid out before him, his eyes filled with confusion. Why? Why here in Longmen? And why was it Zhang Shicheng hosting? From the connection between the Fong Group and Zhang Shicheng, it can be seen that the two sides have not been in contact for many years and cannot be considered close. Moreover, Zhang Shicheng has never shown any interest or investment in the internet. There is also no connection between Zhang Shicheng and the Yang family's business plans. From any perspective, it seems that the Longmen Group has no relation to this business negotiation. In this case, why would the Fong Group invite Zhang Shicheng to host a meeting with the Yang family? Is it merely because Zhang Shicheng is a local power in Jiangbei and might have some connection with Yang Xingcai? Wang De stared at the materials from the 3 parties, deep in thought, with no answers. He pondered and suddenly squinted his eyes, shouting loudly, "Get me the guest list from the Zhang family." Besides the Fong Group and the Yang family, who else did the Zhang family invite this time? Or, who has visited the Zhang family in the past 2 days? Upon receiving Wang De's order, someone quickly brought the information. In recent days, only a few executives from the Longmen Group have visited the Zhang family estate. Oh, team leader, among the executives who recently went to the Zhang family estate, half of them are foreign technical personnel. What? Foreign technical personnel? Wang De's pupils constricted, and he immediately thought of the Fong Group's overseas branches, a thought suddenly flashing through his mind. Could it be that the Longmen Group has connections with them as well? He urgently shouted, "Immediately investigate who these foreign technical personnel are and where they come from." Yes. Ha, Brother Yang. Ha, Brother Zhang. It's a pleasure to finally meet you. Yang Xingcai and his daughter were brought to the front yard by the butler, where Zhang Shicheng personally came out to greet them. Upon seeing Zhang Shicheng from a distance, they couldn't wait to smile and open their arms in greeting. Zhang Shicheng embraced Yang Xingcai and then looked at Yang Chen, who was dressed in a fish-white evening gown, exclaiming, "This must be the esteemed young lady. I've heard so much about you, a true talent." "Uncle is overpraising me," Yang Chen replied with a smile, her gaze falling on the living room. Inside the living room, 3 people were sitting restlessly, appearing quite tense. They were Chekhov, Muramaki Ichiro, and Talimov. The appearances of Chekhov and Talimov were particularly striking. Following Yang Chen's gaze, Zhang Shicheng looked inside and introduced with a smile, "These 3 are also members of the wujiu. This one, who is as burly as a black bear, is called Chekhov. This one is Talimov. And this is Muramaki Ichiro." Although Muramaki Ichiro has a very Japanese name, he is actually of mixed heritage from Xia country and Bear country. His grandmother is from Bear country, and his grandfather is from Xia country, possessing a quarter of bear blood. He specifically instructed that they be summoned today. After introducing the 3, Zhang Shicheng revealed the purpose of their presence here, deliberately emphasizing he. Upon hearing he, Yang Xingcai's expression immediately became solemn, and he looked at the 3 with a friendlier gaze. Since they were summoned by him, the purpose was already self-evident. He smiled and nodded, striding into the living room, proactively extending his hand to greet the 3. "I am Yang Xingcai. I am fortunate to have received his favor, which has led to some small achievements." The 3 were quite surprised to hear this and looked at Yang Xingcai. It was the first time they learned that besides Fong Ankang and Zhang Shicheng, there was a third person who could change fate. This discovery made them even more excited and nervous. He truly possesses infinite divine power. They wondered. The 3 had different thoughts as they shook hands with Yang Xingcai. Come, everyone sit down. Today is a big day. All of us who can change fate are gathered here." Zhang Shicheng smiled as he led the way, inviting everyone to take a seat. At that moment, there were no other people in the living room, only a few members of the wujiu were present. They did not stand on ceremony and all sat down. After sitting, Zhang Shicheng pondered, "Brother Yang, do you know what plans he has?" As he spoke, Zhang Shicheng's expression grew more solemn and expectant. Although he did not know Li Chen's plan, he was well aware of the backgrounds of Muraki Ichiro and the other 2, 3 former KGB agents. Today, Li Chen called a meeting and specifically invited all 3 to attend. Even if Zhang Shicheng considered it with his toes, he knew Li Chen's purpose. And this was the crux of the matter. 3 KGB agents, former KGB agents. These were not ordinary people. They were spies, and not just any spies, but agents of the most formidable intelligence agency of the former Soviet Union, the KGB. If Li Chen had no plan, no special purpose, he would absolutely not believe it. Of course, he naturally hoped that the more pawns Li Chen had, the better, and that the wujiu's cause would grow stronger. After all, the larger Li Chen's influence, the brighter Zhang Shicheng's future would be. Yang Xingci shook his head slightly, looking at Zhang Shicheng with a hint of confusion. Zhang Shicheng's expectant expression struck him as very strange. Brother Yang doesn't know either? Zhang Shicheng sighed in disappointment, but then secretly felt pleased. If Yang Xingci didn't know, it meant he wasn't any more special than himself. There was still a place for old Zhang in the wujiu. Yang Xingci, seasoned in business, had long cultivated a keen insight. Just from the glance Zhang Shicheng cast at the three before asking his question, he could guess a thing or two. Li Chen had summoned them all today and had also called for Chekhov and the other two. The purpose of summoning Chekhov and the others was obvious. To rewrite their past. Since it was about rewriting the past, it must be related to the identities of Chekhov and the others. 3 foreigners. This was an identity worth pondering. What did Li Chen want to do, or rather, where did he want to lay his plans? It must be closely related to the identities of the three. And Zhang Shicheng had long been acquainted with them. Clearly, he should understand their backgrounds. Backgrounds? Yang Xingci murmured to himself, smiling, does Brother Zhang know any insider information? As he spoke, his gaze swept over Chekhov and the others, his smile full of camaraderie, as if to say, you can't hide anything from me. It's not really insider information, Zhang Shicheng replied in a good mood, smiling as he asked, why don't you take a guess at the identities of Chekhov and the others? I can give Brother Yang a little hint. They were all agents before. Agents. Yang Xingci's pupils constricted, and he couldn't help but change his expression, exclaiming, agents, those were spies who served the country. Yang Xingci had seen many movies about spies, but this was the first time he had encountered real-life agents. 3 agents. What did this mean? It indicated that Li Chen was about to take action against a certain country, or rather, a certain official department of that country. Chekhov. Talimov. Moraki Ichiro. Agents. Chekhov. This is. Yang Xingci's thoughts raced, and he sensed something from the names of Chekhov and the other two. The style of these names resembled that of people from the old Soviet Union. The old Soviets. Wait. Yang Xingci's pupils constricted, and he stared in shock. Could they be from the former Soviet Union? Brother Yang is truly impressive, guessing their identities correctly in one go. Indeed, they are all former members of the Soviet KGB. It's just that after the Soviet Union disbanded, for various reasons, they had to seek refuge in foreign lands. Zhang Shicheng was somewhat surprised that Yang Xingci had guessed correctly at once and readily provided the answer. Yang Xingci took a deep breath, his expression shifting unpredictably. Members of the former Soviet KGB. The former Soviet Union. Yang Xingci squinted, his thoughts somewhat chaotic. He was already over 50 this year, and when the Soviet Union disbanded, he was around 40. It can be said that he has truly felt the terror of the former Soviet Union, experienced the fear of that colossal entity. It is precisely because of this that Yang Xingci understands even more what the disintegration of such a giant means. Endless opportunities. Li Chen silently recruited 3 former KGB members, and the purpose was already self-evident. KGB. Former Soviet. Although he still did not know Li Chen's specific plan, Yang Xingci had not forgotten Li Chen's recent boldness. Everything. This world, he wants it all. And now, he has clearly begun to take over the world. The former Soviet Union is the first step. Just as Yang Xingci was pondering, a series of footsteps and the sound of a wheelchair sliding came from outside the door. Hearing the commotion outside, Zhang Shicheng took the initiative to stand up. He looked out the window and saw Fa Nankang pushing the old master coming towards him. The old master's cheeks were slightly flushed, and he was in high spirits. Fa Nankang wore a smile, striding confidently. Noticing Fa Nankang's arrival, Zhang Shicheng immediately put on a beaming smile and hurriedly jogged out. He rushed to Fa Nankang, excitedly giving him a hug. Old Fawn, it's been a long time. After greeting Fa Nankang, Zhang Shicheng then remembered the old master and quickly bent down, saying, the old master is in great spirits. Come in, please. With that, he led the way. Fa Nankang pushed the old master into the living room, only to find it already very lively inside. His gaze swept over Chekhov and the other 3, then landed on Yang Xingci and Yang Chen, deep in thought. Previously, Fa Nankang had suspected that the Yang family might also be a pawn of Li Chen. After all, any family with a brain and risk awareness would not invest all their assets into a project with an uncertain future. Unless there was another reason. After Fa Nankang arrived at the Zhang family, the investigation team members who were keeping watch outside hurriedly sent the news back to the temporary office. Inside the office, Wang De furrowed his brows, looking up at the yellowed ceiling, his eyes vacant as he pondered something, pacing back and forth in the cramped office. He was thinking about the commonalities between the Yang family, Longmen Group, and Fong family group. If both Longmen Group and Fong family group were serving the same force, there must be similarities. And if Longmen Group and Fong family group were serving the same force, could the Yang family also be a member of this force? Otherwise, why would they involve the Yang family in such a meeting? Was it merely a business negotiation? If it were a business negotiation, was it necessary to hold it at Longmen Group's place? Or was the Yang family just an excuse for Fong family group and Longmen Group, a pawn to confuse the situation? Just as Wang De was deep in thought, excited shouts came from outside. "Boss, we got it, we got the information on those few people." Accompanied by the shout, a staff member rushed over, holding a folder. Wang De quickly stepped forward and took the information. He opened the folder and began to examine it carefully. The first page contained the information of a man as strong as a black bear. Name, Douglas Kane. Nationality, Gallus. Age, 65. On the second page, there was a short, stout man with a receding hairline. Name, Gray Alva. Nationality, Germany. Age, 64. On the third page, there was a tall, thin Eastern man. Name, Kisulifu. Nationality, Bear Country. Age, 68. Wang De flipped through the three people's information while walking, examining it carefully. According to the information on the documents, there were no particular issues. All three were overseas technical personnel hired by Longmen Group, with corresponding certificates and clear work experience. After arriving at Longmen, there had been no overstepping behavior. Every day was just work, dormitory, almost a straight line. Very regular. Furthermore, the Longmen Group itself does not possess any high-tech capabilities, nor does it involve any confidential domestic work or industries. One could say its value is zero. If it were foreign spies, it would be completely unreasonable. After all, even if the intelligence here were sent out, no one would care. Wang De flipped through the documents and suddenly thought of a question, pondering, have they ever called their families or sent any emails? Probably not. If they used international express delivery, the post office would definitely have records. As for contacting abroad, nothing was found. Wang De frowned slightly, staring at the information of the three individuals, lost in thought. The one who had been in Xia country the longest had been there for 10 years, and the most recent had been there for 8 years. With such a long time spent abroad, having no contact with the outside world, is that normal? Did they have no relatives or friends abroad? How is that possible? It's not like, this is. Wang De looked at a photo of Chekhov, focusing on Chekhov's left hand. There were many calluses on his left hand. Especially noticeable was the area around the base of his thumb. Wang De continued to look at Chekhov's right hand. Although it was hard to see clearly due to the angle, he could vaguely make out calluses on both sides of the index finger. Upon seeing this, Wang De finally confirmed his suspicion. This was a gunman, and a well-trained soldier at that. The callus at the base of the left thumb was a mark left from long-term gun handling, while the calluses on both sides of the right index finger were from pulling the trigger. Such marks could only be left by long-term training. This was a soldier, a seasoned veteran. As Wang De thought of this, his pupils constricted, and he suddenly slammed the documents he was holding onto the table, his face dark as he cursed. Damn it, a foreign veteran who has been armed for a long time entering the country, and still under the guise of a mechanical engineer, does that make sense? Even if it does, he could still be a mechanical engineer. But how do we explain the Fong family's arms acquisition? The Fong family, the Longmen Group, elite gunmen from abroad. With all these connections, Wang De couldn't help but think further. After his rage, he quickly calmed down. Wang De turned around, his face grim, and coldly ordered, immediately investigate where these people came from domestically and through which agencies. Also, check if there are any other financial transactions between the Longmen Group and the Fong family. Thoroughly investigate the mechanical factory they work for. I want all the data on the factory, financial transactions, and trades. Accompanied by Wang De's cold orders, everyone dared not slack off and hurriedly took action, each with different responsibilities. Some investigated the bank accounts of these targets. Some looked into their communication records. Others checked their spending records. In the face of the powerful state machinery, they felt as if they were standing naked under surveillance, with almost no privacy at all. Meanwhile, a luxury car stopped in front of the Zhang family home. It was the Yang family's vehicle. Stepping out of the luxury car was Li Chen. He came alone, and compared to the grandeur of the Yang and Feng families, he appeared somewhat downcast. Li Chen's appearance instantly caught the attention of the investigation team. In the distance, a member of the investigation team, monitoring the situation at the Zhang family, reported secretly, "Someone else has arrived. But why is it just one person? He looks very young?" Found out, Li Chen, the founder of the self-media platform Concept, pulled in a large investment from the Yang family, and reportedly has a very close relationship with Miss Yang Chen of the Yang family. "Oh, it's him. Tisk tsk, this kid is really impressive. When I was in college, I could only bury myself in books. This kid actually managed to pull in $1 billion in investment. Damn, people really do make you feel inferior." That's true. Ordinary people really can't compare to geniuses. But this self-media platform, is it really useful? The Yang family actually dares to invest $10 billion. How much is the total asset of the Yang family? $10 billion probably requires a lot of loans from the bank. That's normal. Aren't all businessmen like this? Where do you find a big businessman who does as much as he has money? They just go all out when they have a project. But the Yang family is essentially going all in on him. That's quite interesting. After all, the internet has been a hot topic in recent years. There are quite a few top tycoons in our country who have made their fortunes thanks to the internet. Even last year's richest man became a commercial giant overnight because his internet company went public, and his wealth skyrocketed dozens of times. The Yang family, relatively speaking, is already an early established family. At their scale, there aren't many paths left to take. That Yang, right, Yang Chen, didn't he come back from studying in America? He must have learned about the potential of the internet there, which is why he fully supports Li Chen's business plan. After all, those big names in the internet industry in our country basically got their ideas from abroad and then took advantage of the era's dividends to rise. That's true, Yang Chen is really impressive, having obtained 3 doctoral degrees in history, theology, and economics abroad. Wow, that girl is so amazing, she actually has 3 doctoral degrees. Isn't that so? But she actually likes to study history and theology, that's quite rare. Amid the discussions of the investigation team, Li Chen was politely invited inside by the Zhang family's butler. However, he was not taken to the living room but to an underground palace. The Zhang family estate covers a vast area, but besides the enormous above-ground buildings, the underground area is even more astonishing. It has a total building area of over 50,000 square meters. There are 6 levels, with the deepest reaching 50 meters underground. The entire structure is shaped like an inverted pyramid, smaller below, larger above. The hall where Li Chen first met the members of the wujiu was on the 1st floor. This time, he was heading to the conference room on the 2nd floor. This place is no longer accessible to ordinary members. Without orders from the high-ranking members of wujiu, one can only break in. The conference room is quite large, measuring over 200 square meters. At the front is a podium and a projector, with rows of tables and chairs below. Members from the Yang family, Feng family, Zhang Shichang, and a dozen others had been waiting for a long time. As footsteps approached from outside, the room fell silent in an instant. Everyone held their breath, nervously and expectantly looking towards the door. Especially the old man from the Feng family and the 3 from Chekhov. Creak as the door to the conference room opened, Li Chen slowly walked in. Yang Xingxai, Zhang Shichang, and Feng Ankang immediately stood up, excited as if they were elementary school students seeing their teacher. Others who had not yet reacted or had never seen Li Chen also quickly followed suit, standing up and giving him their attention. President. The most excited person was undoubtedly Feng Ankang. His face flushed as if he were drunk, his body trembling, hands shaking as he walked towards Li Chen, tears welling in his eyes. Before he even reached Li Chen, Feng Ankang knelt on the ground with a thud, choking back tears as he bowed and said, "President, your great kindness and virtue will be forever remembered by Ankang." At that moment, the room was dead silent. Muramaki Ichiro and the 3 from Chekhov looked at Li Chen with no doubts left, only tension, anticipation, and reverence. That was Feng Ankang, one of the top tycoons in the Xia country. Such a person was so out of control and humble in front of him. He, truly worthy of being a man with divine power. The 3 from Chekhov secretly marveled, even more eager for what was to come. Li Chen stepped forward, smiling as he gently patted Feng Ankang's head. At the moment the 2 made contact, a colorful leaf floated out from Feng Ankang's head. The leaf was tiny, like the inconspicuous green leaves of shrubs found everywhere. Yet, this minuscule leaf radiated a dazzling light akin to the sun, with strands and wisps of colorful brilliance resembling the aurora spilling forth from it, filling the entire room. Countless images emerged in the aurora, revealing the scenes of Feng Ankang's 2 lines of fate. Zhang Shichang and Yang Xingxai both had similar experiences and appeared quite calm. However, Chekhov and the others, including old Master Fong, had never witnessed such a fantastical sight. Li Chen merely brushed Fong Ankong's head, and a leaf flew out, and then, they gazed in a daze at Fong Ankong's 2 lines of fate, many unable to comprehend it, yet profoundly shaken. For instance, Chekhov and his companions. As the fate contract materialized, Li Chen also reaped rewards. The fate paradox surged wildly. 50, 100, 150, finally stopping at 189. Li Chen, male, 21 years old, ability, alter fate, level 2, fate paradox, 189/1000. Li Chen looked at the noticeably increased experience points, feeling quite pleased. As the fate paradox was absorbed, the light of the fate contract gradually faded, sinking back into Fong Ankong's body. Li Chen withdrew his hand from above Fong Ankong's head and smiled. Get up. You've worked hard all these years. Not hard, not hard. To serve the president is Ankong's fortune earned over 10 lifetimes, and it is also the fortune of the Fong family. Fong Ankong's excitement had not yet subsided. After getting up, he stood with his hands straight at his sides, particularly respectful. After delivering an impassioned speech of loyalty, he finally remembered his old father. Fong Ankong turned around and raised his hand to introduce Li Chen. This is my father. If it weren't for the president altering my fate back then, my father would not have escaped that calamity. I am Fong wujiu, fortunate to join the wujiu, and have met the president. Old Master Fong hurriedly introduced himself, but his body was too weak to leave the wheelchair. He bent over, nervously introducing himself. Li Chen looked over upon hearing this. Fong wujiu, male, 74 years old, fate fork 1, 48 years ago, taken in as an adopted son by my uncle, subsequently nurtured by him. Fate fork 2, fate fork 3. Special status, seriously ill, late-stage lung cancer, with only 1 month and 8 days of life remaining. Li Chen raised an eyebrow, deep in thought. This was the first time he had seen such a prompt. Although he had previously been able to see others' fates, he had never encountered a special prompt. Why? Was it merely because old Master Fong was gravely ill, with his life nearing its end? Li Chen pondered, scrutinizing old Master Fong. Under Li Chen's gaze, old Master Fong's expression grew more tense, even swallowing nervously. The others were clueless and dared not speak. Your lifespan is nearing its end. Suddenly, Li Chen spoke. This statement stunned everyone and left old Master Fong somewhat bewildered. Lifespan nearing its end? Realizing this, he forced a bitter smile. Indeed, late-stage lung cancer, I probably don't have much time left. However, to pay my respects to you before I die, to personally thank you for your kindness to the Fong family, even if I were to leave now, I would have no regrets. Old Master Fong sighed, filled with emotion. He had long learned of the Fong family's fate from Fong Ankong. Over the years, he had indeed been very grateful for Li Chen's great kindness. Most importantly, he understood that the Fong family could only find a way out by closely following Li Chen. A true way out. Upon hearing this, everyone finally understood why Li Chen was staring at old Master Fong. They secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Zhang Shicheng couldn't help but exclaim, the old man is truly carefree. Fong Ankong smiled and said, my father has always been this way. His only wish is to personally come and thank the president. Otherwise, I wouldn't want him to have to face the storms in this condition. At this point, Fong Ankong walked over to the old man, squatted down, and adjusted the position of the cushion behind him so that he could sit more comfortably. The old man patted Fong Ankong's arm and, with a slightly hoarse yet bold voice, laughed, seeing you kids so successful and witnessing his greatness with my own eyes, what else can I not let go of? The others sighed silently at this. Life, old age, sickness, and death. Who can be an exception? Li Chen looked at the warm scene between the father and son and felt quite emotional. Just as the atmosphere was warm, the old man became agitated, and his breathing suddenly grew rapid. He was already in the late stages of lung cancer, with his lung function nearly paralyzed. At this moment, his rapid breathing caused oxygen supply issues, and his face immediately contorted in pain. The sudden change left Fong Ankong stunned, and it was unexpected for everyone else. Cough cough, the old man coughed violently a couple of times, and his face gradually turned a shade of blue. Seeing the old man's condition change drastically, Fong Ankong was instantly at a loss. Dad! Dad! Your respirator! Fong Ankong fumbled around in the medical box of the wheelchair, trying to comfort the old man. Although the others were anxious, they couldn't help much and could only pray silently. Li Chen sighed at this sight. Although he possessed the power of fate, well, Li Chen suddenly thought of a possibility and said thoughtfully, step aside. Fong Ankong, who had just pulled out the portable respirator, was momentarily taken aback but quickly reacted. He hurriedly moved aside, looking at Li Chen with anticipation. Although he didn't know why Li Chen wanted him to step aside, he had felt Li Chen's divine power before. The others exchanged glances, some surprised, others puzzled. They knew of Li Chen's ability to rewrite fate, to change destinies. But, late-stage lung cancer, could this really be changed? It couldn't possibly mean going back in time to erase the illness, right? That wouldn't be realistic. Li Chen said nothing more, stepping forward and placing his right hand on the old man's head. His eyelids drooped slightly, and the power of fate penetrated into the old man's body. In an instant, Li Chen felt a very complex world. It was as if his spirit had entered the old man's body. The internal organs transformed into towering giants, resonating in the vast cosmos. Li Chen quickly located the lungs. The grayish-white lungs resembled a lifeless planet, moving feebly. The power of fate spread, enveloping the lungs. Fate cutting. Li Chen silently activated his ability, conveying a command in his mind. Cut away the fate of lung cancer. With Li Chen's thought, his divine power slowly flowed away. 1 point. 2 points. 3 points. As the divine power dissipated, the grayish-white lungs underwent a noticeable transformation, gradually becoming a healthy red. Seeing this scene, Li Chen's lips curled slightly. As expected. Fate cutting. Modifying the fate of a certain scene, a certain object. This skill was far from simple. Its range of application and methods were very broad. While Li Chen was delighted, the old man's sensations were the most evident. Since the late-stage lung cancer diagnosis, he had often struggled to breathe, relying on oxygen machines and respirators to alleviate his lung function deficiency. But when Li Chen's hand pressed on his head, the old man's sensations changed instantly. His previously weak lungs, for some reason, suddenly felt cool, as if he had taken a breath of mint, and he felt completely refreshed. Breathing no longer felt laborious or weak. It became extremely smooth. The sensation was exhilarating. The pain on his face gradually faded, and the bluish hue of his complexion was replaced with a flush of color, even showing hints of joy and comfort. This transformation left everyone dumbfounded, filled with both surprise and curiosity. What kind of method was this? Li Chen sensed that the old man's lungs had completely recovered, withdrew his hand, and smiled. Your lung cancer is cured. Ah. The old man first responded, then suddenly reacted, exclaiming in astonishment. Good, it's gone. That was late-stage lung cancer. Just like that, with a touch, it's cured? The old man's eyes were vacant, almost in disbelief. The others were equally stunned. Cured! A touch, and the terminal illness vanished. Chekhov and the other two exchanged silent glances, a shared thought emerging in their minds. Could he be a god? Or Christ? Congratulations, old man. Zhang Shichang was the quickest to react. Although he had no idea how Li Chen did it, since Li Chen said so, it clearly couldn't be false. He smiled broadly and bowed to the old man Fong, his words filled with envy. Late-stage lung cancer, and just like that, it was cured. What luck! No, this couldn't just be luck. It must be a divine connection. As if he had gained favor from a deity, like a rebirth. Zhang Shichang's congratulations snapped the others back to reality, especially Yang Xingcai and Fa Nankang. Yang Xingcai, beaming with joy, also congratulated. Congratulations, Mr. Fong. Fa Nankang excitedly grasped the old man's arm, eagerly asking, Dad, how do you feel now? The old man came back to his senses from the shock and confusion, slightly tilting his head, taking a couple of deep breaths, and thoughtfully replied, very relaxed. Before, it felt like my lungs were blocked, but now it's clear, like a feeling of having eaten mustard or mint, very refreshing. The old man felt his body, his words filled with joy and ease. A smile unconsciously appeared on his face. He was the direct beneficiary, feeling the most deeply and directly. Although it was a bit exaggerated to say he was reborn, it truly felt like a heavy burden had been lifted, making him feel much lighter. After suffering from illness for many years, suddenly regaining health felt more exhilarating than anything else. Hearing this, Fa Nankang was so moved that tears filled his eyes, excitedly saying, Good, that's great. After saying this, he turned to Li Chen, bowed 3 times with a loud thud, and excitedly said, Thank you for your grace, President. I Fa Nankang said, his eyes red, choked up and unable to speak. Get up. Li Chen's eyelids drooped slightly as he smiled. Yet, in his heart, he was still savoring the feeling of having changed the old man's fate. Rewrite fate. Unlike the past, this was a forced rewriting of certain realities that had already become the past through divine power. The success of this experiment opened up a whole new line of thought for Li Chen. If fate can be altered to erase diseases, does that mean more changes can be made? For example, lifespan limitations, even physical limits. However, Li Chen's eyelids drooped slightly as he glanced at his divine power. Just now, erasing the old man's lung cancer fate consumed a full 8 points of divine power. Forcibly rewriting reality through divine power consumed far more than rewriting the past by allowing someone to be reborn. this only modified the fate of the lungs. If modifying a person's fate, such as their lifespan or physical condition, required how much divine power? Li Chen secretly exhaled, keeping this thought in mind. In the future, as his abilities upgraded and his divine power limit further broke through, he could indeed try it out. After Fa Nankang got up, he wiped away the tears from the corners of his eyes and then turned to the three men, saying, "President, this is Chekhov. This is Taramov. This is Muramaki Ichiro." The three men, facing Fa Nankang's introduction, stood before Li Chen, displaying extreme respect, even a bit of fear. Taramov, after Fa Nankang finished the introduction, sincerely prostrated himself before Li Chen, raising his plump backside, kissing his toes, and lifting his arms high as if worshipping a deity, respectfully saying, "Please allow me to express my highest respect to you." Chekhov held his right arm across his chest, bowing at a 90-degree angle, and solemnly said, "Chekhov greets the president." Muramaki Ichiro followed closely, kneeling on the ground in a very standard posture, then straightening his back, bending forward to bow, with his arms placed at the sides of his head, almost parallel. "Greetings to the president." His voice was steady and powerful, with few words. Li Chen's gaze fell on the three men, and he nodded slightly. He had already read their autobiographies and had a relatively detailed understanding of their pasts. Chekhov, a former elite agent of the Soviet Union, belonged to the First Directorate and was mainly responsible for combat-related matters before his injury. He used violent means to eliminate enemy personnel obstructing the former Soviet Union. Taramov, a former KGB member, was not part of the field operations but was mainly responsible for file management and compiling intelligence from various KGB sources. Muramaki Ichiro, a former KGB member, had a rather unfortunate situation. Indeed, it was quite unfortunate. He belonged to the type that was neither favored by his uncle nor loved by his grandmother. The main operational area of the former Soviet Union was Europe and America, and they paid far less attention to East Asia, especially Japan. Muramaki Ichiro was sent to Japan at the age of 28, which was about 40 years ago. At that time, it was roughly 1964. When Muramaki Ichiro first arrived in Japan, he had only a very small amount of operational funds. At that time, Japan was experiencing an unprecedented era of prosperity. The economy was growing rapidly. How fast was it? In the 1960s, household appliances began to become popular in Japan, with washing machines, refrigerators, and vacuum cleaners gradually becoming standard in homes. The penetration rate of washing machines rose from 46% in the 1960s to 92% in 1970, refrigerators from 10% to 93%, and vacuum cleaners from 8% to 75%. Between 1965 and 1970, the proportion of households owning cars in Japan increased from 1/20th to 1/5. This was Japan in the 1960s, an era of rapid economic growth, soaring incomes, and rapidly rising living standards. In such a thriving era, a time with increasing hope for the future, how much appeal did the propaganda of the former Soviet Union still have? Muramaki Ichiro's actions cannot be said to have yielded no results. One could only say that even a dog would shake its head. Such results directly led to dissatisfaction from the former Soviet side and a reduction in funding. By the end of the 1960s, Muramaki Ichiro even had to take on part-time jobs to maintain his operations, and it wouldn't be an issue to say he was working for pay. As for what happened later, Li Chen's gaze shifted away from the few men, and he sat down calmly and casually. He patted the table beside him and said calmly, "Everyone, please sit down. The wujiu has developed to this point, already taking shape and gaining some strength. It is time to make some changes and clarify the future development path." Upon hearing this, everyone's expression became solemn, and they dared not delay, quickly taking their seats. Yang Xingcai, Zhang Shichang, and Fang Ankong sat closest to Li Chen. Next were Yang Chen, Fang Wuchuan, and others. Chekhov and the others sat on the outermost layer. After they sat down, they did not speak, nor did they dare to speak, all looking expectantly at Li Chen, waiting for his orders. Facing the gaze of everyone, Li Chen showed no signs of timidity. He shifted his gaze slightly, scanning the faces of the crowd, and said solemnly, "Our wujiu is different from other organizations. Our organization is rooted in the present and develops from the past. The emergence of every fate changer signifies a modification of the past, and also represents a development of wujiu." The crowd nodded slightly, with Zhang Shichang and others showing fervent expressions, their eyes filled with reverence. We must consider a question. As the number of wujiu members increases and changes to the past multiply, is it possible that this could lead to collisions among members, or even trigger unnecessary chain reactions? Or, could the influence among members cause issues in others' fate changes, potentially affecting the achievements that wujiu has already secured? The crowd exchanged glances. They had not previously considered this issue. In their minds, since Li Qin could rewrite the past, it naturally meant that the past would not affect the development of wujiu. Even if it did, they could just rewrite it again. However, the question Li Qin raised now compelled them to think carefully. If such events truly occurred, could the past really be rewritten at will? With such back-and-forth rewriting, could it lead to a complete collapse, triggering regional destruction, or even wars across the world? The answer was affirmative. There was certainly that possibility. Realizing this, Zhang Shicheng and the others couldn't help but feel a bit more anxious. Zhang Shicheng said, "President, what do you think we should do? Have you ever played with a jigsaw puzzle?" Li Qin smiled as he pulled out a jigsaw puzzle from his bag. A puzzle made up of 1,000 pieces. The crowd looked at the puzzle in Li Qin's hands, slightly puzzled, but still nodded in agreement. "I have played." "President, what does a puzzle have to do with the problems we face?" "It has a lot to do with it. If we cut the world map into pieces of various sizes, wouldn't these pieces be like jigsaw puzzle fragments?" The crowd pondered, and some had already understood Li Qin's meaning. For instance, Yang Chen, Old Master Fong, and Meraki Ichiro. Their eyes brightened, and their gazes toward Li Qin held a bit more awe. Li Qin continued, "This is what you will need to do in the future. Each of you, every fate changer, is a fragment of the wujiu puzzle. You will complete your respective missions for the development of wujiu in different eras and locations. Ultimately, your achievements will connect in the future, forming the map of wujiu." The crowd suddenly understood, finally grasping Li Qin's meaning. A puzzle. This is the way wujiu develops. Through time travel and rebirth, planting different seeds in different eras and locations. Everyone has their own mission. No one should overstep their own mission. Only in this way can a perfect puzzle be formed. This is a seed nurtured by time. This is the result cultivated by fate changers. Here, the entire world will eventually become the garden of wujiu. The crowd thought seriously, gradually understanding Li Qin's meaning. The core of the puzzle plan lies in the connection among organization members, but they must never interfere with each other. Just like a jigsaw puzzle, each piece is predetermined and will never overlap with others. Otherwise, the assembly of the puzzle will surely fail. This point is crucial. Only if the organization members do not interfere with each other can the overall arrangement of wujiu remain intact, preventing structural collapse in its construction. After careful consideration, Fan Ankang pondered, "The president's lesson is indeed correct. Our wujiu is rooted in the modern era and grows from the past. Every change to the past may produce unpredictable changes. If there is no reasonable planning, it is very likely to affect the past that our infinite society has already rewritten, leading to the collapse of the growth path of the infinite society, or even destroying the infinite society itself. The beauty of a puzzle lies in the fact that each piece has an inseparable connection, being an indispensable part of the whole, yet they can perfectly combine with each other. I will remember the chairman's teachings." Yang Xingcai and Zhang Shicheng followed closely. "I will remember." After responding, Yang Xingcai pondered and asked, "Chairman, what should we do next?" As he spoke, he looked at Chekhov and the other two. Faced with Yang Xingcai's attention, the three couldn't help but swallow nervously, feeling anxious yet eagerly waiting. Chekhov, Talamu, Murakami Ichiro. Li Qin did not answer but called out the names of the three. After being named, the three hurriedly stood up and saluted Li Qin in unison. "Here." The three responded in unison, their inner excitement hard to conceal. Li Qin examined the three. Chekhov, male age, 65, Fate Crossroad 1, in 1971, 32-year-old Chekhov was sent by the KGB to secretly develop in the Pyramid country. In the same year, Chekhov received a mission to eliminate an enemy agent for the organization. During the operation, Chekhov and his companions were ambushed, and all three comrades perished. Although Chekhov narrowly escaped, he was injured in the left leg by shrapnel, resulting in permanent disability. Fate Crossroad 2, in 1980, 41-year-old Chekhov faced the choice of returning home or going to Central Africa to develop connections, and he chose to continue the revolutionary cause in Central Africa. Fate Crossroad 3, in 1991, with the collapse of the Soviet Union, a large number of documents from former Soviet states and KGB files were lost, exposing Chekhov's identity. To evade assassination, he had to flee to another country. Talamo, male 64 years old. Fate Crossroad 1, in 1982, Talamo faced an important decision, to follow his old leader to the 10th Bureau or to stay in the 1st General Bureau. At that time, Talamo chose to stay in the 1st General Bureau, but without the protection of his old leader, he quickly became a thorn in the side of the new leadership and was oppressed in the department. Meanwhile, his old leader, after going to the 10th Bureau, although his real power was reduced, the competition also decreased, allowing him to thrive and quickly get promoted to deputy director of the 10th Bureau. Fate Crossroad 2. In 1989, due to internal power struggles within the KGB, Talama was punished for choosing the wrong side, losing his position and being sent to prison. Fate Crossroad 3. In 1991, Talama's new leader betrayed state secrets, and he was implicated and expelled from the country. Murakami Ichiro, male 68 years old. Fate Crossroad 1. In 1964, Murakami Ichiro arrived in the East with his companion Korakuto, working as a reporter for an unknown tabloid in Tokyo. In the same year, Murakami Ichiro met a Japanese girl, Yukogo, and they bonded over books, deepening their feelings in the following years. In 1965, Murakami Ichiro was supposed to meet Yukogo, but received an urgent KGB order and had to carry out a mission. When he arrived at the meeting place, Yukogo had long since left. At that time, Yukogo was waiting for Murakami Ichiro but was harassed by nearby delinquents. A kind passerby timely rescued her, preventing a tragedy. From then on, the two drifted apart. The following year, Yukogo married the passerby who had saved her. This incident became a knot in Murakami Ichiro's heart. Fate Crossroad 2. In 1975, Yukogo and her husband were involved in a car accident. Her husband died, and Yukogo became a vegetable, leaving behind two young children. Because both sets of parents had passed away, the children were left without anyone to care for them. Moraki Aikiru became the adoptive father of the two children in the capacity of a close friend of Gota Yuko, who had become a vegetable. In 1991, after the dissolution of the Soviet Union, a large number of national archives and KGB files were leaked, and Moraki Aikiru's identity was exposed, leading to his arrest by the authorities of the East Japan on charges of espionage. Li Chen's gaze fell upon the panels of several individuals, peering into their fates. Under Li Chen's watchful eyes, the group seemed to hold their breath, afraid to disturb one another. After a brief silence, Li Chen commanded, "I need the three of you to return to the past and complete a task together." Upon hearing this, everyone displayed expressions of surprise. 3 people, completing a task. This was clearly not a trivial matter. Otherwise, there would be no need for all 3 to be involved. After all, Zhang Shichang, Yang Xingcai, and Fang Ankang had all traversed and been reborn alone. What could be so significant that warranted all 3 of them returning to the past simultaneously? Zhang Shichang and the others exchanged astonished glances. The 3 from Chekhov, however, reacted differently. They were momentarily stunned, then their faces lit up with joy. They had thought that only one person could receive the president's blessing, while the other 2 would have to wait for the next opportunity, which could be uncertain. To their surprise, Li Chen was allowing all 3 of them to return to the past at the same time. Chekhov was the first to react. He knelt on one knee and solemnly declared, "Chekhov vows to fulfill the president's orders at all costs." Moraki Aikiru and Talimov quickly followed suit, joyfully kneeling down. Talimov, even more excited, crawled in front of Li Chen and kissed his shoes, exclaiming, "Talimov is willing to give everything for you." After expressing his gratitude, Moraki Aikiru voiced his confusion, "President, although the 3 of us were once affiliated with the KGB, we were not in the same region, making it difficult for us to gather together. What task do you need us 3 to collaborate on? How are we supposed to accomplish your task?" Upon hearing this question, both the excited Talimov and the expectant Chekhov, along with the others, cast curious and puzzled looks at Li Chen. 3 reborn individuals, this power could not be understated. Li Chen did not answer directly but smiled and asked, "What is it that our wujiu needs the most right now?" "It's intelligence. However, with the resources of our wujiu, it is clearly impossible to gather detailed intelligence from various factions in a short time." After the dissolution of the Soviet Union, national archives and KGB files were extensively stolen by countries around the world and former Soviet officials. Upon hearing this, everyone instantly understood Li Chen's intention. The national archives of the former Soviet Union, the KGB files. These were crucial documents and intelligence gathered over decades by a world power, involving countless resources and manpower. If wujiu could obtain this intelligence, the entire world would open its arms to them, and there would be no secrets left. At that point, wujiu could lay out its plans without fear of any country or faction. It was akin to unlocking full map visibility in a game. Coupled with Li Chen's ability to rewrite the future, it was like having full map visibility combined with a guaranteed critical hit. In an instant, everyone realized the significance of this matter for wujiu. Normally, National Archives and Intelligence Agency files are among the most important state secrets, heavily guarded. Such places are generally inaccessible to ordinary people, let alone for stealing documents. But the problem was that in 1991, the Soviet Union had collapsed. During the tumultuous years following the dissolution, the country was in chaos, with everyone's safety uncertain. At such a critical moment of regime change, who would still care about a pile of documents? Moreover, at that time, former Soviet officials took advantage of the national chaos to openly sell state secrets to countries, organizations, and individuals around the world. As long as you paid, you could freely access and copy the archives. It was all about letting the big shots come in and play. Of course, the prices were relatively high, especially after 1994, as the situation in the Bear Country gradually stabilized, obtaining copies of the archives became much stricter, and the prices soared. At that time, the cost could reach as high as $1 per page. The core materials were even more expensive. However, even so, how could one resist the allure from countries around the world? Countless former Soviet confidential documents were taken away by lobbyists from various nations or flowed into the black market. This was the only opportunity to access the archives of the former Soviet states and the KGB. Once this window was missed, no country would allow its secrets to be exposed to the world. Normally, even if someone realized the value of the state archives and KGB documents after the dissolution of the Soviet Union, history has proven that there are too many sharp-eyed and sensitive individuals. But the wujiu is different. The wujiu can rewrite the past. The dissolution of the Soviet Union caught everyone off guard. Even the United States, the biggest rival of the former Soviet Union, never imagined that the terrifying monster that had instilled fear in them for decades, even to the point of sleepless nights, would suddenly vanish. It killed itself. This is simply amazing, truly the best Christmas gift. Thus, it was only after the former Soviet Union announced its dissolution, or on the eve of its collapse, that countries around the world realized that the giant that had terrified the world had truly fallen forever. The vast legacy it left behind was waiting to be unearthed by the fated. The reaction time left for countries and major powers around the world was limited. The wujiu could start laying the groundwork a year or even several years before the dissolution of the Soviet Union. Once the Soviet Union was in turmoil, they would act immediately. This is the advantage, an absolute advantage. Thinking of the countless intelligence left by the former Soviet Union and the benefits those intelligence could bring to the wujiu, everyone couldn't help but breathe rapidly. Fa Nongkan's expression changed dramatically, his heart racing to 200 beats per minute in excitement. His face flushed, he took a deep breath and exclaimed, "President, you are brilliant. The state archives and KGB documents of the former Soviet Union, this is simply a great gift from heaven to our wujiu. As long as we obtain these, the president will control the secrets of the entire world, the hidden truths of all nations." Yang Xingcai and others agreed. The KGB is one of the most powerful intelligence organizations in the world, fully aware of the secrets of various countries, especially in Europe and America. If we could obtain the KGB's archives, it would be a significant help for the development of the wujiu. The president is indeed wise. President, with only those three, will it be too difficult to obtain the KGB's archives and the state archives of the former Soviet Union? The KGB is relatively easier to deal with. Talimov is from the KGB's 10th Directorate, which is the KGB's Archive Management Bureau. But the state archives of the former Soviet Union belong to another system, and with their identities, they might not be able to access them. Upon hearing this, Talimov quickly stepped forward, eager to please, saying, "I have friends working in the National Archives. Although it is difficult to obtain confidential materials during normal times, when the domestic situation changed drastically in 1991, it would be absolutely no problem." At that time, the country was in chaos, and officials related to the National Archives were openly selling state secrets. With my connections, I can help the president select the most valuable documents, whether it's state projects from the former Soviet Union or research materials. At this point, Talimov was particularly confident. He had experienced that era and understood just how crazy it was. The entire country, from top to bottom, all officials are frantically searching for buyers for national assets, then transforming those assets into their own. From national resources to state archives, there are even numerous intermediaries directly selling former Soviet scientists and research materials to various countries. Oh, that's not called selling, it's called introducing. They collect bribes from lobbyists of different nations, introducing scientists who have lost their sources of income to distant wealthy patrons. Dear Davarish, the former Soviet Union has already been boxed up and buried. In this chaotic time, no one cares about your research projects, and even less about your precious wisdom. They are all crazily selling off the assets of this country, selling everything, vying for power and profit. Dear Davarish, you haven't had an income for a long time, have you? Oh, poor Davarish. By the way, I have a job I want to introduce to you. Do you need it? Oh, of course, it's not in the country. Given our current situation, do you still expect anyone to appreciate your wisdom and continue those research projects that yield no results? My God, they are all busy vying for power and profit, they can't possibly care about you. Even if you don't think of yourself, you should think of your wife and children. Those generous and wealthy Western businessmen greatly appreciate your wisdom. Yes, they are willing to pay a salary far exceeding what you used to earn. 3 times. That's right, 3 times what you used to earn. Ha ha ha, dear Davarish, I knew you would agree. Yes, this is not treason, our country has long been gone. In that chaotic era, tens of thousands of scientists actively and passively left the former Soviet Union. Among them, the number of scientists, engineers, and professors who went to America, or were poached by America, is in the tens of thousands. Tens of thousands of scientists and senior engineers. This is the core crystallization of a nation's wisdom. It is precisely the loss of a large number of cutting-edge talents that has led to the subsequent decline and technological stagnation of the bear country. Without talent, what technology can be developed? Thus, a joke has circulated on the internet. The technological development of the bear country relies on archaeology. This is reality, and it is also helplessness. Talamov's initiative eased everyone's furrowed brows, and smiles appeared on their faces. This is indeed great news. Li Chen shook his head slightly and calmly said, "What I want you to do is not just to obtain the KGB secret files and the archives of the former Soviet state. After you obtain these files and some important original documents, I want you to completely destroy the National Archives and the KGB archives." The phrase completely destroy caused everyone's expression to change dramatically. Destroy. That is the accumulation of decades from the former Soviet Union, the most important and valuable documents of a country. Who knows how many secrets of the former Soviet Union are hidden within? Talamov was stunned for a moment, then instantly understood Li Chen's meaning. He frowned and said, "The president wants to monopolize the former Soviet archives, not giving other countries and forces a chance to take advantage. As long as the archives are destroyed, many agents' information and important secrets will become the exclusive secrets of the wujiu. But with just the 3 of us, it's almost impossible to complete such a task." Talamov sighed. That is the archive of a country, with tens of millions of documents. Even if transported by train, it would require hundreds of train cars. Although the former Soviet Union was in chaos in '91, the importance of the National Archives and KGB archives is not something that no one has realized. After all, these are the most valuable commodities for some officials. To destroy all these documents, which are not stored in one place, would require at least 100 armed forces to act simultaneously. A large amount of weaponry would also be needed. Li Chen did not respond but solemnly asked Chekhov, "If I give you the opportunity to return to 71, do you have the confidence to raise an armed force before 91? Chekhov heard 71 years, and his eyes instantly became bright and piercing, like the king of lions in Africa. 71 years, that was a place of pain he could never forget. His complexion flushed, he answered decisively, "Yes." The crowd's pupils constricted, and they couldn't help but take a deep breath. Back to 71 years. 20 years of preparation. The president's scheme was indeed long. 20 years. As the crowd reflected, they suddenly realized that it might not be impossible for the wujiu to seize the secret files of the KGB and the archives of the former Soviet states. With this thought, a notion emerged in everyone's mind. What if the president's plan succeeded? Wujiu would take all the archives of the former Soviet states and the KGB's secret files in one fell swoop and completely destroy them. Wouldn't the major powers of the world, eager to dance on the corpse of the former Soviet Union, go mad? After a brief shock, the crowd erupted in joy. 20 years of preparation, all for the KGB files of the former Soviet Union and the National Archives. This was indeed promising. Even Taramov, who had just voiced his opposition, was astonished but also delighted, saying, if there were an armed force of over 100, this would still have a chance. However, Taramov paused slightly, furrowing his brow, and cautiously glanced at Chekhov, quietly reminding him, given the situation with the KGB, it's impossible to provide Chekhov with so much operational funding. If Chekhov could rise to a higher position, there might still be some hope. But ensuring the loyalty of other subordinates is also a significant issue. Taramov's voice was not loud, but the questions he raised made many frown. Even Li Chen couldn't help but look at Taramov a couple of times, nodding in agreement. Money, or more accurately, wealth. Where does the money come from? Is money important? Of course, it is. Without money, nothing can be done. From the smallest needs to the grandest endeavors, what doesn't require money? This is just a personal issue. If it's an organization, a company, a country, money becomes even more crucial. The simplest point is, if a company has no money, who the hell would work for you, getting paid to show up? Are you an idiot, or am I? For an organization and a country, money is equally vital. Without money, how can you recruit soldiers? Without money, how can you expand your territory? Without money, How can you ensure peace and security for the people? Without money, who the hell will do your bidding? And money never appears out of thin air. It's not as if when a country turns on its printing press, money just comes pouring out. That's just a pile of paper, never true wealth. Different countries have different sources of income, mostly referred to as taxes. Different eras have different means of taxation. The so-called tax is the currency or goods collected by the state from the tax subjects, namely all the common people, as fiscal revenue. Related to this, the most famous term should be exorbitant taxes and miscellaneous levies. What are exorbitant taxes and miscellaneous levies? During the late Qing dynasty, the phenomenon of exorbitant taxes and miscellaneous levies was particularly prevalent. The government and officials, in addition to collecting regular taxes like grain tax and population tax from the people, would also invent various names to impose additional levies, leading to the suffering of the populace. For example, in Guangdong, there were taxes like the huitang tax, concubine tax, and maid tax, while in the capital, there were various miscellaneous taxes like shop tax, vehicle tax, and prostitute tax. The purpose of taxation was singular: to extract money from the common people to maintain the operation of the court and uphold their own rule. Therefore, in capitalist countries, the concept of taxpayers is extremely important. It is essential to make the people understand that it is they who pay to support the country and the bureaucrats, not the bureaucrats who support them. If the court does well, that is what they are supposed to do. The services you pay for should be enjoyed. If the court does poorly, it should be criticized, even replaced. This is the right of the taxpayer. Of course, in a different kind of country, one that is unlike capitalist nations, this concept is even more significant. The state, in the name of the people, confiscates the assets of evil capitalists and wealthy landlords, creating state-owned enterprises that are collectively owned by the citizens. These enterprises belong to the people, and the profits they generate naturally belong to the people. These profits are the taxes that the people pay to the state. In addition to these taxes, there are many miscellaneous taxes. As for personal income tax, it is merely a trivial part of the national tax system. Therefore, the wealth of the state comes from the people. The number of people and the value they create are the sources of the state's wealth. Long live the people has never been an empty phrase. Without the people, where would the state come from? Without the people, the so-called state is just an empty shell, a corpse, with nothing to its name. The state can forcibly collect taxes from its citizens and harvest wealth. But the wujiu has no such foundation. The question of where the money comes from becomes a pressing issue. It is also a question that must be considered. Regarding this, Li Chen also has a plan. Because understanding where the money comes from and where it goes is a fundamental quality for a historian. Without knowledge of economics and finance, without understanding where the state's money comes from and where it goes, one will never see the true history. What one sees is merely the embellishment or even distortion of others, like a Cthulhu monster. Once one approaches history with the question of where the money comes from and where it goes, one will discover that many so-called saints are merely demons cloaked in the guise of the Buddha. Many so-called wise rulers are just man-eating monsters in human skin. Many so-called great reformers are just a group of hellish demons wielding instruments of torture. Li Chen pondered and provided an answer. As for the money issue, I will arrange it for you. With the president's words, I feel even more at ease. Chekhov swears to fulfill the president's orders. Chekhov smiled broadly, kneeling on one knee as if a knight pledging loyalty to his lord, solemnly swearing. Talamu was equally delighted, finally putting down his last doubts. The president is wise. At this point, Talamu considered and continued to ask, President, the documents from the KGB and the former Soviet National Archives number in the millions. Where are we going to send so much material? Once we blow up the KGB's secret archive agency and the former Soviet National Archives, intelligence organizations around the world will surely go mad searching for us. Hiding so much material and evading the world's surveillance is not an easy task. We need one base, or even more. This matter will be resolved by Chekhov and Muraki Ichiro. Finally hearing his name, Muraki Ichiro secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He clasped his hands at his sides, quickly bowed at a 90-degree angle, and solemnly said, Muraki Ichiro swears to complete the mission. As for what his task was and how to accomplish it, Muraki Ichiro did not inquire, because he believed that Li Chen must have already made arrangements. Li Chen nodded slightly. Obtaining the KGB's secret archives and the former Soviet National Archives is just the first step in the development of our wujiu. Everyone. As Li Chen spoke, a colorful divine tree appeared above his head. The divine tree resembled a glass treasure tree, gently swaying, with faint heavenly sounds lingering in the air. Rays of colorful clouds seemed to come from nowhere, surrounding the divine tree, spreading throughout the conference room like a rainbow. Li Chen snapped his fingers, and 3 leaves from the colorful tree of fate floated out, transforming into 3 colorful scrolls that hovered before the 3 men. The scrolls seemed to be made of colorful clouds, ethereal and sacred. Seeing this scene, the 3 could hardly conceal their excitement. They had long heard of Li Chen's divine power. Seeing it with their own eyes at this moment was even more thrilling and exhilarating. They had finally waited for this moment. Sign the contract, and you will be sent to different eras, Li Chen reminded. Upon hearing the reminder, the 3 did not hesitate for a moment, joyfully and excitedly placing their right hands on the contract. In an instant, colorful clouds burst forth. It was as if they had suddenly transitioned from deep night to noon, the intense light so blinding that it was hard to open their eyes. The 7-colored divine light resembled a magnificent dragon, sweeping the 3 of them skyward. At that moment, Li Chen, Zhang Shichang, Yang Xingcai, Fan Ankang, and others all gazed at the departure of the 3. They stared at the divine dragon that pierced through the air. This was the starting point of the wujiu. It would also be the most important turning point for the wujiu. Whether they could succeed, and how much they could succeed, was all very important. 1971, Pyramid Country. Chekhov in an old residential house, a burly man with a beard leaned against the wall, sleeping soundly. He was tall and strong, even in sleep. He exuded a powerful sense of oppression, like a lion feigning slumber. In front of him stood a slender white man. Compared to Chekhov, he looked like a shrunk doll. He was one of Chekhov's companions and a member of the Vulture Special Operations Group. This was not their first collaboration. They had worked together for 5 years, sharing a deep bond. Hearing the call, Chekhov wanted to open his eyes, but it felt as if his eyelids were glued shut, no matter how hard he tried. In the depths of his mind, a voice shouted, "Wake up! Wake up! Wake up! Chekhov! Recall your mission. Recall your identity. Recall him. Him. The term seemed to resonate in Chekhov's mind like the sound of a great bell, stirring him awake, almost like a heavenly voice. Chekhov suddenly sat up, his robust body resembling a waking lion, exuding a terrifying and powerful force. He cautiously surveyed his surroundings, his eyes slightly squinting, like a lion surveying its territory, radiating an overwhelming presence. "Who is speaking?" Chekhov mumbled, a hint of confusion growing in his gaze. In the depths of his mind, he felt someone calling him. But when he opened his eyes, there were only 2 people in the room. Himself and his partner, Tamoli. "Chekhov, you finally woke up. Hurry, we need to set off." Tamoli glanced at Chekhov and continued his work, assembling a handgun. As he spoke, he placed the assembled weapon on the table. Today, they were going to assassinate someone. A lobbyist from America. Also an American agent. The target had been lurking in Pyramid Country for many years. Last September, the president of Pyramid Country, Nasser, passed away. He was a pro-Soviet politician. However, after the new president, Sadat, took office, he was not satisfied with the former Soviet Union and began to intentionally distance himself from it, leaning towards America. In the past years, the former Soviet Union had provided substantial aid to Pyramid Country, including money, arms, military training, and so on. Now that the leadership of Pyramid Country had changed, they were immediately turning towards the West. How could the former Soviet Union swallow this insult? If they didn't teach them a lesson, would they really think I'm a fool? Chekhov and Tamoli received the mission, and this target was extremely important, being one of the key figures in the current president's shift towards the West. In short, the mission must succeed. Failure was not an option. Chekhov heard his companion's reminder and was stunned for a few seconds before coming back to his senses. He looked around, puzzled, and asked, "Did someone else come here?" "Huh? What?" Tamoli blinked in confusion, not understanding Chekhov's meaning. "Others? I just heard someone speaking." "Oh, God, it was me calling you. Look at the time, and you're still sleeping." Tamoli helplessly pointed at the clock on the wall, feeling somewhat resigned. Chekhov followed the direction of Tamoli's finger and saw that the clock showed 6:25. He shivered, slapped his head, and forgot about the strange experience he had just had. God, it's already 6:25. The agreed time for action was 8 o'clock, to gather near the target's residence. The reason for 8 o'clock was that today was the other party's day off. According to his usual habit, he would leave home around 8:30. Then he would take a walk in the nearby park until about 9. There had never been a change. This was the best time to act. Of course, before taking action, they needed to enter his room to look for clues and see if they could find any useful information. Chekhov didn't bother to continue pondering the earlier oddities. He looked at the assembled weapon on the table and directly began to check it. Click, click, click. After a round of testing to confirm the firearm was in good condition, Chekhov gave his companion a thumbs up and then strapped the assembled weapon to himself. 10 minutes later, the two of them, dressed in ordinary attire from the Pyramid Country and concealing their firearms and ammunition, headed towards the target's location. Cairo New District. A store selling foreign imported goods. Trendy. That was the name of the shop. The target was the shop owner, a man in his 40s or 50s, who appeared very approachable and quite ordinary, a middle-aged Westerner. His greatest characteristic was that he greeted everyone with a gentle smile, as if he were an angel from God, bringing warmth to all. But Chekhov had already confirmed that he was an agent of the American intelligence agency, using the import business to penetrate the upper class of the pyramid country. In short, he was a very formidable opponent. The meeting place was at the hotel across from the target. After Chekhov and his companion arrived, they went directly to room 205 on the second floor of the hotel. They gently knocked on the door. Knock, 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 knock. The rhythm of the knocks was very distinct, varying in length. After a moment, the door opened. Behind the door stood a 30-year-old, quite beautiful woman from the pyramid country. She had wheat-colored skin, round big eyes, and a slight smile at the corners of her lips. Although her looks could not be described as stunning, her gentle smile and charming eyes made one easily captivated by the exotic allure. Su Shi, one of the KGB's operatives in the pyramid country. Unlike Chekhov, who was a standard bear from the bear country, Su Shi was a native of the pyramid country. Her family had some assets. She had no connection to the former Soviet Union. The reason she got involved with the KGB was purely due to her noble sentiment of liberating all humanity and the proletariat of the world. Over the years, she had never taken a penny from the KGB. Even when the KGB offered her a handsome commission, she refused. She did not consider herself an agent or a spy. Even less did she think that what she was doing was wrong. Liberating all humanity and saving the world's proletariat could not possibly be wrong. There was only one contradiction in human society, the class contradiction between the rulers and the ruled. The proletariat had nothing. Where did the nation and the ethnicity come from? Patriotism was a matter for the property owners. It was a matter for the ruling class. What the proletariat needed to do was to break the old society of exploitation. Dear Su Shi. Chekhov laughed heartily and gave Su Shi a strong hug. Then he and Tamoli walked inside. The guest room was not large, about a dozen square meters. It had a private bathroom. The curtains were drawn up, and the orange light seemed to fill the room like the dawn. Closing the door, Chekhov got straight to the point. How's the situation? He said, moving to the window and peering through the slightly lifted curtain at the shop across the street. It was indeed the target's import goods store. The main door was tightly shut. It had not yet opened for business. The white rolling shutter reflected a faint light in the morning glow. The light pierced into Chekhov's mind, leaving him momentarily dazed. In the distance, he seemed to hear a series of urgent roars. Hurry up! It's a trap! The voices were vague, unclear. Yet, an inexplicable sense of desolation surged within him. A strong wave of anger. Tears unknowingly slipped down the corners of his eyes. But Chekhov fixed his gaze on the target's shop, oblivious to his own unusual state. Today is a day off. He hasn't come out yet. If nothing unexpected happens, he should leave the shop on time and take a walk in the nearby park. Su Shi stepped closer, whispering an introduction. As she spoke, she glanced at Chekhov and couldn't help but exclaim, "Are you crying?" Su Shi found it hard to believe. She had dealt with Chekhov before. She knew him well. A brave warrior with steadfast beliefs. He had made significant contributions to the cause of human liberation. A warrior who disregarded life and death. But this warrior was crying? What? Hearing Su Shi's confusion, Tamoli quickly approached. Following Su Shi's gaze, he saw Chekhov's tear-streaked face, his expression a mix of sadness and suppressed anger. Chekhov, you really are crying. God, I should have brought a camera to capture this miraculous scene. Tamoli laughed heartily, though he was somewhat puzzled. He knew Chekhov. This guy was so strong that even if shot in the arm, he wouldn't utter a word. Crying? After years of collaboration, he had never seen Chekhov cry. What nonsense are you talking about? How could I possibly cry? Do you think? Chekhov was jolted awake by his friend's teasing. He laughed and scolded, raising his right hand to touch the corner of his eye. The damp tears soaked his fingertips. A wave of inexplicable sorrow and anger surged in his heart. Chekhov stared blankly at his fingertips, feeling a mix of confusion, distraction, and panic. I cried? But why? Why do I feel so sad? Why do I feel so pained? Why do I feel inexplicably tense? Why? Chekhov's gaze was vacant, momentarily at a loss. Tamoli, still laughing, noticed Chekhov's abnormality. He stopped teasing, concerned. Are you okay? Could it be that you're crying due to lack of sleep? Su Shi studied Chekhov's face, pondering. No, that's definitely not the reason. His expression just now was very special, his eyes were vacant, and there was anger, despair, and sorrow between his brows. This isn't a problem caused by lack of sleep. Chekhov, do you know the target this time? At her words, Chekhov felt even more bewildered. It was his first time seeing the target, they had never crossed paths before. But just as Sushi said, he felt a complex emotion within him. An emotion that didn't belong to him but originated from deep within. It was as if, Chekhov, wake up, call to him, worship him. In the depths of his being, a roar erupted, like a thunderclap. The shout was so clear. The shout was so loud. The shout was so astonishing. Chekhov was startled by the sudden shout, instinctively drawing his pistol, scanning the surroundings warily, and shouted angrily. Who are you? Hey, Chekhov, calm down. God, what are you doing? Both Tamoli and Sushi were frightened by Chekhov's agitated behavior. Especially Tamoli, who was so tense that sweat broke out, his forehead instantly drenched. He quickly raised his arms, showing his hands to indicate he was unarmed, trying to soothe Chekhov's emotions. Tamoli understood Chekhov's abilities best. He was an excellent warrior, and if he went berserk, he would definitely not survive 2 exchanges. Someone is talking to me. Did you not hear? Chekhov did not lower his gun, vigilantly observing the situation in the room while questioning the two with a hint of impatience. He couldn't understand how that person managed to make his emotions fluctuate so severely. It was as if he could manipulate his feelings. This was too strange. Tamoli finally realized the seriousness of the problem. Earlier this morning, Chekhov seemed to have had a similar issue, right? He tried to soothe Chekhov's emotions in as gentle a tone as possible, advising him, Chekhov, there's no one else here, just us. You, calm down, put the gun down first. Whatever it is, we can talk it over slowly. Trust me, Chekhov, we are comrades, we are allies. Tamoli's reassurance had an effect, gradually easing Chekhov's tense expression. He lowered his gun, puzzled. You really didn't hear anything? That sound was very loud, simply, oh, like the bells in a church. And for some reason, that sound made me feel an overwhelming sense of sorrow and anger. Chekhov held his head in his hands, distressed as he recounted his recent experience. Tamoli raised his hands and slowly approached. He first put away the gun that was on the table, then sighed in relief, patting Chekhov's strong shoulder, comforting him. You mean you heard? A peculiar sound. What did it say? Tamoli continued to soothe him, signaling to Sushi to relax a bit, not to provoke Chekhov. Sushi returned a knowing glance but couldn't help but sigh inwardly. With such an incident suddenly occurring, the mission could not possibly continue. Unfortunately, the target was about to leave, and giving up this opportunity would likely make it hard to find another in the future. Chekhov, distressed and holding his head, didn't know where to start explaining. I don't know. It told me to wake up, and it also made me remember something. And him. God. He. Tamoli repeated in surprise. God? That was indeed unusual. Even Sushi, who had been sighing inwardly, was taken aback, awakening, remembering him. Could it be a revelation from God? As Sushi said this, she felt it was unbelievable. God? Would he bestow a revelation upon someone like Chekhov? Because Chekhov never believed in God and had little interest in religion. Sushi was very clear about this. Chekhov let out a bitter laugh. He didn't know what was going on. Everything had been fine yesterday, but this morning he kept seeing those bizarre things. Chekhov sighed in distress, muttering to himself, is it possible that I'm sick? Or did I eat something that causes hallucinations? Hearing this, Sushi and Tamoli sighed in relief. Such things were quite common. If that were the case, it wasn't impossible. Tamoli scratched his head, puzzled. Could it be the milk mushroom soup from last night? But I drank it too, and I don't have those symptoms. Sushi explained, there are indeed many types of mushrooms that can cause hallucinations. And many toxins, or chemical substances, do not have the same effect on everyone. It varies from person to person. Chekhov, we might need to reconsider today's mission. Just as the three were talking, rhythmic knocking sounded from outside the door, followed by the sound of a key turning in the lock. Upon hearing the noise, the three instantly fell silent. Chekhov and Tamoli carefully hid behind the wall next to the entrance. The door opened, and a middle-aged man walked in. He had a weathered face, dark skin, and looked travel-worn. Upon recognizing the visitor, Sushi let out a sigh of relief and greeted him. Tassin. Hearing the name Tassin, Chekhov and the others also stepped out. Ha, old friend. Chekhov smiled and opened his arms as he approached Tassin. Tassin, now 46, was a senior KGB agent and Chekhov's guide in Africa. He had taught Chekhov many things, such as the situations in various African countries and local customs. They had spent 3 years together until Chekhov was capable of standing on his own, at which point Tassin was reassigned to train new elite soldiers. Chekhov. Seeing Chekhov, Tassin couldn't help but laugh heartily. Among the newcomers he had trained, Chekhov was the most outstanding. With you here, I feel at ease. Tassin patted Chekhov on the shoulder, excitedly saying. However, upon hearing this, Sushi and the others hesitated, wanting to say something but holding back. Before they could speak, Tassin said seriously, the situation with the target has changed, we need to leave immediately. He usually returns within half an hour, so our time is very limited. We must start preparing right away. Yes. Hearing that the target was about to leave and that time was pressing, Chekhov disregarded his discomfort and stood tall, responding decisively. Sushi slightly parted her lips and glanced at Chekhov, wanting to speak. But, after thinking it over, she ultimately decided against it. Although Chekhov was not in good shape, he was the most capable fighter in the team. The team was already small, and without Chekhov, they would truly be insufficient. It should be fine to have him stay outside to keep an eye on things. Tamoli's thoughts were similar to Sushi's. He patted Chekhov on the shoulder, reminding him, be careful later. With that, Tamoli began distributing equipment, handguns, grenades, and so on. Sushi and Tassin each took a handgun. Sushi wasn't very skilled with it, but having a weapon on her was better than being unarmed. At least it could lessen her suffering in a critical moment. As they distributed weapons and organized their gear, the target shop opened its rolling shutter, and a very friendly-looking middle-aged man walked out. He was slightly plump, with a round face. However, he was not unpleasant, rather, he appeared even more amiable. The man stepped out of the shop, stretched lazily, then locked the door and leisurely walked toward the park. The four of them watched the man leave from the inn, exchanged glances, said nothing more, and directly began their action. They left the inn in batches and then crossed a narrow alley to the back of the shop. It was a relatively narrow alley. The shop was a 3-story building. There was no backyard, but there was a small balcony on the second floor. As long as they climbed to the balcony, they could directly enter the shop's interior. The height was over 3 meters, and with the railing, it was about 4 meters. Chekhov and Tamoli exchanged glances. Then Chekhov placed his arms against the wall, slightly squatted his knees, and formed a slope of about 60 degrees with his body against the wall. Without needing to speak, Tamoli immediately understood what to do. He took a few steps back and then charged forward, using Chekhov as a human ladder to leap toward the second-floor balcony. When he stepped on Chekhov's shoulder, Chekhov lifted his body to give him a boost. With the boost, Tamoli leaped and grabbed onto the railing of the second-floor balcony. In an instant, Tamoli successfully reached the top. He then unzipped his backpack, took out a rope ladder, and tied one end to a pillar on the second-floor balcony. In just a few seconds, a rope ladder leading to the second floor was completed. Chekhov and the others climbed the rope ladder to the second-floor balcony. The only barrier to the inner room was a wooden door inlaid with stained glass. The group couldn't afford to feel joy. Tamoli went to open the door, while Chekhov and Suzy stood guard nearby, one watching the room inside and the other watching outside. Tasang hid at the edge of the balcony, carefully observing the street to see if anyone had noticed them. Tamoli was quick with the lock. In just a few seconds, the old door lock made a clicking sound. He flashed a victorious smile at Chekhov and then turned the final obstacle. But in that instant, Chekhov's brow twitched, a strong sense of crisis washed over him like a tsunami, nearly suffocating him. No under the intense feeling of danger, Chekhov's expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly reached out to stop it. But Tamoli was too fast. The door opened. Inside was a scene of silence, with a faint scent of flowers lingering in the air. Looking through the door, the living room was elegantly arranged. A genuine leather sofa from Italy was neatly placed, its pristine fabric resembling clouds in the sky. What's wrong? Tamoli glanced around the room, confirming there was no one, and asked in confusion. Chekhov stood there, staring at the calm and serene living room, which even exuded a rich floral fragrance, feeling somewhat bewildered. What had just happened? Why had such a strong sense of crisis suddenly surged? It was as if, 3 years ago, in the jungles of Central Africa, facing off against an enemy sniper. That feeling of sharpness at his back. Chekhov's thoughts wandered, but he quickly snapped back to reality. This was not the time for distractions. Time was of the essence. He shook his head slightly. It's nothing. Let's act quickly. Although Tamoli sensed that Chekhov was not being sincere, he didn't dwell on it. As Chekhov said, the most important thing now was the mission. He took the lead and entered the living room. Chekhov, Suzy, and Tasang followed closely behind. Once inside, they closed the balcony door and surveyed the layout of the room. They were currently in the second-floor living room. The building had 3 floors. The first floor was a shop. The second floor had a living room, a bedroom, a study, and a bathroom. The third floor had 2 bedrooms and a flower room. Before coming, they had already gathered information about the room's layout. Tasang commanded, "I'll investigate a few rooms on the 3rd floor. Chekhov, you and Tamoli investigate the rooms on the 2nd floor. Susie, go by the window and keep an eye on the target's movements. If you see the target return, immediately notify us with a signal." Upon hearing this, Susie couldn't help but glance at Chekhov. His state was truly concerning to her. Before Susie could speak, Chekhov took the initiative, slightly frowning. "I have better eyesight, I'll monitor the target's movements. Susie, please investigate the 2nd floor with Tamoli." Tasang was somewhat surprised, not understanding what was going on with Chekhov, but now was not the time to dwell on such trivial matters. He said, "All right." With that, Tasang took the lead and headed for the 3rd floor. Susie and Tamoli turned to look at Chekhov, their eyes filled with concern and worry. They were very worried about Chekhov's condition. "Don't worry, it's just a minor issue, I'll be fine soon," Chekhov reassured them, jokingly raising his right arm and striking a bodybuilder pose. His strong physique and bulging muscles exuded masculinity. Seeing his display, Susie and Tamoli couldn't help but laugh. They said no more and turned to search the various rooms. Their first target was the study. Generally speaking, this was the most suitable place for work and for storing documents. Tamoli pushed open the redwood door to the study. A thin line, delicate as a spider's silk, snapped completely as the door opened. Through the half-open door, one could vaguely see a bundle of bombs hidden in the corner of the study. At that moment, the bomb had already been triggered. In an instant, flames erupted. The terrifying and powerful shockwave was far faster than the speed of the fire. A wild wind swept through, making Chekhov's clothes flutter. At that moment, his mind went blank. No fear, no anger, empty. In that moment, he suddenly thought of many things. If he had trusted his intuition, believed in the sense of crisis that arose when he opened the door, could he have avoided this disaster? If he had trusted his intuition, believed in the hallucinations that had appeared since morning, could he have avoided this crisis? Thinking of this, Chekhov couldn't help but ponder. Everything now felt so familiar. It was so similar to the hallucinations he had seen. Why had he foreseen the danger? Waking up? Was he still dreaming? No. It was absolutely impossible to still be dreaming. The feelings in a dream were never this real. If it wasn't a dream, who was he? In this life and death moment, Chekhov's thoughts had never been so active, and in an instant, he thought of many, many questions and answers. Especially when he thought of him, Chekhov felt a current surge from his spine throughout his body, as if his brain had swallowed a bottle of mustard, enlightening him. That's stimulation. In that moment, he suddenly recalled some things. Some fragmented pieces. Moraki Ichiro, Talamu, Fa Non Kon, Long Men, wujiu. Many scenes he had never seen, even never imagined, appeared in his mind. Those things were so real, yet so fantastical. At that moment, a name suddenly surfaced in Chekhov's mind. He, the president of wujiu, the being who controls fate, rewrites destiny, and possesses infinite divine power. He suddenly realized what it meant to summon him, to worship him. Yes, I am Chekhov. I come from the future. It is he who granted me the opportunity to rewrite fate. It is he who bestowed upon me a great mission. Chekhov's bewildered eyes sparkled with infinite brilliance, strands of colorful light surged forth like a magnificent aurora. In an instant, that dazzling aurora filled the entire living room and study, enveloping Su Shi and Talamu within. At that moment, time seemed to slow down countless times, like a film reel. Talamu's expression was one of terror, distortion, and confusion. Su Shi's expression was one of doubt, shock, and incomprehension. They could see everything happening around them and think about it. But the flow of time for their bodies and the surrounding environment seemed to have slowed down countless times. In that moment, they couldn't help but share the same doubt. What is happening? For this question, Chekhov provided an answer. He knelt on both knees, crossed his hands over his chest, and prayed devoutly. In the vast universe, you are the origin of all things. Before the abyss of time, you have existed eternally. With wise hands, you have drawn the trajectories of the stars. In your eyes, every soul is incredibly precious. You are the source of love, comforting every heart. In the storm of suffering, you are our refuge. Your love is like the morning light, warm and bright. Indiana, your brilliance, we have found hope. You are the symbol of strength, granting us courage. In the face of challenges, we are unafraid, for you are with us. Under your guidance, we cross mountains and valleys. In your protection, we are safe and sound. You are the embodiment of truth, illuminating our path. In the bewildering darkness, you are our lighthouse. Your words are like sweet dew, nourishing our souls. Under your teachings, we have learned love and forgiveness. We praise you, the Supreme Controller. Your greatness transcends words, your love is boundless. In your glory, we find the meaning of life. Under your grace, we are reborn. We thank you for everything you have arranged for us. In your plan, every moment is a miracle. We exalt you, for you are love, hope, and destiny. I, Chekhov, request your arrival. At this point, Chekhov's voice suddenly rose, as if it were a cry from the soul. The sound was so loud that it pierced through time and space, cutting through fate. In that moment, specks of light seemed to appear out of nowhere, like a brilliant galaxy, and holy rays filled the small world. A vague figure, draped in holy light, stepped along the river of fate, coming from afar. At first glance, it seemed to be from an ancient, boundless distance. Upon a closer look, it was already near, like a celestial being descended from the heavens. Gazing at the figure approaching from afar, Chekhov was overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down his face. He fell to the ground, bowing deeply. The president has done it. He has truly returned to the past. Yet, compared to Chekhov's excitement, the expressions of Susie and Tamoli were somewhat more vivid. Susie was dumbfounded, her already bright eyes seemed ready to pop out, her red lips trembling, unsure of what to say. Tamoli's gaze was vacant, his face twitching violently, his body trembling as if he were having a seizure. At this moment, the same thought arose in both of their minds. Could it be God? Susie couldn't help but think. It turns out God favors those who do not believe in him even more. Otherwise, why not find me, but instead seek out that brute Chekhov? Li Chen stepped along the river of fate, witnessing scenes he had only seen in television and movies. Chekhov knelt on the ground, tears streaming down his face. Not far away, a man and a woman stood in front of a half-open door. Inside the room, a bomb had already been detonated, flames slowly rising, and the shattered shrapnel seemed like indestructible blades, chilling to behold. The surrounding scene differed from Chekhov's memoirs. In Chekhov's memoirs, he and his companions had opened the door together. At the moment before the explosion, a companion had shielded him, allowing him to escape. However, the small variable was not the focus. After understanding the situation, Li Chen lightly flicked his fingers, using the power of fate to cut away the bomb's immediate explosion, delaying the detonation by 2 hours. The flames flowed backward, the shrapnel reversed, as if by a miracle. The broken bomb instantly became intact. This scene left Tamoli dumbfounded, his mind repeatedly reflecting a single thought. This must be God. It must be. Li Chen stopped in front of Chekhov, looking down with a smile. Chekhov, you have finally awakened. President, Chekhov was so excited he stumbled over his words, his rugged face flushed, his eyes red as if a storm were about to break. Although he had long been prepared, when he truly returned to over 30 years ago, to that unforgettable era, Chekhov still felt shocked. A shock that came from the soul. The soul seemed to tremble. Fate had been reversed. He, along with his companions, had been redeemed. Do not forget your mission. You have 1 hour to leave. Chekhov dares not forget. Chekhov hurriedly bowed, responding nervously. When he looked up again, Li Chen had already walked far away, stepping along the river of fate, disappearing at the end of the world. Only the scattered rays of light remained, slowly fading, telling of the strange and mysterious events that had once occurred here. As the scattered rays of light gradually faded, Susie and Tamoli finally regained their ability to move. Oh God! That must be God! Just recovering his senses, Tamoli knelt on the ground, cold sweat pouring down his forehead, praying in shock towards the direction where Li Chen had left. Although Sushi had not seen what happened in the study, she had a clear understanding of Li Chen's arrival. She swallowed hard and asked nervously yet expectantly, Chekhov, what on earth is going on? Is he really God? Sushi found it hard to believe that Chekhov, someone who did not believe in deities, could receive God's grace. Yet everything that had just happened could not be explained by any known science. Besides God, she could think of no other possibility. Chekhov was at a loss for words, scratching his head in confusion. Although he recalled some things, they were merely fragmented memories. Most importantly, he couldn't casually speak about the matters of the infinite society. He is after a brief hesitation, Chekhov suddenly realized. He is the controller of fate, an existence with godlike power. Chekhov explained repeatedly, unable to suppress his admiration for his own cleverness. Yes, a title that would not expose the infinite society while showcasing the great power of the leader. In the future, even if others asked, he would have an answer. Even if it spread, it wouldn't affect the layout of the infinite society. Sushi and Tamoli exchanged glances. The controller? They had never heard of it. However, they were inclined to believe Chekhov's assertion that the other possessed godlike power. After all, everything that had just happened warranted such divine might. After a brief silence, there came excited yet tense questioning. Tamoli, both delighted and furious, questioned, Oh, damn it, Chekhov, when did you gain the favor of that controller? Such a big deal, and you didn't even tell us. No, Chekhov said it before, we just didn't understand the meaning at the time. At a critical moment, Sushi thoughtfully defended Chekhov. Earlier at the hotel, Chekhov mentioned hearing strange calls. Awaken. Worship. Now that I think about it, it was that great controller giving Chekhov hints. Tamoli suddenly understood, nodding repeatedly. Then he recalled Chekhov's actions just moments ago and exclaimed, and just now, when I opened the door, Chekhov's behavior was very strange. He must have foreseen danger, but got the door wrong. At this point, Tamoli shot Chekhov a resentful glance, as if he were a wronged woman in a palace. Reflecting on the scene right after he opened the door, he realized he had felt a bit urgent. It was too dangerous. If it weren't for the controller performing miracles, he would have definitely been doomed. Chekhov smiled wryly. I didn't realize it before, otherwise, I would have abandoned this plan. But you're right, when I opened the door, I vaguely saw an explosion, but my judgment was off. The real danger was inside the room. Just as they were speaking, hurried footsteps echoed from the stairs. Tasang's face was pale, and he rushed in a panic, looking quite flustered. He ran while cursing, "Fuck, hurry up, there's a bomb here, it's a trap." However, when he reached downstairs, he was met with the strange gazes of the three. This bizarre scene made Tasang break into a cold sweat, causing him to stop in his tracks. He looked at the others with uncertainty and cautiously asked, "You guys, what's wrong?" Sushi and Tamoli remained silent, turning to look at Chekhov in unison. They were just as puzzled and wanted to know the answer. What on earth was going on? He, the controller, what was his origin? What was the relationship between Chekhov and him? What had they just said? Tayson also noticed the unusual behavior of the two and looked at Chekhov with confusion. "Chekhov," he whispered, filled with doubt, not knowing what was going on. Chekhov rubbed his brow and pondered, "This is hard to explain, because I can remember very little right now. I can only tell you that I come from the future, probably several decades later." "Oh God, are you crazy?" Tayson exclaimed, finally understanding why Sushi and the others were acting so strangely, and couldn't help but curse. "What time is it, and you're still talking about this impossible nonsense? From the future? Several decades later? Do you think you're a Marvel superhero?" "Several decades later, oh God, that ruler truly possesses godlike power," Sushi exclaimed strangely, but at that moment, she didn't care whether her words sounded odd. All she felt was excitement, exhilaration. Several decades later. That. Did our revolution succeed? Did we liberate the proletariat of the whole world? Sushi asked eagerly. This question left Tayson with vacant eyes, his whole being frozen in place. It's over. How did another one go mad? What kind of team am I leading? Tamoli was equally excited, unable to help but ask, did we defeat the evil capitalism? Chekhov fell silent. He actually remembered the answer to that question, but he didn't know whether he should say it, or how to say it. Silence became the most terrifying answer, gradually calming Sushi and Tamoli down. Did we lose? Sushi's face showed sadness, her body swaying slightly as if she had lost all vitality. Tamoli's expression also changed, filled with hesitation, helplessness, and anger. Lost? We actually lost to the evil capitalist empire. Chekhov suddenly woke up. His eyes widened, like a lion, he said firmly. No, we didn't lose, the fight is still ongoing. So, I came back. We will follow the ruler and use his great power to build a brand new world. A balanced world. Balanced, Sushi's vacant eyes gained a bit of luster, along with some confusion. A world where there is wealth and poverty, but the poor have a place to stand. Where there is power, but the weak have a voice. A world where the strong enjoy benefits but must also bear responsibilities. The greater the power, the greater the responsibility. In that world, everyone can live and work in peace, meeting their needs for food, clothing, and shelter. Chekhov struggled to recall the purpose of the wujiu, stammering out these words. Hearing that everyone could live and work in peace, meeting their needs for food, clothing, and shelter, Sushi and Tamoli showed a look of longing. So, it seems that balance isn't so bad after all. Seeing the two gradually stabilize in their emotions, Chekhov extended his right hand and said solemnly, in the name of the ruler, I invite you to join the wujiu. We need more like-minded friends to create a balanced new world. Sushi was still hesitating, but Tamoli stepped forward, placing his hand on Chekhov's right hand. He believed Chekhov's words, because everything they had just experienced was beyond the explanation of current science. After accepting the invitation, Tamoli asked with confusion, what should we do? I haven't thought of that yet. I only remember that the ruler asked us to go back to the past to complete an important mission. Chekhov shook his head slightly. Upon hearing this, Sushi's hesitation finally dissipated. Returning from the future, rewriting the past. The ruler's power was like that of a god. Since the previous path was destined to fail, Why not choose a different one? Balance. Seems pretty good too. Sushi stepped forward and placed her delicate, fair right hand on top as well. As Su Qian was making her decision, Tayson approached, awkwardly placing his hand on top. I don't understand what you all are saying, but you can't leave me behind. Tayson coughed lightly, his tone tinged with a hint of pleading. He certainly didn't want to die. Upon hearing this, everyone burst into laughter. Faced with Tayson's confusion, Chekhov smiled and explained the situation to dispel Tayson's doubts. After hearing Chekhov's explanation, Tayson cautiously approached the study and saw the triggered bomb inside, which left him half convinced. God! The controller! From the future? This was simply too bizarre. Tayson's heart was not at peace, but years of being an agent had given him sharp thinking skills. He pondered and asked, so, you mean, he left you a revelation? A hint about the future? To help you better utilize the changes in future trends and fulfill the mission passed down by the controller. Yes. But I have just awakened and need some time to adapt, but I believe I will soon receive revelations from the controller. Tayson, deep in thought, had already made a decision. To find out whether this miracle existed and if the controller was real, he just needed to wait for Chekhov's revelation. Since there was a clear direction, there was no need to be overly entangled. Just wait, he said. In that case, let's leave here first. This is a trap. Any valuable information has likely already been moved. Upon hearing this, everyone agreed. They erased their traces of intrusion and hurriedly left the trap. In the following days, the four of them hid in the temporary base of Chekhov and the others. As time passed, Chekhov recalled more and more details and received insights from Li Chen. Establishing a base and forming an armed group required a lot of money, or rather, resources. Where do resources come from? One is human resources. The other is natural resources. Human resources need armed support, which is something Chekhov could not achieve. So the simplest solution is mining. During this period, Africa still had a large number of undiscovered mineral deposits. These deposits were the greatest treasure. If it were an ordinary person, even knowing the location of the deposits, without sufficient arms, it would be impossible to claim them, but Chekhov was not an ordinary person. He was a KGB agent. Behind him was the powerful KGB. Half a month later, Chekhov and Su Qian and the others went to the first revelation point, the Sinai Peninsula. The Sinai Peninsula refers to the area east of the Suez Canal in the Pyramid Kingdom. The entire area covers 61,000 square kilometers, mostly sand dunes, with a dry climate and scarce water. Most of the residents are Bedouins, who have lived for generations by herding sheep and camels. At that time, the Sinai Peninsula did not belong to the Pyramid Kingdom. However, this did not affect the itinerary of Chekhov and the others. A month later, they secretly arrived in the Sukhari area of the Sinai Peninsula. And 3 months later, they discovered the gold mine hidden in the Sukhari area. This was the largest gold mine of the Pyramid Kingdom in the future. According to history, this gold mine would be discovered and mined over 30 years later. After confirming the situation of the gold mine, Su Qian, Tamoli, Tayson, and the others had no more doubts. The controller. A great existence that could rewrite fate. Even now, just the insignificant revelation from the controller was already so remarkable. The future. What other revelations would there be? If insights from the future kept coming, wouldn't that be akin to the existence of countless prophets like Adam, Noah, and so on? Prophets, following such a great existence could never be wrong. However, although the gold mine had been found, how to mine it was another question. This place was still a war-torn area. Of course, this issue did not trouble them for long. Chekhov soon received other insights, mostly regarding the internal power struggles within the KGB. Guided by this information, Chekhov was promoted in 75, becoming one of the heads of the former Soviet KGB's African division, effectively taking over Tsang's position. He was primarily responsible for intelligence in North African countries, including the land of the pyramids, and formulating corresponding action plans. Tsang returned to the former Soviet Union to train more outstanding talents for the KGB. In the same year, Chekhov entered the upper echelons of Pyramid Country society as a businessman from the land of kangaroos. In the following years, Chekhov became a guest of many tycoons in Pyramid Country, thanks to his accurate predictions of domestic and international situations. In the 80s, a mysterious company named Infinity settled in the Sinai Peninsula and acquired large tracts of land in the Sukhari region at an extremely low price. In 82, Pyramid Country reclaimed the Sinai Peninsula, and years of war finally came to an end. The company named Infinity had already amassed a vast amount of land in the Sinai Peninsula due to its strong financial backing. These seemingly desolate desert lands were subsequently found to contain gold mines, oil, and other important resources. The scale of Infinity Company rapidly expanded. In the same year, in the former Soviet capital, in an ordinary apartment, Talimov stood by the window, gazing at the gloomy sky outside. He was 42 years old that year. In middle age, he no longer had much drive. All he wanted was a stable job, a steady income, and a harmonious family. Nothing more. But recently, Talimov encountered a dilemma. His old boss, whom he had followed for over a decade, was about to take a position in the 10th Bureau. The 10th Bureau, a department managing files. How could it compare to the 1st General Bureau? It was completely incomparable. Although the old leader's position had improved, the actual power was worlds apart. The old leader hoped Talimov could accompany him to the 10th Bureau. But the problem was that if Talimov went, his position would actually be lower than it was now. Correspondingly, his treatment, income, and so on would all decline. This left Talimov very hesitant. Staying in his current position would mean losing the old leader's support, with an uncertain future. But following the old leader to the 10th Bureau, in unfamiliar territory, also meant an uncertain future. This was a difficult choice. Thinking of this troubling matter, Talimov sighed deeply. Just then, a middle-aged woman with short hair walked over. She held a newspaper in her hand, her face full of astonishment. "Hey, dear, look at this." "What?" Talimov looked at his wife in confusion. "Oh my God, this is simply unbelievable." His wife handed him the newspaper, exclaiming in amazement. Hearing her astonishment, Talimov felt even more puzzled. He took the newspaper, and on the front page was the face of an Asian man. He was tall and thin, wearing glasses, and appeared quite refined. He looked to be in his 40s. Talimov glanced at the photo, feeling inexplicably familiar. It was subtle, as if he had seen him somewhere before. But upon careful thought, he had no recollection at all. He was puzzled for 2 seconds, holding the newspaper up to his wife and asking, "Have we met this person? Why do I feel he looks familiar?" His wife laughed heartily. She teased, "My dear Talimov, you might want to take another look." Talimov, somewhat confused, continued to read. He first looked at the headline. The greatest economist, scholar, and writer in the history of the East, Mr. Ichiro Muraki, the only genius to have won the Nobel Prize 3 times. He had won the Nobel Prize in Economics twice and the Nobel Prize in Literature once. Upon seeing the headline, Talimov exclaimed in surprise. The Nobel Prize is a world-renowned and significant award. Winning a Nobel Prize is enough to secure a place in history. Winning it 3 times in different fields. This is truly a life that seems to be on cheat mode. After reading the title, Talimov immediately dismissed his previous thoughts. Such a great figure, he could not possibly have met. If he had, he would definitely not forget. But for some reason, the more he looked at the photo of Muraki Ichiro, the more familiar it felt. In the depths of his mind, it was as if there was a deep bond, like an old friend he had spent a long time with. Talimov, filled with confusion, stared at the photo of Muraki Ichiro, and many fragmented images inexplicably surfaced in his mind. Among them was Muraki Ichiro himself. Besides Muraki Ichiro, there was another person, a man, who seemed as robust as a black bear. Accompanied by scattered memories, Talimov felt as if his brain was being pricked by needles, and he couldn't help but groan in pain. "Ah!" he shouted, and the newspaper in his hand slipped to the ground. His wife, seeing this, turned pale and hurriedly put down the vegetables she was holding, rushing over. "Dear, what's wrong?" Talimov said nothing, covering his head as he sat on the ground. With a flood of memories flashing, he finally understood. He came from the future. He had met Muraki Ichiro in a distant eastern town, one he couldn't quite remember. At that time, he was as down and out as Talimov. Yes, just like that. We encountered him, the president of the Infinite Society. A man with godlike power. He granted us a new life. Ha ha ha! Thinking of this, Talimov laughed heartily, shouting in excitement. "I understand. I finally understand. Dear, what's wrong with you?" Talimov's madness frightened his wife. She squatted down, holding Talimov's round face, her wet hands radiating a special chill, appearing flustered. Talimov was the only source of income for the family. "It's nothing. Just thought of something." Talimov sat on the ground, leaning against the cabinet, gazing up at the yellowed ceiling, laughing as he spoke. Although he had only received a little information so far, Talimov was no longer lost. He knew what he should do, what he had to do. "Yes, I, Talimov, the reborn one chosen by him, have returned to the past with an important mission, back to the era on the brink of collapse. In this life, I will protect all the people I love. I will never let them suffer such humiliation and sorrow again." With this thought, Talimov's gaze fell once more on the newspaper, on the photo of Muraki Ichiro. He bent down to pick up the newspaper and sat on the ground, reading it seriously. The newspaper recorded the glorious deeds of Muraki Ichiro. proudly calling him the greatest mentor of the East. Seeing this honor, Talamo couldn't help but grin. The greatest mentor of the East? Ha ha ha. What expression would they have if they knew that Muraki Ichiro wasn't even from the East? Holding on to this amusing thought, Talamo read the article with great interest, searching for key information. His old friend, a comrade who also returned to the past under his command. When did he awaken, and to what extent had he developed? Mr. Muraki Ichiro was born in the Far East, later moving with his family to Gaul, experiencing hardships. He returned to his homeland at the age of 28. Initially, he worked for the Tokyo Sakura newspaper, a tabloid focused on sensational news. Shortly after joining, Muraki Ichiro displayed astonishing literary talent and an economic acumen as sharp as if blessed by Amaterasu. In early March 1965, Muraki Ichiro began publishing articles related to economic development in the Sakura newspaper. After that, Ichiro Muraki would offer his views on the current economic development every quarter. During this period, he proposed famous theories such as the Golden 5 Years of the East and the Miracle 5 Years. With a remarkably forward-looking perspective, he foreshadowed the economic miracle of Japan from 1965 to 1970, as well as social development. At the same time, Muraki made extremely bold predictions about the situation in America and its economy, accurately forecasting the economic recession and inflation in the United States through social conflicts such as racial tensions and the Black Movement. However, until 1971, Muraki was merely a little-known writer for the Sakura newspaper, with only a modest reputation in Tokyo. The event that truly brought Muraki into the limelight and made him famous was the United States cancellation of the Bretton Woods system in 1971. The Bretton Woods system, established at the Bretton Woods Conference in 1944 after World War II, created an international monetary system centered around the dollar. Under this system, the dollar was pegged to gold, and other countries' currencies were pegged to the dollar, implementing a fixed exchange rate system. This event essentially confirmed America's status as an international hegemon. As early as 1969, Muraki boldly predicted that the Bretton Woods system, which established the dollar's dominance, was about to end, based on the economic situation in America and changes in the international landscape. This prediction sparked a small discussion in Japan at the time, but the response was overwhelmingly negative. Muraki was criticized by many Japanese economists as a worthless clown seeking attention for this report. In 1970, Muraki issued another warning, but it still went unheeded. As time moved into 1971, the situation changed. On August 15, 1971, the President of the United States announced the implementation of a new economic policy, which included closing the gold exchange window and ceasing to fulfill the obligation of converting dollars to gold. This event shocked the world, and almost everyone familiar with international economics realized one thing: an era had ended. A brand new era had begun. With the end of the Bretton Woods system, the article Muraki published in 1969 was unearthed and received immense attention. In just a few days, Muraki transformed from an obscure figure into a celebrated personality in Japan. As Muraki's fame spread, his past economic reports were also dug up. This excavation was truly remarkable. He had almost accurately predicted the economic changes and development trends in Japan over the past few years. The various media outlets and onlookers who had initially been merely spectators could no longer sit idly by. Such precise predictions were almost prophetic. What was this? This was the god of wealth. A person who could foresee the flow of wealth. What else could he be but the god of wealth? A month after the end of the Bretton Woods system, Muraki received invitations from dozens of universities, companies, and consortiums, including the University of Tokyo, major Japanese conglomerates, and even large American corporations. From then on, the once unknown figure stepped onto the stage, becoming a dazzling star under the spotlight. And this was just the beginning of Ichiro Muraki's legend. Over the next decade, he accurately predicted major events that impacted national and global economies, such as the oil crisis, the economic recession in America, and Japan's economic difficulties. His brilliant achievements propelled Muraki's reputation from Japan to the world, and he won the Nobel Prize in Economic Sciences twice, in 1975 and 1981. Teramufu looked at his old friend's glorious achievements, feeling a surge of excitement and a tinge of jealousy. He had just awakened, while those once down-and-out friends had already become prominent figures known worldwide. What a magnificent sight! What an honor it was! His great power was truly miraculous. Teramufu couldn't help but think of another old friend, Chekhov. He wondered how he was doing now and if he had completed the mission passed down to him. In 1989, in the East, Kyoto. Kyoto was one of the oldest cities in the East and was once the ancient capital. From 794 to 1868, Kyoto served as the capital of the East, known as Heiankyo. In the southern part of Kyoto, there is a magnificent estate. Covering an area of 100,000 square meters, it is beautifully situated by the mountains and water. Such a luxurious estate is quite rare even across the entire East. This is the estate of Ichiro Muraki, known as a national treasure of the East, a crucial figure in the nation, and the greatest economist. The estate is divided into 8 areas, with 4 separate villas named Spring, Summer, Autumn, and Winter, symbolizing the changing seasons. Each villa has a different style. Recently, Ichiro Muraki has been residing in the Spring Villa, which is filled with cherry blossoms. Accompanied by the gentle spring breeze, the cherry blossoms in early April are at their most brilliant, and this is Ichiro Muraki's favorite time. He enjoys sitting under the eaves, sipping a drink, savoring the graceful dance of the cherry blossoms as they sway and fall. While Ichiro Muraki admires the beautiful scenery, a special guest arrives outside the Muraki estate. 2 luxury cars slowly drive towards the estate, filled with foreigners. In one of the Mercedes cars sits a burly middle-aged man, in his 40s or 50s, with a fierce beard reminiscent of Zhang Fei. He is Chekhov. At that time, Chekhov was already 50 years old. Beside him sits a young man in his 20s, whose appearance is almost identical to Chekhov's, a youthful version of him. This is Chekhov's eldest son, Nielsen. Although Nielsen appears rugged, he possesses a very delicate heart. Gazing at Ichiro Muraki's estate from a distance, Nielsen expresses his concern. "Father, I heard that Mr. Muraki has not been involved in worldly affairs for 2 years. We didn't make an appointment in advance. Will he really meet with us?" "Ha ha ha, of course. He will definitely see us." Chekhov laughed heartily, patting his beloved son's shoulder. After saying this, Chekhov squinted his eyes and said with a mysterious smile, "Haven't you always wanted to know the answer to that question? Today is the day to tell you the answer." Upon hearing this, Nielsen's eyes instantly lit up, and he exclaimed in surprise, "You plan to tell me?" Nielsen was incredibly excited, sitting up abruptly. That question. The question that had troubled him for many years. Nielsen was not a former Soviet citizen but a local woman Chekhov had met by chance while on a mission in North Africa. A white woman whose ancestors had moved from Gaul to North Africa. She wasn't particularly beautiful but was very gentle. They never married, only lived together for many years. After Nielsen was born, he lived with his mother in their rural hometown until 1982, when Chekhov's situation stabilized, and he brought Nielsen and his mother to live with him. It was then that Nielsen learned he had an extraordinary father. Not only did he possess immense wealth, but he also had extremely close relationships with many high-ranking officials in the land of pyramids, and the family business was diverse. Energy, gems, gold, mechanical processing. Industries like these were all involved. This left Nielsen, who had never left the countryside, utterly shocked. Chekhov felt quite guilty for not having raised his son, and he almost never refused any of Nielsen's requests. However, due to his mother's excellent upbringing, Nielsen did not become decadent or dissolute after suddenly becoming wealthy. On the contrary, he was very cautious, as well as very intelligent and eager to learn. Over the next 5 years, Nielsen learned several languages, including English, Russian, and Japanese. Chekhov noticed Nielsen's outstanding performance and was pleased. After years of observation, when Nielsen turned 18, Chekhov finally made the decision to cultivate Nielsen as his successor. In the years that followed, Nielsen gradually came into contact with many secrets of the Infinite Group. For example, the relationships the Infinite Group had with many high-ranking officials in the Pyramid Nation, the power the Infinite Group held in the Pyramid Nation, and the armed forces of the Infinite Group. Yes, the Infinite Group was not merely a commercial entity. In addition to its tremendous achievements in business, the Infinite Group also had a security team of 500 people and at least 3 secret bases. This discovery shocked Nielsen greatly. He had never imagined that his father possessed such power. As he delved deeper into the Infinite Group, Nielsen also discovered something strange. There was a mysterious organization within the Infinite Group. An organization that was above the Infinite Group and very secretive. Even with his high-level access, Nielsen could only sense the undercurrents within the Infinite Group and could not touch upon the situation of that mysterious organization. However, he vaguely sensed that his father had an extremely close relationship with that organization, and he might even be one of its managers. Ultimately, Nielsen chose to confess to his father. He proactively raised his questions. What exactly was the organization hidden within the Infinite Group? What was its purpose? In response to this question, Chekhov did not answer directly but smiled and told him that the secret was heavy and that only when he grew into a man capable of standing on his own would he be qualified to know. Nielsen was naturally dissatisfied with this answer, but he became even more eager. The Infinite Group was one of the most renowned groups in the Pyramid Nation, possessing vast wealth and even armed forces. Such a powerful force was not even his father's true secret. Then, what kind of astonishing secret lay hidden beneath the sacred mountain? From that point on, Nelson did not continue to inquire but instead showcased his abilities within the Infinite Group. Now, he was already one of the general managers of the Infinite Group, a person capable of standing on his own. As for that question, Nelson had kept it in his heart. Today, he could finally get an answer, and he was both excited and curious. Why today? Why here? Could it be that his father had a connection with this national treasure-level master from the East? But that didn't make sense. The Infinite Group had no connection with the Meraki Group. The Meraki Group, founded by Ichiro Meraki, was one of the most well-known financial investment companies in the East. Nelson was mainly responsible for the overseas business of the Infinite Group, so he was very clear about the relationship between the Infinite Group and the Meraki Group. During the conversation between the father and son, the security at the Meraki Manor also noticed the situation. Someone approached from the manor and inquired about their purpose. "Sir, I had his private property, please turn back." A security guard in a black suit approached, eyeing Chekhov and the others warily. He held a walkie-talkie in his hand and issued an eviction order to Chekhov. Before coming, he had already asked the butler. There were no guests scheduled to meet with the master today. Faced with the security's firm attitude, Chekhov smiled and handed over a business card, confidently saying, "Please give this to Mr. Meraki. If he still refuses to see me, we will leave." The security guard took Chekhov's business card and glanced at it. The card was very simple. It only had one name, Chekhov. Aside from that, there were no other symbols, titles, or origins. Such a simple business card, if it weren't for Chekhov's imposing presence, arriving in a luxury car with a large entourage, the security would have definitely thrown it to the ground. He glanced at Chekhov in confusion, then nodded and said, "I will report to the head of the family. Please wait a moment." With that, the security turned and left, reporting the situation through the intercom. In the spring courtyard, by the cherry blossom tree, a tall, spirited middle-aged man was kneeling on a cushion, with tea utensils placed beside him. It was Ichiro Meraki. Beside him sat a woman in her 20s, a graceful young mother. The young woman was dignified and elegant, her long hair styled into a beautiful bun at the back of her head, and her luxurious white kimono accentuated her nobility. She was Yuko Meraki, Ichiro Meraki's daughter. Yuko Meraki elegantly prepared a cup of hot tea and gently introduced, "Father, try this. This is Westlake Longjing from the summer country. It is a top-quality Longjing." Ichiro Meraki smiled as he picked up the teacup, just about to savor his daughter's filial piety, when a gray-haired butler approached him with small steps. He came before Ichiro Meraki, holding Chekhov's business card with both hands, and reported, "Head of the family, several guests from the west have arrived outside." "Someone brought this." Ichiro Meraki frowned slightly, showing some dissatisfaction. He had already instructed that he would not meet guests for the next few days. Even if the Prime Minister came, he would say he was unavailable. However, dissatisfaction aside, Ichiro Meraki understood his old associate very well. If it weren't for a significant reason, he wouldn't be so reckless. Ichiro Meraki took the business card. Chekhov. When he saw the name on the card, his pupils instantly constricted, and he couldn't help but shiver, dropping the still warm teacup to the ground. Ichiro Meraki suddenly stood up. His intense reaction shocked both Yuko and the butler. Ichiro Meraki was a national treasure-level scholar of the East, and one of the most renowned top billionaires. Even the Prime Minister needed to make an appointment to see him. As for foreign heads of state and leaders, Ichiro Meraki had lost count of how many he had met. He had been invited by 3 American presidents. Yet, even in front of those big figures, Ichiro Meraki had never shown such panic or excitement. This made Yuko and the butler curious. Who could this visitor be to make Ichiro Meraki lose his composure? "Quick, bring a UV lamp," Ichiro Meraki ordered urgently, repeatedly examining the business card. "Yes," the butler replied, puzzled but not daring to delay, and hurriedly jogged toward the storage room. As the butler left, Yuko could no longer contain her curiosity and asked, "Father, who is this guest? What makes you so excited?" Ichiro Meraki tightly clutched the business card, his expression serious as he paced back and forth by the tea table. He pressed his lips together, pondered for a moment, then gazed at Yuko Meraki and said solemnly, "Do you remember the story I once told you?" Yuko Meraki was taken aback for a moment, then after a while, she responded with uncertainty, "Is it the story about divine grace?" Divine grace. This was a very distant story. Speaking of this story, one must address another question. Is it a good thing or a bad thing to have a very famous and knowledgeable elder? The answer is, it may not necessarily be a good thing. Yuko Meraki had never been particularly clever since she was young. Of course, she wasn't considered bad either. In an ordinary family, her achievements would certainly make her family proud and earn her the envy of others. But her father was a national treasure-level scholar of the East, the greatest economist in history. He had even been invited multiple times by leaders of various countries. With such a renowned father, the expectations of others towards her inevitably became higher. Whenever she achieved something, others would often say, "Oh, so you're Mr. Muraki's child, no wonder. Oh, your father is Mr. Muraki, what an excellent legacy." No one ever cared about how much effort she put in. No one ever cared that her achievements came from her own struggles. To others, she was simply Ichiro Muraki's daughter, and any success she had was taken for granted. Because her father was a great scholar, a rare genius in the world, her success would be attributed to her family's genetic inheritance, a good family education, and her father's excellent guidance. All such possibilities. But no one would pay attention to her own efforts. This taken for granted perception, however, placed a tremendous psychological burden on the young Yuko Muraki, leading her to suffer from depression for a time. Because no matter what she did or how she did it, she would never receive genuine recognition from others. Later, when she was around 13 or 14, Ichiro Muraki noticed something unusual about his child. After some conversation, Yuko finally broke down in tears, venting years of pent-up frustration and gloom. Upon hearing Yuko's grievances, Ichiro's response completely surprised her. He laughed heartily, gently stroking Yuko's head, and comforted her, saying, "Father is someone blessed by the gods. If you want to compare yourself to your father, isn't that trying to pit human strength against divine power?" Hearing this answer, Yuko was astonished. Blessed by the gods? She had never known that her father had such miraculous matters about him. She immediately asked, "Father, did you really receive a blessing from the gods? Which god was it? When did you meet this god? Is your wisdom also a divine power granted by the gods?" Yuko asked many questions, some of which she could no longer remember, but she recalled Ichiro's answers. Ichiro held her close, gently patting her back, and sighed, "I met him in a realm beyond the mundane. It is his blessing that grants your father wisdom. He also bestowed upon your father a great mission." Yuko vaguely remembered these words. Later, she pressed Ichiro to ask where she could meet that god and whether she could also be granted divine power and wisdom. But Ichiro only smiled slightly and did not answer. From then on, this matter became a secret between father and daughter. Understanding that her father was blessed by the gods, and that mortals could not compare with the divine, Yuko gradually untangled her mental knots. However, as time passed, Yuko began to forget about it. After all, divine power? Gods? It all felt too distant and too ethereal. But today, Yuko exclaimed in surprise, "The matter of divine grace isn't just a fairy tale your father made up to comfort me? Ha, silly child, when has your father ever lied to you? But I waited too long, far too long. So long that I almost forgot about them. Finally, I have waited." Ichiro laughed heartily. Then came a face full of weariness and reflection. The point in time he crossed was 64 years. Now, 25 long years had passed. 25 years. How many 25 years are there in life? After becoming famous, Ichiro had always wanted to inquire about Chekhov and Taramov, to understand whether they had completed the tasks assigned by the chairman. But thinking of the chairman's orders, in order not to raise others' suspicions, he could only give up the idea of actively inquiring. And so, year after year, 5 years, 10 years, 15 years, 25 years, he had transformed from a youthful, vibrant young man into an elder who understood the ways of the world. Yet, after 25 years, he had never received any news about Chekhov or Taramov. This inevitably made him somewhat anxious and impatient. Did they succeed, or did they fail? If they failed, what would they do? How could they complete the task assigned by the president? Especially as the deadline for the former Soviet Union drew closer, Ichiro Muraki's mood grew increasingly restless. And now, he had finally waited long enough. Chekhov. While the father and daughter were chatting idly, the butler rushed over holding an ultraviolet flashlight. Ichiro Muraki stepped forward eagerly, took the ultraviolet flashlight from the butler's hands, turned it on, and shone it on a business card. As the purple light illuminated it, a watermark appeared. Infinity. It was a snake, its head and tail connected. Seeing this symbol, Ichiro Muraki could no longer hide his excitement. He put down the flashlight and hurriedly ran towards the front door, as joyful as a child. Muraki Yuko, who was at the door, and the butler were both shocked and puzzled. Who was this person that could make Ichiro Muraki so excited? "Father, wait!" Amidst her shock, Yuko hurriedly called out to Ichiro and chased after him. Her shout brought Ichiro back to his senses. He slowed his pace, regaining a bit of the demeanor of a national treasure-level scholar, and walked towards the front door with Yuko by his side. Upon reaching the front door, Ichiro gazed far ahead at the tall figure standing next to a luxury car, a mist forming in his eyes. When Ichiro Muraki saw Chekhov, Chekhov also spotted this old friend. He laughed heartily and strode towards Ichiro. Ha ha ha, Mr. Muraki, I've long admired your name. I am Chekhov from the Infinite Group. Chekhov introduced himself as he walked. His reaction jolted Ichiro out of his excitement. This was not the place for conversation. Ichiro took a deep breath, suppressed his excitement, slightly bowed, and raised his hand in invitation, saying, I've heard much about you, please. Please, Chekhov replied politely. The two walked side by side towards the spring pavilion, heading straight to the study. Nelson and Yuko followed behind. Upon entering the study, Yuko closed the door. The moment the door shut, Ichiro could no longer contain his excitement and rushed in front of Chekhov, giving him a strong bear hug. Chekhov was equally excited, tightly embracing Ichiro. The two men, both over 50, seemed like children reuniting with a long-lost friend. That excitement, that joy. It left Nelson and Yuko looking astonished. They had never seen their father so enthusiastic about anyone. Never. What they couldn't understand was, if their relationship was this good, why had he never told them? After a moment of hugging, they released each other. Ichiro's eyes were slightly red as he said excitedly, You finally came. Ha ha ha, we each have our missions, and our identities are sensitive, it can't be helped. But it's coming soon, that day is coming soon. Come, let me introduce you, this is my eldest son, Nelson. Nelson, meet Uncle Muraki. Good, 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 just like your father, huh? Now, let me introduce you, this is my daughter, Yuko Muraki. Yuko, meet Uncle. A good girl, they said, exchanging glances, and then bursting into laughter. It was incredibly refreshing. You've aged, yet you've also become younger, Chekhov said, patting Ichiro's shoulder, uttering contradictory words. Ha, aren't you? Ichiro teased with a smile. Of course, we all are. As they joked, they sat down. Meanwhile, Yuko and Nelson stood to the side. They were too curious. What secrets had their father been hiding? After taking their seats, a brief silence ensued, and Chekhov suddenly asked, Did you tell the child? What about you? Muraki Ichiro retorted. No, neither did I. Their exchange instantly captured the keen attention of Nielsen and Muraki Yuko. This must be about that secret, right? Their almost simultaneous responses made them share a knowing smile. In that moment, it felt as if they had regained their former rapport. That kind of understanding from the past and for the future. Come sit over here. After laughing, Muraki Ichiro patted the grass mat beside him, signaling for the two to gather around. Nielsen and Muraki Yuko sat down in turn. Just as they settled, Nielsen eagerly asked, Father, what is going on? Chekhov exchanged a glance with Muraki Ichiro, then answered readily. Muraki and I are old acquaintances. We encountered him in the same place, the Master of Fate, and thus received a blessing. He granted us a miracle and a mission. Nielsen felt somewhat bewildered and taken aback. Master of Fate? Miracle? What are these? It sounds almost like they're talking about a deity. But where do deities come from in this world? Unlike Nielsen's confusion, Muraki Yuko's eyelids drooped slightly, appearing quite pleased yet somewhat puzzled as she murmured, Master of Fate? Is that the name of that deity? Deity? What deity? Is it really a deity? Hearing Muraki Yuko's murmurs, Nielsen snapped back to reality, firing off multiple questions. In response to Nielsen's confusion, Muraki Ichiro explained, We come from the same organization. This organization is called the Wujiu Society. At this point, Muraki Ichiro glanced at Chekhov, a slight smile curling at the corners of his lips. Master of Fate. What a splendid title. It truly fits his abilities and style. Muraki Ichiro silently praised, continuing to explain, the master is the supreme ruler of the Wujiu Society. You will meet him in the future. As for the Wujiu Society, you will gradually come to understand it. Upon hearing this, Nielsen's confusion deepened. Wujiu Society? Master? Why had he never heard of the Wujiu Society? An organization capable of manipulating the Infinity Group and the Muraki Group could not possibly be insignificant. Such an organization, capable of stirring international affairs, could not completely hide itself, no matter how much it tried. Nielsen was perplexed, but he did not press further. Compared to this question, he was more curious about another one. The mission. Father, you mentioned that the master gave you a mission? What does that mean? In 2 years, a world-changing event will occur, and we will have to do something for him. This matter concerns the future of the Wujiu Society, Chekhov explained, though not entirely. It wasn't that he didn't trust his son. It was just that the matter was too important to allow for any mistakes. If his son were to get drunk or accidentally let something slip, it could jeopardize the chairman's grand plans. Nielsen's eyes flickered with even more confusion. 2 years from now? A world-changing event? Who could predict something so accurately, especially something that would change the world? Could the ruler of the wujiu society, the master that his father spoke of, truly be a divine being? We have been preparing for this great event for decades, and there must be no mistakes. What you hear and see here today must not be revealed to anyone, not a word, Chekhov said solemnly, his eyes resembling those of a Lion King, instilling a tremendous sense of pressure in Meraki, Yuko and Nielsen. However, compared to the sense of oppression from Chekhov, the meaning behind his words shocked the two. Prepared for decades. Does that not mean that the controller had foreseen this world-changing event decades ago? If that's the case, the two young men, meeting for the first time, exchanged a silent glance, a strong sense of awe and curiosity surging within them. Is the controller truly a deity? As they pondered in shock, Chekhov and Ichiro Meraki continued their conversation. Ichiro Meraki asked, "Do you know the current situation of Talimov?" "Yes, I met him last year. He is now the deputy director of the 10th Bureau and has the opportunity to access some confidential files." "Ha, Talimov is already the deputy director, that's great news." "Indeed, without him, we would never have completed that task." "How are your preparations going?" "All set, I built a secret base in Kyoto, sufficient to accomplish the tasks assigned by the controller." "How is your task coming along?" "Not bad, I've formed a group in the Pyramid Nation and trained a fairly decent armed force." "What about their loyalty?" "What we are doing absolutely cannot be leaked, or it will cause a global uproar. The core 200 are war orphans, I adopted them. There's no problem with loyalty. They are all extraneous members of the wujiu society." "War orphans, that's indeed a good choice." On that day, Chekhov and Ichiro Meraki talked a lot. Some things Yuko Meraki and Nelson could understand, while others were completely beyond their grasp. However, even though they couldn't fully comprehend, they roughly understood one thing. Chekhov, Ichiro Meraki, and the absent Talimov all belonged to an organization called the Wujiu Society. This organization predicted that a world-shocking event would occur 2 years later and planned to undertake a significant action at that time. This event was extremely important. It concerned the future of the wujiu society. Moreover, it absolutely could not be leaked, otherwise, it would bring endless troubles and could even ruin the future of the wujiu society. Just this information was enough to stir the hearts of the two young men. They could not understand what kind of event could be so serious. Even the assassination of the American president wouldn't be that severe. This question remained unanswered for them until 2 years later. August 19, 1991, was a very ordinary day, yet it was also a day that shook the world. On this day, at 6 in the morning, as dawn broke, former Soviet Vice President Yanayev unilaterally announced that Gorbachev was unable to fulfill his presidential duties due to health reasons, and he would assume presidential powers, establishing an emergency state committee. At the same time, the Emergency State Committee ordered the military to enter the former Soviet capital, Moscow, and other cities to impose a curfew. The sudden coup d'état sent shockwaves around the world. What kind of country was the former Soviet Union? Competing with America for world dominance, a top-tier power that instilled fear in countless nations. In such a country, any upheaval could potentially trigger massive waves internationally, let alone a coup d'état of this magnitude. There was no doubt that this would directly impact the future international situation. As the news spread, leaders from around the world sent urgent communications to the former Soviet Union, inquiring about what was happening. At the same time, a large number of spies began to take action. Mott, an American agent. He had infiltrated the former Soviet Union for 8 years. Over these 8 years, he had delivered a lot of intelligence to America. From the outside, he looked like an ordinary worker found everywhere. With an ordinary appearance, ordinary height, and ordinary demeanor, walking through the crowd, hardly anyone would give him a second glance, let alone remember him. This seemingly unremarkable man had a job that appeared inconspicuous. A cleaner. But not an ordinary cleaner, rather a cleaner at the archives of the former Soviet Union. This job allowed him easier access to some special people, and those special people could casually handle the state secrets of the former Soviet Union. When he heard the news of the coup, Mott's first thought was not that it was a bad thing, but that an opportunity had come. In this turbulent moment, few would care about the documents in the National Archives. Seizing this chance was the perfect time for him to showcase his skills. Mott was a man of action. After assessing the situation, he immediately ran towards the National Archives. On the way, he looked at the chaotic streets and the panicked citizens, feeling an urge to sing. Truly, heaven was helping him. With a hopeful expectation for the future, Mott arrived at the National Archives. At the same time, a mysterious armed force stormed into Moscow. This force consisted of 200 men, dressed in KGB uniforms. They drove 20 military vehicles, fully armed, even wearing tactical masks that concealed their faces, exuding a terrifying aura. What made them special was the identical tattoos on their arms. Infinity. A snake with its tail connected to its head. One of the leaders of this force was Nelson. After 2 years, Nelson appeared more mature. His skin was slightly darker, but he was more robust. Although his muscles were not in the state of a bodybuilder, the standard muscle curves were visible. Since visiting Yamuki Ichiro back then, Nelson had begun a new phase of learning. Unlike his previous studies, this time he learned about the performance of various firearms and ammunition, as well as how to command troops in combat, among other subjects. To better understand the soldiers and learn how to be a commander, Nelson even lived with the security personnel of the Infinite Group for a year. During that year, he shared meals and accommodations with ordinary soldiers, undergoing daily training and various skills together. However, for Nelson, who had grown up in the countryside, although the training was tough, it was not unbearable. He gritted his teeth and persevered for a year. After a year of interaction, he could now call out the names of all the soldiers, even mentioning their personalities, hobbies, and individual traits. Now, he was not only an excellent soldier but also a qualified commander. And this was exactly what Chekhov required of Nelson. Nelson lived in a special family. His mother was just an ordinary village woman, but his father was a senior KGB agent, a mid-level official, and also an important member of the wujiu society. He was destined to inherit the mission of the wujiu society. As for the KGB, oh, God, they were about to be no more. However, although Nelson was one of the leaders, the real commander was someone else. Cloning Warner. A man in his 30s, experienced in combat, who had personally executed over 30 enemies, and was also an excellent commander. Cloning was one of the many children adopted by Chekhov, having lost his parents in the Middle Eastern wars. For war orphans like Cloning, the Infinite Group was not just a company to serve, but a home. Of course, besides being a home, for people like Cloning, the Infinite Group, no, more accurately, the wujiu society held another significant meaning. Faith. The meaning of life. The value of existence. Cloning leaned back in his seat. He was not purely from Bear Country. To be precise, he was of mixed nationality. He had some Latin features. Curly hair. Wheat-colored skin. However, what left the deepest impression was Cloning's eyes. They were the eyes of a warrior, of a fighter. Fearless. Resolute. Cold. His brown pupils were more terrifying than those of a bear from Bear Country, radiating an aura like a roaring river. Just a glance could send a bone-chilling fear through anyone. It was as if before him was not a person, but a beast, a man-eating ferocious creature. Cloning sat in the passenger seat, gently polishing a piece of jewelry. Infinity. A silver piece, resembling a serpent with its tail in its mouth, like the symbol for infinity. The jewelry was about the size of a cross. At the serpent's head, 2 ruby fragments adorned its eyes, giving this piece a special vitality and charm, so lifelike it seemed ready to come alive. Cloning polished it with great seriousness, as a Christian would polish a cross. And in fact, for Cloning, this was his cross. His faith. Speaking of this, one must mention Chekhov's creation of the Infinity Group and one of the means of selecting outstanding warriors. The special armed force formed from the Infinity Group is called the Ouroboros Unit. All members of the Ouroboros Unit, upon joining this special organization, must first understand one thing. The mission. The mission bestowed upon the Ouroboros Unit by God. In 1991, the world will undergo earth-shattering changes. The Ouroboros Unit was established for this moment. They must do everything in their power to fulfill this mission. What exactly is this mission? No one told them. They did not know. Of course, they were not really interested either. 1991? My God, that seems so far away. The Ouroboros Unit was first established in 1977. 1977. That's a full 14 years away from 1991. In their line of work, who can guarantee they will live for another 14 years? So many members of the Ouroboros Unit treated the so-called Great Change of 91 as a slogan. Just like many believers shout slogans for God, very few truly cared. But that didn't matter. After all, the Infinity Group really paid. The benefits enjoyed here, the money earned, were 10 times, even 100 times that of ordinary pyramid citizens. That was enough. Forget about slogans and ideals, at least the money was real. At first, many people had this mindset, hypocritically going along with it, serving the organization for the generous benefits. Until August 19, 1991. On this day, a coup occurred in the former Soviet Union, and they finally learned from their leader the purpose of the Ouroboros Unit's establishment. The Ouroboros Unit serves the wujiu society. the highest leader of the wujiu society is the controller, a god who can manipulate fate. This year, the former Soviet Union will disintegrate. That terrifying giant that made the world tremble will take its last breath. And their mission is to transport all the national archives of the former Soviet Union, as well as the KGB files, out of the former Soviet Union at the moment of its disintegration. Upon hearing this news, the members of the Ouroboros unit were all taken aback. So it turns out, the legend of the Ouroboros unit, that legend about the divine mission, was not a lie. Otherwise, how could one explain that the Ouroboros unit, no, the wujiu society, had known more than a decade ago that the former Soviet Union would undergo a dramatic change this year, that it would perish this year? This was the former Soviet Union, a superpower that instilled fear in countless countries, that commanded respect from numerous nations. In the history of humanity, there has never been such a colossal nation, not to mention more than a decade ago, even a year ago, no, even a day ago. If someone had said the former Soviet Union was going to perish, they would have laughed it off. A very ridiculous, very foolish joke. The former Soviet Union, perish? Oh, God, do you know what foolish words you are saying? That was the most powerful nation on this planet, in this world. Perish. Ha ha ha. So funny. And now, they were left with a chilling dread and a reverence akin to a volcanic eruption. Years of doubt transformed into awe, into fervent faith at that moment. We, the Ouroboros squad, are fulfilling the will of God. Although we do not know why the divine is concerned with the fall of the former Soviet Union, or why it is necessary to transport the national archives of the former Soviet states, as well as the KGB files. But, it doesn't matter. What matters is that he is truly God, the controller, the master of the infinite society, the highest leader they serve, possessing godlike power. That is enough. As the car drove into the chaotic streets of Moscow, Cloning finally pulled his attention away from the ornament. He put the ornament away, his expression serious, and fervently sang into the communicator, "Fight for God." This phrase was transmitted through the already tuned channel to the ears of every member of the Ouroboros squad. At that moment, all members sat up straight in unison, tightly holding their semi-automatic rifles, and in a firm and fervent tone, followed along, "Fight for God." Accompanied by the final chant, numerous military vehicles dispersed on the streets of Moscow, heading towards their predetermined targets. Cloning was responsible for the National Archives. Here lay the most important secrets of the former Soviet Union, many classified documents even marked with permanent seal labels. The military vehicles stopped in front of the archives, and 15 fully armed soldiers got out, quickly forming a defensive position. At the same time, the staff of the National Archives also noticed the commotion. Among them was American agent Mott. At that time, Mott was on the second floor of the archives. He stood by the window, gazing at the military vehicles on the street below, and couldn't help but shiver. The KGB. Had he been discovered? No, it was impossible. He had hidden well, and they were at a critical moment of a coup. They would never waste manpower on a small fry like him. But if it wasn't for him, then what was it for? Could it be the confidential documents here? As Mott speculated, one of the deputy directors of the National Archives approached. He was an elderly man with graying hair. He angrily confronted Cloning, shouting, "Which unit do you belong to? Who sent you here? You." Before the deputy director could finish, Cloning coldly drew a handgun from his waist. Bang! He raised the gun and fired. There was no need to aim deliberately. The moment the gunshot rang out, the deputy director's ear was pierced by the bullet, a strong impact causing a ringing in his ears, and blood gushed forth. It took 2 seconds for the deputy director to react, clutching his blood-soaked ear and screaming in agony, his face twisted in horror. The defiance, anger, and pride from moments ago vanished completely. Only fear and resentment remained. He backed away until he hit the wall of the National Archives, terrified, cursing, "Do you still have the Constitution in your eyes? What do you want to do?" Cloning stepped forward, coldly pressing the gun barrel against the deputy director's forehead, causing the deputy director's anger to dissipate instantly, leaving only endless coldness and fear. He looked into Cloning's cold eyes and struggled to swallow. This man was a beast that kills without mercy. Cloning asked coldly, "How many people are currently in the archives?" Seven. There were originally more than 50 staff members, but, after that incident, many people were afraid to come to work, and now there are only 7. "Can you open the vault for the classified documents?" I can. Call everyone over. I want to take all the documents on this list." Cloning coldly slammed a folder in front of the deputy director. This folder was the masterpiece of Talimov. Over the years, with the instructions left by Li Chen, Talimov has thrived in the 10th Bureau, holding the position of deputy director. Using his power and connections, Talamo has thoroughly investigated the details of the National Archives. He has mapped out where important documents are located, which files are worth taking the originals of, and which files are not worth wasting precious time on. After all, the former Soviet Union was vast, and the documents in the National Archives and the KGB archives were numerous. It was unrealistic to take all the original files. However, if he only took the originals of the important documents, it would indeed be much simpler. The deputy director trembled as he opened the folder and saw the names of the files, his pupils constricting in shock. Many of the documents inside were state secrets of the former Soviet Union, known only to high-ranking officials. No, they should be plans that only they were aware of. In that instant, the deputy director couldn't help but speculate about the origins of Kluanov and others. The military, the KGB, they were well versed in the plans of the former Soviet Union. Could it be? He was Klyuchikov's man. Klyuchikov, the highest leader of the KGB, one of the main instigators of the coup this morning. With this thought, the deputy director dared not resist any longer. The situation was unclear. No one knew the final outcome of the coup. If the coup succeeded, he would not only fail to become a martyr by opposing them but might also be branded with serious charges like treason. At that point, it wouldn't just be him who would die, his family and friends could also be implicated. As for why Klyuchikov wanted these confidential documents, the deputy director dared not ask, nor did he want to. After all, he was dealing with someone who dared to stage a coup. What else would he not dare to do? Besides, he was just the deputy director, earning a meager salary each month. Was it worth taking such a huge risk? Almost instantly, the deputy director recognized the situation. He hurriedly said, "No problem, no problem." After saying this, he covered his bleeding ear and staggered into the National Archives. Once inside, the deputy director nervously briefed the remaining staff on the situation and specifically reminded them that these were KGB personnel. The highest leader of the KGB was also the instigator of the coup. So, you understand. Under the deputy director's hint, no, it should be said that it was a clear indication, everyone quickly understood. This matter, we cannot get involved. If the coup faction wins, our current bravery will not only go unrewarded by the state but could also lead to us being labeled as traitors. Moreover, if the coup faction loses, wouldn't these documents still need to be reclaimed? We are just archivists, why should we worry about this? After weighing the risks and benefits, the remaining staff readily gave up their resistance. They obediently helped the KGB soldiers transport the confidential documents, loading a large number of state secrets, even the highest classified documents that were not to be reviewed, onto military trucks. Naturally, the events at the National Archives could not be kept under wraps. But, in this stormy and precarious moment, no one had the energy to care about such trivial matters. The archives, after all, were just some documents, right? If the state power were to be overthrown, what use would these documents have? Especially since these people were wearing KGB uniforms and held KGB credentials. Countless pieces of evidence indicated that this was the work of the KGB. The highest leader of the KGB was also the instigator of the coup. So, this matter must be related to Klyuchikov. Since it was related to Klyuchikov, we should not get involved. Bullets do not have eyes. If those demons from the KGB went mad, we would really be finished. At the very least, we should wait until the coup has a result before saying anything. As for the coup faction, they had noticed the actions of the Ouroboros team. But the problem is, the coup side cannot be called a ragtag group, it can only be described as children playing house. Their coup lacked a core program, lacked a core leader, and even lacked control over the military. The most ridiculous part is that even at this point, they were still thinking about a bloodless revolution, trying to complete the coup in the gentlest way possible. Therefore, they issued orders to the military under their command not to fire. They even allowed one of their biggest opponents, the future leader of the Bear Country, to openly boost morale and rally the masses in Moscow. The clumsiness of their operations would make even a blind monk-level interstellar player shake their head. It was precisely because of these absurd actions that this world-shocking coup lasted only 3 days. It failed in just 72 hours, and all the leaders were arrested. Although they heard that KGB agents were moving documents, no one took it seriously. After all, documents are dead, while political enemies are alive. The most important thing is that these are KGB people. KGB, huh? Well, they must be on our side, right? Thus, during this chaotic period, the Ouroboros squad completed their mission with almost no obstacles. 2 days and 2 nights. They delivered millions of important documents to a train that had already been bribed, using dozens of military vehicles. On the last day of the coup, the train headed southeast. A day later, the coup was declared a failure. On the same day, a massive fire suddenly broke out in several national archives, burning a large number of documents to ashes. Although the fire brigade tried their best to save them, the flames were too fierce, and ultimately, less than 1/10 of the documents were saved. It wasn't until this point that Gorbachev and others had the leisure to pay attention to the national archives. However, even at this time, they still had no time to lament the loss of the documents. After all, they had already burned. What else could be done? Besides, wasn't there news that a large number of confidential documents were taken away by the KGB before the fire? It seems this fire was also their doing. As for the purpose, it must be to burn the dark secrets of the Communist Party that cannot be revealed. After all, this isn't the first time they've done this. They're quite experienced. Now that the main culprits have been caught, is it possible that the documents they took away can't be found? That's impossible. Even if they can't be found, it won't affect us judging these evil communists. After being busy calming officials at all levels, notifying former Soviet regions, arresting all officials involved in the rebellion, cracking down on the Communist Party, and communicating with foreign leaders, it was already the third day since the coup ended. During these 3 days, Gorbachev only slept 3 to 4 hours each day. It wasn't until the fourth day that he had the leisure to inquire about the National Archives. But in response to Gorbachev's inquiry, one of the coup's initiators, Comrade Kryukov, expressed his anger. What use do I have for that? If I had so many idle troops, wouldn't it be better to directly control you? This answer left Gorbachev and the others exchanging glances. If it wasn't the rebels, then who could it be? A strong sense of unease arose in their hearts, and they urgently ordered all departments that had not yet restored order to thoroughly investigate the whereabouts of the National Archives. However, they had vanished. That train full of confidential documents, along with that fierce KGB army, had completely disappeared. It was as if they had never existed. Upon learning of the simultaneous disappearance of the national confidential documents and the mysterious troops, the president of Bear Country and other high-ranking officials broke out in a cold sweat. If it wasn't the rebels who did this, then who could it be? Other hidden rebel factions within the country, or foreign ones. The most terrifying part is that with this massive fire, no one knows what confidential information was taken, whose scandals are hidden within. Thinking of those state secrets that even he himself was unclear about, or the secrets that might be related to him being taken by other countries or political enemies, the president of Bear Country and many high-ranking officials broke out in a cold sweat. This was going to be a big deal, but this matter was too big. It had even become serious enough to threaten national security. If it were to be publicized, it would inevitably trigger a new wave of turmoil. For the greater good, and to prevent the somewhat stable situation from becoming turbulent again, the president of Bear Country and many high-ranking officials urgently sealed off the information and announced to the outside world that they had recovered some of the files. Yes, some. As for how much the sum was, what? You dare to inquire about state secrets? Are you trying to rebel? Just like that, a shocking event was temporarily suppressed. However, the president of Bear Country and many informed high-ranking officials knew that concealment was only temporary. No one could hide this matter forever. The urgent task was to come up with countermeasures. Regarding this matter, they thought of 2 methods. First, urgently replicate local archives, backup files, and even privately saved records, and inject them into the National Archives. The focus was on timely remediation. Second, fully investigate the missing state secrets. After announcing the good news that they had recovered some files, they formed a small secret task force to conduct a special investigation into the matter. In short, this matter had to be kept secret, it absolutely could not leak out. But with such a big issue, how could it possibly be contained? Moreover, the former Soviet Union was currently unstable, with centrifugal forces at play and public unrest. Although the president of Bear Country and many high-ranking officials intended to conceal it, the news still reached countries around the world. For example, the American Central Intelligence Agency, the British MI6, and so on. Soon, the news reached the ears of leaders from various countries. However, opinions on this news varied among the nations. The President of America believed this was just a little trick from the former Soviet Union, a trap. After all, the large-scale loss of state files and KGB documents was simply absurd. Those were state secrets. It wasn't just a few lost, it was millions. Millions? You could haul that away by train. Are the intelligence agencies and government institutions of your country dead? How could they let someone take away millions of confidential documents? Nonsense. Absolutely nonsense. This must be a conspiracy from the former Soviet Union, trying to use this news to lure our agents into exposure. Who could be fooled by such petty tricks? The Prime Minister of the British Empire, upon first hearing the news, sneered and tapped the table, mocking, the KGB, that's an evil organization filled with demons. Do you really believe they could have millions of confidential documents stolen? Only an idiot would believe that. The high-ranking officials unanimously agreed with the Prime Minister's lofty rhetoric. What a joke. Millions of state secrets lost, the National Archives and KGB archives destroyed. This was too ridiculous. Are you trying to tell us that the intelligence organization that keeps us awake at night is a worthless entity that could be easily wiped out? Ha ha, I think you're the worthless one, trying to deceive us with such laughable intelligence. As for the leaders of other countries, they also commented on the news. The Prime Minister of the East Sun, the agent who sent such absurd false intelligence, should really commit seppuku to apologize. The President of the Gallic Rooster, oh, this is truly a huge joke. What kind of fool could come up with such ridiculous statements? The President of Hans Cat, this is simply an anti-intellectual rumor, a joke that only a stupid donkey would believe. Regarding the intelligence coming from the former Soviet Union, countries unanimously expressed skepticism. After all, this kind of thing was simply too absurd. If the former Soviet Union had reported fewer documents, say a few thousand or tens of thousands of confidential documents, they would have been very willing to believe it. But millions of state secrets? Millions? What kind of concept is this? Let's not even mention how difficult it is to take away so many secrets. Just considering the level of confidentiality of the former Soviet KGB, selecting a few million classified documents from a vast sea of archives is not something that can be accomplished overnight. The coup in the former Soviet Union happened so suddenly, with only 3 days of events. Unless God intervenes, who could possibly be so precise as to steal millions of state secrets in just 2 days? What a joke. It's truly a colossal joke. Anyone with even a little bit of critical thinking wouldn't believe such nonsense. In fact, not only do leaders from around the world not believe it, but when the news reached the common people of the former Soviet Union, they also maintained a unanimous attitude of skepticism. Millions of documents? At the very least, it would require dozens of rooms full of files, needing dozens of trucks for transportation. You say they went missing in 2 days? Who are you trying to fool? Compared to the loss of documents, they would rather believe this is a rumor spread by enemy spies, aimed at inciting turmoil in the former Soviet Union. Damn foreigners! This reaction completely exceeded the expectations of the president of the bear country and many high officials. They had already prepared for national turmoil. The result? No one believed it. Oh God, this is simply wonderful. After confirming multiple times that the news was so exaggerated that no one dared to believe it was true, the president of the bear country and the high officials celebrated together. However, despite the celebration, the loss of so many state secrets still required further investigation. After all, no one knows if there are any compromising materials among them. But this matter quickly fell into a stalemate due to the power struggle within the bear country. In this power struggle, Gorbachev suffered a great defeat. On December 25, 1991, Gorbachev announced his resignation as president of the former Soviet Union, and the flag of the former Soviet Union was lowered from the Kremlin, marking the official dissolution of the former Soviet Union. But the dissolution of the former Soviet Union was just the beginning. With the disintegration of the former Soviet Union, the situation in the bear country did not improve much. The economy collapsed. Public order was chaotic. Most importantly, with the dissolution of the former Soviet Union, important documents that were once considered state secrets were exposed, even being openly sold by high officials of the bear country. Lobbyists, businessmen, and spies from around the world flocked to the chaotic regions of the former Soviet Union, eager to take a big bite out of this fallen giant. In such circumstances, investigating the loss of national archives became even more out of the question. Many high officials of the bear country expressed high skepticism about this news. They believed it was very likely a rumor deliberately created by traitors, aimed at achieving political threats. After all, the whole affair reeked of strangeness and numerous inconsistencies. But, while the high officials of the bear country doubted the authenticity of this news, countries like America and the sun never sets had already successively confirmed the reliability of the information. When the American president sat in his chair with confirmed intelligence, his eyes vacant, he remained silent for a long time. It wasn't until the sound of Christmas bells rang outside that he shivered and suddenly woke up. The first thing he murmured, in disbelief, was, "This must be God's joke." In response, the Prime Minister of the Sun Never Sets gave a more candid evaluation. Fuck, the KGB is useless. What are they doing? Millions of state secrets, and countless KGB files. Fuck. Is there any of our intelligence here, is there? The Prime Minister of the Sun Never Sets had a grim expression, cursing the KGB and the high officials of the former Soviet Union in the room. However, despite the cursing, the high-level officials from around the world almost simultaneously became tense. They all expressed the same doubt. Who snatched food from the tiger's mouth and stole millions of state secrets during the chaos in the former Soviet Union? Countries around the world have hastily formed special investigation teams, vowing to find the thief. After all, the stakes are too high. Who knows how many secrets of their own nations are involved? Or secrets that concern them personally? That's millions of classified documents that have been taken. Millions. Damn it. The incompetent former Soviet Union, the incompetent KGB. High-ranking officials from various countries are sending warm greetings to the leaders of the former Soviet Union.